In the apocalypse, a powerful figure reincarnates as a baby, and surprisingly, treats Tang San as a cute little brother. When Tang San opened his eyes, he saw a cute little boy, short hair, big eyes, and a soft face. "You're such a good little brother." She pressed down on his head, screaming in her heart, "So soft. I want to suck on you. Let go of me first." Tang San was confused. How is this girl so strong? He couldn't break free. Hearing footsteps, Tang San quickly shouted, "Dad, Dad." Tang Hao walked in and saw the two little bundles together, completely ignoring his son's plea for help. "Dad!" Tang San called sweetly and casually pinched Tang San's face. Tang Hao stiffened. Where did this child come from? And why is she calling him Dad? He picked up Tang San and cautiously asked, "Who is he?" "My little brother." Tang San's eyes sparkled. Tang Hao nodded and placed her next to Tang San. "Take care of your sister." Tang San's face instantly cracked. "Hose the little brother? Who's the sister?" As soon as Tang Hao left, Tang San clung to Tang San again, refusing to let go of his face. Tang San wanted to cry, but had no tears. She was an adult soul, yet was being dominated by a little girl. Suddenly, Tang San stopped, staring into Tang San's eyes. "Little brother, your eyes are so bright. Do you have a secret?" Tang San's heart skipped a beat. Did she notice something? At that moment, Tang Hao entered with 2 steamed buns and saw Tang San bullying his son, suddenly saying, "Tomorrow, it'll take you both to awaken your martial souls." Tang San's eyes lit up, finally going to awaken his martial soul. But Tang San tilted her head and asked, "Martial soul? Can you eat it?" Tang San was dumbfounded. This sister can't be a foodie, can she? Tang Hao rubbed his forehead. This child really seemed to be a bit silly. Will Tang San's twin martial souls be exposed during the awakening tomorrow? What martial soul will Tang San awaken? Even more exciting, Tang San rubbed her belly and said, "Little brother, can we find some meat to eat after the awakening? I haven't had meat in a long time." Tang San looked at her sparkling eyes and suddenly had a bad feeling. This sister might not be a troublemaker, right? What kind of chaos will this pair of siblings cause at the martial soul awakening site? "Little brother, where are you going?" Tang San chased after him barefoot. Feeling anxious, did she scare her little brother? As soon as she turned the corner, she saw Tang San standing on a small stool, busy at the stove, with white smoke rising from the pot and a big fire underneath. "My little brother." Tang San was shocked and rushed over, pulling Tang San down. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? What are you doing with fire at such a young age? What if you fall into the pot?" Tang San was stunned by her scolding. After living 2 lives, it was the first time someone cared for him like this. "I've done it many times. It will be fine," he whispered in defense. "No way." Tang San's face became serious. "Be good. Listen to me. Wait until you grow up to do this." She reached out to touch Tang San's head, her movements soft and gentle. Tang San felt a warmth in his heart. So, this is what it feels like to be cared for. His stomach growled, and Tang San realized they were both hungry. "Little brother, let me do it." She pushed Tang San aside and started serving the porridge. Tang San watched her freshly cooked porridge bubbling hot, yet she handled it with one hand, steady as if it were nothing, not even furrowing her brows. "Aren't you afraid of getting burned?" Tang San couldn't help but ask. Tang San blew on the porridge and handed it to him. "It's fine. It's not as hot as the magma in the apocalypse." Tang San was bewildered. "Apocalypse? Magma? What has this sister been through?" He took the porridge, noticing the warmth from the steam she blew on it, feeling strange inside. "Hurry and eat," Tang San said, taking a bowl for herself and slurping it down. Tang San took small sips of the porridge and suddenly thought having a sister really seems nice. At that moment, the door creaked open and Tang Hao stumbled in, seeing the 2 little bundles eating, momentarily taken aback. "Dad, you're back. Hurry and eat some porridge." Tang San immediately served him a bowl, still hot. Tang Hao took the porridge, looking at the girl's radiant smile, then at his son's rosy cheeks, suddenly feeling that the wine didn't seem so good anymore. Tang San watched this scene, quietly gripping his chopsticks. Tomorrow was the martial soul awakening, and he had to awaken a powerful martial soul to protect this slightly strange but warm-hearted sister. But he didn't notice that Tang San was staring at his hand, muttering softly, "Little brother's hand is so nice. I just wonder if the awakened martial soul can fight." What abilities will Tang San reveal at tomorrow's martial soul awakening? What does her mention of magma in the apocalypse really mean? Even more exciting, while Tang Hao was drinking porridge, he suddenly said, "After the martial soul awakening, they'll take you both to Nodding City." Tang San's eyes brightened, finally able to leave Holy Soul Village. But Tang San scratched her head. "Nodding City. Is there meat to eat?" Tang San facepalmed. This sister is definitely a foodie. What kind of funny situations will this family encounter in Nodding City? "Little brother, if you still don't believe me, let's compare our strength." Tang San took out 2 stones, and before Tang San could react, she crushed one with a crack, handing the other to him. "If you crush it, he'll recognize you as my older brother." Tang San looked at the stone, his mouth twitching. If he could crush it, he wouldn't have to compete. In the end, Tang San, who wanted to be an older brother, suffered a crushing defeat and was tucked into bed by Tang San. Little kids need to sleep early to grow tall. Tang San rolled his eyes clearly. They were the same age. The next morning, Tang San was awakened by the smell of wine, slipping out barefoot, only to see Tang Hao drinking. "Dad, can I have some?" She clung to the table, her eyes shining like stars. I end the apocalypse. Wine was rarer than gold, and she had been craving it for a long time. Tang Hao paused his drinking, looking at her little face, suddenly reminded of Ian, and inexplicably asked, "Do you want a drink?" Tang San just came out and heard this, startled. "Dad, she's still little. She can't drink." "It's fine, just a sip." Tang San blinked, her little hand already reaching for the wine bowl. Tang Hao actually poured her a little, and Tang San tilted her head back and gulped it down, her little face instantly turning red, burping, "Delicious. I want more." Tang San hurried to pull her back, but Tang San pressed him down. "Little brother, don't make a fuss. This wine is better than the energy liquid in the apocalypse." Tang San was bewildered. Apocalypse? Energy liquid? Where did this sister come from? Tang Hao looked at the drunken Tang San and suddenly laughed. "Tomorrow's martial soul awakening. If you can't awaken a good martial soul, you won't be allowed to drink anymore. It'll definitely awaken a martial soul that can fight and drink." Tang San patted her chest, then suddenly leaned over and passed out. Tang San quickly carried her back to bed, but was worried. Can she really awaken her martial soul? Even stranger, after Tang San fell asleep, her fingertips began to emit little green lights, as if life was dancing within. Tang San stared at the green light, suddenly recalling what Tang San said about superpowers. Could she not be an ordinary person? What kind of commotion will she cause at tomorrow's martial soul awakening? Tang Hao looked at the two children, silently finishing his last bowl of wine, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. "This girl seems to be quite remarkable." Early the next morning, Su Yuntao was coming. Tang Yin had not yet woken up, so Tang San had no choice but to carry her on his shoulder to the awakening place. The villagers on the road laughed. "Little San, is this your sister? She's really pretty." Tang San's face turned red, and just as he wanted to deny it, Tang Yin suddenly mumbled from his shoulder, "Brother, bring me some jerky." Tang San held his forehead. This sister is still thinking about food while drunk. When they arrived at the awakening place, Su Yuntao had already begun. Tang Yin was woken up and rubbed her eyes, asking, "Can I awaken a food-type martial spirit?" Su Yuntao was taken aback. "Can martial spirits be eaten?" Tang San quickly covered her mouth. "Don't say that." When it was Tang San's turn, he awakened the blue silver grass, and Su Yuntao shook his head. "Waste martial spirit." Tang Yin suddenly shouted, "No, this grass can glow." Everyone looked, and sure enough, the blue silver grass was glowing with a faint blue light. That Su Yuntao was stunned. How did he miss that? Next was Tang Yan's turn. She placed her hand on the awakening stone and suddenly shouted, "So much light." 3 elements, wind, water, and wood, emerged around her, swirling around her. Su Yuntao's eyes were about to pop out. 3 element martial spirit? What kind of talent is this? Tang Yin was staring at Su Yuntao's spirit ring, licking her lips. "Can I eat that circle?" Su Yuntao was startled. "Don't touch. That's a spirit ring." Tang San was also anxious. "Sister, you can't eat that." What kind of martial spirit did Tang Yin awaken? Would she really bite the spirit ring? Even more exciting was that Su Yuntao suddenly said, "Tang San, you have innate full spirit power." Tang San was stunned. Blue silver grass actually has full spirit power? Tang Yin clapped her hands. "I told you my brother is amazing. Is there meat to eat?" What other funny incidents would this brother-sister pair create? Would Su Yuntao be driven mad by Tang Yin? "Brother, be good, we won't drink, but you have to call me sister, okay? If you call me sister, I won't drink anymore." Tang Yin compromised, her eyes shining as she stared at Tang San, waiting for him to say sister. Tang San held back for a long time, under the gaze of both Tang Hao and Tang Yin, finally squeezed out a word, "Sis." "Yay!" Tang Yin was overjoyed, reaching out to pat Tang San's head, feeling very pleased she had a cute little brother. It was worth it. Then she suddenly realized her brother's name was Tang San, the same name as the protagonist in that anime. Tang Yin rubbed her chin and thought secretly, "Wait until he gets a little fatter, then ask him which San he is." After a few peaceful days, a tall, thin old man came to the house, and Tang San cheerfully called out, "Grandpa Jack." "Hello, Grandpa Jack." Tang Yin followed suit, feeling that this title sounded familiar, but couldn't remember where she had heard it. Yes, as soon as Jack sat down, Tang Hao sent the 2 children away. "Little San, take your sister out to play." Tang San pulled Tang Yin outside, but Tang Yin was eavesdropping at the door. "I searched the nearby villages, but there are no lost children," Jack sighed. Tang Hao was silent for a moment and said, "If we can't find them, then forget it." Tang Yan's heart stirred, so she was picked up, but looking at the man inside who was drinking but secretly smiling, and then at Tang San, who was seriously teaching her how to braid grass ropes, she suddenly felt, this doesn't seem so bad. That night, Tang Yan tossed and turned unable to sleep. Tang San, disturbed by her, finally asked, "What's wrong?" "Brother," Tang Yan leaned closer, "what martial spirit do you want to awaken tomorrow?" "One that can protect people," Tang San said seriously. Tang Yan laughed. "Then ill-awaken one that can fight, to help you in battles." Tang San looked at her shining eyes and suddenly felt having a sister really seems to bring a lot more concern. The next morning, Grandpa Jack came to call them. "Little San, Little Yin, Master Su Yuntao is here." Tang Yin jumped up 3 feet high. "Finally, I can awaken my martial spirit. I hope it's one that can drink." Tang San Facepalmet's sister only thinks about alcohol. When they arrived at the awakening place, Su Yuntao had already set up the awakening stone and frowned upon seeing Tang Yin. "You're so small, and you're here to awaken? I can do it." Tang Yin patted her chest and was the first to step into the stone's circle. Su Yuntao activated the awakening array. Golden spots of light surged into Tang Yan's body, and suddenly, 3 groups of light appeared around her, one swirling like wind, one flowing like water, and one with little green leaves sprouting. 3. 3-element martial spirit? Su Yuntao was stunned. "I've never seen this before." Tang Yin, however, was drooling at the light groups. "Can these be eaten? They look so delicious that..." Su Yuntao almost fell over. "Can martial spirits be eaten? Is this child here to cause trouble?" When it was Tang San's turn, as soon as the blue silver grass appeared, Su Yuntao shook his head. "Waste martial spirit." Tang Yin suddenly shouted, "No, this grass is glowing." Everyone looked, and sure enough, the blue silver grass was shining blue. And when Su Yuntao tested the spirit power again, the crystal ball lit up brilliantly. Innate full spirit power. Innate full spirit power paired with a waste martial spirit? Su Yuntao was completely dumbfounded. Tang Yin clapped her hands. "I told you my brother is amazing. Let's go home and celebrate with some wine." Tang San, pulling his still excited sister, was filled with turmoil. What on earth is the origin of his sister's 3-element martial spirit? Su Yuntao looked at the 2 children's backs, suddenly remembering something, and chased after them, calling, "Wait, are you willing to go to Notting Academy?" Tang Yan's eyes lit up. "Does Notting Academy have wine?" Su Yuntao, "No, then I want go." Tang San quickly grabbed her. "Sister, you can learn skills at the academy." Tang Yin immediately changed her mind. "Okay, we must go." What would they encounter at Notting Academy? Could Tang Yan's 3-element martial spirit really fight? Even more thrilling was that Tang Hao was secretly following behind, watching the 2 children leaving, suddenly gripping his hammer tightly. Who dares to bully his kids? Let them try. Next, would the threshold of Notting Academy be broken by this brother-sister pair? "Brother, let's explore the village." Tang Yin pulled Tang San's hand and ran outside, her little short legs moving quickly. Tang San was dragged along, feeling helpless. How come exploring the village felt like fleeing for his life? The villagers looked at the 2 little bundles and discussed. "Aren't those Tang Hao's children? Why is there an extra girl? They look like a pair of dragon and phoenix twins." Village head Jack chimed in. "Yes, both are good kids." Hearing this, Tang San suddenly felt having a sister doesn't seem so bad after all. After running for a while, Tang San was out of breath, but Tang Yin was still full of energy, patting his head. "You're tired. Let's go home." Tang San felt a pang in his heart, so being tired means he can go home. No one had ever said that to him before. In his past life, he was focused on practicing hidden weapons, and in this life, he was trying hard to be a child. Suddenly being cared for and asked if he was tired made his eyes a little warm. "Silly brother, let's go." Tang Yin held his hand and walked back, cheerfully. "Okay." Tang San smiled, firmly remembering this sister in his heart this time. He was no longer alone. When they returned home, Tang Yi started to mess around in the yard, and Tang San watched her curiously, sometimes squatting in a daze, and other times running to the corner too. Gesture, not knowing what she was up to. Suddenly, Tang Yi touched the green jade pendant around her neck, and her eyes lit up. Tang San didn't see it, but the pendant flashed with a faint light, and the weeds in the yard quietly grew an inch taller. "Brother," Tang Yi ran over, mysteriously, "before the martial soul awakening tomorrow, they'll get you something delicious." Tang San raised an eyebrow. There was nothing at home. What could she possibly get? At night, after finishing his training with the Shintian skill, Tang San found that Tang Yi was not in bed. He quietly walked out of the room and saw Tang Yi squatting in the yard, holding a sweet potato, roasting it over a fire, while muttering, "Fortunately, there are supplies in the space, otherwise my brother would starve thin." Space? Tang San's heart sank. She still had a space? Tang Yi turned to see him, her eyes brightening. "Come quickly. The roasted sweet potato is so sweet." As Tang San walked over and was about to take it, he noticed that the flames on the sweet potato skin didn't burn her hands. Aren't you afraid of getting burned? What's that? I dare to touch magma in the apocalypse, Tang Yi casually said, shoving the sweet potato into his hands. Tang San took a bite of the sweet potato, but his heart was churning with waves of shock. Apocalypse? Magma? Who exactly is this sister? Early the next morning, Su Yuntao came, and upon seeing Tang Yi frowned. What's this little one doing here? I can awaken a powerful martial soul. Tang Yi patted her chest and was the first to step into the awakening array. Golden light points surged in, and suddenly 3 groups of light appeared around her: wind, water, and wood elements swirling around her. Su Yuntao was directly stunned. 3-element martial soul? This is impossible. But Tang Yi was staring at the light clusters, drooling. Can these be dipped in sauce? Su Yuntao nearly fainted. This child must be here to cause trouble. When it was Tang San's turn, as soon as the blue silvergrass appeared, Su Yuntao shook his head. Waste martial soul. Tang Yi suddenly shouted. No, this grass is glowing. The crystal ball tested it and lit up brightly. Innate full soul power. Su Yuntao was dumbfounded. Innate full soul power paired with a waste martial soul? What on earth is happening? Tang Yi grabbed Tang San and ran. Let's go. Back home to eat roasted sweet potatoes and celebrate. Being pulled by her, Tang San glanced back at Su Yuntao's shocked face, then looked at his bouncing sister, suddenly feeling this time it surely wouldn't be boring. Su Yuntao reacted and chased after them, shouting, Wait, are you willing to go to Nodding Academy? Tang Yi's eyes lit up. Is there roasted sweet potatoes? Su Yuntao. No, then I want go. Tang San quickly advised. Sister, we can learn skills at the academy, and later we can get more delicious food. Tang Yi immediately changed her mind. Let's go. Right now. When they arrived at Nodding Academy, which class would they be assigned to? Would Tang Yi's 3-element martial soul attract the attention of the spirit hall? Even more thrilling was that Tang Hao was secretly following behind, the hammer in his hand, gleaming coldly. Whoever dared to bully his child, just try. Next, could the teachers at Nodding Academy manage this pair of siblings? Yes. Daddy, do you want to eat? We should be able to pick some tomorrow. Tang Yi pointed at the lush vegetable garden, smiling brightly, completely unaware of how strange Tang Hao's gaze was. Tang Hao stared at the vegetable garden, his mouth twitching. Just a few days ago, it was completely bare, and now it was already growing enough to cook. This speed was more absurd than a soul beast's reproduction. He squatted down, pointing at the largest vegetable. How did you grow this? Just planted it like that. Tang Yi waved her little hand, and suddenly the nearby water pipe began to gush water on its own. See, just watering it. Tang San watched in shock. She used her special ability again. Tang Hao's expression darkened, and he said nothing as he turned and went back inside. Tang Yi scratched her head. What's wrong with Daddy? I don't know. Tang San shook his head, but his heart was pounding. Dad wouldn't have discovered anything, right? At dinner that night, Tang Hao suddenly spoke. Tomorrow is the martial soul awakening. Have you thought about what martial soul you want? Just as Tang San was about to say whatever, Tang Yi interrupted. I want one that can grow vegetables. The faster it grows in this garden, the better. Tang San, just thinking about food. Tang Hao took a sip of wine, didn't respond, but his gaze drifted toward the vegetable garden outside, deep in thought. The next morning, village chief Jack came knocking. Little San, little Ya, Master Su Yuntao is here. Tang Yi jumped 3 feet high, pulling Tang San to run. Hurry. After the awakening, we can pick vegetables to eat. In the awakening hall, Su Yuntao looked at the 2 little ones and frowned. You're both so small too. We can do it. Tang Yi was the first to step into the array. Golden light flashed, and suddenly 3 groups of light appeared around her: wind swirling leaves, water flowing around roots, and small sprouts emerging from the soil. 3-element martial soul? Su Yuntao was stunned. This is not logical. But Tang Yi was drooling at the light clusters. Can these be stir-fried? Su Yuntao nearly fell over. This child must be here to cause chaos. When it was Tang San's turn, as soon as the blue silvergrass appeared, Su Yuntao shook his head. Waste martial soul. Tang Yi suddenly yelled, No. This grass is glowing. The crystal ball tested it, and the blue light flashed innate full soul power. Su Yuntao was completely dumbfounded. Innate full soul power paired with a waste martial soul? What's going on? Tang Yi grabbed Tang San and ran. Forget it. Let's go home and pick vegetables. Being pulled along by her, Tang San looked back at Tang Hao, actually followed them, leaning against the door, seemingly smiling slightly. Su Yuntao reacted and chased after them, shouting, Wait, are you going to Nodding Academy? Food and accommodation are provided. Tang Yi's eyes brightened. Is there meat? Yes, let's go. On the way, Tang San couldn't help but ask, Sister, aren't you afraid Dad will find out your secret? Tang Yi was munching on the freshly picked vegetables. If he finds out, he finds out. He's Dad after all. Tang San looked at her profile and suddenly felt having a carefree sister was quite reassuring. Tang Hao followed from a distance, watching the backs of the two children, touching his hammer. Our children seem quite amazing. When they arrived at Nodding Academy, just as Su Yuntao was about to register, he saw Tang Yi squatting at the entrance, the vegetable in her hand suddenly growing taller than her. My heavens! Su Yuntao jumped in fright. What kind of martial soul is this? Tang Yi, holding the big vegetable, smiled foolishly. Tonight we have vegetables to eat. Tang San facepalmed. No, it was impossible to hide this. Next, would the people at the academy discover Tang Yi's secret? And why did Tang Hao suddenly follow them? Even more thrilling was that Tang San looked at that big vegetable and suddenly remembered blue silvergrass seemed to grow quickly too. Would their martial souls be connected in some way? Tang Yan's thoughts only took a few moments to clarify, and she blinked her big eyes, innocently and understandably saying, "That's just how it is. It just grows up as you plant it." Tang San had never grown vegetables and didn't know how they should grow. He just thought the vegetables planted by Tang Yi were great. However, seeing his father's expression, he knew something was wrong. "Dad, don't you think the vegetables I planted look good? The uncles and aunts outside all plant them this way." Tang Yin looked innocent. She was just a child, an ignorant child who knew nothing. Tang Hao wanted to ask more, but couldn't find the words. Why was he competing with a child? "Dad, is it that Xiao Yin didn't plant them correctly? Should we pull them out and replant them? Xiao Yin can definitely do a good job." After feeling down for a moment, she suddenly became lively and cheerful again. Tang Hao couldn't ask anything anymore. "No, you planted it very well." "Really?" Tang Yan's eyes sparkled. "Just look at her. She's just an innocent and ignorant child. So cute and naive." She went to the water basin to check. And now she looks just like an adorable little human child. Whenever she smiles, her sweet little dimples appear, which is so charming. Plus her big eyes, wow. They're so dark and shiny, almost like jewels. In any case, her whole appearance, whenever she smiles, is that of a little angel full of sunshine. After Tang Yin finished his self-commentary, he reached out to touch Tang San's face beside him, feeling that it was soft and nice. After these days of getting along, Tang San had gone from being unaccustomed to having his head patted and face pinched to now being indifferent to it. He had really gotten used to it. Tang Hao couldn't get what he wanted, so he could only silently pay attention. Sure enough, the next day, Tang Yi harvested most of the vegetables. Although this piece of land wasn't large, Tang Yi managed it well. He saved a little for home and had over 10 pounds left that could be sold. Tang Yi is excited, as she is about to receive her first earnings. She inquired yesterday and found out that Uncle Lee from the village can help sell it. Although he will take a commission, that's normal. With over 10 pounds of vegetables, even though Tang Yi is still young, she has the power of a full-fledged ability user. Even at level 1, her strength can lift over 100 pounds. However, Tang San doesn't know that he also needs to help. Later, the two children each carried 6 or 7 pounds of goods. Well, Tang San carried 6 or 7 pounds, while Tang Yi carried about 8 or 9 pounds. Tang Yin didn't want to enslave her younger brother. If it weren't for his insistence, she would have just wanted to play along a bit, tricking the little one into thinking that giving him 1 or 2 vegetables was enough. But her brother was too smart and not easy to fool at all. Tang Yi finished delivering the vegetables and started a new round, planting new seeds. These were the ones she asked about, and when Uncle Lee returned from selling vegetables, she would deduct the cost from her vegetable money. She had seen many types of vegetables today that she had never encountered before. She was still young and couldn't do anything too special. However, while Tang Yi was planting, she didn't notice that someone was quietly watching her. Chapter 12. Tang Hao's observation. As for Tang Yi, she was very steady in farming. Even though she knew her father was suspicious, she insisted on making the vegetables grow quickly. The family was too poor. It was difficult to eat anything fancy. Even though she came from a post-apocalyptic world and didn't mind eating porridge every day, this was no longer her post-apocalyptic world. Here, she had the conditions to eat many delicious foods, and there were so many things she had never tried before. These were all temptations for her. Since she was born, it had been the end of the world. She had never tasted the many delicious foods that the old predecessors spoke of in a prosperous and peaceful world. So, even if her father noticed something, it was only to make the plants grow a bit faster, and she was still not yet 3 years old. She didn't understand anything and didn't know. She was just a little girl planting vegetables, so how could she worry about so much? Moreover, everyone was family, living together. She kept everything tightly covered, which not only consumed mental effort, but also made it difficult to improve her quality of life. Having finally escaped the post-apocalyptic world, she wanted to enjoy life. She couldn't possibly live 2 lifetimes in such a miserable way. Tang Yin thought wisely. Her little dimples on her face were quite adorable. Now that Tang Yan's wood-type ability had reached level 2, she no longer needed to use her powers to induce germination before planting the seeds like last time. This time, she simply dug a hole and tossed the seeds in. With her bare little feet, she kicked a handful of soil to bury the seeds. The process was rough, and even Tang Hao, who was watching from the shadows, had some doubts about whether this could really work. But thinking that she was still a child who understood how to bury the seeds made it quite impressive. However, what Tang Hao didn't know was that at the same time Tang Yin kicked a handful of soil, those seemingly dormant seeds were quietly sprouting tiny buds. Sister, I'll help you water the plants. When Tang Yin planted vegetables before, Tang San also helped with watering. However, this time, when Tang Yin saw Tang San carrying half a bucket of water and moving it little by little, she quickly went over to take the water from him. Here, you go and bury the seeds. I'll handle the watering. If it weren't for her brother being too soft and too obedient, always wanting to help, Tang Yin couldn't stop him and could only let him do lighter tasks. Tang San looked at the seeds in his hand, feeling somewhat helpless. Tang Yin really regarded him as a weak child. Tang San sighed in his heart and saw Tang Yin effortlessly lift half a bucket of water. Forget it, he is still a child, still my little brother. Tang San squeezed his palm, feeling a bit discouraged. His Shantian skill still hadn't broken through, even though he hadn't encountered such a situation in his previous life. He didn't know if it was a problem with this world. Little brother, hurry up and finish planting. We'll eat soon, Tang Yin said as he carried the water to one side and then turned back to speak. Okay, Tang San nodded, wanting to finish quickly. Tang Yin must be hungry. With his little brother beside him, Tang Yin didn't use his special ability with water, having to honestly add water to each pit. Watching this, Tang Hao felt that this was just normal planting. However, in the end, Tang Hao patiently observed the patch of vegetable land. Sister, put on some shoes. After finishing the planting, Tang San noticed that Tang Yin was still barefoot, so he went to get him some shoes. There was no helping it. Children liked to run around barefoot, and even if Tang Yin was strong, he was still a child with tender feet. Running around barefoot not only got his feet dirty, but also risked stepping on something that would hurt. Okay, although she didn't really want to wear them, as a full element ability user, going barefoot was not only comfortable, but also allowed her to better connect with the earth element for cultivation. But she had a little brother. She had to put them on, or else he might follow her example, and that wouldn't be good. After eating, the two children didn't dawdle and quickly went to sleep. Only Tang Hao remained awake, determined to observe the changes in the vegetable patch. This could be useful for Ayin, and even the slightest clue was something he didn't want to miss. Suddenly, Tang Hao heard a faint pata, and he immediately perked up. Chapter 13, The Vegetables Have Sprouted. Pata pata, one sound after another. This is the sound of tender sprouts breaking through the soil. Tang Hao couldn't help but come out of the house. He arrived at this small vegetable garden and could see more clearly the tender sprouts that had just broken through the soil, with a look of disbelief on his face. Not only had they sprouted, but they had also broken through the ground. Tang Hao's mind kept echoing this sentence. And then he saw the sky slightly revealing its white belly in a vegetable field. The plants in the ground had already sprouted 2 tender leaves, swaying energetically in the morning dew. Tang Hao had to acknowledge that these seeds were planted yesterday afternoon, and by this morning, no, they had already germinated last night, with 2 small leaves sprouting. Tang Hao felt that the children were about to wake up, so he reluctantly left the vegetable garden. At this time, he didn't return to the room, but went to the kitchen to cook porridge. By the time Tang San and Tang Yin woke up, the kitchen was already filled with the rising smoke from cooking. Dad, Tang Yin was surprised again. After Dad made dinner that day, he didn't seem to cook anymore, and unexpectedly, he got up this morning to make breakfast. Wasn't Dad someone who slept in late and rarely got up? Dad, Tang San felt much better now, compared to the previous year when it was mostly Dad doing everything. Tang Hao still spoke very little, but thinking of Tang Yin's vegetable garden, he picked Tang Yin up. Tang Yi was completely confused, wondering why she was being hugged again. Well, she was still a child. Your crops have grown. Huh? Really? Of course, Tang Yi knew they had grown. If it weren't for the fear of not being able to explain clearly, she would want her crops to mature instantly. However, it was manageable at home, but those uncles and elders who worked hard in the fields outside wouldn't be so easy to deal with. She was afraid of causing trouble. Nevertheless, Tang Yi still pretended to be very happy and struggled to get down from her dad's arms. Tang Hao looked at Tang San's childlike appearance and then let go of him. Tang San was finally freed from his father's embrace. And although he felt that he wasn't being held properly, he wasn't really a child after all. Brother, let's go see the seeds. Tang San excitedly pulled Tang San's hand. Eager to share, chattering about how the vegetables they planted had grown. Tang San also played along, being led by Tang San to look at this and that. Tang Hao looked at her. She was just a child, but why could the vegetable she planted grow so quickly? Tang Yin felt the absence of the view behind her, and her smile grew wider. After all, she was just a child, knowing nothing at all, not even whether her dad had been testing her just now. Anyway, she didn't care. She was just a child, knowing nothing. Yesterday, the vegetables sold by Uncle Li had come back, and after picking up firewood, practicing in the mountains for a while, Tang Yin and Tang San held hands and went to find Uncle Li. As for Tang Hao, noticing that the vegetables seemed to have grown a bit more, he wanted to test whether it was a problem with the land, thinking that anyone could grow them. Tang Hao thought for a moment and then found some seeds to plant nearby, wanting to see the results. Our vegetables, well, Xiao Yu's grow the best. When my old man went to Notting City, your vegetables were a bit lacking, but they were lively. Uncle Li looked at the two clean and good-looking kids and couldn't help but tease them a little. How did Xiao Yu and Xiao San plant them? Dad planted them, and my brother and I helped water them. Tang Yi noted down that Notting City was the name of the city outside. Your dad farms? Uncle Li was a bit surprised, but quickly said with a touch of pride, well, at least he still has some work to do. Tang Hao's reputation in the village is not very good, but it has improved quite a bit because of what Tang Yin said. Chapter 14. What do you call this? Tang Yin and Tang San left after receiving the money. The vegetables weren't expensive, 5 copper soul coins per pound, and her vegetables weighed 14 pounds, which amounted to 70 copper soul coins. Copper soul coins? That's interesting. I heard that 1,000 copper soul coins are equal to 1 silver soul coin, and 10 silver soul coins are equal to 1 gold soul coin. Not bad, just added the word soul. At this moment, Tang Yin hadn't thought too much about it, and happily took her brother home, although the money was a bit less. It should be enough to buy some meat to supplement their diet, as her brother had lost quite a bit of his baby fat. Tang Hao has been observing the vegetable garden these days. He noticed that the seeds he planted only sprouted a little after 3 or 4 days, not to mention having leaves. So, the problem lies with Tang Yin. However, on the 10th day, Tang Yin's vegetables could be harvested again, several days earlier than the last time. Tang Hao has already entered deep thought when planting the 3rd wave of vegetables on Tang Yin's land. It was actually 2 days earlier than the 2nd wave. Tang Hao couldn't hold back anymore. In fact, it was 2 days earlier because Tang Yin wanted to eat meat. Since the first wave of wealth, the family could afford to eat meat 3 or 4 times. The 2nd wave had a bit more vegetables, but it was still equivalent to the aroma of meat 5 or 6 times. Now Tang Yin was craving it again. Can vegetables grow that fast? Tang Yi looked at the meat at home and couldn't help but sigh. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Once you've tasted sweetness, you can no longer endure hardship. Tang Yin murmured to herself while eagerly reaching for the food, her stomach growling loudly. Tang Yin thought that her carefree days of leisurely seeing the southern mountain would last forever. However, the very next day, that idea was shattered. On this day, neither too early nor too late, it was breakfast time, and Tang San and Tang Yin couldn't find where their dad had gone. By the time they finished a bowl of porridge and were ready to look for their dad, they called out for him to come back for breakfast. Tang Yin had not finished a bowl of porridge when he saw his father's figure. Tang Yin habitually called out Dad, and then he saw his father holding a purple grass, which had a hint of blue fluorescence. It looked just right, bringing a lot of spiritual energy to the grass itself. As his father moved, the small purple grass swayed its 2 lively leaves, and there was a vine that looked like a tuft of hair, swaying and looking somewhat cute. Dad? Tang Yin wondered, and Tang San was also puzzled. His father had always been rougher than the coarse men in the village, but now he was carefully cradling a piece of grass, which was not just grass, but an endless treasure of the world, something to be feared of melting in the mouth and breaking in the palm. Tang San and Tang Yin have never seen a father like this. This is blue silver grass, which Dad wants to protect with his life. As Tang Hao spoke, his eyes softened, and even the grass in his hand seemed to understand the little tuft on its head. No, the vine seemed to sense Tang Hao's emotions and gently tugged at his hand, making Tang Hao's gaze even more tender. Tang San's heart skipped a beat. This grass has intelligence. No, that's not the point. Dad, what do you say this is? Tang San instinctively held his breath, afraid of mishearing his father's answer. Blue silver grass. Tang San, that unreliable dad. Blacksmith, hammer. Tang Yan's hand hanging by his side couldn't help but tremble. Soul coins. Soul. Notting City. Notting Junior Academy. A certain answer is about to be called forth. Chapter 15. Heartache for Brother. Spirit Hall. Tang Hao Yin. Tang Yan's breathing is slightly rapid, and her mind feels a bit dizzy. Has she run into the anime world of Douluo continent? How did she end up in an anime? But, the blue-silver grass in front of her is somewhat different from that in the anime. Brother, Tang San. Tang Yin didn't know whether to cry or to laugh. In any case, her little face looked somewhat complicated. Tang Yan's gaze fell on Tang San. Her little brother looked very small, cute, and well-behaved, and she felt a strong urge to dote on him. But this was Tang San, and having read the comics, she knew that this small body contained an adult's mind. Remembering the foolish things she had done in the past 2 months made her feel a bit awkward. If she had known from the start that Tang San was that Tang San, she might have held herself back. However, she had treated him like a brother for so long, investing her feelings. So how could she just take them back? He was her brother, the kind of brother that made her wake up smiling from dreams. Oh, wait, steady now, steady. So what if her little brother had an adult's mind? She was an adult too, and compared to her brother, it wasn't even clear who was older. He was still her brother. Besides, he called her sister, and she was still his sister, still had a brother, even if his identity was a little special. But he was also her only family in this life. Well, she had a few family members, but still. Suddenly, Tang Yin understood everything and felt alive again. Little Yin, do you understand now? Tang Hao was gently watching the blue-silver grass in his hands while explaining to Tang Yin, not noticing her complex expression. On the other hand, Tang San saw Tang Yan's complicated look and thought it was because their father had asked Tang Yin to help take care of the blue-silver grass. After all, Dad had just said that he would protect it with his life, and he wondered if Tang Yan's childish heart would feel jealous. Well, actually, Tang San was a little bit jealous too. After all, it was the blue-silver grass that Dad would protect with his life. Tang San gazed at the blue-silver grass in his father's hand, and as he kept staring, he unexpectedly felt a gentle aura that reminded him somewhat of his mother. Tang San's heart trembled slightly. Although this feeling was somewhat absurd, he felt it was so warm. Tang San stepped forward, wanting to touch the blue-silver grass. Dad! Just as Tang San extended his finger, the vines on the blue-silver grass gently curled around his index finger, and a warm breath came rushing towards him even more intensely. Tang San couldn't help but shout. Tang Hao didn't say anything, just watched Ayin reach out to touch their son. Tang Yin was also called back to her senses by Tang San's voice. Over the past 2 months, she had developed a habit of instinctively paying attention whenever she heard her brother's voice. After all, her brother was still a child, and she was always worried that something might happen to him, so she would unconsciously keep an eye on him. Therefore, upon hearing her brother's voice, Tang Yin instinctively looked over. She saw that her brother was somewhat at a loss, staring at his fingers which were entangled by the vines of blue-silver grass. Tang Yin thought that his younger brother was still just a child. In his previous life, Tang San was picked up by the Tang sect when he was still in swaddling clothes and raised in the outer sect. He lived alone, without elders or family, feeling lonely. Yet he had a grateful heart and wanted to repay the Tang sect for their nurturing. He learned the techniques of hidden weapons, becoming more and more invested, and eventually mastered them. This child left his skills to the Tang sect, having paid the price for learning in secret, coming bare and leaving bare. From such a young age, without anyone to teach him the ways of the world, he could only explore bit by bit, enduring hardships and pain that he had to swallow on his own. It must have been very difficult. When watching the anime before, Tang Yin didn't feel much. But now that he's become her brother, she feels heartache for him. For 10 years, he still held onto his innocent heart. Tang Yin felt heartbroken. She was worried about her brother. Unable to hold back, Tang Yin came to Tang San's side. She looked at him, who now seemed like a child, filled with confusion and surprise. He didn't dare to move, afraid of hurting the blue-silver grass in their father's hand. Actually, this blue-silver grass is from their mother, right? Even if he doesn't know it's from their mother, he should be able to feel it. Tang Yin reached out and touched Tang San's head. This time, the pat was different from the past. It was filled with tenderness. Tang San also felt it. He didn't know why he felt a sense of heartache and grievance. Sister. Tang Yin smiled, and this smile was not a silly grin. Her eyes already carried the tenderness of an older sister towards her younger brother, as well as a sense of protection. Yes, she wanted to protect this brother. No one could touch her brother, no matter what the spirit hall or any hatred was. This was her brother. No one had taught him or accompanied him before, so she would teach him and accompany him. He wouldn't have to bear it alone. As he had her, his sister, as a support, she would train diligently in the future, and no one would be able to touch her brother. Tang San suddenly felt that his sister seemed a bit strange today. However, thinking that Tang Yin always acted like a little adult, it should be normal. Dad, this blue silver grass is so cute. Is it for me to take care of? After thinking things through, Tang Yin quickly adjusted her mood. Tang Hao has been aware of everything that's been happening these days, but she just hasn't paid much attention to it. Now looking at the agile blue silvergrass, she probably thought of something. Tang Hao struggled for a while, but still nodded. He really wanted to let Xiao Yin try raising it. Yin still had to wait for 100,000 years to transform, and he was afraid he wouldn't be able to see Yin transform. If Xiao Yin grew quickly, even if there was just a glimmer of hope, he still wanted to see the transformed Yin again. Perhaps it was fate. He wanted to see Yin and bumped into the amnesiac Xiao Yin, and Xiao Yin became his family. He's so beautiful. This is Mom, so I have to protect her well. Tang Yin is an orphan who has never experienced the presence of a mother. At this moment, she thinks of the humanoid character Al Silver from the anime, who is very gentle and feels like a mother. She wants to have a mother. Tang San was very happy and couldn't help but reach out to touch the slightly fleshy leaves of the blue silvergrass. Dots of healing abilities and wood-type abilities surrounded the blue silvergrass. The leaves of the blue silvergrass immediately unfurled, and the vines that curled around Tang San's fingers seemed to be generating as well. At this moment, Yin retracted the vines and instead moved towards Tang San. Tang Yan's healing abilities and wood-type powers make both plants and animals fond of him. A large one is holding a blue silvergrass, while two smaller ones surround it. The expressions of the big one and the two small ones are filled with anticipation, amazement, and curiosity, creating a very harmonious scene. This is the first time this family of 3 or 4 has been together so harmoniously. Dad, Xiao Yin, the blue silvergrass has grown a lot. In his previous life, Tang San was focused on hidden weapons, and in this life, he is in this small village, where he is seeing plants grow with his own eyes for the first time. Tang Hao was excited. His guess was correct. However, Tang Yin knew that this was the Douluo continent, so she no longer concealed her abilities. After all, this world had martial souls, soul rings, and soul power. What was wrong with her being special? Hiding it was just too tedious. They were all family. She couldn't keep it a secret forever, so it was better to be open about it. Anyway, she was just a 3-year-old child, knowing nothing and understanding nothing. Chapter 16, Martial Soul Awakening 3 years. A full 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, Tang Yin lived quite comfortably, growing vegetables and taking care of her younger brother, as well as giving her surplus wood type and healing abilities to Yin, who was essentially her mother. Throughout these 3 years, Tang Hao continued to drink, sleep, forge, and watch over Yin, but there were some differences. He watched Yin grow rapidly every day, and he gained more hope in life. He also occasionally interacted with the 2 children. 3 years had passed, and now Yin was almost 1,000 years old, right? You need to grow up quickly. Tang Yin pretended to be a naive and happy child again. It had been 3 years, and she was almost hypnotizing herself into truly becoming a child. Today was another day of pretending to be silly while using her wood-type abilities for Yin. Over these 3 years, she had continuously practiced her various abilities, but the upgrade speed was still too slow. All her abilities had reached level 2, while her highest wood-type and healing abilities had upgraded to level 3 due to frequent use, but still was too slow. 3 years. A full 3 years to upgrade so little. She didn't know if it was because she hadn't used crystal cores or fought zombies that her upgrades were so slow. If it were in the apocalypse, she could have at least upgraded from 0 to level 4 or 5 in a year. But now 3 years had passed. Besides her wood type and healing abilities at level 3, everything else was still at level 2. Tang Yin scratched his head. It's still too comfortable. At night, just before going to bed, Tang Yin and Tang San would always exchange a few whispers. Sister, Grandpa Jack said today that he will awaken his martial soul in 3 days. Do you know what martial soul is? 3 years had passed, and despite calling her sister for 3 years, Tang San had not thought of Tang Yin as a younger sister, even though he wished he had a younger sister. Now, Tang San really regarded Tang Yin as an older sister and shared everything with her. Sometimes, he felt that Tang Yin was childish and truly a little kid, while other times he thought she was knowledgeable and well-informed, which was not an exaggeration at all. Tang San came to this world without ever leaving the Holy Soul Village, and he knows very little about the outside world. When Grandpa Jack came to talk about the awakening of martial souls, he also asked what a martial soul is. But today his sister is not here, and he doesn't know if her answer would be the same as Grandpa Jack's. Well, he doesn't know if his sister would know. A martial soul, Tang San thought for a moment, and then said, a martial soul can be an animal, a plant, a weapon, or even a person's own self. They vary in strength, and when used properly, martial souls can assist oneself and even help with daily life, and they can also be used in battle. Among them, some individuals who possess soul power can become soul masters admired by many. Soul power? Soul master? Tang San was taken aback, not expecting that martial souls could be so diverse. Those who awaken their soul power along with their martial soul can cultivate their martial soul, gaining strength beyond that of ordinary people, thus giving rise to many different professions, which you can refer to as soul masters. Tang San nodded, feeling that it was like some derivative techniques, just with differences from his previous life. Go to sleep. Kids need to maintain good sleep to grow taller. Tang Yin said in a familiar tone upon seeing that Tang San was fine. Tang San was also accustomed to Tang Yan's words that treated him like a child. However, Tang Yin suddenly thought of a plot where it seemed that his brother felt a bit disappointed when awakening his martial soul, which was blue silvergrass. Tang Yin immediately perked up. How could her little brother be down? At that moment, Tang Yin got out of bed and crawled onto Tang San's bed. Sister, aren't you supposed to be going to sleep? Little brother, listen to your sister. This martial soul, you see, no matter what kind of martial soul you awaken, don't be discouraged. I'll tell you, remember this. There are no useless martial souls, only useless people. I understand. Tang San smiled. She was worried about him. Understanding isn't enough. You must remember, always remember, there are no useless martial souls, only useless people. Those adults love to judge strength based on martial souls. But you mustn't listen to them, okay? Got it. Tang San nodded seriously after hearing this. He believed everything his sister said. All right, let's go to sleep. Seeing that Tang San was taking her words to heart, Tang Yin also breathed a sigh of relief and crawled back to her own bed to sleep. The next morning, Tang Yin and Tang San cooked porridge together and then headed up the mountain. Tang San practiced his purple extreme magic eyes. Tang Yin interacts with nature to develop his abilities. When the two of them return to drink porridge with Tang Hao, Grandpa Jack arrives. Xiao Yan, Xiao San. Grandpa is here to pick you up. Oh, he's here. Tang Yin quickly finishes his porridge in one gulp. Be careful, you can't run away. Since Ain has been growing up quickly, Tang Hao has had more hope in his life and has become kinder to the two children. Tang San patted Tang Yin on the back, worried that his sister might choke if she drank too quickly. Okay, Tang San not that. As Tang San and Tang Yin were getting ready to leave, Tang Yin thought of something and turned back to Tang Hao, saying, Dad, don't water Ain. I'll do it myself when I come back. Okay, Tang Hao nodded in response. Ain would soon become 1,000-year-old blue silvergrass in a few days. Just mentioning Ain brought a softer expression to his face. Tang San glanced at his father and smiled as well. He also liked Ain. Tang Yin and Tang San followed Grandpa Jack to the center of the village, a place that is usually rarely visited. Looking at the wooden house in front of them. This is the branch of the spirit hall. Tang Yin observed that with her and her brother, there were 9 awakened individuals. She has special abilities, but she wasn't sure if she would have a martial soul. TSK. She should have one, right? Tang Yin thought, feeling a bit uncertain. Brother, don't be nervous later. Everything will be fine with your sister here. Okay, I'm not nervous. Tang San wanted to laugh, but held it in, not knowing who was actually nervous. However, Tang San didn't expose it. Tang Yin was a bit nervous, but not for herself. No matter what her martial soul was, she wasn't worried about it. Her concern was for her younger brother. She knew he would have 2 martial souls, and one of them, the Haotian hammer, represented something significant. Those who knew understood the implications and feared attracting the Soul Hall's attention too early, even though her brother didn't reveal anything during the anime. Now that she was here as a little butterfly, the flutter of her wings could change some things and feelings. That was what she was afraid of. Children, line up. Suddenly, a young voice came, diverting Tang Yan's attention for a moment. Tang Yin had a quick thought and pulled Tang San to the back of the line. Then the young man above smiled and said, My name is Su Yun Tao, a level 26 Great Soul Master, and I will be your guide. Now, I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid. One child after another went up, and everything was going quite smoothly. Watching the disappointed children leave one by one, Tang Yin suddenly had an idea. She thought of a way to not expose her brother's Haotian hammer. Chapter 17. Watering Ain. Tang Yin took out a small leaf from the space and then stuffed it into his brother's left hand. Tang San looked at Tang Yin strangely. No need to worry. The leaf contained her special ability, making it transparent. As long as her brother didn't let go of the leaf, even if his Haotian hammer accidentally came out, the ability on the leaf could make his Haotian hammer invisible. Tang San understood the shape of Tang Yin's lips and roughly grasped her meaning. Over the past few years, the two of them had been nearly inseparable. to the point where sometimes a single glance could convey understanding. Although he didn't know what Tang Yan's action meant. As a younger brother who believed in his sister and had already put on the sister filter, Tang San gave a slight nod. Tang San's fingers lightly touched something in his palm, seemingly a small leaf, which felt a bit cool. The next one was Tang Yin. But Tang Yin was worried that her invisibility ability wouldn't last long, so she pushed her brother slightly, letting him go first. Tang San nodded and stepped forward. Su Yuntao, who was observing, saw Tang San and Tang Yin switch places but didn't think much of it. After all, he had awakened many children's martial souls, and there were always kids who were scared. He didn't take this small matter to heart. He had visited so many villages and found no promising candidates, which left him quite disappointed and without much hope. Sure enough, it was another useless martial soul. Su Yuntao sighed, but there was still one child left, so he could still pin his hopes on that. Next, Uncle, you haven't tested my soul power yet, Tang San reminded him upon hearing this. Right? My brother hasn't tested his soul power yet. Tang Yin, noticing his brother's martial soul awakening, instinctively clenched his left hand. When the Hao-Ian hammer didn't appear, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, he heard the next announcement and felt a bit frustrated. Su Yuntao originally wanted to say that there was no need to test. He had never seen anyone with a soul power from a useless martial soul like Blue Silvergrass. But when he saw Tang Yan's serious little expression and the stubbornness on his adorable face, Su Yuntao's heart softened, and he didn't say it. Come on. Su Yuntao had no expectations. However, the overwhelming soul power surprised him. Oh my god, it's actually innate full soul power. Su Yuntao was astonished and was glad he hadn't said what he was thinking earlier. Otherwise, he would have been slapped in the face. This was innate full soul power. But when he thought of this child's martial soul being Blue Silvergrass, the excitement in his heart was doused again. Forget it next. Tang San nodded. He understood what innate full soul power meant. He roughly learned about the martial soul and soul power matters last night. Tang Yin noticed that Tang San seemed a bit down, so he couldn't help but pat Tang San's head and offered some comfort. Tang San was touched on the head, and strangely, he felt much better. Suddenly, he recalled his sister's words. There are no useless martial souls, only useless people. In an instant, determination filled his previously lost eyes. Let us get started. Tang Yinjin, calm down, right? Not very calm. She also wanted to know what her martial soul was. By the way, does she even have a martial soul? Then she felt some force absorbing her energy, and she instinctively suppressed it. Don't resist. Su Yuntao above sensed the resistance and immediately spoke up, while he also took another look at the girl undergoing martial soul awakening. A girl this small still has the ability to resist. Oh. Tang Yin realized that she was awakening her martial soul. But what was she resisting? It was a natural condition response. In the apocalypse, encountering any slight change would naturally lead to resistance. Sigh, she needed a change. She had a change. She made an effort to change. Tang Yin didn't resist, and things became much easier. Soon, Tang Yin felt a slight itch in both palms. Damn it, could it be another twin martial soul? Tang Yin closed his eyes and first sensed the martial soul that had not yet emerged. One was the Hao-Ian hammer. What is the other thing? Never mind for now. Tang Yin clenched his left hand, stuffed the Hao-Ian hammer back in, and then allowed his right hand to extend something unknown. What is this thing? Su Yuntao voiced his confusion first, which sparked the curiosity of the children below. Is it a stone? Or a potato? But it has two small horns on top. Tang Jian Bodin Get. What is this thing? It's about the size of a palm, a somewhat flattened round shape in a dirt yellow color. From a distance, it looks almost like a small stone, but it seems a bit soft. It has two small horn-like things growing on top. The surface is tender and a bit green. What is this thing? Tang Yin looked confused and stared at the knowledgeable Su Yuntao with wide eyes. Uncle, what is this? Su Yuntao was also taken aback. He didn't know what it was either. He thought it might be a stone, but it had two small horns on top. He considered it might be two new sprouts emerging from a handful of soil, but the colors of the small horns were layered and unclear, making it impossible to determine their actual color. However, judging by its appearance, it seemed to have no offensive capabilities, so it should be a useless martial soul. After concluding it was a useless martial soul, Su Yuntao didn't dwell on it any further. However, feeling the girl's hopeful gaze, he felt a bit guilty. Ahem, I'll look into it for you when I return to the Spear Hall. For now, let's test your soul power. Tang Yin understood that Su Yuntao also didn't know, so he could only nod and go to measure the soul power. It was again full innate soul power. Su Yuntao's heart was trembling. But when he thought of the two children's martial souls, he still felt it was a pity. Su Yuntao retracted his martial soul and helplessly packed his things. Old Jack. The door opened, and Old Jack nervously approached Su Yuntao. Master, how is it? Is there any possibility for the children in our village to become soul masters this year? When Tang Yin and Tang San came out, they saw two people talking, so they didn't disturb them and ran off like the other kids. Why are they running so fast? The two kids rushed back, and Tang Hao thought something had happened. Water the flowers for 18. Tang Yin finished speaking and didn't hold on to his brother anymore, running off first. Bang! Tang Hao's room door was kicked open. Tang Yin rushed straight to the blue silver grass by the window, which had grown to about his height now. Little Yin, since Tang Hao brought Yin back, he had kept in his room and had gotten used to coming and going with the door closed. When the door was so rudely kicked open, he thought something had happened, and in the next second, he quickly moved into the room. Tang San's eyes flashed with surprise. His father's speed was so fast that even his purple extreme magic eyes couldn't perceive it. However, Tang San was also worried that something had happened, and without having time to think more, he ran into his father's room to see what was wrong with his sister. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, but suddenly, he didn't know how. She grabbed him and ran quickly. He thought it was just the nature of a child, but now he didn't think so anymore. Chapter 18. Ability Outbreak. At this moment, Tang Yin had a slight flush on her face. She felt a warmth all over her body, as if her abilities were surging and about to upgrade. Moreover, it felt like all her abilities were about to upgrade. This situation was too strange. Such a thing had never happened before, and she hadn't heard of anything like this happening after the apocalypse. But now, Tang Yin had no time to think more. She felt hot all over, and her brain was starting to feel a bit oxygen deprived. Tang Yin took a deep breath. She needed to unleash some of her supernatural abilities. Otherwise, she would be burned alive. Tang Yin's face turned even redder, even more so than when drunk. Among all her abilities, her wood-type ability was the most intense. As long as she consumed some of her wood and healing abilities, she could reach a balanced state. She ran to her dad's room to find Yin because she didn't want her abilities to go to waste. This could be a great supplement. Tang Yi didn't think much, holding a leaf of the blue silver grass in her hand. She closed her eyes and wholeheartedly felt the power. As soon as she closed her eyes, her abilities surged wildly. Of course, it was difficult for others to see the flow of Tang Yi's powers with the naked eye. But the blue-silver grass she was holding was different. It grew crazily, visibly extending in circles before their eyes. Originally looking less than 1,000 years old, it instantly grew to over 1,000 years and continued to grow rapidly. The blue-silver grass, with its inherent silver light, now looked like a scattered galaxy, twinkling beautifully and dreamily. However, the girl beside the blue-silver grass was also touched by the beautiful glow, making her appear as if she could shine as well. The blue-silver grass was growing, as if protecting the girl next to it. This scene was truly breathtaking. It was no less than a fairyland. Xiao Wu, Ajin, and Tang Hao, who rushed in, were met with this sight. It was somewhat unbelievable. Tang San stepped in and saw this scene. He thought he would never forget this moment. It was too magical. For a while, neither father nor son spoke, nor did they dare to disturb the moment, silently guarding like two protectors. Time passed, 1 breath, 2 breaths, and they lost track of time. When the blue-silver grass stopped growing, it had already filled Tang Hao's entire room. The blue-silver grass, which had been about the same height as Tang San, now surrounded Tang San in a protective stance. Once the blue-silver grass ceased to grow, Tang San could no longer hold on and began to fall backward. Sister, Tang San wanted to rush over to catch her. But the blue-silver grass, protecting Tang San, moved its vines first, catching her small body. By the time Tang San got there, Tang Hao had also come over to take the child that Yin handed him. Little San. Over the years, Tang Hao had already regarded this lively child as his own daughter, and seeing her faint now made him worry. Dad, what's wrong with her? Tang San asked nervously as he watched his father examine Tang San's condition. She's exhausted and has fallen asleep, Tang Hao concluded. Noticing Tang San's steady breathing and feeling her small hand grasping the rough fabric of his clothes, Tang Hao confirmed his judgment and felt somewhat relieved. Tang San listened and, seeing Tang Yin sleeping soundly, felt relieved. Dad, what just happened? Tang Hao also recalled what had just happened. Yin, who was still a few days away from breaking through 1,000 years, under Tang Yan's manipulation, not only broke through the 1,000-year mark, but also rapidly increased her age by nearly 1,000 years. If it were to be a few more days, Yin would be able to reach 2,000 years. Tang Hao couldn't help but stroke the vines of Yin, wondering if there was still hope for his Yin. The blue-silver grass seemed to sense Tang Hao's emotions and wrapped its vines around his strong arms. Tang Hao has just recovered a bit. First, let Xiaoyan take a nap. Perhaps it's because her soul power is special. Tang Hao reluctantly gave an answer that could be considered an answer. Tang San still does not quite understand the theory of soul power and martial souls in this world. Seeing that his father is concerned about Tang Yin and does not want to say much, Tang San also does not ask further, as he is worried about Tang Yin too. What happened just now was indeed unusual. Tang Hao wanted to take Tang Yin back to their room, but he was stopped by Yin. Tang Hao quickly understood what Yin meant. She wanted Tang Yin to accompany her. Tang Hao finally placed Tang Yin on his bed, but his bed was relatively cold and hard, causing Tang Yin to twist uncomfortably. Seeing this, Tang San ran back to their room and found the bedding that Tang Ao liked, softening the bed. Over the past few years, Tang Ao had been sleeping on a comfortable bed and was not used to sleeping on Tang Hao's hard bed. Fortunately, after Tang San's efforts, Tang Ao finally slept peacefully. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door outside. Tang Hao was afraid of disturbing others and saw his son and Yin worrying about Tang San. So he had no choice but to go out himself. Who is it? Tang Hao asked as he heard someone knocking on the door. Tang Hao, I've been calling outside for a long time. Why haven't I seen anyone? The person at the door was Grandpa Jack. After talking with Su Yuntao, he learned that Tang San and Tang Yin both had innate full soul power. Even though Su Yuntao said that the two children's martial souls were useless, they were still the hope of their holy soul village. Is there something you need? Over the past 3 years, Tang Yin had occasionally sold vegetables, giving all the credit to Tang Hao, which helped prevent the villagers from speaking ill of him. It was just that Tang Hao had a cold personality and didn't like to socialize. It was manageable. After seeing Tang Hao, Jack didn't ask any more questions and went straight to the point, discussing the children's schooling. Tang Hao understood and did not make a decision. The two children had consumed a lot of soul power today and had fallen asleep. As for school, I will ask them and give you a reply later. All right. The children are young and should sleep more. Jack nodded in satisfaction. As long as Tang Hao did not oppose the two children going to school, that was the best step forward. With a satisfactory answer, Jack chose not to disturb them. However, because Tang San had fallen asleep, he forgot about the two children's martial souls. It wasn't until the next day that Tang San groggily opened his eyes. Looking around at a room that didn't quite seem like his own, he felt a bit confused. Where's this place? Soon, Tang San realized where he was. After he woke up, a purple vine reached over and affectionately rubbed against Tang San's little face. Tang Yin blinked her eyes, and her gaze fell on the blue-silver grass. So big and so long she was in her father's room, with plants around her. She felt like she was recovering a bit faster. Tang Yin embraced a Yin's body, and then the blue-silver grass that originally filled the entire house gradually regressed, retreating to the height of only Tang Yin. Tang Yin mobilized the abilities within his body, and to his surprise, all the abilities had reached level 3. Both the wood element and healing abilities were also at level 3, but they were on the verge of breaking through to level 4. Tang Yin clenched her fists, finally breaking through to the second level. These 3 years had really troubled her. Xiaoyan, you're awake, brother. What did you call her? Chapter 19. Forging Iron. Tang San was still a bit confused, thinking he might have misheard as he tilted his head to look at his brother approaching her. Did you just call me? Tang San nodded helplessly. Then what did you just call me? Since he had called her, it meant she hadn't misheard. After living with Tang San for more than 3 years, he naturally understood what Tang San meant. He asked a bit aggrieved and helplessly, Sister, can I not call you sister? The moment he saw Tang San faint, he no longer wanted to treat her as an older sister, but wanted to spoil her as a younger sister. This way, Tang San wouldn't find any excuse to take on any role. Can you not call Dad? Tang San retorted, looking at their father who was about to come in, feeling a mischievous wickedness inside. If her brother really said he wouldn't call him that, then she would also be treating him as a brother. She had long been accustomed to protecting others in the apocalypse. How could she get used to being protected and, even more so, be treated as a younger sister? Look at how soft and cute he is, just a touch on that baby fat face. It's all bouncy and adorable. How could her brother be so cute? Tang San sensed their father outside and didn't know how to respond. Tang San had no choice but to put this topic aside and called out to Tang Hao, who had just entered. Dad. Tang San was a bit gloomy. Dad. Tang Yin also shouted, his big eyes squinting with a smile as he echoed the call. The implication of a younger brother calling for Dad was that he recognized him as his father. Naturally, he also recognized her as his sister. Oh dear. It was another day of the caring sister looking after her younger brother. Tang Hao nodded and did not bring up the topic that the two kids had just discussed. Instead, he asked how Tang Yin was feeling. I'm fine. I've recovered, Tang Yin said, patting her chest to show that she was in great shape. However, she recalled the soul awakening from yesterday. That excitement, she still didn't know how significant it was. Dad was even more powerful than Su Yuntao. He should know about it. Dad, I awakened my martial soul, Tang Yin said excitedly, extending her right hand to show Tang Hao. Dad, can you see what martial soul this is? The uncle who awakened my martial soul didn't know. Do you know, Dad? Tang Hao looked at Tang Yan's martial soul and was speechless, as he didn't know what this martial soul was either. He had never seen anything like it before. I don't know either. Oh well, even Dad doesn't know. Tang Yin felt a bit disappointed, but she quickly adjusted herself. Dad, I have a little hammer. Can you see if it's the same as the hammer you use for blacksmithing? Tang Yin put away the unknown. Well, let's just name it Little Horn for now. Tang San retracted the little horns, and a small hammer appeared in his left hand, emerging in the palm of his hand, faintly glowing with a hint of fluorescence, looking quite small. The Haotian hammer. Compared to the unknown martial soul, this Haotian hammer shocked Tang Hao, making his eyes widen slightly. Tang Hao looked at Tang San and then at the Haotian hammer in Tang San's hand, momentarily unable to come to his senses. Tang San is also a member of the Haotian sect. Dad, I also have the Haotian hammer. Tang San noticed his father's shock. He was equally astonished and delighted to see that Tang Yin also had the same hammer as him. It turned out he wasn't the only one with two martial souls. I also have another martial soul, which is blue silvergrass. Tang San caught Tang Hao's attention, and after he spoke, he opened both hands. One side was blue silvergrass, and the other side was the Haotian hammer. Blue silvergrass. When Tang Hao saw Tang San's blue silvergrass, he felt a mix of bitterness and joy in his heart. He immediately embraced both children. His emotional fluctuations were greater than usual. Tang San knows the reason, which is somewhat comforting, but Tang San doesn't know the reason, and this will be very shocking for him regarding his father's change. His father rarely hugs him. Even the blue silver grass growing nearby is touched by the embrace of the big and small ones, and at this moment, it also extends its vines and leaves, wrapping around Tang Hao and the two children. Tang Hao felt much calmer after seeing Ayin. Ayin was getting better, and the two children were becoming more sensible. Life now had expectations and hopes. It was not like the days when he had just lost Ayin, when he had no hope and couldn't see a glimmer of light. His heart felt like dead ashes. But now he saw hope and realized that the future could be changed. He was no longer so depressed. Little 3, you must remember, in your future, you must protect the grass in your right hand with the hammer in your left hand. Forever, Tang Hao said with rare seriousness. Tang San nodded in confusion. Tang Hao saw it, but did not explain. Instead, he met Tang Yan's. Little Yin did the same. Tang Dan not that galuten, thinking that she was just going along with it. She had no idea what the small horn in her hand was, nor did she know how to use it. Tang Yin sighed, and the whole family quickly took their seats to eat. Tang Hao also mentioned the question about going to school that village chief Jack brought up yesterday, and now he would ask the two children's willingness. Of course we want to go. Tang Yi was the first to speak up. She had already explored the little village, and besides, her little brother's childhood sweetheart was still waiting for him at school. As for her little sister-in-law, she heard it was a little rabbit, but she wasn't sure if it was easy to pet. After transforming into a human, could she turn back into a rabbit? If so, the rabbit could be held in her arms and petted. Slurp Tang San couldn't help but slurp a mouthful of porridge. It was really delicious. He wanted to go. Tang San also wanted to see the outside world, which coincided with his thoughts. He wanted to become a soul master as well. Tang Hao anticipated the answer and didn't react much. After the two children agreed to go to school, Tang Hao also made some plans. Tang Yin had no idea what would happen next. Right now, she was thinking that if she went to the academy, not only would she have a younger brother, but also a soft and adorable sister-in-law. As the main character of a comic, she would surely be very cute. She loved cute and beautiful people the most. Tang Yin was dreaming sweetly. Who would have thought that after just a short nap, she would be carried away by someone? A bit dazed, Tang Yin felt the warm waves and finally became more alert. She looked at the furnace not far from her and felt a bit confused. Who brought her to such a hot place? Doesn't anyone know that a girl's skin needs moisture? It's a scorching hot day, and they send her to a furnace. How outrageous! Today, you two will temper this piece of iron 100,000 times. Oh, hearing this, Tang Yin suddenly became clear-headed. Wait, what on earth is happening? Can someone give her a moment to process this? Dad, can you say that again? Is she still not awake, or is she dreaming? Forging iron. They want her, a soft and cute girl, to forge iron? Chapter 20. Hungry. In the end, under Tang Hao's guidance, Tang Yin still picked up the hammer. 4,488, 7,470. Tang Yinja was silently counting the numbers, feeling a bit tired. It was fine at first, but it became increasingly difficult as she went on. Looking at her younger brother, he was hammering steadily, one hit after another, with a good rhythm. Even though he was monotonously repeating the action, he didn't seem to mind the fatigue. Tang Yin was feeling frustrated. Unlike her, who was always reckless, she was the older sister and couldn't afford to embarrass herself. With a face, Tang Yin picked up the hammer again, but she couldn't keep it up for long. "Dad, I'm hungry," she exclaimed. She was hungry, and when she was hungry, she had no strength. Without strength, she didn't want to do anything at all. "How many did I hit?" 4 or 7, she asked, feeling a bit dazed, having completely forgotten where she had counted due to her hunger. She was most afraid of being hungry. As soon as she was hungry, she couldn't think and didn't want to move. Tang Yin felt that she could be unreasonable. She was still a child. Thinking this, Tang Yin threw the hammer in her hand away and lay down on the ground in a very petulant manner. "I'm hungry. I have no strength, and I'm really tired. My body feels completely drained." Tang Yin looked outside and saw that the sun had disappeared and the sky had darkened. "Without food, is this how people live? It's too cruel. Sister." Upon seeing this, Tang San was about to stop his work when he heard his father say, "Little San, keep going." Tang San saw his father come out and could only nod in response. In fact, tempering iron blocks was something he was familiar with. He had started trying to use a hammer 2 years ago. So, while 10,000 strikes seemed like a lot, he believed he could manage if he just persevered a little longer. However, Tang Yin was different. She had never touched a hammer before, but managed to strike over 7,700 times in just one afternoon, which was much faster than him. Although Tang Yin didn't follow her father's method while he wasn't paying attention, over 7,000 strikes was no small feat. Little Yin got up. Tang Hao walked over. Tang Yin, with a bitter melon face, "Dad, I feel drained and have no energy. Even if I'm drained, I can't just lie down." Tang Hao had a serious, fatherly expression, showing there was no room for discussion. Tang Yin's soft and limp little hand propped up on the ground, and finally, he sat up. Gulu gulu, it was the sound of his hungry stomach. "Dad, I'm hungry." Tang Yin looked pitifully, with her wet big eyes gazing at Tang Hao. She was a soft, cute girl. How could you bear to ignore her? "Tang Hao, Tang San, hold back your laughter. Get up." Tang Hao couldn't quite handle the soft and adorable Tang Yin, and his heart softened just a little bit. Finally, he reached out his big hand. Tang Yin felt that there was a chance and eagerly stretched out her chubby little hand, but she was still too hungry, so her outstretched hand was a bit weak. Tang Yin felt a bit dizzy. She looked at her chubby white arms and happily asked, Dad, do my hands look like lotus roots?" "They're white and plump, with segments that look really delicious," Tang Yin said happily, and then while thinking about whether to go up and take a bite, her forehead was hit. "Ouch!" Tang Yin covered her slightly red head. "Are you silly?" Tang Hao directly picked her up. It seems she really is hungry and silly. Just now she was licking her little lips and even wanted to try her own hand. Isn't that silly? Tang San was also paying attention to this side and naturally noticed the silly Tang Yin over here. Tang San couldn't help but want to laugh as his gaze inadvertently fell on his exposed arm, which indeed resembled a lotus root a bit. Xiao San came back for dinner. Huh? Oh, almost got infected. Chapter 21. Time to go to school. In the 3 months before school, besides being dragged to practice with a hammer, Tang Yin also learned to slack off, finding excuses to water Yin. In those 3 months, he managed to increase a Yin's age by 500 or 600 years. And now a Yin is just 200 or 300 years away from breaking through 3,000 years. Tang Hao also figured out Tang San's temperament. As long as he fed her well and didn't let her go hungry, she was quite obedient. Over the course of 3 months, Tang San's hammer and Tang Hao's hammer had both improved significantly. Their blacksmithing skills became more and more proficient. Tang Hao sometimes couldn't help but marvel at the talents of his 2 children. Remember, do not reveal your Haotian hammer or add soul rings to it until the time of life and death. On the day they left home, Tang Hao advised his 2 children. Tang Hao was becoming more and more like a father. "Dad, I remember," Tang San nodded. Tang Yi was still forging iron last night, feeling a bit sleepy and unable to open her eyes, but she forced herself to nod. "Xiao Wu, hey, Dad, I'm here." Upon hearing Tang Hao's voice, Tang Yi immediately perked up. Then she saw Tang Hao handing her a small pouch that looked like it was only as big as her palm. The pouch was a somewhat dull yellow color and not very attractive, but it had a pink flower with 4 petals embroidered on it, which made it a little interesting. Dad? Tang Yi asked in confusion. Tang Hao then tied the small pouch with a string and was about to put it around Tang Yi's neck. Inside is Ayin. If you need to water it, just pour water inside. Ayin can accompany you while hanging around your neck. Tang Jia blinked and nodded. If Tang Hao didn't give Ayin to her, she would find a way to keep Ayin by her side. She also wanted to see what her mother looked like when she transformed. Tang Hao didn't know that there was a jade pendant on Tang Jia's neck. It was only when he was about to hang something around her neck that he noticed this jade pendant, which his sister had always worn. At this moment, Tang San spoke up. Tang Hao understood and didn't ask more. Dad, I'm coming. Tang Yin also didn't think much and took off the space jade pendant from her neck. Then combined the not-so-beautiful small pouch with the jade pendant before putting it around her neck. The small pouch couldn't be tucked under her clothes like the jade pendant, so she had to leave the hanging items outside her clothes. At this point, only the small pouch around Tang Yin's neck could be seen, and the jade pendant was hidden underneath the pouch, not visible at all. All right, it's definitely secure. This rope was forged from all her abilities. As long as she was alive, no one could take it off her, unless she was willing. Tang Hao touched the rope around Tang Yin's neck, feeling a bit curious. He had never seen such high-quality rope before. Village Chief Jack came over and took the 2 children away. Suddenly, Tang Yin felt a bit reluctant. She had been in this home for 3 years, and there was also her dad. It seemed like in the story, her dad was secretly protecting them from behind. And besides, she now had Ayin with her. How could her dad not be secretly following? Suddenly, Tang Yin figured it out, and her reluctance disappeared. Instead, she happily held her brother's hand and followed along. Tang San also felt reluctant. He had lived in this home for a long time, and leaving at this moment made him somewhat unwilling to part. Dad, I will come back to see you, Tang San said finally, unable to hold back. The few of them finally set off for Nodding Junior Academy. That's what it's called, right? Chapter 22. Say it again. It wasn't far from Holy Soul Village to Nodding City. The 3 of them walked for half a day, and by the afternoon, they could already see the city walls in the distance. If it weren't for considering Village Chief Jack, Tang Yin and Tang San would have arrived long ago. Tang Jia walked a couple of steps and then dozed off. She had stayed up too late last night, and now she was walking so slowly, always wanted a nap. Sister, how about I carry you? Tang San found it quite amusing to see Tang Jia dozing off while walking. However, seeing her like this made him feel a bit sympathetic, so he asked again, Carry me? Tang Jia's mind was still a bit hazy, but she knew that it was not right to ask her younger brother to carry her. It would be more appropriate for her to carry him. Tang Yin shook his head directly, as he would be led by Tang San. 3 steps and a nap, 2 steps and a pause. The 2 children walked one after the other, quite amusing. Village Chief Jack looked at the adorable appearance of the 2 children, and the smile on his lips hadn't faded at all. Little San, later, Grandpa will take you to the academy and then go back. You must listen to the teachers at the academy and never leave the academy on your own. When the semester ends, Grandpa Jack will come to pick you and Lil Yin up. By then, it will be close to the new year. Okay, Tang San nodded, seeing that Tang Yan's eyes were almost closing. Then he shushed Grandpa Jack. Village Chief Jack stopped, and Tang San, holding Tang Yan's hand, also stopped. Have you rested? Tang Yin murmured in confusion. After hearing his brother's affirmation, Tang Yin truly felt relieved. Tang San grabbed Tang Yan's hand and quickly lifted him onto his back. This little 3, if not for Grandpa carrying him. Village Chief Jack thought something was wrong with Tang San, but didn't expect him to be carrying someone now. No need. Grandpa Jack, don't worry. Dad has trained us. I can do it by myself. Over the years, some things that were not suitable for children were all pushed onto Dad by Tang Yin, which made Tang San also unconsciously push some matters onto Dad. Tang Yin is not very heavy, only a little over 30 pounds. Over the past 3 years, Tang San has not only been practicing his martial arts, but has also been training his strength alongside Tang Yin. He can already carry stones weighing about 100 pounds and walk around the back mountain of the village. So carrying Tang Yin is quite simple for him. Village Chief Jack watched Tang San for a while and saw that he was not struggling. If he had been struggling, he would have offered some advice. And they were also close to Nodding Academy. Tang San was sleeping soundly. When he woke up, he heard a dispute. Spirit blue silver grass? And what is this little girl who knows nothing? A full innate spirit power? Ridiculous. This is truly absurd. I have been a gatekeeper at the academy for 4 years and have never heard of a student with full innate spirit power, let alone 2. Do you think they're cabbages? They don't just give them away, especially not 2. That child must be dead asleep. Does she look like she came to study? What if she is some kind of cripple? And this kid's spirit is blue silvergrass, and he has full spirit power? I bet this proof from the spirit hall is definitely forged by you. The gatekeeper at the school had a loud, mocking voice, making it impossible for Tang San to stay asleep. Old Man Jack was furious. However, when Tang San woke up, he noticed that the hidden weapon in his brother's hand was about to explode. His brother was angry. Say that again. He can insult him, but saying that his sister is a cripple is unacceptable. Even while carrying Tang San, he flashed his figure and stood in front of Old Man Jack, pushing the person opposite him away with a palm first. This person's movement was clearly aimed at pushing Old Man Jack, and he knew what would happen if he was pushed. You little brat, are you seeking death? Chapter 23. Insulting her brother. Damn it. Tang San was truly awake now. This person insulted her brother. Tang Yin pressed one hand on Tang San's shoulder and jumped down directly. Before anyone could react, there was a loud bang. Tang Yin kicked the person away and then crashed through the iron gate of Nodding Academy. This was the first time Sister Tang San saw Tang and hit someone. She was surprised that she could actually fight. She used to think that her sister was just a bit stronger, but that kick had sent someone flying. It was quite astonishing. Xiao Wu. Grandpa Jack was also taken aback. Xiao Wu had the strength to kick someone away. Tang Yin turned around to look at her frightened brother and Grandpa Jack, wondering if she should say it was all an accident. What happened? The master, who had just arrived, hadn't even finished saying stop before witnessing someone being kicked away, and he had to swallow the words back down. And master, they're causing trouble. The doorkeeper, who was still in pain, lay on the ground and quickly reported to the master as he saw him approaching. It was unclear whether the master heard the doorkeeper or not. He glanced at him, and the doorkeeper shrank back nervously. At this moment, the master had his hands clasped behind his back, looking quite dignified. Tang Yin roughly recalled some plot points. This person is indeed the master. There is still a slight difference between the anime and the live-action version. Tang Yin examined the master, who was also observing the two children, especially Tang Yin, who could kick a person away with just one foot. Can he do that without relying on soul power? Is it natural strength? The master wondered. After understanding the situation, he decided to take the two children away. As for the doorman, he was struck by one of the children. Would he dare to speak about it? Moreover, he was the one who had acted maliciously first, so it was already fortunate for him not to be scolded. Tang Yin took a look at the master and didn't pay much attention anymore. As for her brother talking to the other party, she probably knew the content. At this moment, she woke up and shifted her focus to her surroundings, from the small flowers and plants to the tall buildings. There was only one free work-study student in the village, and it was just her and her brother. One of them had to pay the full tuition, and they also needed to live. She thought about raising her brother to be chubby and healthy, so her mind was on making money. Moreover, over the past 3 years, she had been growing vegetables to sell and had saved a little money. Her father had improved over the years, not drinking every day, and had saved some money as well. It was all with her. Although this money was enough for a while, she didn't like to run out of resources. She needed to earn more money. As for how to make money, Tang Yin narrowed her eyes as if she had a bit of an idea. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly felt her brother, who was leading her, let go of her hand. Tang Yin, are you not taking her away? Tang Yin came to his senses and then saw his younger brother kneeling to the master. How could his younger brother kneel to anyone? Tang Yin was startled and prepared to pull the person up. Then he heard his younger brother say to the master, Master, please take me as your disciple. Tang Yin, it's a bit awkward. There was this scene in the comic before, right? I don't really remember. Silly boy. Why do you have to bow your head to pay respects to your master? Don't you know this is a gesture reserved for honoring kings and parents? A simple bow is enough. Saying this, he helped the person up. Once a teacher, always a father, you should bow to me. He then tugged at his somewhat dazed sister. The master was somewhat moved. Once a teacher, always a father, good. It seems I truly did not make the wrong choice. Saying this, the master's gaze also fell on Tang Yin. Tang Yin was still thinking that her brother's kneel should be related to the etiquette of their past lives. But why is he looking at her now? Chapter 24. Should I pay my respects to a master? Tang Xiao was a bit confused and stretched out her chubby finger to point at herself. Do I have to worship a master? She looked at her younger brother's soft and adorable appearance and asked with some uncertainty. After all, she finally had no one to control her. She was the older sister, and her brother listened to her. So, naturally, she wanted to do whatever she pleased. If she found a master for herself, wouldn't that mean she would be controlled? Can I not worship a master? She couldn't bear to see her cute brother nodding. Moreover, she realized that she was her brother's guardian, and the master was her brother's teacher. So didn't that mean she and the master were of the same generation? Thinking of this, Tang Xia was even less willing to worship a master. Why should she lower her status? Being of the same generation was great, right? Besides, with her special abilities, there were many things she didn't want to expose. Tang Sha thought as she looked for excuses. It's okay. I'm very happy to take in a little disciple, the master said sincerely. And I have seen the proof from the spirit hall. I don't even know what Tang Sha's martial spirit is, so I can't teach her better. Tang San felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. In fact, one of the reasons he wanted to become a disciple was because of Tang Yin. Many people didn't know what Tang Yan's martial soul was, and he was still wondering if this teacher knew what Tang Yan's martial soul was. I'll take you to the academic affairs office to check in. Tang San and Tang Yin nodded and followed along. The registration went quickly, but there was a small incident regarding accommodation. The issue was between work-study students and regular students. All work-study students were assigned to the 7th dormitory, which was the worst dormitory, while regular students were assigned to different dormitories. At Tang San's request, he took a spot for work-study students so that Tang Yin could stay in a better dormitory. Being a boy, it didn't matter much to him if the accommodation was a bit rough. Tang Yin also wanted a work-study student position. How could she let her soft and cute younger brother have a worse life than hers? Suddenly, she thought of Xiao Wu, her sister-in-law, who was also a work-study student. It seemed like they worked together to clean and earned a little money each month. For the sake of a pair of childhood sweethearts. Tang Yin agreed to give the work-study position to her brother, but she also had to move into the 7th dormitory. Although she knew roughly how the story would go and that her brother wouldn't encounter any major issues. How could she not want to witness the adorable pair of her soft and cute younger brother and his lovely rabbit sister-in-law? Tang Yin was delighted, and she wouldn't allow anyone to bully her younger brother. Anime is anime, but there are some unspoken daily routines. The teachers in the academic affairs office also knew that they were a pair of siblings, so there was no rebuttal. They quickly agreed to let Tang Yin move into the 7th dormitory. Tang Yin is delighted and will soon meet her sister-in-law, which is truly perfect. Tang Yin was contemplating whether to take her brother to buy some daily necessities. She paused, as it seemed her brother and sister-in-law would be meeting for the first time later. So she decided to set the daily necessities aside. Brother, let's go. Let's see what the 7th dormitory is like. Tang San smiled at Tang Yin's childlike energy and followed his steps. When Tang Yin reached the entrance of the 7th dormitory, he pushed the door open directly. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind came, and before Tang Yin could think, his body instinctively dodged to the side. His mind was focused on the idea of twisting a zombie's neck, but when he saw an 11 or 12-year-old boy, Tang Yin quickly suppressed the supernatural ability that was about to emerge. The boy hissed in pain, feeling a slight ache in the leg he had just kicked, as if he had been shocked by something. Tang San had not yet fully comprehended Tang Yan's speed, and by the time he reacted, he was already standing in front. Are you the new work-study students? Chapter 25. Sister, I lost. Are you the new work-study students? The boy moved his still-numb feet, feeling a bit regretful about his earlier impulsiveness. Tang Yin looked at the expressions of these people and knew what they were up to. Sure enough, he then heard the boy say, I am Wang Sheng, the boss here. We have rules in the 7th dormitory. Whoever wins the fight is the boss. Tang San understood. And then Tang Yi patted his shoulder, just when Tang San thought that Tang Yi meant for her to come. Unexpectedly, Tang San misinterpreted this time, and his sister actually pushed him out. This caught him off guard. It had always been his sister who took the lead. Did she change her personality today? Tang Yin didn't think too much about having a younger brother. She directly said, My name is Tang Yin, and this is my younger brother Tang San. My brother is stronger than me. Since we're deciding who gets to be the leader, you should compete with my brother. Her older sister didn't want to be the leader. Tang San felt a bit helpless, as he wasn't in the mood to act like a kid leader. It's fine, just have a match. I'm counting on you, brother. The sister-in-law also has to rely on her brother. She can't disrupt their first meeting. Tang San wanted to say something, but his sister pushed him out. As for Tang Yin, she found an unoccupied bed without a blanket, which was likely empty. This spot was perfect because she could see the fighting without getting involved. The location was ideal, just missing a cute little sister. Come on, little brother. Tang Yin didn't forget to encourage him. Tang San could only nod and soon started fighting with Wang Sheng. Tang Yin propped up his chin, looking quite interested, feeling like he was watching a 3D anime up close. It felt like the perspective of an outsider suddenly becoming an insider. There's a bit of beauty in it. Anticipating the ending, it was indeed the younger brother who won, and all 11 kids from class 7 shouted boss. Just like that, the younger brother shyly said that everyone should just call him Tang San. Tang San looked at Tang Yin with a bit of anticipation. It was his first time fighting in front of his family. Tang Yin smiled, praising his younger brother for being great, while secretly thinking to himself, "It's coming soon. It should be fast." Tang San was praised by his sister, and he shamefully realized that he was actually quite happy. It was the first time he had been complimented after a fight. Just as Tang San was about to find a bed near Tang, a girl walked in from the doorway. "Is this the 7th dormitory?" Her voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially Tang Yi, who was excited. She was all rosy and cute, especially with the 2 bunny ears on her head that wiggled, making her look extremely adorable. He wondered if she would feel soft to the touch. Tang San felt that this girl was different from his sister. His sister was mostly lazy, yet strong-willed without realizing it, while this girl was indeed the cute little girl type. "Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Wu, the dance of dancing." Seeing everyone looking at her, Xiao Wu wore a sweet smile on her face. She was really a soft and cute girl. Tang Yin thought to himself, "If you don't make a move, I will." How adorable, how soft. Fortunately, the two quickly started fighting for the position of the head of the 7th dormitory. In the end, as expected, the younger brother was still unfamiliar with soul skills and lost. "It's okay." Tang Yin took a deep breath. It would be best if he could touch her rabbit ears. He didn't know when his younger brother would finally win her over. "Sister, I lost." Tang San didn't care much about losing, but with his sister watching, he was afraid she would be disappointed. "Hey, we have other girls in the 7th dormitory." Xiao Wu finally found a topic to talk about concerning the girls in the 7th dormitory. She had been shy to speak up when the girl kept staring at her. While fighting with Tang San, she had noticed that the girl's gaze held an indescribable appreciation, as if she could see right through her. She wanted to figure out who this girl was. Chapter 26, Stinky Brother. Tang Yin was momentarily silent, watching the increasingly closer rabbit ears and the adorable appearance of his sister-in-law approaching. Xiao Wu's heart skipped a beat. She felt a bit scared by the directness of the rabbit. She instinctively moved closer to the person beside her. After all, it was a bit comforting to have someone nearby. "Is she your sister, Xiao San?" "She looks good, but that smile is a bit creepy." "Yes, she is my sister." Tang San. Xiao Wu nodded and then looked at the still, smiling Tang Yin. She swallowed hard. No, she was still a bit scared. "Hello, I am Tang Yin. This is my brother Tang San, and you must be Xiao Wu? I just watched your agility technique. It was impressive. You can call me sister just like my brother does." Tang San smikindi. "Ah, sister?" Being seriously complimented by Tang, you made Xiao Wu feel a bit shy. "Hey," Tang Yin happily responded, taking advantage of sitting on the bed, then stood up on the bed, making her quite a bit taller than Xiao Wu. In the end, Tang Yin couldn't help but reach out her mischievous little hand. Xiao Wu blinked. Did she just call her sister? Before she could think it through, Xiao Wu suddenly felt her rabbit ears being touched and instantly froze, looking just like a rabbit caught by its ears, obediently not daring to move. However, Tang Yin exclaimed, "So soft, so fluffy, it feels so nice." Tang San looked at this and felt a bit embarrassed. His sister's habit of touching people's heads and pinching their faces had resurfaced. Moreover, he noticed that Xiao Wu seemed a bit frightened, and Tang San couldn't just ignore it. He quickly squeezed over, took his sister's hand, and placed it on his own head. After Tang Yin shifted her gaze back to Xiao Wu, Tang San said, "Sister, we don't have a blanket. How are we going to sleep at night?" "Stinky little brother." But when she saw Xiao Wu giving her brother a grateful look, she momentarily forgot her little mood. "Oh, so that's how it is. My brother knows how to protect his wife now. Sister, I'm not stinky. Sister knows my brother is the sweetest and the best." Tang Yin was so happy that she couldn't help but ruffle her brother's soft hair. And in an instant, Tang San's once neat hair became a bit messy. Tang San was also pinched on the face. However, these were all familiar to Tang San, but in Xiao Wu's eyes, they were terrifying existences. Fortunately, Tang San saved her. If she hadn't been rescued, her long hair would have been messed up, which would definitely look ugly, and since her hair was so long, it took her a lot of effort to comb it every day. Tang San is really a good person. While they were playing around, another person quickly arrived, bringing blankets and also discussing the work issues of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang Yin also nodded, saying that his younger brother and Xiao Wu had a childhood friendship. Tang Yin knew that her brother was protecting Xiao Wu, so she temporarily gave up on her desire to pet the rabbit ears. Moreover, for some reason, Xiao Wu seemed a bit scared of her appearance. There was still plenty of time ahead. Once they got familiar with each other, she could freely pet the rabbit. Tang Yi was in a good mood and had someone sent 2 blankets as instructed by the master. 2 blankets. Tang Yin benefited from his brother's good fortune and also got a free quilt. Tang Yashin thought, "I'll save another sum of money for blankets. The master is really nice." Next comes the issue of sleeping. Tang San's gaze fell on Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu, feeling a sudden alertness like a rabbit, quickly ran to Tang San, who was still making the bed. She spoke somewhat anxiously, fearing that if Tang San's sister spoke first, it would be awkward for her to refuse. Chapter 27. Where is my brother? Tang San, I see your bedding is quite large. How about we make a deal? Let's push the beds together. That way I will have bedding too. Huh? Tang San was at a loss. Then he met his sister's sparkling eyes, and Tang San felt even more uneasy. It was inappropriate for men and women to be too close. This was not good. Tang San shook his head. Xiao Wu seemed a bit anxious. If it was Tang San's sister inviting her, she might as well find Tang San. Xiao Wu hurriedly said, "What's so bad about it? I don't care. What are you afraid of? Besides, I'm the leader of the 7th dormitory. Shouldn't you listen to me?" As she spoke toward the end, Xiao Wu's tone became a bit pitiful, and she felt like crying inside. Why was Tang San's sister still looking at her like that? Tang San looked at Tang Yin, wanting her to stop staring at the little girl, as it seemed to scare her into wanting to sleep with him. The younger brother wasn't afraid. They were all kids, so who hadn't slept with someone? When Tang Yin saw her brother looking at her, she thought he wanted her, as his sister, to make a decision. Brother, don't be shy. That's your wife. Just go for it. It doesn't matter if you sleep early or late. Sister Tang San still wanted to say something. But then, Tang Yin directly got out of bed, went to her brother's bed next door, and kicked his bed away with one foot, applying just the right amount of force so that it perfectly aligned with the next bed. Tang San, Xiao Wu, such great strength. Even if her waist is bent, she can't kick a bed away so easily. Moreover, that bed looks stable and doesn't float, which is a bit scary. Tang San's sister is even stronger than her. Even 11 people from the 7th Division were wide-eyed and looked puzzled. What great strength. This bed must weigh around 100 to 200 pounds. Tang Yin looked at the 2 beds that were pushed together and was very satisfied as she tucked her feet in. Then, in order not to disturb her brother and Xiao Wu's time together, she said, "I'm tired and want to sleep. You don't need to call me for dinner. Just bring me back some food, brother." Tang San nodded, thinking that Tang San was really tired. After all, last night, their father made Tang San work at the forge for a long time, mainly because Tang San often slacked off. So their father had him practice hard on the last night as a punishment for being lazy. Once he got familiar with the academy, he would take his sister out to explore. Tang San remembered that his sister liked to wander around and enjoy the scenery. Tang San nodded, ignoring everything else. He really was going to sleep. In fact, he was quite tired. A child's body couldn't handle staying up late. If they stayed up all night, it would take a week to recover their energy. Their father had really put her through a lot. When Tang San woke up from a deep sleep, it was already getting dark, and the lights in the 7th dormitory were on. The people in the 7th dormitory only started making noise after they saw that Tang San was awake. "You're Tang San, right?" "I'm Wang Hao," said a little boy, around 8 or 9 years old, who ran over excitedly after seeing Tang San awake. "Here, this is what Sister Xiao Wu instructed me to give you to eat when you wake up." Wang Hao handed over an oiled paper package. Tang Yin took it and said thank you. Wang Hao, a bit shy, replied, "No need to thank me. Your kick today was amazing. How did you practice?" When Wang Hao said this, his eyes sparkled a bit. Tang Yin opened the oil paper and saw her favorite big chicken leg inside, along with a refreshing half cucumber. Her brother is really adorable, bringing her all the things she loves and is used to. "You can ask my brother. He's much better than me," Tang Yin said while eating and smacking her lips, feeling very satisfied. "So delicious." Wang Hao scratched his head, wondering if Tang San was really better than Tang Yin. Before he could figure it out, he heard Tang Yin say, "Where's my brother?" Chapter 28. Not good. Sister Xiao Wu and Tang San went out. Tang Yin paused her action of biting the chicken leg. 2 people went out. Tang Yin thought about the plot and seemed to realize that this was the time to spar. Tang Yin was not very sure. She had watched the anime during the apocalypse, and after staying here for 3 years, she had forgotten many details, only remembering a rough outline of the plot. Tang Yin rolled her big eyes and quickly finished the food in her hand. After thanking Wang Hao, she made an excuse and went out. At this time, the sky was getting dark, and there were very few people in the academy who came out. Tang Yin didn't need to be too concerned about anything. With her speed ability combined with her mental ability, she quickly locked onto 2 figures. Soon, Tang Yin was sitting on a rooftop, swinging her feet, and thanks to the large tree in front of her, it was difficult for others to see her. At this moment, she looked down at the pair of childhood friends not far away. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xiao Wu's close combat attacks had certainly made her younger brother's heart flutter. Tang Yin was enjoying the view. Suddenly, she felt something. Tang Yin withdrew her lazy demeanor, her eyes sharpening with a hint of vigilance. Someone, with her mental ability activated, She could sense any movement within a radius of 500 meters. People, objects, motion, and stillness could not escape her perception, unless the opponent was stronger than her. Who is it? Tang Yin focused his attention. Bang! A very subtle leaf flicked, and Tang Yin finally caught a hint of movement. The wind around him turned into blades, striking towards that direction. Whoosh! A shadow moved. Tang Yin followed without thinking. But by the time she chased after, the person had disappeared. Not good. Tang Yin felt that she had been careless. It was the comfort of the past 3 years that made her forget the danger. It was too late. Tang Yin leaned back and performed a somersault to evade the incoming attack. Although he managed to dodge, his opponent didn't give him a chance to react. The opponent's elbow came at him like a blade. Tang Yin's eyes widened slightly as he raised his small hand to meet the opponent's elbow. Sparks of lightning flickered on Tang Yin's hand, and the black-clad figure, caught off guard, weakened the force of the strike upon contact. Tang Yin took this opportunity to use her palm as the center, leveraging the opponent's force to leap directly behind him. Flames! Tang Yin's crisp voice rang out, carrying a hint of coldness, and in an instant, a circle of fire surrounded the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man didn't expect the appearance of flames. A flicker flashed in his deep eyes, and a powerful soul force burst forth, extinguishing the magnificent flames with ease. Fire blaze, earth escape. Tang Yin's cold gaze blinked. Her power was still too weak. Little thing, you can't hurt me. The black-clothed man's voice was hoarse, sounding as unpleasant as gravel, as he looked at the even more magnificent flames and the raised earth surrounding him. However, he could break through all of this with just a flick of his soul power. Is that so? Tang Yin said unhurriedly, clenching her hands. The wind surged around her, and the water and fire intertwined, producing a hissing sound. In an instant, a large amount of thick white smoke billowed up, easily disrupting the opponent's vision and making the surroundings damp. Thunder! Tang Yin's little hand touched the wet ground, and in an instant, a series of lightning strikes were directed over. Boom! The man in black didn't have time to think, and he was already struck by the lightning. Tang Yin didn't dare to look at the consequences. She held her ground for a moment, also to escape. It was truly her unexpectedness that allowed her to hold the opponent back. If too much time passed, she feared that the opponent would see through her moves and react accordingly. It was like saying that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are futile. As for the black-clad person engulfed in black smoke from the explosion. Chapter 29. Too dangerous. Tang Hao stood there with a face full of black smoke. He originally wanted to teach Tang Yin a lesson, to let her know not to casually follow others without strength. But this girl really surprised him. This ghostly girl. Cough, cough. Tang Hao couldn't help but cough, and as he opened his mouth, a puff of green smoke escaped. He glanced at the nearly torn cloak, feeling a bit regretful. He had only seen Xiao San and Xiao Yin come to study, and Xiao San had just taken a master. Tonight, he merely asked his master to help take care of these 2 kids. Who would have thought that after he finished his instructions, he wanted to check on Xiao Yin and Xiao San, only to find that Xiao Yin's vigilance was so high. Although Xiao Yin hadn't noticed him yet, he still wanted to see how far her vigilance extended. He merely moved a leaf, and she sensed it, even managing to keep up with his speed, even though he intentionally slowed down. But the fact that she could catch up surprised Tang Hao. Whose child is Xiao Yin? And which of them from the Hao Yin sect has lost a child? The technique Xiao Yin used just now seemed not to have utilized soul power. Tang Hao thought of Tang San's unknown martial soul. Was it because of that? He had never seen Xiao San use such strange moves before. On the other side, after becoming invisible, Tang San immediately escaped. Once he had run far enough and maintained a certain distance, he finally held his pounding heart and gasped for breath. It was too dangerous. Really too dangerous. After 3 years, she finally felt the urgency of life and death again. It was a bit thrilling, also a warning to herself. Indeed, staying in too comfortable a place had made her a bit lazy, and she was close to forgetting her original intention. If it weren't for her special ability, which caught the other party off guard, she wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. Panting, Tang San held his still racing heart and swore quietly to himself as he walked back to the dormitory, to become stronger, to become stronger. The desire to grow stronger always surrounded him. Sister, where have you been? I've been looking for Tang San for a long time. But upon seeing the sweat on Tang San's forehead, Tang San's attention was diverted. Why are you sweating so much? Saying this, he took out a handkerchief and wiped Tang San's sweat. You should wipe the sweat. Otherwise, when it cools down, you'll get sick. Since Tang San had a sister, he had become increasingly attentive. After all, girls shouldn't live carelessly. Sometimes, Tang San worried that Tang San was living too roughly, even more wild than boys. It's nothing. I just ran a lap and got a bit sweaty. I'll be fine after a wash. You don't need to worry, brother. Tang San didn't mention the thrilling incident earlier, instead smiling as usual. However, now that she had calmed down, she felt that the figure she had fought with earlier looked somewhat familiar. Moreover, in the plot, did Dad also come along? That person's attire. If the person from earlier was Dad, Tang San felt that his fists were getting harder, but he still had to wipe the sweat. Tang San humorously wiped Tang Yan's sweat and mentioned that tomorrow the master would take him to hunt for soul rings. Huh, then I want to go too, Tang Yin exclaimed. Tang San explained, the master said he would take me first. He hasn't studied my sister's martial soul yet. Once he understands the attributes of my sister's martial soul, then he will take her with me. The master said that the place to find soul beasts is very dangerous, and he can't protect two people. However, don't worry, sister. I'll go take a look first, and then I'll bring you along with the master. Tang San didn't know how dangerous hunting for soul beasts could be, so he didn't dare to risk bringing his sister along. He needed to understand the situation better and make preparations to ensure his sister's safety before he could take her. Okay, that works, Tang Yin nodded, seemingly agreeing. But Tang San didn't realize that he thought his sister had agreed. Chapter 30. The brother misses her the next morning. As soon as there was movement next door, Tang Yan's ears perked up. Her brother was going out. Of course, she couldn't let her brother go alone, even though the master was there. She remembered that the master didn't have much combat ability, so she was still worried. Not to mention hunting soul beasts. Just being in the soul beast forest was fraught with uncertain dangers. She only had this one brother in her past and present life, and she couldn't let him get hurt. So after Tang San left, Tang Yin secretly followed him. She would protect him in secret, and her abilities were all at level 3. Her wood-type ability had been stuck at level 3 for a long time, and going into the forest would be beneficial for her wood-type abilities. Tang Yi thought to herself as she secretly followed behind. As for today's opening ceremony, she had asked someone to help her take leave. Now, she just needed to keep a close distance. Although Tang Yi wasn't skilled in tracking, she did have her invisibility ability. As long as she was a bit careful, it would be fine. Her ability was at level 3 now, so she could maintain it for 2 to 3 hours. It's just that. Tang San stood alone on the road, feeling a bit chilly. Why was his brother and master taking a horse-drawn carriage? Could she chase after them on foot? A cold wind blew, and no one could answer Tang San's question. Finally, Tang San took a deep breath. It's just 2 legs chasing a carriage with 4 legs, right? He could do it too. Using his speed ability, he ran faster than a car. And then Tang San felt that his brother's carriage was too slow, a bit of a waste of his speed ability. There was no other way. Tang San picked a leaf by the roadside. With a whoosh, it flew into the carriage and landed right on Tang San's body. Little San, what's wrong? Master was just saying something about knowledge when he suddenly noticed Tang San's fluctuating expression and stopped his teaching. It's nothing. I just saw this leaf and thought of my sister. Tang San pinched the leaf that had landed on him, feeling a bit cold. It reminded him of when he awakened his martial soul. His sister had also given him a leaf to hold, but after he awakened, the leaf disappeared on its own. At that time, Tang San had asked Tang San about it, and she simply said it had fallen, then gave him another leaf she had picked from somewhere. He thought at that time that Tang San had a child's heart. Now, seeing this leaf that resembled the one his sister had given him, he felt a bit nostalgic for her. After all, in the past 3 years, the siblings had been inseparable. He wondered if his sister would miss him now that he had left this morning. I've never been apart from my sister. I'm sorry. I was a bit distracted. Master, you can continue. Master did not reprimand Tang San. After all, little San was still a child, and it was normal to miss family when separated. Tang San held the leaf in his hand, listening intently to the teacher's words. These were all the knowledge he wanted to understand. Tang Yin brought the leaves into the carriage, and her brother held them, which made her quite happy. Did her brother miss her? These years of care were not in vain. There was a trace of her spiritual power in the leaves, and as long as her brother held them, she could sense everything within a 10-mile radius. So she just needed to enjoy the scenery and occasionally take a few steps forward. She was quite clever. The roads around her were all dirt, and there were quite a few plants and trees, which made Tang Yin feel nostalgic. Just right, there was neither her father nor her brother here. So Tang Yin happily took off her shoes and tucked them away. Barefoot, she directly touched nature, feeling extremely comfortable. Chapter 31. The Apothecary Along the Way. Tang Yin saw a lot of local customs and practices. She even accidentally stumbled upon an apothecary. Oh wow, there is an apothecary here in Douluo. Well, not everyone in Douluo continent is a soul master, Ordinary people who are sick or in pain naturally need to seek treatment. Some soul masters also need to use it. She just didn't know what kind of medicinal materials were sold inside. Tang Yin was curious and then went in barefoot. Hey, how'd a little girl run in here? A clerk at the medicine shop, seeing a barefoot girl, thought she was just a wild child from some village running around. I came to see what herbs you have, Tang Yin said directly. And to make things easier, she took out 2 silver soul coins. What herbs do you want? Did your adult send you? The clerk didn't rush her out, as long as she wasn't causing trouble. Dad said to buy some herb seeds to take back. Tang Yin nodded and pulled Tang Hao out to take the blame. What kind of seeds do you want? Dad said seeds that can grow very expensive herbs. Tang San, not understanding the herbs of this world very well, could only say it like that. Did he mention any names? Dad said any seeds that can grow high-grade herbs will do. Seeing how young she was, the clerk decided to get some high-grade seeds. These are the seeds of heart petals. If cultivated well, they can sell for 1 gold soul coin per pound, and if grown exceptionally well, the price can be 10 times that. The clerk said, then took out a small paper bag. Inside was a small pile of very tiny black seeds, much smaller than ants. Heart petals? This was the first time she heard of such an herb. Yes, many soul masters from big families like to use heart petals to brew tea. They can soothe soul power and stabilize it. However, they're extremely difficult to cultivate. A little mistake can kill them. You see these flower petals? They bloom for 3 months and are harvested immediately, priced at 1 gold soul coin per pound. If it's a higher-aged flower petal, the price goes even higher. If you want, I'll give you this bag of seeds. The clerk, seeing there was no business, chatted a bit more with Tang Yin. You're giving it to me? Aren't you charging? You child, a small bag for 1 silver soul coin. If you can grow it for 3 months, harvesting dozens of pounds is no problem. The clerk almost laughed. He was more lenient because she was such a clean and cute child. Oh, she was surprised. If you want to buy it, I'll give it to you. If your dad doesn't want it and the seeds haven't been used, if you come back before today ends, I can still exchange them for you. After all, heart petals are expensive and hard to grow. He's been holding on to these seeds for a long time without selling them. It was only because this child said she wanted to grow expensive herbs that he took them out. All right, Tang Yin saw that he didn't seem to be lying. So she took the small bag. After handing over a silver soul coin, she took the seeds and left. Extremely difficult to cultivate. With her wood-type ability, there was no such thing as difficult cultivation for her. Tang Yin first caught up with his brother's carriage, then stopped and found a relatively secluded place, where he began to induce the seeds. Xin Rue. She had seen it just now. It should be a cluster of tender white petals with tiny yellow stamens inside. They weren't very big, about the size of her current little finger. Soon. Chapter 32. Price is negotiable. Tanya's few small black seeds on her palm began to sprout, growing tender green shoots that seemed even more fragile under the sunlight. They were also rapidly growing in response to the sunlight and the unique abilities that Tanya possessed. 3 months, this was already a simple matter for Tanya. With her level 3 wood-type ability, if she unleashed it fully without considering the consequences, she could accelerate growth to 100 years. However, doing so would harm her body. Currently, she was carefully using her wood-type ability on Ain without harming herself, which amounted to about 5 or 6 years' worth in just 1 day. If her ability were to upgrade again, the results could multiply several times. But now, she was stuck at level 3. Tang Yin sighed, watching the seeds in her hand continuously sprout leaves and gradually form flower buds. This heart flower only grew as tall as her thumb. However, although they were not tall, their roots spread out, continuing to grow at each node, resembling vines that did not reach for the heights, but instead spread outwards. Soon, both of Tang Yin's small hands were unable to hold all of them, as the flowers bloomed in abundance, and a faint floral fragrance felt incredibly refreshing. Taking a breath of it made Tang Yin feel indescribably comfortable. This is the heart flower. Tang Yin looked at the tender white petals of the flowers, adorned with specks of yellow at the center. They were indeed beautiful. If this heart flower could grow in a sprawling manner, it would be much more convenient. TSK. 1 gold soul coin per pound. Huh? Tang Yin felt that her little treasury was within reach. Soon, she headed to the next place. She specifically paid attention to the apothecary, but unfortunately, there weren't many options. However, she spotted a grocery store. This should work. Tang Yin happily ran in. Inside, there was a big uncle dozing off. But as Tang Yin walked up and knocked on the table, the uncle woke up. Oh, it turns out to be a little kid. The uncle yawned, still a bit groggy from just waking up. Uncle, do you buy heart buds here? Tang Yin didn't want to waste time and pulled out a large handful of heart buds she had just harvested from her space. The uncle winced, his teeth a bit sore, but quickly realized. This is top-quality heart bud. It's very fresh, looking completely intact, whether it's the roots, stems, or leaves. Do you want to buy it? Seeing the surprise on his face, Tang Yin knew he would buy it, but she still asked. In fact, her revealing the existence of her space was also because such storage was something only wealthy families or nobles could afford. By exposing a bit of her space, she might prevent him from underestimating her and giving her a low price. Yes, of course. I ran through the soul-hunting forest, and many of my clothes got damaged. I need to buy a few decent outfits. Otherwise, when I go home, my dad will be heartbroken seeing me like this. If the price you offer isn't enough for me to buy a gorgeous outfit, then I won't sell it. I can go back to the forest and hunt some soul beasts if needed. Tang Yin said with some disdain as she tugged at her plain clothes, as if the ordinary outfit she wore was beneath her status. All right, the price is negotiable. The uncle swallowed his words about wanting to lower the price, realizing that this unknown rich young lady had come out to experience life. How could such a precious thing like the heart rué, which was extremely difficult to nurture, casually fall into a small place like his, especially such an exquisite heart rué? Hurry up. Tang Yin nodded. Chapter 33, Looking Foolish. In the end, Tang Yin held 10 gold soul coins in her hand. On the surface, she appeared to be struggling, but inside, she was extremely happy. It's about 3 Jin, and she could sell it for 10 gold soul coins. That shop assistant really didn't deceive her. She wondered what it would be like to dry it and drink it soaked in water. She had heard it was useful for soul power. TSK. She would try soaking another day. Tang Yin finally went to find his younger brother happily. It's just that. Tang Yin looked at the tall gate and the rows of guards. She felt a bit puzzled. It required a token to enter. She was a step too late. Her brother and the master had already gone inside, leaving her alone. Can you show me what the token looks like? Can she go back and forge one? Is there still time? But the guards were not paying attention to her. She simply couldn't get in. Tang Yin took a few steps back, and not far away, there were quite a few people, some in groups, and others engaged in transactions or trades. It looked pretty good, and she wondered if she could squeeze in. However, at that moment, someone happened to be going in, and she accidentally caught a glimpse of the other person's token. Tang Yi was taken aback. He seemed a bit familiar. Tang Yin ran over happily. He saw the uncle who took out the token with a young man and a boy. Tang Yin didn't pay much attention, but instead looked at the token. Uncle, can I take a look at your token? The person who was called was Jin Wangin. He looked at the little girl by his waist and thought of his granddaughter at home, which made him more tolerant. Child, you can only take a quick look, Jin Wangin said with a smile as he handed over the token. Thank you, Uncle, Tang Yin replied. Ha ha ha, this little child, at his age, he could be your grandfather. Tang Yin took a look and felt that she seemed increasingly familiar. Is this enough to get in? Tang Yin asked a rhetorical question, but she answered herself as if in thought. I have one too. The jade pendant she had contained a token that was identical to this one. During the apocalypse, since her birth, she had that jade pendant, which was said to have been left by her parents. When she first started using the jade pendant space, it was empty except for 2 tokens, one of which was exactly the same as this uncle's. The other one she had yet to find an identical match for. You have one too? Hearing Tang Yan's words, Jin Wang and perked up. Even the young man accompanying Jin Wang and the boy turned to look at Tang Yin. Yes. Tang Yin returned the token to the other party and took out the token from her jade pendant to show the guards. The guards looked at this child in surprise as she held the highest command token. Can I go in? Tang Yin asked. Yes, please. The guard, upon hearing this crisp question, immediately opened the door and invited Tang Yin inside. Tang Yin received affirmation and immediately went in. As it was getting dark, she was still a bit worried about her brother. She truly held the highest realm token of the spirit hall. The young man's cold gaze turned more inquisitive. It couldn't be wrong, but it seemed that the child didn't know what that token represented. Jin Wangin was also watching from a distance, where the figure had disappeared. It looked a bit silly. In the end, the young man seemed to have some thoughts, and then said, Little young master, you don't understand, this is called cute. Jin Wangin couldn't help but smile, but he didn't continue the discussion. Let's go. Chapter 34, Targeting His Brother. The deeper Tang Yin entered the forest, the more she felt the abundant spiritual energy. Indeed, the spiritual energy in nature was quite enticing. Tang Yingguang walked barefoot on the patches of grass and plants, feeling bits of spiritual energy entering her body and then melting within her, available for her use. This sensation was quite pleasant. Moreover, with her affinity for wood and healing, both animals and plants in this forest instinctively felt a bond with her. The soul beasts in the forest did not actively attack her. Instead, some of the gentler ones liked to approach her. Her brother was still holding her leaf, and she quickly found him. Watching the master educate her brother while searching for suitable soul rings, Tang Yinguang felt relieved to see her brother was doing well. She sat among the dense trees, following along. Listening to the master's endless theoretical knowledge, Tang Yinguang was starting to feel drowsy. However, she happened to spot a decent-looking leopard. Well, it should be a leopard, as it only resembled one about 50%. Tang Yinguang approached it and used her mental power. Her mental strength could not only observe the environment, but also control the sea of consciousness. This leopard should be over 10 years old, and it was easy to control. Additionally, her affinity meant that once her mental power made contact with the leopard, it quickly submitted without needing any further control. Tang Yin was satisfied and directly had the leopard carry her, letting it leisurely follow her brother and the others. She really was a little smart cookie. Tang Yin quietly closed her eyes and lay down on the back of the leopard, surrounded by a thread of mental power. As long as no one had any intention to harm her, she would not pay attention to anything else. As for her younger brother, he was still holding onto a thread of her mental power, and, with the leopard following at a moderate distance, she would be able to react if anything major happened. The vigilance in the apocalypse is not something to be taken lightly. Gulu gulu as the sky darkened. Tang Yan's stomach couldn't help but growl a few times, and she slowly woke up. It's dark now. Tang Yin stretched lazily and looked at his younger brother and the master under the nearby tree. He took his time to take out some dry food from his space. While eating, he watched his adorable brother, wondering if he had eaten yet. Suddenly, Tang Yin paused while chewing. Xiao San, what's wrong? The master asked when he noticed Tang San staring at a spot for a while. Nothing. I just felt for a moment that my sister was right beside me, and I got a bit lost in thought. He seemed to have heard a familiar voice just now, but he wasn't sure if it was an illusion. He looked over there, but it seemed like there was nothing there. Tang Yin, it's a bit alarming, but fortunately, she has invisible abilities. I wonder what level of his purple extreme demon eyes would be needed to see her invisible powers. Tang Yin was lost in thought and didn't notice anything unusual. Instead, it was the leopard beneath her that bared its teeth in a certain direction. The leopard appeared to be agitated, which caught Tang Yan's attention. Was the leopard scared? But it was staying put, enduring the fear because of her. If it were any other time, it would have likely run far away by now. What was it? Tang Yan's doubts faded away, and her mental strength immediately scanned the terrain. Soon, she was fully aware of the movements within a 500-meter radius. As for what frightened the leopard beneath her, it was a large snake. It was now rapidly approaching her direction. No, that's not right. To be precise, it had set its sights on her brother. This couldn't be allowed to happen. Chapter 35. She couldn't protect him forever. Tang Yin instinctively wanted to go out, but upon seeing her brother's alertness, she could only retract the foot she had just stepped out with. Her brother also needed to grow. She couldn't always protect him. There were many dangers in the Douluo continent, and there were too many uncertain factors. She couldn't just want to protect him all the time. Everyone has their own unforgettable growth journey, and her brother naturally has his own as well. She couldn't interfere too much, or excessive protection would become an invisible executioner. Tang Yin understood that she could only stand still in place. She reached out to calm the agitated leopard. She focused intently on the snake, prepared to act if necessary. With her mind made up, Tang Yan's spiritual energy spread out in all directions, paying attention to every movement around her. The sound of farting was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth as Luo San Pao made his command. After ordering Luo San Pao, the master said to Tang San, "Run quickly." The snake that had been flung away was nearly 4 meters long, and thick toxic smoke spread out as it pursued the master and Tang San, with even the master's pet martial soul following closely behind. Tang Yin did not rest either. After instructing the leopard to leave on its own, she followed closely behind. Her small figure was like a ghost. With the combination of her speed abilities and the interaction of wind and wood elements, her speed could be considered very fast. In just a few moments, she had caught up to her brother, but she did not reveal herself. Instead, she used the dense vegetation to conceal her body. She glanced at the large snake, which opened its mouth wide, ready to bite, its sharp, poisonous fangs exuding toxic gas. Tang Yin also noticed the fear in Luo Sanpao's eyes with just a glance. Hey, can this pet spirit really feel fear? Sanpao blocked it, but fear was useless. Under the master's command, Luo Sanpao's chubby body rolled over and charged towards the mandala snake, tried to use his body to block its advance. Unfortunately, the snake was quick and alert, and it bit Luo Sanpao in an instant, soon transforming into a beam of light and returning to the master's body. What a tough opponent. Tang Yi saw the snake and wanted to chase after it. She thought about whether to create some obstacles to slow the snake down. However, she soon noticed that her brother was starting to take action, as he was accurately throwing one white radish after another at the mandala snake, which did slow it down a bit. But this was only temporary. Before long, the mandala snake sprang up again, intending to eat the delicious obstacle in its way. Her brother was also making a move. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. It was a hidden weapon. Previously, when she was at home, her younger brother liked to tinker with small items, but she wasn't interested and didn't pay much attention. Now, the hidden weapon had already struck the mandala snake. Her brother also leaped forward, heading straight for the mandala snake with its large mouth. Tang Yan's voice almost went hoarse, and his heart couldn't take it. It was just too thrilling. Tang Yan's hand beside him was already gripping tightly, but fortunately, his brother delivered a fatal blow to the mandala snake with a hidden weapon he was holding. Truly, Tang Yi wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling that it was even more thrilling than when she was on stage herself. After the danger had passed, Tang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense body relaxed a bit. She sat on top of a tree not far from her brother, watching him act silly. He's quite charming in his own way. Tang Yin touched her nose and observed her brother's natural act of playing dumb. She wondered if she had done too much before, causing her brother to learn a thing or two. But this is a good thing. Both she and her brother are still kids, so how could they understand so much? Sometimes asking just means they don't know. Sometimes asking just means they got lucky. Tang Yin looked happily at her brother absorbing the martial soul. She heard that protecting during the absorption of the martial soul was important, so she glanced at the master and learned how to protect him for the future. Suddenly, the master, who had just said he would protect her brother, suddenly collapsed. Tang Yi was startled. Didn't he promise to protect her brother? Chapter 36. No need at all. Tang Yin jumped down and approached the master. She looked at his face and felt something was off. He was poisoned. Was it the snake from earlier? Tang Yin did not let it go, gradually inputting his ability. After a few breaths, the master's complexion improved significantly. Soon, he slowly woke up and saw a little girl with big eyes blinking at him. The master, who had just awakened, was startled for a moment, but he quickly reacted. It was Tang Yin. The master sat up. He remembered being poisoned by the mandala snake and thought he was going to die. He was worried about Tang San being alone in the forest and what bad things might happen to him. He didn't expect that Yu Xiaojiang was still alive. Right? Tang Yin, how did you end up here? That's a good question. How did a child get in here? I was worried about my brother, so I followed him. When I found my brother, I saw you lying on the ground, poisoned. Tang Yin shifted the topic. I am poisoned. Yes, he is poisoned. The master quickly checked himself and felt no pain. Looking again at the wound that had been poisoned, he saw that the black blood was already gone. Did you detoxify me? Tang Yin wanted to get by, but when she thought about the future, if she revealed some of her abilities, the master would likely take her along wherever he took his brother, right? After all, capable people are often given some privileges wherever they are. As Tang Yin spoke, she manifested her left hand, and her little horns and small martial soul quickly appeared on it. I found that the master was poisoned, and it could help you detoxify your martial soul. Master's research-like gaze fell on Tang Yan's martial soul, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't make out much. He still didn't know what kind of martial soul Tang Yan had at this moment. However, after hearing Tang Yan's words, he made a preliminary judgment. Is it an auxiliary martial soul? The master seemed to be asking, but he had already made a preliminary conclusion. Tang Yin shook her head, indicating that she didn't understand either. Since no one understood, she might as well use it to disguise her special ability. She believed that her martial soul was meant to conceal her powers. Your martial soul can detoxify. Can it heal injuries? The master said as he already started to act. He pulled out a small knife from somewhere and made a cut on his own finger. Soon, blood began to flow from the wound. Try to mobilize your soul power and see if your martial soul can heal. There's no need to do this. Wasn't it said that she couldn't use her abilities without additional soul rings? How could she be asked to mobilize her soul power to heal with her martial soul? To be honest, she really didn't know how to activate this little horn to make it work. Dan Dan. I understand now, Tang Yin smiled. Her little hand rested on the master's arm as she activated her special ability. The wound on the master's finger quickly stopped bleeding and began to heal gradually. Tang Yi was deliberately slowing down, allowing the master to catch up much more easily. However, this surprised the master. You just cured the toxins in my body. And along with healing my wounds, do you feel any exhaustion? A bit. I feel like I've lost a lot of strength in my body. It's not really exhausting though. It's just that I resolved the toxin and healed a small wound, which I didn't think was much. Thinking back to the apocalypse, the zombie toxin was the most dangerous. As long as you get bitten, if you don't have a healing ability user to help within half an hour, it's basically waiting to die. However, A level 3 ability user can only cure at most 2 people who have been bitten by zombies. An ability user who has exhausted their powers feels as if they've been dehydrated. Just like the last time I fainted, it was also because I overused my abilities. Losing consciousness in the apocalypse is extremely dangerous. Tang Yi was thinking here and didn't pay attention to what the master was saying for a moment. In the end, she only heard one sentence. Take me to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Chapter 37. How is she here? Take me to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Tang Yi was stunned. She still hadn't figured out what kind of martial soul she had in her hands. And now she was being taken to hunt soul beasts. My initial judgment of you is that you are an auxiliary type. When you heal wounds and toxins, it also helps restore the soul power within me. So your martial soul can not only detoxify and heal wounds, but also restore soul power. Auxiliary martial souls themselves lack self-defense capabilities. So I suggest you obtain a soul ring that can enhance your self-defense ability. Self-defense. She felt like she probably didn't need that. Do you have to kill the opponent to obtain a soul ring? She was a bit skeptical. In a previous anime of Douluo continent, wasn't there a sacrifice? Although sacrifice is extremely unfair to soul beasts, what good comes from killing them? Is there no win-win solution? Not necessarily, but other methods are too far away for us. Soul beasts are unwilling to become human soul rings and would rather self-destruct than allow humans to obtain their martial souls. What if they are willing? Tang Yi had a sneaky thought. Although the sacrifice soul ring fits best, where would you find a soul beast willing to sacrifice itself? What's the difference from dying? The master shook his head. Oh, do you think it's too cruel? The master asked. Generally, little girls are more tender-hearted, but the rules of this continent are like this. No, Tang Yi shook her head. It's not that it's cruel. If we're talking about cruelty, nothing is more cruel than the apocalypse. Under the devastation of the apocalypse, people's values and morals have already collapsed. To survive, they would burn, kill, and plunder. For a bottle of water or a loaf of bread, they would sell out their relatives and friends. She just had her own bottom line. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others. She felt it was a pity that those soul beasts that had survived for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years would suddenly be gone. The master was surprised. He thought Tang Yi would find it cruel, but the indifference radiating from her small body made it hard for him to understand Tang San's sister. For a moment, he felt that this child was too indifferent to human emotions and worldly matters, so indifferent that she didn't seem like a child. Master, what kind of soul beast do you think I should hunt? Tang Yi felt the master's scrutiny and immediately revealed her chubby little tiger teeth, looking eager. She resembled a curious and excited child. The master shook his head. It seemed he had overthought it. In order to protect Tang San, the master began to chat with Tang Yi. However, whenever the conversation turned to theoretical knowledge, Tang Yi couldn't help but doze off. Really, it wasn't that she found the master's theories boring. It was just that her childish body couldn't hold up anymore, and her head was nodding off, looking quite pitiful. The master felt embarrassed to continue speaking. Night had fallen. It was normal for a child to be tired. The master had no choice but to let Tang Yi lean against a tree to sleep, while he sat nearby, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Fortunately, the night passed without any major incidents. After the sun rose, Tang San also woke up from absorbing the soul ring. Tang San felt the power within him, sensing an endless supply of strength throughout his body. His Xiantian skill had also made a breakthrough, with soul power being the inner strength of Xiantian skill, and inner strength also being soul power. Tang San realized this and wanted to share his happiness with someone. He turned to his side and was surprised to see his sister. Sister, how did you get here? Chapter 38. A hug of love. Tang San came to Tang Yi and even pinched Tang Yi's face, feeling the soft texture, which was not fake. Tang Yi was awakened by the call of sister. Looking at her younger brother beside her, she gave him a loving hug. Habitually, she patted his head and pinched his cheeks. Brother, why do I feel like you've grown a little bit? Tang San often pinches faces and touches heads, so he knows how his hands feel. At this moment, it seems that his hair has grown a little, and his youthful face has matured a bit. With his spiritual power, Tang San can clearly sense subtle changes. It seems so. Tang San clenched his strong fists. His soul power has increased, and his body has also undergone some changes. Sister, I have a soul ring now, look. Tang San excitedly shared with Tang Yi. This is not just a breakthrough in soul power. It also signifies a breakthrough in his Xiantian skill, which is worth celebrating. Really? Show it to me. I want to see. Tang Yi was also very happy. She was glad for her brother's happiness. She wanted to see the difference between the anime version and the real-life version. Okay. Tang San raised his right hand, and deep blue silvergrass surged out from his palm. A clear yellow halo rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his body. This was indeed a distinctive feature of a first ring soul master. Looks good. Tang Dan Pies. How's the toughness? The master, seeing that Tang San had awakened, wanted to ask about his soul skills, but who knew that Tang San, upon seeing Tang Yin, almost couldn't see him anymore. He really missed his sister. However, he was very excited to see Tang San's blue silvergrass. All right, at this moment, Tang San finally noticed the master. He seemed to have overlooked the master earlier, which was a bit inappropriate. Nevertheless, Tang San nodded, and a dark purple-blue silvergrass with mandala snake patterns directly bound the trees in front of him. Great. This is really wonderful. It seems my judgment was completely correct. After being infused with the mandala snake's soul ring, the blue silvergrass has become tougher. If I'm not mistaken, it should also carry some of the mandala snake's toxicity. But what is its current skill? It should be binding. I want to test it on some small animals. Tang San was still not very sure, as he had not experimented yet and couldn't say for certain. All right, let's try it now. The master was eager to see Tang San's first soul ring. Tang Yin listened for a while, and her brother was still unsure about the function. However, when Tang Yin thought about how she saved the master and woke him up early, it made sense. Tang Yin is not very interested in theoretical knowledge. They're having a lively conversation, one big and one small. Tang Yin took out some items from the space to cook. Tang Yin's gaze suddenly fell on the corpse of the mandrake over there, wondering if it was edible. If it is edible, that nearly 4-meter-long mandrake snake could last for quite a while. Tang San secretly thought about it, but seeing his younger brother's small figure, he decided against it and didn't want to take the risk. He also didn't know if the snake meat was poisonous. Over here, Tang San and the master smelled the aroma, and their stomachs began to growl, calming their mood somewhat. Sister, later I will accompany you and the teacher to hunt soul beasts. Tang San's gaze fell on the small pot over the fire, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but with the teacher present, he didn't ask. Sure, Tang Shan nodded nonchalantly. As for how to hunt, it would depend on her. Sister, how did you get into the deep forest? Tang San was curious about this, as the teacher said only those with a token could enter. Chapter 39, A Gift for You. Well, it seems she couldn't escape being questioned. If she said she entered with a token, she would have to explain where it came from, and she herself didn't know why there was a token in her space. Sister? Seeing Tang Sha's absent-minded expression, Tang San knew she was lost in thought. Tang Yin came to his senses and then leaned closer to his brother, as if whispering. I sneaked in with a group of adults. You mustn't tell anyone, Tang Yin said softly. It was just like doing something wrong and not wanting outsiders to know. In fact, Tang Yin was still being deliberate. Although his voice was a bit quiet, the distance to the master wasn't very far. And a soul master's hearing is generally much better than that of ordinary people. Therefore, the master also heard Tang Yin speaking. However, seeing the two children like this, he didn't say anything. Tang San nodded, naturally agreeing, but he thought the teacher must have heard it. Following a group of adults should be what the teacher said about teaming up to come in and hunt beasts as mercenaries. Hurry up and eat after we finish. We'll go find soul beasts for Xiao Wu. The master saw the two children still whispering softly, talking about what they had seen yesterday, getting more and more excited. The master couldn't help but remind them. It was because Tang San saved him that he felt closer to Tang San, and since Tang San was his disciple, and Tang San and Tang Wu were about the same age, the master thought that even if Tang Wu wasn't his disciple, he could still teach him. All right, soon. After a few people finished eating, Tang Yin put things into the space. Then he took out a water bag, which contained some heartflower petals. He poured the hot water he had just boiled into it, shook it a few times, and then handed it to Tang San. Brother, take this. Drink it if you're thirsty. Okay. Tang San didn't know what else was soaking inside. He thought it was just hot water. Then he stored it in the 24 bridges on a bright moonlit night. Let's go. Tang Yin habitually took his younger brother's soft hand and walked ahead. Sister, put on your shoes. Tang Yin silently took out her shoes and put them on. She wanted to argue, but past experiences told her that arguing would ultimately be ineffective. At this moment, the master said, you all follow behind me. Tang Yin didn't have any rebuttals and followed step by step while holding his brother's hand. The morning air here is really nice. Tang Yin couldn't help but stretch lazily. She felt much more relaxed about the vigilance of her master and brother. Brother, look at this leaf. The patterns are so clear. Saying this, she took a couple of steps away, picked a leaf that looked quite nice, and then infused it with a bit of wood-type ability so that it could maintain its appearance for a long time. Here for you, little Yin. Don't mess with the flowers and plants in this forest. They all have spirit power, and many of them aren't as harmless as they look. A lot are poisonous or can swallow a person. The master, seeing that Tang Yin couldn't stay quietly by his side and was instead moving around restlessly, couldn't help but teach her. Oh, Tang Yin could only nod, puffing her cheeks. She just felt a bit bored and wanted to tease her brother. She also wanted to pick a small flower to give her brother to wear. Tang San carefully tucked away the leaves given by Tang Yin and gently patted Tang Yan's head to comfort him. The master looked at Tang Yan's appearance and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. He was indeed a child. However, compared to his sister Tang Yin, his brother Tang San was surprisingly steady like an older brother. There was some movement. Tang San instinctively protected Tang Yin behind him. The master also sensed it. Before long, they saw the golden eyes in the distance, and he had already identified the soul beast. It was the golden-eyed Black Panther. Chapter 40. Golden-eyed Black Panther. The master said this as he wanted Tang San and Tang Yin to run. This kind of golden-eyed Black Panther prefers to live in groups, and if one appears here, there must be others lying in ambush nearby. As the master spoke, he stepped back while trying to cover the two children. If I'm not mistaken, this golden-eyed Black Panther is nearly 100 years old. Roar. The golden-eyed Black Panther took a couple of steps forward and roared twice in the direction of Tang Yin. As for the master, who was blocking its path, it showed some impatience. Teacher, it seems like it's not attacking us. Tang San noticed something and said to the master. Master, don't get too excited. Tang Yin spoke at this moment. Tang Yin took 2 steps forward, and Tang San could tell that the golden-eyed Black Panther didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them. However, he couldn't take the risk with Tang Yin, so he held onto her hand, not letting her go any further. It's okay, brother, you can relax. This little leopard is here to see me. We know each other. Tang Yin chuckled and freed her hand from Tang San's grip, but Tang San still wasn't at ease and followed Tang Yin closely. At this moment, the master also looked puzzled. Tang Yin took 2 more steps and waved at the golden-eyed Black Panther, which then walked over to her. Sister. Tang San called out uneasily as he looked at the panther's massive body. Tang Yin patted her brother's hand reassuringly. Soon, the golden-eyed Black Panther arrived by Tang Yin's side, squatting down next to her and rubbing its head against her calf, as if indicating something. Tang Yin understood what this meant, and then, under the astonished gazes of Tang San and the master, she steadily mounted the golden-eyed Black Panther. Throughout the entire process, the golden-eyed Black Panther was very docile, with the master being the most surprised. The master often studied martial souls, soul beasts, and soul power, so he naturally knew how much enmity soul beasts held towards humans. But now, brother, come up too. Tang Yin patted the space behind her, inviting her brother to join her. The golden-eyed Black Panther seemed to understand Tang Yan's words and elegantly walked towards Tang San. Roar. The golden-eyed Black Panther let out a low growl, slightly lowering its body beside Tang San, as if urging him to get on as well. Master, this scene is really too abnormal. It's a bit different from what you've taught me. Sister, why does this soul beast listen to her so much? Just get on. The master also didn't know what was happening and could only take it one step at a time. Perhaps soul beasts and humans were not as irreconcilable as they seemed. Tang San nodded and then sat on the back of the golden-eyed Black Panther. Master, do you need to sit? Tang Yi thought as she and her brother mounted the leopard. This time, only the master was left walking on foot. She wondered if she should find another large leopard for the master to ride on. No need. Let's go find the soul beast first. The master shook his head and then looked at Tang Yi with curiosity. Perhaps it wasn't the soul beast he was researching that had issues. Maybe it was Tang Yi's own martial soul that was the problem. As for the outcome, the master thought he would need to study it further. All right. Tang Yi didn't dwell on it too much. She thought it was better to first look into the issue of the soul beast's soul ring. She wondered if she could absorb a soul ring. That's right. Tang Yi suddenly thought of something. The master looked over in confusion. Little leopard, I want to find a soul beast to obtain a soul ring. Can you take me there? Master. Upon hearing this, the master wanted to say something to Tang Yi, but he noticed that the golden-eyed Black Panther under her was growling at her, which seemed to respond to her words. Master, hurry up. Tang Yi happily tugged at the fluffy ears of the golden-eyed Black Panther, not forgetting to speak to the master following beside her. As soon as Tang Yan's words fell, the golden-eyed Black Panther had already started running. Master, sister, Tang San, feeling a bit worried as the golden-eyed Black Panther suddenly took off, couldn't help but shout. Xiao Yan, the deep forest is dangerous. Quickly tell the golden-eyed Black Panther to stop. The golden-eyed Black Panther was less than 100 years old, and in this forest, there were countless old beasts that were over 100 or even 1,000 years old. If they ventured deeper, the dangers would only increase. Sister, listen to the master. Quickly make it stop. Don't go further inside. The golden-eyed Black Panther was running too fast, and Tang San could only hold onto the front of Tang Yin to steady himself and avoid falling off. Little Panther, stop for a moment. Tang Yin patted the golden-eyed Black Panther's head and called out. The master, who was trailing behind, ran up to the golden-eyed Black Panther, breathing heavily. Xiao Yin, the deep forest is dangerous. You can't run around. The master repeated. Master, I think going quickly like this shouldn't pose any danger. The little panther lives in this forest and is very familiar with the routes here. If there is any danger, the little panther will let us know. Tang Yin said, then thought for a moment, and gently whispered something into the ear of the golden-eyed Black Panther while stroking its head. Suddenly, the golden-eyed Black Panther roared in a certain direction, and soon several golden-eyed Black Panthers came running out. Some were 10 years old, some were 100 years old, and even one was 1,000 years old. The master tensed up completely upon seeing the 1,000-year-old golden-eyed Black Panther. They could handle a 10-year or 100-year-old golden-eyed Black Panther, but if the opponent was a 1,000-year golden-eyed Black Panther, it would undoubtedly be a dead end for the three of them. How did Tang San's sister provoke these golden-eyed Black Panthers? However, Tang Yin was not worried at all. She was even happily waving at the approaching golden-eyed Black Panthers. Master, come quickly. Ride this little panther, and they will take me to obtain a soul ring. The master, this has completely exceeded all expectations. Teacher, Tang San was also puzzled. Didn't the teacher say that soul beasts were not very hostile towards humans? How did it turn out like this? The master was speechless and finally said, this is likely related to Xiao Yan's martial soul. This also explained why Tang Yin was able to find them safely after arriving at the soul-hunting forest. Master, hold on tight, we are leaving. Tang Yin could obviously sense the master's and her brother's confusion and curiosity. But she could never tell them. If she really had to explain, she could only say that she didn't know either. After all, she was still a child and naturally understood nothing. Tang San smiled with pure joy, like a child who had found a fun toy, completely carefree. The master and Tang San didn't know what to say. The master sat on the back of a golden-eyed Black Panther, and the feeling was quite magical. Soul beasts usually attack humans upon encountering them. How could they be ridden? Their pride absolutely does not allow it. They would rather self-destruct than be manipulated by others. This was beyond the master's research. Now, the master felt a deep interest in Tang San's martial soul. Chapter 41. Little San, don't go. Master, what do you think of this little fox? Tang Yin spoke as he held a small fox that he had somehow obtained. The master shook his head, saying that it was just a 10-year-old fox. And not only was its attribute not suitable, but it was also a 10-year soul beast, making it inappropriate as a soul ring. When the master saw the soul beast gently resting in Tang Yan's hands, he felt somewhat numb. He couldn't help but wonder what Tang Yan's martial soul was, as it seemed to make these soul beasts so docile. The master then asked Tang Yin how he felt about these soul beasts. I feel great. They're all so well-behaved. Dan Dan Ziplit, Tang Yin said, stroking the little fox in his hands before letting it go. Suddenly, a roar echoed, attracting Master Tang San and Tang Yin. Even a few golden-eyed black leopards stood with their tails raised, as if on alert. Let's go take a look. Tang Yan's spiritual sense detected that this sound was different. It seemed to be wailing, pleading for help. Tang Yin didn't think too much and then rode on the 1,000-year-old golden-eyed black leopard. Sister, Tang San exclaimed, not having time to think further, and chased after her. The master saw this and could only follow. Xiao Yin and Xiao San. Soon, they reached their destination. Roar. Master, it's a lion. Tang Yin saw many lions surrounding something as if guarding it. They were all 1,000-year-old golden flame sacred lions. The master was surprised. Xiao Yin, don't go over there. Before the master could recover, Tang Yin had already walked towards them. Sister, Tang San also called to Tang Yin. These golden flame sacred lions are all 1,000 years old. We can't even handle one, let alone more than 10. It's okay, that lion is going to die. But it has a baby in its belly, I want to go save it. Tang Yin said, clearly knowing there would be a cost. Using Tang Yan's spirit, the golden flame sacred lions sensed that Tang Yin was benevolent and approachable, and thus they made way for him. Teacher, Tang San watched from the side, and the master could only shake his head. After these 2 days of searching for soul beasts, they had witnessed Tang Yan's gentle affinity with the soul beasts. Let's observe for now. Moreover, these were all 1,000-year-old golden flame sacred lions. If they attacked, they would be helpless. Roar. Tang San wanted to get closer, but before he could take a few steps, a golden flame sacred lion roared at him, signaling him not to approach, or they would be rude. He is my brother. You are not allowed to be aggressive towards him, Tang Yin said, already pulling out a dagger from his space. The golden flame sacred lions were relatively amicable towards Tang Yan's words, and this had an effect as they no longer obstructed Tang San's approach. Without the obstruction of the golden flame sacred lions, Tang San quickly reached Tang Yan's side. Sister, what do you want to do? It can't survive, but it has babies in its belly. I will dissect it. This lion seems to have gone through a battle and no longer has the strength to give birth. Now, we can only resort to the knife. Dissect it? Tang San didn't expect Tang Yin to calmly say such a thing. As Tang Yin spoke, he had already made a cut in the lion's belly. Sister, I'll help you. Tang San looked at the blood that had already flowed out. He didn't want Tang Yin to get his hands dirty. All right. Tang Yin did not stop him and quickly instructed Tang San. The two of them worked together seamlessly to pull out 3 bloody little lions from the belly of the golden flame sacred lion. They calculated that they had been saved. If they had stayed in the mother for a little longer, they would have suffocated to death. Here, these are your children. They are all very healthy, Tang Yin said, placing the 3 little lions at the mouth of the golden flame sacred lion. Roar the golden flame sacred lion let out a weak roar, as if thanking Tang Yin. You're welcome. Seeing the 3 kitten-sized lions, Tang Yin finally softened his heart and used his abilities to cover the belly of the golden flame sacred lion. It was then that the dying golden flame sacred lion quickly began to regain its strength. Tang Yan's face was somewhat pale. She hadn't used so much healing ability in a long time. Sister, Tang San looked in surprise at the recovery of the golden flame sacred lion, and naturally noticed Tang Yan's flushed face, which had lost its color. I'm Yufine. She hadn't fully healed the golden flame sacred lion, only bringing it back to about 60 or 70%. The rest it could recover on its own. All right, Tang Yin said, then stood up. Perhaps because she had been squatting for too long, she felt a bit dizzy when she stood up. Sister, Tang San's hands were still covered in blood, and he didn't want to use his dirty hands to support Tang Yin, so he could only nudge him with his shoulder to prevent him from falling. Roar! But soon, a robust and beautifully colored golden flame sacred lion crouched down beside Tang Yin, allowing him to lean against it, so Tang Yin wouldn't fall over. Thank you. Tang Yin only felt a bit dizzy, but after a while, he was fine. Roar! The golden flame sacred lion, which was previously in critical condition, had now recovered about 60 to 70% and could stand up. After roaring at Tang Yin, it turned to the dozen or so thousand-year-old golden flame sacred lions surrounding them and roared. Roar! 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 It seemed to be conveying some kind of signal. Then they encircled Tang Yin and Tang San, or more precisely, they surrounded Tang Yin. Even the golden flame sacred lion that had just given birth joined the others to form a circle around Tang Yin. One of the 1,000-year-old golden flame sacred lions picked Tang San up and carried him out of their circle. Don't be afraid, brother, they just want to thank me. Tang Yin comforted his struggling brother. Tang San was confused about what they were trying to do. Xiao San, don't go. The master sensed something keenly and pulled Tang San back, who wanted to go forward. Master, what do they want? A sacrifice, the master said uncertainly. But a soul beast sacrifice is a matter of the soul beast itself. However, why were there 17? Exactly 17 soul beasts were to be sacrificed. A sacrifice. Tang San's eyes widened slightly as he looked at the surrounded Tang Yin. A sacrifice, the master said, after a soul beast sacrifices itself. It will die and its soul will perish. But, master, there are 1,000-year soul beasts in my sister's body. Soul beasts willingly sacrifice themselves, and the soul rings naturally will not resist. Moreover, the soul rings from the soul beast sacrifices will be even more attuned to the person. The master said excitedly, even if this wasn't happening to him, being able to witness such a sacrifice was worth his life. Meanwhile, the 17,000-year soul beasts simultaneously emitted purple halos, rising in circles and then landing on Tang Yan's head. 17 halos, one after another, overlapping and then separating again before continuing to overlap. After an unknown number of overlaps and separations, when the 17 soul rings merged into one, they transformed into something like a seed, small and suspended above Tang Yan's head. Tang Yin seemed to feel enveloped by a warm aura, and then his entire body floated up. Chapter 42, Millennium Soul Ring. The purple seed-like soul ring directly sank into Tang Yan's forehead, initially radiating a bit of light. In the end, Tang Yan's forehead returned to calm. Tang Yan's body, which was floating, slowly landed. Tang San and the master thought everything had calmed down, but in the next second, a cool light radiated from Tang Yan's body. However, something seemed to grow from her previously tranquil center of her brows. It resembled a floral crown, centered on her brow and extending to both sides. A piece adorned with golden glimmers, delicately settling on Tang Yan's head like a crown. At a glance, it resembled a little princess of a kingdom donning her own crown, enhancing the princess's noble and exquisitely charming demeanor. Soul bone. Before Tang San could speak, the master's voice trembled as he exclaimed, "What is a soul bone?" Tang San had never encountered such knowledge before, and at that moment, he felt his sister's aura was even more noble and imposing, not allowing anyone to offend her. Tang Yin needs to digest the soul bones on her body and the excess power within her. All her abilities seem to have become exceptionally harmonious, as if there is a feeling of mutual support and complementarity. This sensation is very strange and subtle. Meanwhile, the master has some free time and discusses the issue of soul bones with Tang San. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours pass. Yet Tang Yin has not come out of this profound feeling. Night gradually approaches. The 17,000-year-old golden flame sacred lions are now guarding Tang Yan's side. Tang San understood what a soul bone was, and his gaze fell on the 17 golden flame sacred lions. Then he became puzzled again. "Master, didn't you say that soul beasts would die and be destroyed after a sacrifice?" But now, the 17 golden flame sacred lions have sacrificed themselves. Yet they are still protecting Tang Yin, and it seems like there is no major issue. This was also the first time he had seen such a situation, and he thought that he would only know the answer after Xiao Yin woke up. The master was also confused. How could a soul beast sacrifice lead to no consequences at all? Perhaps it was because too many soul beasts had sacrificed themselves? The master was not sure. Tang San nodded, thinking that Tang Yan's matter was an exception. The night was about to leave, and the new day was just beginning. Tang San noticed that Tang Yin moved his eyeballs first, and after just a few seconds, he opened his eyes. However, in that brief moment, it seemed like Tang San saw a flash of golden light swirling in Tang Yan's eyes. Crack, crack. Tang Yin moved his somewhat stiff neck. The surrounding golden flame sacred lions also stirred, all standing up and then roaring a few times at Tang Yin, as if thanking him or bidding farewell. "Thank you." Tang Yin waved his hand, and then the 17 golden flame sacred lions, along with 3 small ones, left. At first, Tang Yin had saved the mother lion under certain conditions. They had agreed that she would save its child in exchange for a soul ring as a reward. However, after seeing the 3 small lion cubs, she softened her heart and healed the mother lion, deciding to forego the soul ring. What Tang Yin didn't expect was that in the end, they chose this method. "Sister, how are you feeling now? Do you have a soul ring?" Tang San came over to examine Tang Yin, and, seeing that she seemed fine, couldn't help but ask. He was a bit curious if Tang Yin had obtained a soul ring. This. Tang Yin paused, and a small horn emerged from her foot. A purple golden light starting from her forehead. Suddenly, a purple light emanated from Tang Yan's body, and a purple soul ring rose from her feet and circled around her body. This is a 1,000-year soul ring. This is the soul seed from a soul beast. As long as the soul beast wholeheartedly sacrifices itself and combines for over 10,000 years, it can produce a soul seed. The combined soul seed, when sent into a person's body, forms a soul ring. Tang Yin explained that she learned this from the legacy of the lioness, who is also the Lion King. The longer it exceeds 10,000 years, the easier it is to produce a soul seed. Tang Yin pinched her small hand, and the little horn had already retracted. Such a sacrifice also comes at a cost. The years of soul rings produced by the soul seeds correspond to the years of cultivation that the sacrificial soul beasts must pay. Therefore, my soul seed represents 100 years of cultivation from each little lion, which means I have a soul ring of 1,700 years. Moreover, what Tang Yin didn't mention was that if these lions die in the future and their soul rings aren't absorbed by anyone, the years of cultivation from those lions will be added to her soul ring. At that time, her soul ring could potentially become 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. It turns out that soul seeds can work this way between soul beasts. The master fell into deep thought. He had studied the attributes of soul beasts and human martial souls, but didn't know that soul rings could be obtained in this manner. Yes, but they must be willing. If one of them is unwilling, a soul seed cannot be produced. Tang Yin nodded, as she hadn't thought it could be done this way. Previously, she was considering whether to make them willingly sacrifice without killing. As long as they were unwilling, she wouldn't force them. During the past 2 days while shopping with the master and her brother, that was how she had acted. Willingness. The master paused. It seems that only Tang Yin could achieve this. "Sister, Try to see what abilities your soul ring has, Tang San said. Once he understood, he realized that such a situation could only happen with Tang Yin. Okay, Tang Yin nodded. The purple soul ring beneath her feet rose. Holy flame. As soon as the words fell, the temperature around Tang Yin rose, and in an instant, rolling flames burned around her. With a flick of her finger, the flames followed her direction. Soon, a large tree that had been around for 40 to 50 years was completely burned down. So powerful, Tang San couldn't help but exclaim. The battle-type master was at a loss for words. Wasn't she supposed to be a support type? Such a powerful attack power isn't typical for a support. The master temporarily swallowed back his words about her being weak in support. Come back, Tang Yin said, and the flames disappeared. If it weren't for the absence of a large tree, one would think nothing had happened. She controlled it effortlessly. Your brother is also very impressive. When he obtains a soul ring next time, I will also find a soul seed for him. Tang Yin naturally noticed her brother's astonished and somewhat yearning gaze and couldn't help but pat his head and say, Good. Tang San nodded, but he didn't take it too seriously. Soul beasts had to exceed 10,000 years, and they also had to be willing. Where would there be so many good things? Tang Yin is already satisfied with this good fortune, even happier than if it were his own. At this moment, the master said, somewhat seriously, Chapter 43, Limits. What's wrong? Tang Yin asked upon hearing the voice. Don't let others know about the soul bone on you, the master said seriously. Tang Yandong then nodded, understanding the master. Thank you. Tang Yin understood the principle that the master was talking about. After seeing that Tang Yin understood, the master did not say much more. Tang San and Tang Yin already have their martial souls, and the three of them are ready to return to school. Along the way, Tang San finally notices that the water Tang Yin gave him seems a bit off. Tang Yin was sitting in the carriage, feeling drowsy and wanting to sleep. When his younger brother asked him, he vaguely replied that it was Xinrui. Xinrui? Tang San wanted to ask for clarification, but Tang Yin was tired. So he turned to the master. The master was also taken aback and then asked Tang San to show him. This water pouch was given to Tang San by Tang Yin. It had been kept in storage and wouldn't spoil. Moreover, over the past few days, Tang Yin had occasionally fed him some fruits, and during mealtimes, Tang San hadn't felt thirsty enough to drink any water. Xinrui was rare and valuable, so much so that even many wealthy families couldn't obtain it. It was available, but not in demand. The master had never mentioned such things to Tang San before. Now seeing Xinrui, the master was still surprised, but upon thinking about it, he seemed to understand Tang Hao's feelings. However, it was unexpected that Tang San didn't know. It seemed Tang Hao preferred his daughter a bit more. The master quickly explained everything to Tang San. After a while, they soon returned to Nodding City. It was still class time, and there was no one in the dormitory, which suited Tang Yin just fine. Now, she was the only one there. As for Tang San, his younger brother had been taken away by Wang Hao on the way back to school. It was said that the work-study students had gotten into a fight with the regular students. Tang Yin found it meaningless for these children to fight, especially since she wanted to break through her abilities. Is it because of this soul bone? Tang Yin locked the door of room 7 and then took out the soul bone on her head, which resembled a crown. Tang Yin studied it for a while and felt that the quality of this soul bone seemed a bit familiar. Tang Yin rested his chin on his hand, touching the soul bone while lost in thought. After a while, he couldn't figure anything out, so he took out the small pouch from around his neck. He pulled out a yin from inside, placed the blue silver grass in front of the bed, and sat cross-legged. His wood-type ability began to circulate continuously. Soon, the blue silver grass sensed the wood-type ability and started to grow, becoming longer and thicker, with tendrils spreading outwards from Tang Yin. The faint purple silver light was the signature of the blue silver grass. In the apocalypse, when abilities were pushed to their limits, they could grow continuously and increase without any reserves, allowing one to survive dire situations. However, in this Douluo continent, exhausting all abilities could harm the body. Tang Yin didn't know the reasoning behind this, so every time he used his abilities, he would hold back. But this time, he wanted to try and see if using all his abilities would break through the 3rd level bottleneck and reach the 4th level. He dared to do this today because he had a soul bone. This soul bone could ensure that his mental strength wouldn't collapse and better regulate his abilities. Therefore, even if he exhausted his wood-type ability, he still had other abilities to support him, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. He had been stuck in this wood-type ability for too long. If he succeeded this time, he could apply the same approach to other abilities in the future. This was a risk, but also a pursuit of something new. Tang Yin took a deep breath, then closed his eyes, holding the blue silver grass in front of him with both hands. The blue silver grass, which was already growing rapidly, surged even more fiercely after Tang Yin closed his eyes. The blue silver grass, which was originally less than 3,000 years old, became even more vigorous after Tang Yan's wood-type abilities were unleashed wildly. There were 50 beds in the dormitory, and the house was spacious enough, but it couldn't hold out for long before being completely filled by the blue silver grass. 4,000 years, 5,000 years, 6,000 years. Phew. Tang Yin couldn't hold it in anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. I can't do it anymore. Tang Yin felt pain all over her body, as if her pulse was about to be torn apart. She felt weak and suddenly very sleepy. Tang Yin couldn't help but feel faint. The blue-silver grass sensed Tang Yan's condition and gently brushed against her face with a delicate vine, as if trying to soothe her and urging her to stop, to not continue any longer. Yin. Tang Yin shook her head to clear her thoughts and then tucked the blue-silver grass back into her small pouch. At the same time, she took out a small handkerchief to clean the blood from the corner of her mouth. As for the blood she had just coughed up, it had landed on the blue-silver grass, and she currently had no energy to clean the blood off it. Before falling into a deep sleep, Tang Yin still thought, I failed. When Tang San returned and saw Tang Yin sleeping, he thought she was just tired and had gone to sleep, as she often did at home without much of a routine. Tang San looked at Tang Yin sleeping peacefully, her face rosy and normal. He didn't think much of it. After covering her with a quilt, he began to do his own things. The next day, Tang Yin was awakened by Tang San. Sister, wake up. It's time to get up for class. Tang San shook his head, tightly hugging the blanket, refusing to open his eyes even a bit. Little San, your sister hasn't gotten up yet? Xiao Wu came closer and, seeing Tang Yin still asleep, felt less scared. Tang San nodded and half lifted Tang Yin. Little San, are you going to carry your sister to class? Xiao Wu said, looking at Tang San's actions with curiosity. My sister doesn't usually sleep in. She must be tired from going to the beast hunting forest a few days ago. It's best to let her sleep, Tang San said, wiping Tang Yan's face, then putting a jacket on her and helping her into her shoes. Throughout this, Tang Yin remained unresponsive, still too sleepy to wake up. She just didn't want to get up. She felt that what she needed was sleep. With enough rest, her injuries would heal faster. Tang Yin was protected by Tang San and slept for the whole morning. By the afternoon, he was extremely hungry and had no choice but to wake up. Sister, are you hungry? Tang San said as he took out the food he had prepared from the night by the 24 bridges. It was all light food, considering Tang Yin had just woken up not long ago. Tang Yin looked around. Is she still on her brother's back? Looking around again. Are they about to return to the 7th dormitory? Sister, if you don't wake up soon, I'm going to have to call you to get up for dinner. Tang Yin got off her brother's back. She was so hungry that she felt she could eat an elephant. Tang Yin ate quickly and didn't answer her brother's words for a while. After finishing the food her brother gave her, she took out more food from her own space to continue eating. Are you really that hungry, sister? Tang San was surprised, not expecting this Tang and to be so hungry and able to eat so much food. Chapter 44. You are my only brother. Tang San notet zando mi. Finally recovering a bit from the whole hungry situation, and then asked, have you eaten, little brother? While saying this, he also shared some of the food in his hand with his brother. No, I saw that you hadn't woken up yet, so I thought I'd carry you back first. Everyone else is eating in the cafeteria. Momo, Tang San notet, which also explained why there was no one in the dormitory. Tang San took the food that Tang Yin gave him, eating while watching his sister devour her meal. He noticed that he hadn't finished what was in his hand, while his sister had already finished a huge pile in front of her. That must be enough to feed 5 or 6 adults, right? Tang San swallowed the food in his mouth and then asked uncertainly, Sister, do you want some? Not for now. You eat. Tang Yin shook her head. She didn't intend to snatch food from her brother. Tang San nodded, not being polite, and quickly finished eating. Then he took out his water pouch, which still contained the water Tang Yin had given him. Every day, she would prepare some for him to drink. Sister, I wanted to ask you earlier, you also have space now, right? Tang San said as he unfastened the 24 bridge Mingyuan knight from his waist. He mentioned that it was a gift from his master, and at that time, he was thinking about when he could get a similar one for Tang Yin. Yes, that's it, Tang Yin said, turning over a small jade pendant that was pressed against her neck by a small pouch. It was also when Dad gave me the blue silver grass. I think I took the wrong one and then discovered that you could put things inside. Tang Yin said, looking as if she had found a great treasure. I originally wanted to tell you, but you and the master left, so I could only catch up. Tang San nodded. Without any doubt, this jade pendant had always been carried by his sister, and now that he discovered its purpose, It seemed that she had simply forgotten about it due to her previous amnesia. Just that, after Tang San experienced the night of the bright moon over the 24 bridges, he understood that such spatial storage abilities were not something everyone could possess. However, he didn't know whose child his sister was. Just thinking about the possibility that his sister might be taken away by someone in the future made his heart tighten. Tang San couldn't help but ask a silly question. Sister, you'll always be my sister, right? What silly thing are you saying? Aren't you still my little brother? Tang Yin thought her brother seemed a bit foolish at that moment, and couldn't help but ruffle his hair. You're my only little brother. The only brother in 2 lifetimes. And also family. Tang San nodded, feeling a bit silly himself. No matter whose child his sister was, she would always be his sister. Sister, do you have any plans for this afternoon? Tang San asked. I shouldn't have any. I'm still a bit weak and don't want to wander around, she replied. I'll wait until I'm feeling better. This afternoon, I want to find a blacksmith shop to see if they're taking apprentices. Are you going to, sister? Dad told us before that when we get to Notting City, we should find a blacksmith to apprentice with. No, I don't want to. She recalled the 3 months of swinging a heavy hammer and refused. Aren't you going, sister? Then I'll go alone. I don't know if I'll encounter any danger on the way. If I accidentally touch the hot iron, it should hurt a lot, right? Tang San said somewhat vaguely. I wonder if it will leave a scar. It shouldn't be too ugly, right? As he spoke, he pinched his relatively fair and tender hand, then pinched his sister's face, which she loved to do. I'll go. Tang Yin swallowed her words about not going and gently touched her brother's soft face, thinking how cute he was, with such a fair and chubby hand. What if he really got burned? Ah, sister, are you going too? Tang San suppressed a laugh in his heart, as he had calculated his sister's temperament. Whenever it came to the question of whether he would get hurt, she would take it seriously. Yes, I'm going. Tang Yin naturally knew her brother was doing it on purpose, but even so, the thought of the hot furnace and those sparks flying from the iron blocks, combined with looking at her little brother's soft and adorable figure, made her uneasy. Tang San seized the soft spot of Tang Yin and successfully completed the task assigned to him by his father. His father said that he should not stop practicing the hammer technique and should become an apprentice to earn some money while also practicing, achieving 2 goals at once. After leaving school, Tang Yi bought a lot of snacks by the roadside and kept stuffing them into his mouth while following his younger brother. Soon, Tang San found a blacksmith. Tang Yi wasn't very interested in blacksmithing, so he let Tang San go ask first. Tang Yin was eating behind Tang San, listening to their conversation. However, she and Tang San were just 6-year-old children. How could the adults possibly let them forge iron? This was normal thinking, right? Tang Yin thought to herself. Just as she saw her brother about to leave, she pulled him back. Uncle, can we at least try it? These things can't be tried casually. What if you get hurt? The uncle who was forging iron softened a bit when he saw the adorable Tang Yin. It won't happen. Just let us try, okay? My brother and I often help Dad forge iron at home. We're quite familiar with it. If it really doesn't work, you can let us give up, can't you? Tang Yin blinked her big eyes. If we break your things, we can compensate you. As she spoke, Tang Yin took out a few silver coins. Tang Yin's strength proved that she was wealthy enough to compensate. The uncle hesitated a bit. Then, the other uncles on the other side started to cheer, saying, let them give it a try. Let these 2 kids give up. All right, if you can lift this hammer, I'll believe you. The uncle thought to himself that this hammer was not something an ordinary child could lift. It shouldn't hurt them. Thank you. Tang Yin nodded and then gave Tang San a look, signaling him to go up. Tang San nodded, picked up the hammer, and didn't waste any time, going over to ask another uncle who was operating the bellows to increase the fire. At this moment, Tang Yin didn't stop to watch either. Instead, he walked to the side and borrowed a hammer from another uncle. A few uncles glanced at each other and handed one hammer over to Tang Yin. Sister, Tang San called out. Tang Yin also stood in position with great tacit understanding, and with a thud, a piece of heated iron was thrown over. Tang Zhan lifts the hammer, and with one strike, it goes down. Bang, bang, bang. Tang San and Tang Yin were in perfect harmony as they pounded the iron block. Suddenly, a gasp was heard. This was the chaotic wind hammer technique. An uncle was the first to express his astonishment. Tang Yin nodded. A small piece of iron had already been purified of impurities. In the end, the 2 of them naturally transitioned from being novice apprentices to formal blacksmiths. However, they only had time in the afternoons. Chapter 45, not changed at all after things settled down. Life was quite leisurely. In the mornings, they attended classes. In the afternoons, they forged iron. In the evenings, Tang Yin practiced while also remembering to cultivate medicinal herbs or plants to sell. Whatever herbs were valuable, Tang Yin would raise. Soon, 6 years had passed. During these 6 years, she had created quite a bit of time for her brother and Xiao Wu to spend together. It's unclear if it was when they first arrived, but after a sparring session between Tang San and Xiao Wu, the two often went out to spar from time to time. Their relationship was quite good. Of course, Tang Yin and Xiao Wu's relationship was also quite decent, except for the fact that Tang Yin liked to touch Xiao Wu's rabbit ears. Xiao Wu always avoided Tang Yin, trying to avoid being alone with her as much as possible. The result was that Xiao Wu became more attached to Tang San. Sigh. Tang Yin sat by the roadside, unable to help but sigh again and again. Sister, it's time to go. The young Tang San had already grown into a teenager. Tang Yin turned to look at the sound, and this was the reason she raised her voice in sorrow. 6 years. A full 6 years. Her younger brother had grown from a cute little boy into a teenager who looked about 7 meters tall. Tang San wanted to cry. Clearly, she was also 12 years old this year, so why was her height only 1.45 meters? Ah, is this worth crying over? Is this the height that an older sister should have? Even Xiao Wu is 1.60 meters. 1.60 meters. Next to the two of them, she felt like a little shorty. A little shorty. As long as she stood next to her brother and Xiao Wu, she looked like a little sister, not an older sister. This was something Tang San couldn't accept. Sister, how about I carry you? Tang San caught Tang San's gaze. He wanted to laugh but held it back. He also knew why Tang San was sighing like that. Every time his sister showed this expression, he knew she was thinking about her height again. Sister, how about I carry you too? Xiao Wu said. After returning to Tang San's home 5 years ago, Tang San wanted a younger sister now that he had an older sister. In the end, she also called Tang San sister. After all, Tang San was Tang San's sister. So naturally, she was also his sister. Tang San had a cold expression as she looked at the two, trying to hold back their laughter. No need. You guys go ahead. I'll catch up later. I still have a batch of herbs to sell. Sister, Xiao Wu and I can accompany you, Tang San said. You guys go ahead. We should be close to Shrek now. Buy whatever you like and stroll around. I'll go to Shrek to wait for you in a couple of days, Tang San said, taking out some gold soul coins and stuffing them into Tang San's hands. Speaking of which, Tang San was now a little rich girl. Over the past 6 years, she had sold a lot of herbs, all of which were expensive, and she made quite a profit. All right then. Tang San knew Tang San had made up her mind, so he had to obey. Besides, it wasn't far from Shrek. They could stroll around here too. Let's go, let's go. Tang San waved her hand, indicating to leave. She was the shortest, but fortunately, not all 12-year-old kids were as tall as her brother. Looking at many 12-year-olds in this Douluo continent, she felt it was quite normal. Well, this normal was naturally about the same height as her. Shrek Academy. Tang Yin silently recalled the name of this academy, Shrek's 7 Monsters. She probably remembered this much, and then participated in competitions, encountered the Spirit Hall, and later, after Xiao Wu was exposed, they separated. After a 5-year agreement, it seemed like there was a sacrifice. Then later, there was Sea God Island. So much time had passed that she couldn't remember many details. 6 years had gone by, and her abilities had only reached level 6, with her wood-type ability being slightly higher at level 7. Leveling up was really slow. She had been in this Douluo continent for 9 years, and her abilities had only upgraded this little. Tang Yin felt a bit like crying without tears. If it were the apocalypse, 9 years would almost be enough to reach level 10. Tang Yi was lost in thought, and indeed managed to sell some of the herbs in his hand. Then he started buying all kinds of delicious food to store in his space. As someone who had experienced the apocalypse, supplies were of utmost importance, and the habit of stockpiling had become hard to change. Tang Yin was walking aimlessly, not paying attention to anything in particular and not looking clearly at her feet. Suddenly, she slipped and almost fell, but with her abilities, she quickly reacted. Tang Yin had just steadied himself when a voice reached his ears. "Wu you? Whose child are you?" Upon hearing the crying, Tang Yin turned to look. It was a child about 3 or 4 years old, sitting on the ground with his small knees hugged, crying. His big eyes were filled with tears and sparkled, and his little face was exquisitely beautiful, a truly lovely child. Calling him a little golden boy wouldn't be an exaggeration. "Ooh, sister, I'm hungry." The little boy seemed to have found something when he saw Tang Yin looking over and said to him pitifully. Tang Yin swallowed hard. "So cute. I want to take him away in a big sack, but I don't know what color or style of sack the little cutie likes. Little brother, where are your mommy and daddy?" Tang Yin squatted down and handed over the meat bun in his hand. "Phuket," the child said with unclear pronunciation as he took the bun from Tang Yin. Looking at the tiny child, he ate quickly, finishing one bun in no time, and then looking eagerly at the bun in Tang Yin's hand. Tang Yi gave again, the child ate again, then looked eagerly as Tang Yi gave again, and after finishing the food, looked eagerly once more. Back and forth. The 6 big buns in Tang Yi's hand were all gone. Just like that, a small child had finished eating. Then, looking eagerly at Tang Yi again, said, "Sister, I am hungry." Tang Yan's gaze fell on the child's flat little belly, which had already devoured 6 large buns and still wasn't full. Hungry. With no other option, Tang Yin could only take out a big bag of bread from her storage, enough to be 3 times what was just eaten. Curious, Tang Yin wondered if the child could finish it. Seeing the food, the child didn't hold back and reached out with chubby little hands to continue eating. Soon, the entire bag was emptied, but the child was still hungry. Tang Yi also blinked. This is too much to eat. She even gave up the burlap sack, unable to afford it. Giving, Tang Yi felt it was too much to handle, so she took out a bag of bread. After seeing the child seriously start eating, she swiftly ran away. The child, who was biting into the bread, paused for a moment, a smile at the corner of his eye. No longer the confused child who only asked for food. He really is silly, not changed at all. At this moment, his speech was clear, unlike before. The child continued to eat the bread in his hand, and after finishing, he picked up what he had thrown away earlier. If Tang Yi were there, she would definitely know that the things the child picked up were exactly what he almost tripped over earlier. Chapter 46. Shrek Academy. Tang Yi had run away, and in just a few seconds, she was already over a kilometer away. But Tang Yin paused for a moment and said, "By the way, whose child is that? He looks so cute. What if something happens to him? That would be such a pity." Tang Yin thought for a moment and hesitantly returned to the place she had just been. But there were no children here at all. There wasn't even a single person, let alone the thing that had tripped her. If it weren't for the fact that she was missing some food, she would have really thought that the child from earlier didn't exist. Tang Yin searched the nearby area for a couple of rounds, but couldn't find the child. So she had to give up in the end. Forget it. She might as well look for her brother. Although her brother is grown up and isn't as cute as he was when he was younger, he eats less and is obedient. Not to mention, her brother is actually quite handsome. Tang Yin thought about it and quickened his pace. After walking for most of the day, he finally found his brother. "Forget it, brother." Tang Yin was about to call out to him, but when she looked up, she saw her brother and Xiao Wu entering a Rose Hotel. It's that kind of hotel, right? Without her around, they really know how to have fun. It seems like there should have been a plot like this before. Many details about Tang Yin have become vague, but it doesn't matter much. She herself is carefree, so I won't play the third wheel. I also don't know what delicious local specialties there are here. Tang Yin had not left the Rose Hotel far when he felt a strong fluctuation of soul power. Was someone fighting? Tang Yin's gaze returned to the Rose Hotel. As her mental power activated, the people and objects in the Rose Hotel appeared in her eyes. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Level 37 Soul Master, please guide me. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Level 30 Weapon Soul Master, please guide me. Yes, her younger brother's soul power had already reached level 30. He was supposed to obtain his 3rd soul ring, but it just happened to coincide with the registration day for Shrek, so they decided to put it on hold. Of course, it was also her contribution, as when her brother was obtaining his 2nd soul ring, she wanted to find a suitable soul beast for him. Unfortunately, at that time, she and the master searched for a long time, but couldn't find multiple identical soul beasts to form a 10,000-year one. Even suitable ones were only available individually, failing to meet the conditions. There were some that met the 10,000-year requirement, but their attributes didn't match well. In the end, they had to settle for a nearly 1,000-year-old ghost vine. Over these years, she had given her brother plenty of hard essence, ensuring his martial soul and soul power were absolutely stable. If he hadn't paused and not yet gone to obtain his 3rd soul ring, she imagined her brother would have reached level 32 or even level 33 by now. However, she believed that soul power doesn't break through quickly. The soul powers would compress and compress each other, and when it finally breaks through, it's possible to advance several levels at once. It was like cultivating spiritual energy, continuously compressing it to make its own power more majestic and solid, becoming more beneficial at critical moments. It was over. On this side, the fight between Dai Mubai and Tang San had come to an end. Of course, the winner was still Dai Mubai. There was still a difference between level 37 and level 30. However, Tang Yin thought for a moment that Dai Mubai was a member of Shrek and was 2 or 3 years older than her brother. In that case, her brother couldn't be considered to have lost. Tang San, I will wait for you at Shrek Academy. Tang Yin listened and saw Dai Mubai coming out of the Rose Hotel. Without using her mental energy to look at Dai Mubai, she found that he was quite handsome at 15 years old. Just now, she heard Dai Mubai introduce himself. 15 years old. 15 years old. Tang San estimated Dai Mubai's height and felt a bit like spitting blood. This doesn't look like a 15-year-old boy at all. He clearly looks like a young man of 18 or 19. Tang Yin was a bit reluctant to talk, and she adjusted her height, feeling even less inclined to speak. If she were to live with the Shrek's 7 devils, just thinking about the queue and walking together made her feel overwhelmed. The height difference. It's a bit hard to imagine why she is so short. Could be a problem with her genes? Dai Mubai, holding a pair of beautiful twin girls, suddenly sensed something in his line of sight. He turned around and saw a small child, looking dejected. However, it wasn't his concern, and he wasn't interested in such a small child anyway. Tang Yi felt a bit down and casually chose a hotel to stay in. She was even a bit dispirited about enrolling in Shrek Academy in a couple of days. However, aside from her height, everything else was fine. Soon, Tang Yi perked up and spent the next 2 days exploring the area, familiarizing herself with the nearby shops and the surrounding terrain, which would be convenient for buying things in the future. On this day, it was also the enrollment day for Shrek Academy. Tang Yi got up early, contemplating whether to call her brother and Xiao Wu at the Rose Hotel. Unfortunately, before she could even enter the Rose Hotel, she was stopped by the staff inside, simply because she was too small. Clearly, she was about the same age as her brother and Xiao Wu. In fact, she was even older than them. Why were they stopping her? Sigh. It was once again her petite figure of 1.40 meters that hindered her progress. Tang Yin was hit hard and didn't want to ask her brother and Xiao Wu to go with her, so she went ahead first. Tang Yin arrived early to register at Shrek Academy, and there weren't many people yet. It might have been too early. She was the only one with just 3 other people. The registration required the submission of 10 gold soul coins. The teacher overseeing the first assessment looked somewhat lethargic and was yawning, then pointed to the box on the table containing the gold soul coins and said, "The little girl came quite early. The others were accompanied by adults or parents, but only Tang Yin was alone, her cute and delicate appearance catching attention." Dai Mubai had just arrived and then noticed Tang Yin. He still remembered her, the little girl who had stared at him for a long time outside the Rose Hotel. Tang Yin nodded and didn't say much. Dai Mubai didn't disturb her and looked for a nearby tree, leaping up. "Come on, stretch out your hand so I could take a look." The teacher, an elderly man, noticed Tang Yin sitting obediently and added, "Is it okay?" After taking her pulse, Tang Yin curiously asked, "Can you tell my age from just that?" This method of assessing age by taking a pulse was somewhat reminiscent of ancient times before the apocalypse. The old man looked at Tang Yin with some surprise, then nodded and said to Dai Mubai, "Pass, take her inside." "Thank you," Tang Yin politely said to the old man, and then followed Dai Mubai out. "Your soul power should be quite high, right?" Dai Mubai didn't miss the teacher's glance. "It's okay," Tang Yin modestly replied. "Here, if your soul power exceeds level 25, you can directly pass to the 4th assessment." Dai Mubai handed her a ball for testing soul power. Tang Yin took the light blue ball and began to infuse it with soul power. Chapter 47. Uncle Sausage. Tang Yin took the sky blue ball and began to inject his soul power into it. Level 33. Dai Mubai was astonished. He didn't expect that such a small person could already have reached level 33 in soul power. A competitive spirit ignited within him. "How old are you?" "9. Do you believe it?" Tang Yin wanted to say 12, but when he thought of his 12-year-old brother and the 12-year-old Xiao Wu, he silently wanted to take the words back. He didn't want to admit that he was so short at 12. 9 years old. Dai Mubai nodded, but he was still amazed that this little girl was only 9 years old. What was he like at 9? In that moment, he reflected on his own decline. Was he going to continue down that path? Dai Mubai was shocked by Tang Yan's high soul power at such a young age. You don't really believe it, do you?" Tang Yin looked at Dai Mubai, feeling that he was a bit too much. Was he scared? Or is he just hit hard? Dai Mubai. Suddenly, the old man over there called out. Dai Mubai came back to his senses, said a word to Tang Yin, and then ran off after a brief pause. Tang Yin shrugged and thought, forget it, he will know eventually. Just then, a distant voice could be heard calling out. "Selling sausages, selling sausages. Come take a look, come take a look. Oscar brand sausages, delicious and sweet, cheap and plentiful, only 5 copper coins each. Eat an Oscar brand sausage, and we guarantee you'll have an easier time passing the entrance exam." Tang San glanced over and had a bit of an impression. One of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Food type martial soul. The person he remembered most was called Oscar. In the apocalypse, food was scarce, and things like sausages were hard to come by, especially the authentic ones. Every time Tang San watched the anime and saw Oscar transforming into a big sausage, he wondered what it would taste like. The sausages in the anime always looked appetizing. And now, there was an opportunity. Here. Tang San excitedly waved at Oscar. Hey there, little friend. Want a big sausage? Oscar didn't expect that someone would come to buy sausages right after he had set up his stall, which was a good start. Uh-huh. Tang San nodded, not minding being called a little friend. Here you go, 5 copper coins for one. Thank you, Tang San said habitually, and the color of the food looked great. How is it? Tasty? Want another one? Oscar, rare to sell sausages at school, couldn't help but ask when he saw Tang San enjoying it so much. It's delicious. The aroma is wafting, the exterior is dry and crispy, very tasty, especially good. Tang San nodded, surprised that these sausages were much better than the usual ones, with a different texture. One more. Tang San's appetite was growing. All right. Rarely finding someone who appreciated his sausages, Oscar felt he had met a kindred spirit. He was very enthusiastic towards Tang San. Since he hadn't had much breakfast that morning, Tang San hopped onto Oscar's cart, eating one after another. Anyway, she was waiting for someone. Sure, of course. That's fine. When Tang San asked if she could eat on his cart, Oscar readily agreed. After all, he was a big employer. Sister. After Tang San and Xiao Wu arrived, they saw Tang San sitting on the prominent cart, propping her chin and eating sausages. Brother. Xiao Wu. I'm over here. Sister. I thought you didn't come. I didn't expect you to arrive first. Tang San came over with Xiao Wu. Yeah, it was on the way, so I came over first. Tang San didn't want to mention how she was underestimated today. By the way, sausages, they're quite tasty. Do you want one, brother? And Xiao Wu? As she spoke, she handed over 2 skewers of sausages with her free hand. Yes. My sausages are really delicious, fair, and square. You can get one for 5 copper coins. Oscar was still thinking about how this little friend was the sister of these 2 people. It didn't quite seem like it, but when it came to business, he set that thought aside. All right, Xiao Wu. Tang San asked Xiao Wu beside him. Sister said it's good, so I'll try it too. Xiao Wu smiled shyly, and Tang San handed both skewers he was holding to Xiao Wu, saying, You didn't eat much in the morning, and since Sister said this is delicious, eat more. Tang San said to the seller Oscar, Uncle, could you please give me 2 more? Oscar's expression suddenly became stiff. What did you call me? I called you uncle. Is there a problem? Oscar had a bearded look on his face, and if not called uncle, what else should he be called? Tang Yan also nodded. Look, so tall, and with a beard. If you don't call me uncle, what else can you call me? Of course there are problems, and they are quite big. Brother, I'm only 14 this year. And you actually call me uncle? You're only 14? That's right, my name is Oscar. I'm 14 this year, a freshman at Shrek Academy. You can't just call me uncle because I have a bit of thick beard. Tang San was speechless for a moment, while Tang Yin was secretly amused on the side. Xiao Wu also looked surprised, not expecting that the person in front of her was only 14 years old. Tang San saw Tang Yin smiling happily, and he also knew that this person wasn't lying, so he didn't dwell on it and took 2 sausages. Xiao Wu, seeing that there was no excitement to watch, prepared to eat the sausage. But before she could take a bite, someone shouted, Wait, don't eat. Oscar, seeing Dai move by, felt a bit intimidated. Boss Dai, do you want a sausage? Go to hell. What's wrong? Can't I eat? Tang San asked, noting that his sister had probably eaten at least 10. He glanced at the bamboo skewers next to Tang Yan. Dai Mubai's expression became somewhat strange. He also noticed that there were quite a few bamboo skewers beside the little girl he had brought over. He had no choice but to say to Oscar, Xiao Ao, get new sausage out. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Under Dai Mubai's gaze, Oscar finally agreed, shrugging his shoulders with a look of resignation. Super recovery sausage. Tang San's eyelids twitched. Xiao Wu's mouth twitched, and she felt embarrassed to hold the 2 skewers in her hands. She quickly put them back on Oscar's cart. I don't want to either, it's just a command, but this thing is definitely fine. Oscar retorted, feeling the death stares from several people. See? Dai Mubai said to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Only Tang Yin continued to eat without changing her expression. Sister. Tang San raised his voice a bit. What's wrong? Tang Yan's expression was as normal as could be, as if Oscar had just said something about eating. No, you can't eat. As Tang San spoke, he reached out to grab the sausage from Tang Yan's hand. Why not? Tang Yan's eyes were as pure as could be, making it seem like they were the ones thinking wrongly. Just don't eat it. Tang San felt that maybe they were overreacting. Those who had already thought wrongly couldn't help but secretly repent after seeing Tang Yan's pure gaze, wondering if their thoughts were too avant-garde. Even the seller, Oscar, felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem, everyone is here, why don't we just go take the exam? Dai Mubai also felt it was hard to explain and felt like he was leading people astray. He had no choice but to change the awkward topic. Yes, we still have to take the exam. Tang San quickly stepped forward to carry Tang Yin down from the cart, fearing that she would reach out to grab it again. Tang San looked around with a cold expression, and everyone felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze. All right, let's go take the exam. Sister, if you're still hungry, I have your favorite buns here. As Tang San spoke, he took out the 2 buns from the night of the 24 bridge under the moon. Tang Yan's eyes suddenly shifted as he held the bun in his hand, looking at them seriously and saying, if you guys are surprised by the sausage, then do you want to be surprised by this bun? Tang Yan's question was straightforward, with no ulterior motives at all. It wasn't until he saw their faces suddenly stiffen that he couldn't help but laugh internally. It was truly an overreaction in the apocalypse. Most people's morals and values had mutated. If they could find joy in the moment, who would still care about such adult content? Not to mention, instead of thinking inappropriately, they could just enjoy a live version while eating instant noodles. Tang Yin happily bit into a bun, walking while not forgetting to ask Dai Mu Bai to lead the way. The others felt awkward and didn't dare to speak. Just a moment ago, they thought Tang Yin was quite innocent. However, her words were somewhat thought-provoking. And how could Tang Yin casually say such things as if she were just eating? Is this little girl really only 9 years old? Dai Mu Bai suddenly realized, mumbling to himself. Sister. Xiao Wu walked over to Tang Yin, taking her hand and softly calling out, her face still slightly flushed. Sister, you're a girl, Tang San said, feeling a bit embarrassed, as he gently tugged at Tang Yan's sleeve and spoke quietly. Tang Yin looked at her younger brother on the left and Xiao Wu on the right, then nodded and said, all right, I was wrong. I almost forgot. She's an older sister and shouldn't lead her younger brother astray. Older sister? At this moment, Dai Mu Bai finally realized that Tang San and Xiao Wu were calling that little girl sister. If you remember correctly, Tang San was 12 years old this year, right? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce her. She is my twin sister, named Tang Yin. He and Dai Mu Bai were not strangers, and they could be considered friends now. Aren't you 9 years old? Haha, hello, I'm Tang Yin, and I'm 12 this year. Tang Yin recalled how she had just tricked Dai Mu Bai into believing she was only 9 years old, and couldn't help but touch her nose. I just said that casually. I didn't expect you to actually believe it. Haha. Tang Yin smiled awkwardly. I originally wanted to explain things clearly to you, but the teacher over there called you away. So, well, you understand, right? Dai Mu Bai nodded, looking at Tang Yin, who was shorter than his chest, and didn't dwell on it. He then looked at Tang San, and then at Tang San's sister. The height difference was quite significant. I'm Dai Mu Bai, a student of Shrek Academy. Dai Mu Bai introduced himself. Then he let Tang San and Xiao Wu go for their soul power test. Of course, there was a bit of chaos due to the cue cutting, but in the face of strength, everyone remained silent. Tang San, level 30. Xiao Wu, level 29. Ning Rongrong, level 26. Zhu Zhuqing, level 27. All right, here is the exam for the 4th round. Throughout the introduction, Tang San didn't pay much attention, but he couldn't help but notice Zhu Zhuqing's tail behind her, making even the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing feel a bit shy. Sister, we've arrived, Tang San said as he pulled Tang Sha, who was still staring at Zhu Zhuqing's tail. Oh, Tang Sha blinked, still unable to take her eyes off Zhu Zhuqing's tail. Is this a real tail? I kind of want to touch it, but we're not familiar yet, so I feel too shy to do it. Sigh. Xiao Wu, Tang Sha called out to Xiao Wu beside her. Xiao Wu understood. Her ears perked up, and she quickly ran to the other side of Tang San, hiding behind him, then tilted her head and said to Tang Sha, Sister, we have to take the exam now. Let's be serious. Xiao Wu remembered the scene of her rabbit ears being touched and shook her head wildly. Her martial soul is herself, and being touched by Tang Sha feels like being targeted by a fierce tiger, which is terrifying. Fortunately, she has grown taller, and Tang Sha can't easily reach her rabbit ears now. She needs to eat more and grow taller than Tang Sha. Then Tang Sha won't be able to easily touch her rabbit ears. Just like now, Tang San felt a bit gloomy. He had indeed become shorter and couldn't do as he pleased. He couldn't help but smile as he looked at the 5 little monsters that had appeared. Since you all came, then attack me together. If even one of you is still standing after an incense stick burns out, then you pass. Zhao Wuji was excited about having 5 little monsters to deal with and discussed it with Dai Mu Bai, becoming even more interested. However, the 2 little guys over there were a bit too fidgety, which caused him to snort coldly. An incense stick? That's not difficult at all, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Teacher Zhao, isn't that a bit unfair? Dai Mu Bai, however, looked somewhat worried. When Tang San and the others heard this, they felt that things were not so simple. Zhao Wuji glared at Dai Mu Bai and said, what's wrong? With the dean not in the academy, I'm the highest authority here. What I say goes. All right, I want some incense. You all discuss for a while. You don't have much time, so get ready. Shout Bai. You can also tell them about my strengths so they can prepare a bit. Dai Mubai had no choice but to come over to Tang San and the others and started introducing everything about Xiao Wuji. Once everyone understood who Xiao Wuji was, they became serious and alert. Then everyone quickly introduced themselves. When it was Tang Yan's turn, she hesitated a bit and said, Tang Yan, Martial Soul, Little Horn, Level 30 Auxiliary System, Soul, Elder. Apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu nodding, everyone else was confused by Tang Yan's introduction. Is there really someone who is unsure about their martial soul attribute? After everyone got familiar with each other quickly, Tang San asked, do you have any good suggestions? Everyone shook their heads, and Tang San said, if not, then let's listen to what I have to say. With that, Tang San started to make arrangements. When it was almost time, everyone nodded, but only Tang Yin, puffing her cheeks, helplessly said, brother, I don't like fighting. It's okay, sister, just move as you like. He responded, your martial soul is too unpredictable. To be honest, after living with you for nearly 10 years, I still haven't understood your strength. Moreover, Tang Yin really did not like fighting. She would never strike someone, which also resulted in very few people knowing just how powerful Tang Yin really was. Dang Dan not that. She didn't remember how the details developed. She only knew that in the end, her brother and the others passed the test. And then the Shrek's 7 monsters began to be formed. Sister, come on, Xiao Wu said as she walked ahead. Xiao Wu was also a bit curious about Tang Yan's martial soul, and since Tang Yan was an auxiliary spirit master, she was indeed one of the members to be protected. Don't be nervous, we will win, Ning Rongrong said beside Tang Yan, as they were both auxiliary spirit masters. And Tang Yan was so small and cute, which made her quite endearing. Over here, Zhu Zhuqing also came over to nod at Tang Yan. The meaning was self-evident. Tang Sha, where did she show signs of being nervous? She's just venting her feelings to her own brother, not really avoiding a fight. Chapter 49 Tang Sha couldn't hold back anymore. Teacher, we can start now. Xiao Wujia conjured another incense stick, and before he could light it, Ning Rongrong had already taken the lead. 7 treasures turned out to be glazed. Tang San and Tang Yin nodded, and Tang Yin tacitly approached Ning Rongrong's side. Tang San saw Tang Yin go to Ning Rongrong's side and felt somewhat relieved. He then activated his blue silver grass to attack Xiao Wuji. As expected, Xiao Wuji's first attack was aimed at Ning Rongrong. Tang San smirked, his lively eyes looking at Xiao Wujia. Empty. Just as Xiao Wuji's attack had not yet reached Tang San, it seemed to be blocked by something and directly veered off to the sides. As for Tang San and Ning Rongrong, they remained unharmed. Xiao Wujia was somewhat surprised, but before he could figure it out, Tang San's blue silver grass had already bound him. Xiao Wu, Tang San called out softly, raising his hands in front of his chest. Xiao Wu didn't even need to see with her eyes. She could perfectly coordinate with Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing on this side was also quick, working with Xiao Wu on either side. A slight smile appeared on Xiao Wujia's face. He was curious to see what these kids could produce. He hoped they wouldn't disappoint him. As Xiao Wu landed a few kicks, Xiao Wujia seemed unfazed, instead grinning widely, as if he had no strength at all. Little girl, then I'll give you some strength. Tang San didn't fall behind either, as the blue silver grass snagged a wooden house. And Zhu Zhuqing leaped into the air. The wooden house crashed directly onto Xiao Wuji. In an instant, dust billowed up. Tang Zhan subconsciously waved her hand at the tip of her nose. Sure enough, she just didn't like fighting. Just look at this destructive power. The 7 treasures are famous. First for strength, second for speed. Tang San and his companions attacked simultaneously. At this moment, Xiao Wuji laughed heartily. It's quite fun to spin around. At this time, Tang Yin sensed something and directly said, not good. At this moment, 7 dazzling spirit rings rose simultaneously, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. 7 terrifying spirit rings added to his body. Tang Yin finally felt something different. She had never encountered such a strong person before. Is this what level 76 feels like? Tang San was indeed a bit interested. He saw Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing attacking Xiao Wuji in a fairly coordinated tight formation, and Tang San also made his move. Soon, the blue-silver grass completely surrounded Xiao Wuji. Everyone turned to look. The sharp-eyed Tang San detected a slight fluctuation of soul power. Sensing that something was about to surge out, he quickly stepped forward and shouted, brother, get back. But it was too late. Xiao Wu pushed Tang San aside and faced Xiao Wuji instead. She was about to use her charm. It was useless. Tang Yin thought to herself that she was still a bit far away and couldn't quickly intervene. Ice shield, fire flame. Even so, she wanted to help. Suddenly, a cold ice shield appeared in front of Xiao Wu, along with raging flames trying to stop Xiao Wujia's advance. Xiao Wujia did stop, but he had a soul power of 76, easily knocking Xiao Wu, who had less than 30 soul power, away. Xiao Wu had already fainted. Tang San caught Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, she's fine, just fainted. She'll be okay by tomorrow. Xiao Wujia explained. Then his gaze fell on Tang Yin. I almost overlooked you. Little girl. Sister, look at Xiao Wu. Tang Yin came to Tang San's side. Tang San knew his sister's healing abilities, and he looked worriedly at Xiao Wu in his arms. Don't worry. Tang Yin became serious at this moment, losing the laziness from before. Sparring is fine, exams are fine, but if Xiao Wu hadn't pushed her brother away just now, it seems her brother would have been seriously injured. Tang Yin placed one hand on Xiao Wu's hand, and the healing ability activated, causing Xiao Wu to wake up quickly. Sister? Xiao Wu opened her eyes and saw Tang Yin, instinctively wanting to cover her rabbit ears. Tang San was relieved to see Xiao Wu still in the mood to protect the rabbit's ears. He wanted to let his sister hold Xiao Wu, but after seeing his sister's petite figure, he turned to Xiao Wu and asked, Can you move? Xiao Wu nodded. At this moment, Ning Rongrong came over to support Xiao Wu. Sister, you rest over there. I'll handle it. Tang San knew that Tang Yin didn't like to fight, so he thought about how much of a difference it would make if he used hidden weapons and all his skills against the Soul Sage at level 76. Tang Yin wanted to say she would join, but after seeing Tang San's expression, she understood. You want to fight me alone, but don't forget that just now. All 5 of you were no match for me. Xiao Wujia watched the interaction between Tang San and Tang Yin and couldn't help but comment. He was curious to see what techniques the little girl had, as she hadn't made a move earlier, and he really thought she was a support-type soul master. Moreover, Xiao Wujia hadn't forgotten that from the very beginning, when he wanted to strike at the girl from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, an invisible force had distracted him. Yes, I want to use all my techniques to fight against the teacher. Tang San knew that his sister was there, so he didn't mention anything about representing everyone. And Tang San always understood one thing. His sister was stronger than him, so, as long as they could last through that incense stick, as long as one person succeeded, they would all pass. He felt that with his sister around, he had no worries. You reckless kid, this is an agreement. Xiao Wujia glanced at Tang Yin, who had already given up her position, and he wanted to see what this kid was capable of, and then check out the little girl's abilities. According to Dai Mubai, this little girl had the highest soul power among the 5 little monsters, and judging by Tang San's expression, she should be the strongest one. Tang Yin nodded, and Tang San began his attack, sending a flurry of hidden weapons toward Xiao Wujia. At this point, Xiao Wu had recovered and was in good spirits. Sister, do you think Xiao San will win? He should, right? Tang Yin couldn't be sure. After all, the level difference between the two was too great. Even though his younger brother had hidden weapons, they were not omnipotent against absolute force, unless Xiao Wujia took it easy. Tang San came to Zhu Zhuqing and nodded at Dai Mubai. Tang San then held Zhu Zhuqing's hand to heal her injuries, followed by Ning Rongrong. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong felt it was quite magical. Even though they hadn't summoned their martial souls yet, they were able to recover. Dai Mubai also looked at the girl who was not even as tall as his chest. During this time together, he found the girl somewhat mysterious. The martial soul was mysterious, and the soul skills were even more so. At this moment, Xiao Wuji was angered by Tang San's dragon beard needle. The 5th soul ring exerted gravitational pressure. This was a 10,000-year soul ring. The pressure around them continued to intensify. Tang Yin clearly felt that his brother was hurt. Tang Yin's clenched fist tightened involuntarily. Over the years, her younger brother had been raised plump and healthy. He had never been hurt. Seeing him injured now, the bloodthirsty instinct buried deep in her heart began to awaken, especially when she saw Tang San being thrown out by Xiao Wujia, his head nearly hitting the sharp, hidden weapon on the ground. At that moment, Tang Yin couldn't hold back any longer. Brother. Chapter 50. Sister, be careful. Brother. With 2 swift sounds, Tang Yin had already vanished from her spot, catching Tang San faster than Dai Mubai. However, due to her limited height, it was still challenging to carry her 7-meter tall brother in a princess carry. She could only hoist him up. Sister, I'm fine. Tang San was safely set down, covering his chest to stop the blood that was surging out. Take a rest. Tang Yin used her abilities to heal Tang San. It's your turn now, little brat. Xiao Wujia was indeed a bit annoyed by the trouble Tang San had caused him, not expecting to suffer a loss at the hands of a child today. Well, it's my turn. Tang Yin stood in front of Tang San. Even though the incense had already burned out, if she didn't release the pent-up energy in her heart, it would be uncomfortable. Although she knew that injuries were inevitable, it didn't stop her from feeling uneasy. Bottling it up wasn't a solution. Fortunately, her brother was healed, and she regained some rationality, no longer feeling the urge to kill as she had a moment ago. We've already passed the test. Let's just consider it a consultation with my teacher. Tang Yi thought for a moment, fearing that if this person became angry and embarrassed later, it would lead to trouble. So she decided to clarify first. Naturally, I want to see what abilities you little brat possess. Tang San had already annoyed him, but after the annoyance, he felt excitement. After all, these little monsters were from their Shrek Academy. Tang San nodded and reached out to help Xiao Wu retrieve the hidden weapons, including the dragon whisker needles. Sister, don't touch them. Tang San hurriedly shouted when he saw Tang Yin about to touch his hidden weapons. Many of these items were poisonous, and if not retracted using special methods, it could easily cause harm. It's fine, I just need to clean them up a bit. How can I ask the teacher for guidance otherwise? Tang Yin said, and suddenly a gust of wind blew towards them. The hidden weapons on the ground and nearby were collected by Tang Yin and placed in front of Tang San. Even the dragon whisker needles on Xiao Wujia's body were retrieved. Xiao Wujia was surprised by Tang Yin's display, as he hadn't sensed her using soul power. Even more surprised was Tang San, who knew his hidden weapons best. His sister had touched poisonous weapons and was unharmed. Was it because of her healing ability? Your sister seems really powerful. How did she do that just now? I didn't quite understand, Dai Mubai asked Tang San. Tang San forced a smile and said, to be honest, he had never seen his sister fight and didn't know much about it. You're quite good, little kid. Xiao Wuji was quite satisfied to see the hidden weapon within him being drawn out. Thank you for the compliment. Tang Yin nodded and then politely said, please begin. Huh, then come over, Xiao Wuji said. Even though he was injured, it was just a minor injury. As a level 76, he wasn't afraid of a level 33 Soul Master. Xiao Wuji wanted to see how Tang Yin would make his move, so he didn't strike first. Tang Yan's mouth unconsciously curved into a slight smile, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Empty. No wind, no strength. It felt like there was nothing, but this time Xiao Wujia felt different. He had seen this move before when Tang Yin used it against a few small monsters, but the feeling was different now. Just now he was outside, and now he was inside. This is a domain. How old is this little kid? Teacher, watch closely. Xiao Wujia only heard the voice, and then he could no longer see the person's figure. So fast, Xiao Wujia had to become vigilant, his soul power radiating as he tried to capture Tang Yan's figure. He watched as thick smoke and hot water vapor quickly filled the entire domain. He couldn't see anything. Xiao Wujia couldn't see anything, but he still felt someone approaching him. First soul skill, immovable king body. Anything within 3 meters would be knocked away. And of course, Tang Yin also received assistance, as she flipped 180 degrees in the thick mist. It was this slight movement that allowed Xiao Wujia to detect Tang Yan's figure. Fourth soul skill, position tracking. It wasn't that Xiao Wujia wanted to use this skill so quickly, but the opponent was harder to catch than a rat. As the soul skill was unleashed, it quickly locked onto Tang Yin, but just as Xiao Wujia was about to attack, the target had already disappeared. Where did she go? Xiao Wujia was puzzled. It was indeed the first time a little kid had escaped his fourth soul skill. To his surprise, the place he had locked on had several pea-sized objects appear. What is this? Just as Xiao Wujia opened his mouth, those pea-sized things rushed directly towards him. He wanted to disdain these weak little peas. But the next second, he realized something was wrong. He saw the peas growing wildly, sturdy vines suddenly binding Xiao Wujia in place, with considerable strength. If it weren't for his soul power, he would have found it hard to breathe. Quite interesting. Xiao Wujia looked at the blue silvergrass, which had a somewhat similar attack to Tang San's, and couldn't help but exclaim, is it? Even more interesting things are yet to come. As soon as Tang San's words fell, the green vines entangling Xiao Wujia suddenly grew long thorns, and the bound Xiao Wujia was pricked by these thorns, feeling both pain and itchiness, yet not the satisfying relief, which was truly infuriating. One Tang San was already enough. Now there was another little brat. His face was terrifyingly grim, and Xiao Wujia was frowning. Seventh soul skill, martial soul, true body. He was now covered in thorns, almost becoming a porcupine. Oh no, Teacher Xiao was getting serious. Dai Mubai looked at the situation over there and couldn't help but say, seventh soul skill, martial soul, true body. Teacher Xiao transforms into a powerful diamond bear for battle, with a soul skill power increase of 150% and a defense boost of 200%. What? A few people gasped in surprise upon hearing this. Dai Mubai also didn't expect that Teacher Xiao would actually use the seventh soul skill. It seemed he was really pushed to his limits. Tang San felt a bit overwhelmed by the suddenly immense soul power. Crack! She could see her spatial domain was about to be destroyed. Tang Yin took advantage of the fact that the spatial realm had not completely collapsed yet. With a flash of her figure, the lightning ability around her surged rapidly, and the water vapor from earlier was quickly utilized. Crack! Crack! The conductivity of water was indeed terrifying. Her level 6 lightning ability, although not as powerful as Pikachu's Thunderbolt, was still formidable. With a loud bang, accompanied by Xiao Wuji's shout, the entire spatial realm shattered. A cloud of smoke billowed up. For a moment, everyone couldn't see the situation clearly, but they still heard Xiao Wuji's painful cry. Everyone craned their necks to look, and soon the thick smoke dissipated. They saw Tang Yin standing unharmed to one side, while another Xiao Wuji was also standing, seemingly not heavily injured, but his entire body was covered in soot, with his hair standing on end. In short, he looked like a blackened person, but someone couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Wuji over there was seething with anger. What kind of soul skill did this little brat have? Little brat, you have completely provoked my wrath. He, the dignified king of Unmoved, was not afraid of being laughed at today. Sister, be careful. Chapter 51. I'm hungry. The speed was incredible, even faster than when he competed with Tang San and the others before. Tang San and the others felt that teacher Xiao Wujin had held back just now. When Xiao Wujin's punch came, Tang San flipped backward, avoiding Xiao Wujin's punch, and conveniently raised his hand to grasp the flowing lightning on Xiao Wujin's hand, which made one feel tingly. First soul skill, Holy Flame. Boom! Xiao Wujin, who was close by, didn't expect Tang San to release his soul skill so quickly, and he was completely unprepared, truly caught off guard. In the end, Xiao Wujin used his soul power for protection, but some of his hair was singed. Tang San has used his soul skill. The onlookers shouted, but after saying that, they felt something was off. Tang San has been using soul skills all along, right? The first soul ring is 1,000 years. Tang Yan's soul power is not as powerful as the ability, but the fact that it can be unleashed simultaneously caught Xiao Wuji off guard and caused him some minor trouble, which is enough. However, being only at the 30th level of soul power still falls short, and the damage to Xiao Wuji is not that significant. The second soul skill is the strong Vajra Palm. Tang and increased the distance between the two of them, and she also clenched her fists, eager to see the difference between the strength of a level 6 power type ability and the soul power of level 76. You really have guts, little girl. Xiao Wuji didn't expect this little girl to dare to compare fists with him, but he held back a bit of his strength for fear of hurting her. Same to you. Tang also retracted her fists. To be honest, she felt a bit numb. But your strength is still a bit lacking. Xiao Wuji was surprised by Tang Yin's strength. Even though he had held back a bit, she still managed to take it without any harm. Then let's add a bit more strength. At the point of contact, Tang Yin directed Xiao Wuji's force upward, using her wind-moving ability to lift herself, making her body feel lighter. Suddenly, she produced a Rui stick. Well, it was just a big iron rod. Watch my 1,000 gene drop. 7th soul skill, martial soul, true body. Xiao Wuji blocked with both hands, catching Tang Yin's 1,000 gene drop. The little girl is still a bit lacking. Oomph. Phantom. As soon as Tang Yin's voice fell, her figure suddenly split into several copies of herself, as if they had been replicated. 1,000 gene drop. Several voices echoed in unison, with synchronized movements, surrounding Xiao Wuji's head with the Rui sticks, all striking towards one spot. Xiao Wuji grunted softly. The combined strength was several times greater, making it a bit hard to withstand. If he didn't use other soul skills, he would be embarrassed. 6th soul skill, Great Strength Vajra Roar. Tang Yin was momentarily stunned and a bit surprised, but she quickly ran away. The wind came. After a few leaps, Tang Yin had already run quite far, but she was still affected. Cough, cough. Tang Yin stumbled slightly, silently wiping away a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth. It had been a long time since she had bled. Sister, sister. Over there, Xiao Wuji, although he had won, had a dark expression on his face. He had been forced to use his ancient soul skills multiple times by a little brat, even though he had restrained some of his power. Although he was pleased to have such a little monster in the academy, it was still a matter of principle, and today he had suffered losses from 2 little ones. Sister, what's wrong? Did you get hurt? Tang San ran over to support the still slightly unsteady Tang Yin. With Tang San intervening in the battlefield, others also came over. After all, this was someone who had made a level 76 soul sage look so embarrassed. Ning Rongrong considered herself a genius, but upon seeing Tang Yin, That sense of superiority as a genius vanished in an instant. It turned out she was not the only genius. She could only be the genius of her own clan. When she was outside, she realized that there were always greater talents. "You are so amazing," Ning Rongrong couldn't help but say. Everyone nodded in agreement, thinking she was just a support-type soul master, but who knew she was a monster? Shrek Academy only accepted monsters. "I'm hungry. I don't have any strength." Everyone looked at Tang Yin, but Tang Yan's abilities had consumed quite a bit, and her legs were unsteady. With everyone looking at her, she felt embarrassed to speak up and could only look longingly at her younger brother. Tang San understood and quickly took out a lot of food that Tang Yi liked to eat. Tang Yi was hungry and didn't care about anything while eating her own food. The crowd, they still want to see how a generation of genius is formed. Is that it? Not impressive for even 3 seconds. Xiao Wu wanted to say something, but seeing the situation, he had to just go along with it. It seemed that what he had was not worth as much as the food in that little girl's hands. "Ha ha, my sister is hungry and has no strength. So don't expect her to say anything. She doesn't even want to bother with anyone." Xiao Wu noticed that the atmosphere was a bit different and couldn't help but laugh. "But it's okay once my sister is full. She'll be easy to talk to." Tang San nodded with a helpless smile. He indulged his sister's little habits, and seeing her eat like this made his tense heart relax a bit. If Tang San could eat, he shouldn't have sustained too many injuries. "Teacher Zhao, sorry for the trouble." Xiao Wu still had a dark expression as he instructed Dai Mubai to take them to the dormitory. He then directly glared at the person hiding under the tree over there. "You little brat, aren't you going to bring me a couple of sausages?" Hey, coming right up." Oscar, not daring to chuckle, quickly ran out from behind the tree. Here you go, teacher." Oscar laughed, not expecting that the little girl was so impressive. "Look at teacher Zhao, all covered in soot. Get lost." Xiao Wu easily guessing Oscar's thoughts, took 2 recovery sausages and pushed him away. At that moment, Tang Xiao, who was ignoring them, suddenly chimed in with a crisp voice. "Uncle Sausage, give me a few too." Oscar almost slipped and fell upon hearing that. What kind of crisp Uncle Sausage is this? Tang San instinctively covered Tang Xiao's mouth. Sister, we want to eat." I meant to say we want to eat buns, but Tang Xiao's previous words kept replaying in his mind. For a moment, he didn't know what to eat. "Sister, let's eat grapes. Look how beautiful these grapes are. They must be very sweet." Xiao Wu cleverly picked up a bunch of grapes from his side and said, Little friend, how about next time? I've used up quite a bit of soul power today. Let's save it for next time, huh?" Oscar also felt awkward. He used to be very happy when someone liked his food spirit, but then Tang Xiao came along. If Tang Xiao hadn't said that thing about sausages, he wouldn't have felt so embarrassed, but ever since Tang Xiao said that, it felt normal to give anyone food. Except for giving it to this little friend Tang, Xiao felt a bit off. Chapter 52, Given by Dad. "Let's go. I'll take you to the dormitory." Dai Mubai spoke up at this moment, giving Oscar a knowing look. Oscar understood immediately, nodding and laughing heartily. "Huh, my stall isn't packed up yet. I'll leave first." "Sister, you must be tired. I'll carry you." As Tang San said this, Xiao Wu cooperatively helped. And soon Tang Xiao was on Tang San's back. Tang Yin, what else could she say? Her mouth was covered. In the end, Tang Yin was eating on Tang San's back and soon fell asleep. There was no way around it. Shrek Academy was like a village, half occupied by the academy and the other half by villagers, with both sides not disturbing each other. Shrek may be poor, but it is indeed quite large, so they were walking quite a distance. Tang Yin had used her abilities a lot today and was also injured. After her body was hurt, she would feel drowsy, and once she fell asleep, her body would automatically heal. That's why Tang Yin had already fallen asleep on Tang San's back before they could reach the dormitory. There was still a bit of food at the corner of her mouth, and the attentive Xiao Wu took a handkerchief to clean it for her. Everyone's gaze fell on Tang Yin, and there was a different kind of expectation for their future interactions. After all, they still had to figure out Tang Yin's martial soul and soul skills. She was an interesting person. Who would look forward to that? When Tang Yin woke up, it was already the next day. He noticed that there was no one else in the dormitory, and looking at the bed, there should have been 2 people. Tang Yin moved her body and slowly crawled up, looking at the unfamiliar dormitory. She thought of something and then took out the blue silvergrass from her pouch. Now, Ain was almost 40,000 years old, and in a few days, it should reach that age. Currently, she could stimulate the growth of 20 years' worth of blue silvergrass in a day. Ain, I fell asleep yesterday and didn't water you, so I'm going to water you now, Tang Yin said, poking the leaves of the blue silvergrass with her small hand. The blue silvergrass that had grown for over 10,000 years could control its form well. so it wouldn't surge up wildly like before just because Tang Yin stimulated its growth. The blue-silver grass moved its small vines and quickly wrapped around Tang Yan's outstretched finger. Haha, it tickles. Tang Yin laughed out loud as it scratched her palm. Who is it? Suddenly, Tang Yin sensed something and instinctively protected the blue-silver grass in her arms, her gaze sharp as she looked towards the door. It's me, came a deep, hoarse voice from outside. Tang Yin looked up and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Dad, can't you come normally next time? Always being so mysterious. If I didn't think you were a killer, I'd think you were a peeping Tom. Nonsense, Xiao Yin. You're getting more and more out of line. Who describes their dad as both a killer and a peeping Tom? Is it normal for you to wear a cloak in broad daylight? Tang Yin leaned back on the bed with her arms crossed, her tone a bit disdainful, but she spoke very casually. Aren't you here to see if I got beaten up? Tang Hao pulled down his cloak, revealing a face full of stubble, and came to sit by Tang Yan's bed. Wait. Tang Yin panicked and quickly hugged Tang Hao, who was about to sit down. Dad, how long has it been since you showered? Look at this messy hair and big beard. You must have been wandering around some deep forest at night. And look at your clothes. You still have leaves on you. After years, she was no longer the Tang Yin of the apocalypse. Now, she was cute and clean. If he sat down on this bed, she would have to wash it. Compared to washing the clothes and the sheets, she thought washing clothes was more convenient. Little girl, are you still complaining about your dad? Tang Hao didn't actually sit down, just watching her with a look that said, I'm the boss here, lying on the bed with less energy. He knew that as Tang Yin grew up, she became more and more clean, and he was just teasing her. Ouch. It takes gold coins to get better. Tang Yin was tapped on the head, although it didn't hurt much. She liked to make a big deal out of it in front of her dad. Maybe she could get some compensation. In the apocalypse, there was an old saying, tricking dad out of money is like picking it up for free. Tang Hao instinctively picked up the person who had pounced on him. At nearly 2 meters tall, he made Tang Yi look even smaller. You little money grubber, it's good enough that dad doesn't ask you for money. And you still ask dad for money? Even though I'm very rich, dad's money is different from my own. Tang Yi patted Tang Hao's broad shoulder and laughed, her sparkling big eyes almost turning into crescent moons. You. Tang Hao couldn't help but laugh at Tang Yi's little antics, tapping her delicate nose and then taking out a large bag of money to give to her. Seeing a bundle that big, Tang Yi quickly hugged it. So heavy. There must be a lot of money. She jumped down from Tang Hao and squatted on the ground, opening the bundle. The shining gold inside made Tang Yi's little tiger teeth show. Wow, so much. Dad, did you rob someone? Tang Hao wasn't bothered by Tang Yi's joking words and responded seriously. Dad is so amazing. I'm going to find my brother to help me count how many gold soul coins there are. Tang Yi excitedly hugged a big bundle of things and ran off, as if she was so happy that she forgot she even had a space to store things. You really never grow up, girl. Tang Hao shook his head. However, after running far away, Tang Yi came back again. She said to Tang Hao, who was still standing there, Dad, please take care of Ain for me. And my bed allows you to sit on it, fearing that her dad might actually stand there foolishly. Got it. Worrying little girl, Tang Hao said helplessly, but he really liked such a cute and playful child. Goodbye, Dad. Just as she walked out of the dormitory, Tang Yi used her mental power, which was at level 6, to lock onto the entire Shrek Academy without any problem. Soon, she found her brother and Xiao Wu. Brother, Xiao Wu, from a distance, Tang Yi shouted, but the 4 people talking heard the voice but couldn't see anyone, looking left and right but finding nothing. Who? Did I just hear a voice? Ma Hongjun was arguing with Dai Mu Bai when suddenly he heard a voice that sounded like a little girl, very unfamiliar, something he had never heard before. It's my sister, Tang San said as he saw a figure rushing over. Brother Xiao Wu, come see what I have. Tang Yi excitedly handed over the bundle, and Tang San quickly took it. What is this? Tang San guessed what it was as he took it, but he was still a bit puzzled, as his sister wasn't sure of money. It's for Dad. I barely managed to trick it out of Dad's hands. Dad's? Chapter 53. You are really rich dads. Tang San couldn't believe it. His dad had always given him the impression of being poor, yet he could have so many gold soul coins. Where's Dad? Tang San hadn't seen his dad for a long time. The last time he saw him was 5 years ago, when Dad said he had to go do something and then left, leaving him and Tang Yi behind. However, when they were in Nodding City, they would go home for a few days every year, as it was their home. You should still be in my dorm. Tang Yi had forgotten about that. Her brother hadn't seen Dad for a long time. However, with her increasingly powerful mental strength, she could accurately locate Dad, which is why she had such a good relationship with him. Over the years, they had been playing hide and seek. Sometimes when Tang Yi got annoyed, she would tease Dad a bit, and they both seemed to enjoy this back-and-forth banter. Sister, Let's go back to find Dad, Tang San said, then greeted Dai Mubai and left first. Okay, if you have something to do, go ahead. Dai Mubai nodded, seeing how eager Tang San was to see his dad. Was that cute little girl also a student this year? Ma Hongjun asked Dai Mubai beside him. Yeah, Dai Mubai understood what Ma Hongjun was curious about. He probably thought, like he did before, that Tang Yi was younger. She is Tang San's older sister, 12 years old this year, with a soul power of 33. 33? A soul ancestor? Yeah, as Dai Mubai talked about yesterday's assessment, Ma Hongjun was stunned. If it were me, I don't think I could win. Dai Mubai thought about the soul skills Tang Yi used yesterday and added, maybe I would definitely lose. Dai Mubai clenched his fist. It seemed he couldn't continue to slack off. He needed to take things seriously. Ma Hongjun took a deep breath. Looking at the small figure that had already disappeared, he was glad he hadn't rashly approached. If he couldn't even beat Dai Mubai, he thought he had no chance of winning. Let's go eat. We need to gather in the afternoon. Ma Hongjun nodded. Dad. Tang San reached the door of Tang Yi's dormitory and hesitated a bit. Sister, what does your dad look like? Xiao Wu was curious. She had never seen Tang Yi's dad. Pretty handsome, I guess. Tang Yi thought for a moment and then said, Really? Xiao Wu was looking forward to this handsome description. But when she saw the burly uncle coming out, with hair and beard obscuring his face, she couldn't tell what he looked like. This is handsome. Xiao Wu couldn't help but glance at Tang Yi again. Tang San touched his nose and said, My dad just doesn't care about his appearance. If he tidied up his hair, shaved his beard, and changed into a clean outfit, he would definitely be incredibly handsome. Xiao was a bit at a loss for words and could only stand by and watch. Moreover, as she looked at Tang San's father, she felt an instinctive sense of danger. He's grown up. Tang Hao stepped out and patted Tang San on the shoulder. Tang San nodded. Originally, he had a lot to say, but at this moment, he didn't know what to say anymore. As long as you and Xiao San are doing well, I can rest easy, Tang Hao said, handing the blue silver grass in his hand to Tang San. Dad, are you leaving? Hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with reluctance. Dad still has some things to do. You chose your own path, so no matter what, you have to walk it well. Tang Hao said seriously to Tang San. Dad, I understand, Tang San nodded. There was no need for too many words between father and son. The atmosphere between them was enough for them to understand each other. Xiao San is a girl, so take good care of her. Tang Hao suddenly said to Tang San as he was about to leave. Tang San thought of something and nodded firmly. What did you say to your brother? I'm the elder sister. Do I need to take care of him more? Tang Yin didn't expect that this time their father would actually agree to meet her brother. Previously, she had caught their father several times, thinking that he should meet her brother a few times, but he always refused. Tang Yin also has no way out. Tang Hao smiled and remained silent, gently ruffling Tang San's hair before quickly disappearing. Dad left so quickly. Tang San tidied up his disheveled hair. Dad must have something important to do. We're big kids now and should support him, he thought. Xiao Wu noticed that Tang Hao had left and felt considerably less vigilant. Just now, Tang San's father had glanced at her, which had frightened her. Is Tang San and Tang Yan's father a titled Douluo? All right, no need to look anymore. Little dance, you guys can help me count how many gold coins there are, Tang Yin said while putting away the blue silver grass. This big bundle should have at least 10,000 gold coins, right? Tang Yin estimated and then took out the bundle at the dormitory door and opened it. The three of them lowered their heads and started counting the gold coins 1, 2, 3. Before they could count properly, Zhu Zhuqing returned, followed by Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Tang San, Tang Yin, little dance, are you going to eat? You probably don't know where the cafeteria is, right? I'll take you there. Dai Mubai didn't see any parents around and probably thought the other party had gone back. However, there was one thing Dai Mubai didn't understand. Shrek Academy had a dean overseeing it, and besides students and teachers, there shouldn't be anyone else who could get in. Hey, do you want me to help you count? Ma Hongjun looked at the shining gold coins and couldn't help but gather around them, saying a bit cheekily. Tang Yin knew that wealth should not be revealed. With a wave of her hand, all the gold coins had already fallen into her space. What are you counting for? There's nothing to count. Dai Mubai said they were going to eat. All right, who are you? Tang San shook his head helplessly when he saw Tang Yan's appearance. He was also a student of the academy, named Ma Hongjun with the martial spirit of a phoenix. Oh, I see. After hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang Yin understood that this was the least good-looking member of the Shrek's 7 monsters, but it seemed that in the later plot, Ma Hongjun eventually became handsome. Indeed, fat people are often hidden potential stocks. Hello, I am Tang Yin, Tang San's sister. Hello. Ma Hongjun did not expect that Tang San's sister would be so polite. You are really rich, Tang Yin said, looking at Ma Hongjun's belly. In a post-apocalyptic world where food is scarce, there are hardly any fat people left. Generally, the fat ones are either quite capable or very wealthy. Tang San is really complimenting people. I originally thought Tang San's sister was very polite, but after this sentence, he felt something was off. But she didn't have any flirtatious tone at all. Ha! Xiao Wu covered her mouth and laughed. The others couldn't help but laugh either, especially Tang San's serious demeanor and Ma Hongjuan's confused expression. Chapter 54, Love Ding. Ding, ding. As Tang San was focused on eating, he couldn't help but look up. Dai Mubai quickly stood up and said, "That's the bell calling us from the dean. Let's hurry." Fortunately, the 5 of them, the new students, were already gathered in the cafeteria, so there was no need to search. I haven't finished eating yet. We have to hurry. The dean doesn't like people being late. At this point, Ma Hongjun seemed to shiver a little. Tang Yin had no choice but to put down his chopsticks. Let's go. With 5 new students this year and 2 returning students, there were indeed 7 of them. The last one, Oscar, was missing. He must have overslept. I'm here. The last one, Oscar, rushed over, still holding a sausage in his hand. However, when his gaze landed on Tang Yin, he almost choked and quickly swallowed what he was eating. I'm here. He didn't hear the crisp voice saying, "Uncle Sausage." "I want a few too." Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. Without his stubble, Oscar had slightly sunken peach blossom eyes, a face like jade, handsome and harmonious, with eyebrows of moderate thickness, and wore a nonchalant smile that made him look like a dashing nobleman. Is this Uncle Sausage? They had never seen Oscar look like this before, and they were all surprised. It was truly a world of difference from yesterday. "Where's your beard?" Tang San couldn't help but ask. Oscar whispered, "Aren't there a few new beauties around? If I don't look a bit more spirited, how can I attract their attention?" Oscar was still pleased with himself, but when he sensed a scrutinizing gaze, he turned around to see it was Tang Yin. It's just that my beard grew out and needs trimming." Tang Yin looked around with an appreciative gaze, and she nodded in affirmation of Oscar's words. "It really attracts attention. Very handsome." Oscar's mouth twitched slightly. Little Wu, feeling playful, pulled Ning Rongrong over to circle around Oscar. "Yeah, he's quite handsome, right, Rongrong?" Little Wu and Ning Rongrong shared a dorm and had a good relationship. Tang San smiled helplessly. His sister had really spoiled Xiao Wu. He is quite handsome." Ning Rongrong nodded and chuckled softly. Oscar, who originally felt a bit awkward, heard Ning Rongrong's words and her soft laughter, which made his heart skip a beat and feel a bit shy. The dean has arrived. He could only casually divert the attention of few girls. "Yoho bro, you got a situation." The chubby Ma Hongjun teased softly in Oscar's ear. Go away. Oscar pushed Ma Hongjun away. Then he heard Xiao Wu say something about a schemer. Oscar, with a warm heart, came over to explain, getting a little closer to Ning Rongrong again. Tang Yin's lips curled into a smile, as if he understood everything. What a passionate youth. Love over here. Flander also walked over. Tang Yin keenly noticed that Flander glanced at her, and by the time she looked back, Flander had already shifted his attention. Was it intentional or unintentional? "This year is great. We have 5 new little monsters." "I, Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, welcome your arrival on behalf of the Academy. Later, each of you will hand in 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances." "Mubai." "Dean," Dai Mubai said respectfully. Flander said, 5 more junior brothers and sisters have arrived. Later you will inform them of the Academy's rules." "Understood, Dean." "All right, now let's start at first class." "Oscar, here." Oscar had just said something bad about the dean and was worried about retaliation, as the dean held grudges but also protected his own. "Prepare your soul skills." Isn't his soul skill just the food sausage? Now your task is to eat at least one of the sausages made by Oscar. The crowd was shocked. Only Tang Yan's eyes lit up. She just happened to be hungry. No, Dean." Oscar was initially quite happy, but when he met Tang Yan's gaze, it suddenly felt a bit strange. "Yes, Dean, what kind of class is this?" Xiao Wu couldn't help but say, "This is called adaptive training. If you don't eat such a good martial soul, how will you handle it when you encounter mice, cockroaches, or earthworms in the future?" Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed dramatically, except for Tang Yin, who remained unfazed. Flander looked at Tang Yin and thought for a moment. "Who wants to go first?" Me. "I'll go," Tang Yin said excitedly. To be honest, Oscar's food martial soul actually tastes pretty good. It fills you up and restores some stamina, making it quite a nice martial soul. Tang San extended his hand, but eventually withdrew it. Oscar hesitantly handed the sausage in his hand to Tang San. "Delicious." Tang San squinted his eyes, enjoying the tasty treat. His expression was purely one of savoring delicious food, which made everyone put aside their strange thoughts. I'll have one too. Give me one too. Me too. Seeing Tang San enjoying the food, everyone couldn't help but want to taste it as well. After all, this was also part of the lesson. The dean was right. If they encountered mice, cockroaches, or earthworms in the future, would they eat them to survive? Hey, this is really delicious. Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim. It tastes much better than regular sausages. Ning Rongrong nodded. Do you want another one? After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Oscar forgot all his previous thoughts and only remembered her praise. Okay, thank you. Ning Rongrong paused, but accepted the sausage that Oscar handed over. She was originally the little witch of her family, always feeling superior, but after coming here and meeting the formidable Tang San, she instinctively began to compare her soul power and martial spirit with everyone else. However, she was horrified to discover that none of them were inferior to her, and she was even the weakest. Her pride felt like it no longer had a foundation. Her background was no longer something she could flaunt. Despite having such a good background and so many resources, she still couldn't compare to them, and she felt embarrassed to mention it. All right, that's it for today. After you go back, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow morning, we will set off to the Douluo forest for Tang San to obtain his third soul ring. This will also give you a chance to familiarize yourselves with each other's martial spirits and soul skills along the way. Remember, this is a great experience for you. Yes. Tang San, come over here for a moment. Tang San nodded to Tang San and Xiao Wu, then followed Dean Flander. After the dean left, Dai Mubai explained some of the academy's rules, and soon everyone dispersed. Sister, let's go together. No need. I'm in the same dormitory as Zhu Zhuqing. We can go together. Tang San's gaze fell on Zhu Zhuqing, who had walked a bit far, and her tail. Chapter 55. Can I touch it? As soon as Xiao Wu saw Tang San's expression and tone, she knew what was going on, and her rabbit ears couldn't help but twitch. Zhu Zhuqing, let's go together. Tang San quickened his pace to catch up with Zhu Zhuqing. However, he didn't walk alongside Zhu Zhuqing. Instead, he fell a few steps behind her, watching the tail that swayed back and forth behind Zhu Zhuqing. Is that tail real? Tang San was puzzled several times. Zhu Zhuqing was being stared at by Tang San's tail again, and she felt a bit uneasy. Her aloof demeanor was about to crack. Is something the matter? Zhu Zhuqing stopped and said. Tang Yin felt a bit shy as she touched her head, then asked, Is that tail real? Sure enough, it was a tail-related question. Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself. It's not real, Zhu Zhuqing replied in her unique voice. Not real, but it moves. Tang Yin pointed over there. Even though Zhu Zhuqing had already stopped, her tail was still waving. If it were fake, it was too realistic. My martial soul is the nether spirit cat. Having a tail helps me learn more about the habits of a nether spirit cat and understand its combat better. I see. Tang Yan's gaze fell again on Zhu Zhuqing's tail, as if many cats relied on the length of their tails to indicate their agility and steadiness. Can I touch it? Tang Yin was still curious and wanted to feel what this very realistic tail was like. Zhu Zhuqing thought that after her explanation, Tang Yin wouldn't be curious about her tail anymore. Rarely, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned slightly red. Although this tail was fake, it was infused with her soul power to better integrate with the habits of the nether spirit cat, so she could feel it. Otherwise, the tail wouldn't move so flexibly. Moreover, the tail is the most sensitive part for the nether spirit cat, so it shouldn't be touched casually. Is it not allowed? Tang Yin lowered her head a bit disappointed. She really wanted to touch it. Seeing the slightly downcast little girl, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit reluctant. Sorry. All right. Since Zhu Zhuqing said she was unwilling, Tang Yin didn't want to force her. Just looking at it should be fine. Walking ahead, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit of regret from behind. Finally, Zhu Zhuqing said, If you really want to touch it, I have a spare one in my dorm. Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish her sentence, Tang Yan's eyes lit up upon hearing there was a tail to touch, and she nodded eagerly, quite excited. Yes. Tang Yin was so happy that she wanted to pick Zhu Zhuqing up, but upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's height, she gave up. Let's go, let's hurry. Tang Yin excitedly walked ahead of Zhu Zhuqing, looking like she was leading the way. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned slightly red. What kind of strange habit did Tang Yin have? Did she like to touch tails? Where is it? Where is it? All the way, Tang Yin was very excited, and after returning to the dorm, she was even more thrilled. Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit helpless. As they walked, she seemed to have gotten used to Tang Yan's personality, bright and lively, with sparkling eyes that seemed to shine, not annoying at all, but rather appealing. Under Tang Yan's excitement, Zhu Zhuqing took it out from the bedside cabinet. Tang Yin pounced on it like a cat fanatic. Wow, this thing is so realistic, so soft, so nice to touch, and furry. If you had told me it was fake, I would really think it was real. How can it be so realistic? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Yin rolling around on the bed with the tail, and her cold eyes couldn't help but soften a bit. Did you buy this? Can we actually buy these things? Suddenly, Tang Yin asked excitedly, thinking about it. If these things could be bought, did it mean there were many types available? Tang Yin increasingly thought that she would be able to absorb everything. So in the future, when she wanted to stroke soft fur, she wouldn't have to run into the deep forest, which was a bit far away. There are some available for purchase. Some beast spirit soul masters want to understand their spirit attributes more precisely, and quite a few people use these things, mostly ears and tails. This is also because, on the Douluo continent, having rabbit ears like Xiao Wu and a cat tail like Zhu Zhuqing didn't attract much attention, and since everyone is used to it, it doesn't seem surprising. However, Tang Yin is not a native. There are many things she doesn't understand. When we come back from the Stardow Forest, can you take me to buy some? Tang Yin really hasn't seen a store that sells these things. You want to buy? Tang Yan's spirit isn't some small horn. What does she need beast spirit items for? Besides, not everyone has these things. They're all custom-made. I want a colorful foxtail. And a wolf tail seems nice too. That fluffy feeling must be really good to touch, and when the weather gets cold, instead of covering with a blanket, just wrapping a fluffy tail around feels quite ceremonial. Alright, it seems there are also many beautiful ears. They look pretty good too. Tang Yin Babalala's memory said a long string. After listening, Zhu Zhuqing said, feelings are just for fun. The next day, they were going to the Stardow Forest. Everyone got up early, had breakfast, and then gathered on the playground. Tang Yin was dozing off while standing to the side. She was too excited last night. She ran off to read books about soul beasts, looking for beautiful tails or ears of soul beasts, and was so thrilled that she couldn't control herself all night. It was very late before she finally fell asleep, but she had to get up early this morning. At just 12 years old, her small body couldn't handle it, so she could only doze off with her eyes half open, her head bobbing up and down, nearly falling asleep while standing. Sister, did you not sleep well last night? Tang San came over to ask. Tang Yin, feeling confused, didn't hear clearly, but she knew the person next to her was a reliable younger brother. With her head leaning to one side, she fell asleep against Tang San's back. Tang San felt helpless and had to gently support Tang Yan's body, fearing that this person would fall down if he couldn't stand steady later. Did my sister stay up very late last night? Tang San asked Zhu Zhuqing, who was beside him. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Tang Yin studied all night long. She's very diligent. Indeed, capable people have to put in much more effort than ordinary ones. Zhu Zhuqing had already set high standards for herself, and seeing Tang Yan's hard work made her schedule even more meticulous. Studying? Tang San was surprised. His sister couldn't possibly be that diligent. Chapter 56. Offering Flowers to Buddha. Tang San's doubts arose as Zhu Zhuqing didn't seem to be joking, so he ultimately decided not to ask further. What about Xiao Ao? Still not here? He wouldn't have overslept again, would he? At this time, everyone else had mostly arrived, with only Oscar missing. The chubby Ma Hongjun couldn't help but make a comment. Tang San and Oscar shared a dormitory. Before he could respond, he was stunned by the person who came from that side. It was Xiao Wu. The previous days he had looked so disheveled, with his face bruised and swollen. Who had beaten him up like this? But he was a 76th level soul sage, who had the ability to do such a thing to Xiao Wu. Everyone looked at each other, stifling their laughter, afraid to speak first. If they said something inappropriate, would they be held grudges against? What are you laughing at? The bruises on Xiao Wu's face and body hadn't even faded. He was reluctant to come out and lead the team, but that old man Flander would easily change his mind once it was made up. Where is that little brat, Oscar? Why hasn't he come yet? Doesn't he know we're going to the Stardow Forest today? When I left this morning, I saw Oscar in meditation and didn't want to disturb him. So I left first, Tang San said. Still meditating? Hurry up and bring that kid over. All right. Tang San nodded and handed the leaning Tang Yin to Xiao Wu. However, at that moment, Tang Yin was also awakened by Xiao Wu's loud voice and didn't need anyone to support him. At this time, cheers from Oscar could be heard. I did it. I did it. Although Oscar had the appearance of a noble young man, his behavior was as carefree as a silly dog. What do you mean you did it? Hurry and join the team. Teacher Xiao, I succeeded. My soul power has reached level 30. The happy Oscar didn't feel any negativity from Xiao Wu's dark expression. Everything looked adorable to him right now. Unable to contain his excitement, Oscar hugged Xiao Wu, looking as joyful as if he had learned some animal behavior. Xiao Wu was somewhat taken aback by the news of level 30, but once he processed it, he was also overjoyed. He couldn't help but slap Oscar on the back, saying, "Good kid, not bad. Just in time to go to the Stardow Forest to get your soul ring as well." Haha, I'm so happy. After Oscar let go of Xiao Wu, he went on a hug everyone one by one. The boys were fine, but he almost hugged a girl too. Haha, getting too carried away. I'm sorry. Sorry. Oscar almost hugged Xiao Wu, who was beside Tang San, but fortunately, Tang San reacted quickly to block it. After a brief moment of embarrassment, Oscar hugged Tang San instead. Everyone offered their congratulations. Once Oscar calmed down a bit, the 8 students and 1 teacher finally set off for the Stardew Forest. However, are we going to run the whole way? Tang Yin couldn't believe it. When she heard Dai Mubai arranging the formation, she was dumbfounded. Yes, everything from here on out will depend on us. Unless we encounter a 1,000-year-old beast, teacher Xiao Wu intervened. Tang San's eye twitched. How long would it take to reach the Stardew Forest? Moreover, running was also a part of their training. Since Dai Mubai said so, Tang San had nothing more to say. After all, everyone was running. From morning to night, they had run over 400 kilometers, and with Oscar's spirit, they weren't too tired. They heard that it would take another 100 kilometers to reach the Stardew Forest, and at their pace, they would arrive by tomorrow noon at the latest. Now, they had reached the town, and everyone was ready to eat. Tang Yin ran all day and slumped in her chair, feeling too tired to move. She never liked fighting and naturally wasn't very fond of exercising either. After running all day, her body was tired, but her mindset felt a bit worn out. If it weren't for the fact that this was part of her training, she would have wanted to find a soul beast to sleep and eat at the same time. It sounded wonderful to think about. Sister, are you okay? Have some water. The food should be coming soon. Tang San poured a glass of water for Tang Yin, and then filled one for Xiao Wu. Are you all right, Xiao Yin? Want another sausage? Oscar looked at Tang Yin, who was slumped over, thinking she was really exhausted. Are you hungry? I have some snacks here, Zhu Zhuqing said, taking out some treats. Dai Mubai recognized the snacks and realized they were the ones he had given to Zhu Zhuqing. It seemed like Zhu Zhuqing hadn't eaten any of them at all. Was it possible that Zhu Zhuqing, who had always been indifferent to him, suddenly took his snacks just to give them to Tang Yin, borrowing flowers to present to Buddha? However, if this was a way to get closer to Zhu Zhuqing, that would be great. Yeah, let us eat some snacks. It might take a while for the dishes to come, Dai Mubai said with concern. They remembered Xiao Wu saying that if Tang Yin got hungry, she wouldn't have any mood or energy left. Besides, among the 8 of them, Tang Yin looked the youngest, small and delicate, almost like a doll, and her personality resembled that of a child who hadn't grown up yet, making them more inclined to take care of her. They instinctively forgot that Tang Yin was already 12 years old, about the same age as them. Their height differences were not insignificant. Thank you, I'm fine. I just haven't run in a long time, so I'm a bit slow to react, Tang Yin said, noticing everyone's concern. She didn't stay slumped in the chair, but sat up straight, looking more spirited. Here it comes, the food is here. Ma Hongjun, who was also hungry, couldn't help but say when he saw that food was being served. It's all meat, Tang Yin became excited, and everyone started to eat while chatting and laughing. Suddenly, a group of people came from next door, laughing loudly before they even sat down. Ha, where do these bumpkins come from? No wonder the food doesn't taste good. It's all spoiled by these few bumpkins. Look at that fat guy and that kid. They probably haven't eaten anything good before. Ha, what a bunch of country bumpkins. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others put down their chopsticks, but Tang Yin, who was focused on her food, ignored the noise outside. She was a child who cherished food and absolutely couldn't waste it. As for those irrelevant people, they could do as they pleased. The group mocking them consisted of 6 boys and 1 girl, along with a teacher-like figure. Judging by their outfits, they should be soul masters, all wearing the same clothes with the words Tsanghui embroidered on them, likely the name of their academy. Oh, I thought big shots came from the corner. Is this it? What a joke. Ma Hongjun retorted immediately. Dai Mubai snorted. It's just a small Tsanghui academy. Nothing to brag about. We haven't even gone looking for trouble, yet trouble has come to us. Chapter 57. Star River Oscar made a comment and then explained the unspoken rule of the academy. A soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble isn't a good soul master. Now both sides were about to clash. You all go. I'll just wait here, Tang Yin said, still holding her fork. With so much delicious food, how could she put down her dinner to deal with people who had nothing to do with her? The 7 of them nodded and went out to fight the Tsanghui Academy students. Although Tang Yin was eating, her mental focus was still on the few of them, and for a moment she didn't notice a small child running over. Tang Yin was enjoying her meal while watching a fight outside. Then, when something tugged at the corner of her clothes, she was puzzled. What was that? She shifted her gaze and met a pair of round, big eyes. A child? No, it was a big eater. She couldn't afford that kind. Sister, The child had a beautiful, youthful face, and when he spoke, his voice was soft and adorable, making it hard for anyone to resist wanting to spoil him. Tang Yin swallowed, clearly thinking that she couldn't afford to raise this pretty little boy. But looking at his adorable appearance, with those big eyes, small cute face, and a little red nose sniffing playfully, she couldn't help but feel her resolve weakening. So cute. So cute. So cute. Hug. The little boy tilted his head and opened his arms towards Tang Yin, exuding a cuteness that begged for a hug. For adoption. Her defenses were simply crumbling. Sister hug, oh my. Tang, he felt her heart racing. What a charming little creature this is. How can such a cute being exist? And looking at its little head, there's a soft and gentle feeling that gives the illusion it's worth a pet. What a divine little creature. As soon as Tang Yin moved, the subsequent actions were no longer under her control. The 3-year-old little boy was held on her lap. She pinched his cheeks and patted his head, repeatedly playing with him over and over again. Amazingly, no matter how Tang Yin touched his head or pinched his face, the little boy laughed joyfully, as if this was something fun and enjoyable. Tang Yi momentarily forgot that this was the existence of a competitive eater. Now, she felt like she was starting to adore such a well-behaved and adorable child. Little one, what's your name? Hearing the term little one, the little boy paused for a moment, but then, as if remembering something, he happily hugged Tang Yi and said, Xinghe, sister, my name is Xinghe. Xinghe, what a beautiful name. No, I mean, it sounds so lovely. Just like you. Tang and rubbed against the child's smooth face, feeling more comfortable than a fluffy little animal. Right? It's time to eat. Tang Yin looked at the table full of dishes and finally remembered that he needed to eat. However, looking at the starry sky on his body, Tang Yin looked into the big, blinking eyes of Xinghe and finally softened a bit. Forget it. Let's just eat this meal first. However, what Tang Yin didn't expect was that the kid only ate a normal person's portion and then stopped eating. Are you full? Tang Yin asked. I'm full, he said, pulling Tang Yin's hand to touch his soft little belly. Really full? Last time you ate so many breads and meat buns, you were still saying you were hungry. And now just this? sister, rub it. Okay. Tang Yin nodded calmly on the surface, but inside, he felt like he was being melted by this little boy. Why was he so cute, even asking for a belly rub? Tang Yin was so focused on absorbing the cub that she forgot to ask how this child found her. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, and Tang Yin felt the fluctuation of soul power suddenly increase. She checked briefly. Everyone just die. You stay here. She went out to take a look. Tang Yin thought that if they fought and couldn't win against Teacher Xiao, she would probably come out to help. But it seemed like she wanted to be surprised. This time, Teacher Xiao didn't come out. Is it because she didn't participate in the battle? Tang Yin thought to himself. Now that he was outside, the soul power of the martial souls on both sides was radiating with holy light. Had things polarized? I thought it was someone important, but it's just a little kid. The teacher from Tsanhui Academy saw the sudden appearance of the person and thought it was a big shot, but it turned out to be just a small child. Oh, so it's just a turtle. Tang Yin felt offended. That speed must be very slow. Otherwise, there's a saying, what was it? A shrinking turtle, refusing to move slowly to the death. What was I saying that was off? So it's a shrinking turtle. No wonder it's so tough. After hearing Tang Yin's words, Dai Mubai and the others burst into laughter. The originally tense atmosphere became much more relaxed. Xiao Yin is right. I was wondering why we couldn't hit it. Turns out the turtle has retracted into its shell. A few girls nearby were also secretly laughing, but while they laughed, they remained vigilant with their soul power. You little brats. The teacher from Tsanhui Academy turned green with anger after hearing Tang Yin's words. Well, turtles are originally green. I'm a Xian turtle. The teacher from Tsanhui Academy was furious. His soul power surged, causing the students behind him with lower soul power to be knocked off balance. The teacher was angry. There was even someone who whispered this. Tang San also started to move, using his speed ability while giving Tang San a glance and saying, Good for you, old guy. A turtle is just a turtle, no matter what kind of turtle you are. You don't believe I'm saying you're slow? Slow turtle. If you have the ability, then catch me. Tang Yan's speed was very fast. The teachers of Tsanhui Academy didn't even have time to use their soul skills before they saw Tang Yin arrive beside them. Fortunately, his soul power was higher than that of his opponent, allowing him to withstand Tang Yan's kick with his own soul power. By the time Tang Yin launched his next kick, he had already managed to use his soul skill, Xian Gui Hu Ti, Mystic Turtle Protection. Old turtle, your shell is really tough. Tang Yin said this without retracting her foot, and even with her quick speed, she kept circling around the academy's teacher and then kicked out. Being heavy was also a drawback of the turtle. It couldn't compare to speed. Over here, Dai Mubai and Tang San, while Tang Yin was buying time, quickly dispersed and surrounded the academy's teacher. 7 treasures, led by Ning Rongrong, took the initiative. Soon, everyone unleashed their strongest moves to attack. You are dead. This completely enraged the teacher from Tsanghui Academy, who retracted into a shell with a single move, quickly freezing the surroundings, exuding a chilling aura. The first to feel the cold was Tang Yin, who was closest. Just right, I also have ice. Tang Yin didn't retreat, but moved closer. Ice and fire. Melt. Crack. As soon as Tang Yin finished speaking, a cracking sound was heard. Chapter 58. Is she disappointed? Tang Yin followed the sound, which was the cracking of ice. The ice, along with the shell of a Tsanghui Academy teacher, had already developed cracks. Was the defense about to break? Tang Yin jumped up, and Dai Mubai and the others had just arrived. Tang San used the blue-silver grass to bind his opponent first. Then they each unleashed their most powerful soul skill, directly knocking the teacher from Tsanghui Academy dizzy. For a moment, he had not yet recovered. Tang Yin combined his speed and strength abilities to deliver a flying kick, sending the unprepared teacher from Tsanghui Academy flying, landing in front of his students. Teacher? Teacher! The turn of events was too sudden. They couldn't imagine their teacher would lose like this. Looking at those few people felt like staring at monsters. Impressive. Oscar from the support department ran over, casting a glance at the person lying there. Old Turtle really has become an old turtle. Indeed, let's see if they still dare to be arrogant or mock others as country bumpkins. Ma Hongjun straightened his back, his big belly seeming to express his pride and arrogance. The 8 of them stood together, united against the outside world. This made the people from Tsanghui Academy a bit tremulous and unable to act arrogantly. Let's go. We're leaving. After fainting, the teacher from Tsanghui Academy woke up, scolding the students to leave quickly. It was too embarrassing to be defeated by a few kids. After the few left in defeat, it was the first celebration of victory for the 8 of them working together. In an instant, the friendship among the 8 deepened significantly. Zhao, Teacher Zhao! Suddenly someone shouted, drawing the attention of the other 7. When they saw Xiao Wujing, everyone tacitly stopped cheering and happily called out, Teacher Zhao. Xiao Wujing did not share their playful demeanor. Instead, he wore a serious expression and looked at Tang Yin. Seeing this, everyone calmed down from their excitement and turned to Xiao Wujing. Why didn't you join everyone at the beginning? Xiao Wujing asked Tang Yin. Teacher Zhao. Tang Yin was hungry and lacked strength. But after eating, Tang Yin came, right? That's right, Teacher Zhao. Tang Yin has this strange habit. He feels fine after eating. It's no big deal. Yes, I understand that feeling of hunger. It's really uncomfortable. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun had been at Shrek Academy for a while and roughly understood Xiao Wujing's seriousness. Before Tang Yin could speak, they all explained the situation to him. Xiao Wujing was not really scolding them. He looked seriously at the 8 of them and said, Since you 8 have entered Shrek, you are one whole. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone responded. I understand. Tang Yin nodded and said seriously, realizing why Xiao Wujing hadn't acted at first. All right, you all go to sleep. Yes. Everyone dispersed and left. However, Tang Yin remembered that pretty little boy, turning around to look for him, but he was nowhere to be seen. Asking the night watch bartender. The bartender thought for a moment and indeed remembered. That kid left with his adult. Oh, he left. Tang Yin felt a mix of disappointment and hesitation. She had planned that if Xinghe didn't eat much, she would take care of him, but it turned out he had an adult with him. Well, otherwise, how could he run so far alone? Sigh. Tang Yi Sikit. Feeling a bit disappointed, he left. What a good little boy he was, and just like that, he was gone. To be honest, she hadn't had enough time to touch him yet. Tang Yi left, and the 2 people secretly watching him also turned around. One tall and one short. The tall one was Jin Wang, and the short one was naturally Xinghe. Is the young master not following anymore? Look at that little girl. She seems so disappointed. Is she disappointed? I see she just wants to pinch his face. Ah, the young master is really heartless. One moment he was in that little girl's arms calling her sister, and the next moment he turns his back on her, Tsk, Jin Wang and joked. But when he met the young master's innocent yet undeniably stern gaze, he fell silent. He couldn't help but chuckle and asked, Did the young master feel anything this time? Xinghe did not respond to Jin Wang and's words, but instead asked, How's your investigation going? I'm still looking. There are too many books in the clan, and very few of our clansmen enjoy reading. Those books are all scattered around. It might take some time to find the records of our clan's tokens. Jin Wang said, scratching his nose. It was really troublesome. How could he have dared to tease the young master when the matter wasn't settled yet? Need time? Then what are you doing here? Xing He's voice, although crisp, carried a hint of chill. Jin Wang and suddenly recalled something and shivered. Indeed, the young master was not someone he could tease. The smaller the young master looked, the bigger his temper seemed. This especially made milk. I'll leave after delivering it to the young master. Jin Wang and placed down something resembling a ring space and ran far away. With a bit more courage, Jin Wang and called out from a distance, "Young master, remember to drink it to avoid getting smaller." Crack! The grass under Xing He's feet suddenly split open, and he kicked a piece of grassy stone towards the direction where Jin Wang and had left. This drew Jin Wang and's laughter, and faintly, one could hear him say, "Missed again, young master, keep trying." Xing He thought, just wait, when he grows up, the first one to hang Jin Wang and that old rascal will be him. He'll have to be sun-dried for a few days. Xing He took out the milk from his space, which still looked like a baby bottle. Furious, he almost tossed the space away. But thinking about how he was getting smaller, without this milk, he wouldn't feel full from eating anything else. And eating more would only speed up his shrinking. In the end, he silently put away the pile of bottled milk in his space. Jin Wang would have to remember this. Soon, Xing He disappeared from the spot. His speed was fast. With a few jumps, he covered hundreds of meters and quickly arrived at the starry forest. Watching that girl and her group, they should be coming here, so it would be quicker for him to block them here. As for why he left, that girl wasn't the only one, in his current childlike form. Not to mention whether she would take him with her. Even her teachers wouldn't agree. The starry forest was quite dangerous for them. The next day, after Tang Yi and the others got up early and had breakfast, they didn't waste any time, with still over 100 kilometers to go to the starry forest. The soul beasts in the starry forest were not as easy as those in other domesticated forests. Here, there were soul beasts that were tens of thousands of years old, with thousands of years being countless, and danger lurked everywhere. Chapter 59, Wait a moment. Starry Forest. Arrived. Tang Yin entered the dream forest and saw many oddly shaped plants inside, which looked quite beautiful and vibrant, creating a festive atmosphere. With plenty of spiritual energy in the air, Xiao Wu called everyone to stop and then said seriously, "Once we enter the forest, none of you should leave my side more than 20 meters. Ning Rong Rong, Oscar, you two must stay close to me. Without my command, no one is allowed to attack soul beasts lightly. Do you understand?" Understood. After hearing Xiao Wujia's words, everyone became alert. Tang Yin wanted to take off her shoes to feel nature, but stopped herself. Forget it. She would act more normally. Sister, control yourself a bit after entering. Tang San instructed, and Tang Yin understood what her brother meant. Her spiritual power could communicate with soul beasts and make them close to her. Moreover, there is also the matter of multiple soul beasts being sacrificed to create soul seeds. Every detail here, if spoken about, seemed quite abnormal, and she was afraid that people with ill intentions would take advantage of it. After all, they were not the only ones from Shrek Academy here. There were also people from other places. If they encountered one or two with bad intentions, it would always lead to trouble and danger. Okay, Tang Yin naturally understood what her brother meant. As they walked along, Dai Mubai was clearing the path ahead, and the others followed closely behind. Tang Yin watched Dai Mubai in front of her recklessly destroy the plants and soul beasts with his tiger claws. She felt a bit of pity. These are all lives, and it's a bit wasteful for them to die or be damaged for no reason. They can't be collected, can't be stored, and some should still be worth a small price. Tang Yin was lost in thought and didn't take any action. Just as Tang San said, it's very normal. Not doing anything sneaky. In fact, Tang Yin also wanted to do something, but why does teacher Xiao Wujia keep staring at her? It feels like she is a problem student that needs special attention. Tang Yin covered her face, wondering if her actions had made a deep impression on teacher Xiao Wuji. At this moment, Tang San told Dai Mubai, who was leading the way, to take a detour, as it would not only reduce harm to the weaker soul beasts, but also avoid attracting any unwanted soul beasts due to the bloodstains. Let me clear the way. At this time, Tang Yin stepped forward, walking ahead so that a few people behind her could shield her from Xiao Wuji's occasional glances. Can you handle it? These weeds and branches can easily scratch your skin. I'm tough, so I'm not afraid. It's fine, I'm just a bit delicate. But I'm about the same as you. As Tang Yin spoke, she began to walk forward. Tang San and Dai Mubai nodded, and Dai Mubai had no choice but to let Tang Yin lead the way. However, a miraculous scene unfolded. Every step Tang Yin took, as long as he encountered branches or weeds in front of him, they seemed to come alive, making way for him. They did not harm any plants or animals. Instead, they became even more accommodating. Tang Yin knew they were confused, so he explained, "This is my soul power, which is naturally in harmony with plants. I have also cultivated a technique called step-by-step blooming lotus. It can make seeds sprout instantly and also allow plants to avoid something. Is this a mutated soul power? Dai Mu Bai, who was in front, saw it most clearly, and those following him also peeked out to look. Mutated soul power? I've only heard of mutated martial souls. Not mutated soul power. Could it be that the soul power we cultivate is different? Zhu Zhuqing pondered and then asked. It really did make way. How amazing. The teacher said that some very few people naturally have their own aura. Tang San explained with theory that soul power and martial souls don't have specific definitions. They might mutate because of certain events or people. For example, they have the waste martial soul blue silvergrass, the food martial soul recovery sausage, and the chubby Ma Hongjun, whose clan is non-attack martial soul chickens. However, in Ma Hongjuan's case, it mutated into the martial soul phoenix, with flames hotter than normal fire. After hearing this, everyone was deep in thought. They didn't know how long they had been walking when the usually silent teacher Xiao Wu said, "Let's take a break." They stopped to eat something. It was already noon. They didn't know when they would encounter a suitable soul beast. While resting, Tang Yin sensed a movement first. He was originally lazily leaning against a big tree, but suddenly sat up straight. "Xiao Yin, what's wrong?" Zhu Zhuqing, not far away, noticed Tang Yin's change immediately. "There's a movement," Tang Yin replied. Xiao Wu also stood up. "Everyone, get up. Something is approaching." Hearing this, everyone got up, and Tang San asked first, "Sister, do you sense something?" Tang San knew that his sister was a bit lazy, but her sharpness was not lacking at all. Everyone looked towards Tangya. After all, she was the first to notice that something was approaching. "Wait a moment," said Tangya, as she took out a book. She remembered that she had flipped through many soul beasts 2 days ago, and there happened to be one that looked similar. Everyone looked at Tangya flipping through the book with curiosity, not knowing what to say. It felt like they were in a very dangerous situation that required vigilance. Yet she pulled out a book and started studying now. It was like clinging to a Buddha's feet in the most extreme way. However, Tangya's innocent little girl appearance and her serious demeanor while flipping through the book were somewhat adorable, making it hard for them to come up with any sarcastic comments. They just couldn't bear to do it. Xiao Wu twitched the corner of his mouth, wondering if he should ask Zhu Zhuqing to take a look. Then they heard Tangya say that according to the records in the book, it should be a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with a blood-red crest and a fan-shaped tail, measuring about 7.28 meters long, and it should be a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake from around the year 1684. Tang Yin couldn't help but push his forehead, a gesture that almost called for glasses, typical appearance of a top student, well, just for show. "Great. Oscar, you lucky guy, this is just right for you." Xiao Wuji's eyes brightened upon hearing this. However, everyone was looking at Tang Yin, as if asking how he knew so accurately, even stating the number of years. They all wanted to see how the book in Tang Yan's hand recorded it. "It's coming towards us." Tang Yin didn't explain their curious and puzzled gazes. Instead, he put away the book. As Tang Yin finished speaking, everyone retracted their thirst for knowledge. Everyone was now on alert, their martial souls activated, ready for battle at any moment. The howling phoenix tail coxcomb snake seemed to have a certain intelligence, as if it knew that Tang Yin was the one who had exposed its whereabouts, and it directly opened its mouth wide towards Tang Yin, who was standing on the tree trunk. Tang Yin tilted his body to the side and dodged. "Over here!" Zhu Zhuqing struck out with a claw, and the people below also began their attacks. The 1,000-year-old beast had quite good speed, and Ning Rongrong, who was being protected, directly used her martial soul, 7 treasure glaze tile, 2nd spirit, speed. Chapter 60, Domain. Dai Mubai attacked from the front, and his claw landed on the body of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. The tail of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake was particularly fast, directly slapping Dai Mubai, who was in pain 10 meters away. Dai Mubai let out a muffled grunt, and just as he was about to counterattack, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake suddenly roared, seemingly having been hurt by someone. It then sprayed out a toxic gas that resembled poison. Tang San controlled the blue silvergrass and also paid attention to everyone's movements. He said directly, "The colorful mist sprayed by the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake is just to scare people, and it's not toxic." Those who originally wanted to dodge believed Tang San's words and did not avoid the mist, attacking directly at the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Seeing these humans approaching instead of fleeing, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake did not want to fight and attempted to escape. As it tried to run, Tang San's soul power surged, and countless blue-silver grasses formed a cage, blocking the escaping phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. "Oh no!" Oscar, unable to resist his curiosity, ran to the cage to take a look. He saw Tang Yi lightly touch her brow and jump up as well. "Lilia, you came to see it too." As she spoke, the cage trembled, and Tang Yi said, "No," and directly grabbed Oscar by the collar and jumped down. Oscar couldn't help but shout a few times as they fell from a height. "Teacher Xiao," Tang Yi called out, and Xiao Wu thought it was his turn to fight. So he immediately activated his martial spirit. "Sister, what's wrong?" Tang San noticed something was off with Tang Yi. "Little brother, gather everyone," Tang Yi said as she dropped Oscar. Oscar fell on his bottom and couldn't help but exclaim, and then he saw Tang San nodding. As the blue silver grass he was focusing on pulled everyone over. "Sister, what's going on?" "Yeah, what's happening?" Everyone looked confused. "Someone is coming," Tang Yi said, moving her feet, her voice light as she declared, "Domain." Everyone felt a cool breeze pass through their bodies. In a place invisible to them, a transparent barrier enveloped them. A figure, which had been completely unnoticeable, moved slightly, its gaze landing on Tang Yi's domain. "Domain, what's wrong?" Xiao Wu, over here, had directly beaten the phoenix tail, chicken crown snake to the brink of death, and, seeing everyone's tense expressions, asked, "Little Ao, go absorb the soul ring." "And everyone stay quiet. Someone is coming," Tang Yi instructed. Everyone exchanged glances, then nodded, trusting Tang Yi. Xiao Wu also signaled Oscar to absorb the soul ring. Oscar gave a thumbs up, took Tang San's dagger, killed the phoenix tail, chicken crown snake, and began to absorb it. The others were curious about who Tang Yi meant by someone coming. They all stayed in place, waiting. However, it wasn't long before an old woman accompanied by a young girl appeared in their line of sight. The chubby Ma Hong Jun immediately covered his mouth. There really is someone. And that girl looks pretty good. Everyone then looked toward Tang Yi, who raised an eyebrow and made a motion for them to be quiet. They gave Tang Yi a beautiful gesture and shifted their gazes. Once they recognized who it was, Xiao Wu tensed up, looking around as if searching for something. The few who did not recognize the newcomers exchanged glances, seemingly inquiring about who they were. Dai Mu Bai threw everyone a knowing look, as if saying he would explain later. Everyone nodded and then looked back at the old woman and the girl. "Strange, why is there nothing here?" The girl frowned, stamping her foot in displeasure. "We chased all the way here. It shouldn't be like this," the old woman said as she directly observed the surroundings, noticing the traces of battle. "Has the battle ended? But even if it has, there should be someone absorbing the soul ring. No, it shouldn't be over yet. The traces of the battle here are all freshly left behind. Obtaining the soul ring requires someone to guard it. It seems the other party has either hidden away or has not yet caught the phoenix tail chicken crown snake, and, like us, has chased after it," the old woman said, moving her cane as 6 soul rings emerged from her body, her soul power expanding bit by bit. "Want to see if there were any hidden people nearby." Tang uncurled her lips. Her spatial and invisibility abilities were both at level 6. Theoretically, she could easily withstand opponents with soul power below level 60. However, her opponent had soul power over 60, which could detect her abilities, and a full force attack from someone at level 70 could break her domain. Nevertheless, with the assistance of her mental strength, she could still disrupt the opponent's perception. "Grandma, did you sense anything?" the girl asked the elderly woman. "No, they should have gone far away. Let's continue to chase." The elderly woman shook her head, having found nothing and sensing no one around. "Okay." The girl nodded and quickly left with her grandmother. After receiving Tang Yin's hint, everyone began to talk. "That person just now was over level 60, right?" "Ningrongrong site. But Teacher Zhao is at level 76. If they were to fight, we wouldn't lose," Xiao Wu said. "If I'm not mistaken, that elderly woman was the serpent lady Keo Xiangxiang from the legendary dragon and serpent," Xiao Wu continued. "Legendary dragon and serpent? They are a couple who debuted early and are exceptionally powerful, especially Dragon Lord Mangshu. When I first heard of them, that Dragon Lord was already at the Soul Saint level. I wouldn't be surprised if he has now reached the Soul Douluo level." Soul Douluo. Everyone was shocked. The legendary dragon and serpent couple had a very good relationship and never separated. With the serpent lady here, the Dragon Lord must be nearby as well. Xiao Wu found a spot to sit down. By the looks of them, they must also be here to find that phoenix tail coxcomb snake. If we encounter them, it could be a bit troublesome. The serpent lady is not afraid, but the Dragon Lord is. "Yes, and there's another person. It should be the Dragon Lord that Teacher Zhao mentioned," Tang Yin said. "There is another powerful individual not far away. If that serpent lady sends out a signal flare or something, he would come quickly." Tang Yin felt that the dangerous presence before was the source of the ominous aura. As for the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, she didn't take them too seriously. She vaguely recalled that when she was helping Oscar obtain a soul ring, there were some troubles with someone trying to snatch the soul ring, which inevitably caused some issues. She couldn't remember what those troubles were, but she sensed a dangerous aura that made her more alert. If we encounter them again, let's avoid them a bit. Everyone nodded, and Tang Yin also retracted her domain. Just now, they couldn't see us. Zhu Zhuqing asked Tang Yin. Yes, when that snake woman activated her martial soul, just now, it scared me. If I hadn't remembered what Xiao Yin said about not making a sound, I would have made a move. Ma Hongjun also wanted to know the answer and quickly gathered around. Chapter 61, Great Truth. Was what Xiao Yin did just now an invisible domain? We could see outside while the people outside couldn't see us. Dai Mubai actually knew a bit more. Yes, it's a type of domain. This kind of domain is based on soul power, and when it reaches a certain mental state, or when the martial soul undergoes mutation or stimulation, it will form a unique domain. Such things can't be sought after, only encountered. Tang Yin habitually adjusted his eyebrows and then began to ramble. Everyone's soul power attributes are different, and they all have their own domains. Just like you. Each person has their own domain, but you haven't triggered it yet, so it has remained dormant. Everyone has one. Everyone was surprised and looked at Tang Yin. Even teacher Xiao Wuji was no exception. This was the first time he had heard such words. Dan not that. Although it was just her speculation, it was still feasible for her to talk nonsense like this. After all, things in this field are hard to say. Some come early and some come late. Yes, everyone has it. Tang Yin nodded. Does the field require any major conditions to be fulfilled? Dai Mubai pondered. He was very interested in Tang Yin's statement that everyone has their own field. Here, Tang Yin touched her heart. Everyone looked over. A man's chest. Ma Hongjun saw Tang Yin patting her chest and wanted to say something straightforward, but it was Tang Yin. He couldn't even take one punch from her. So he changed his words directly. Are you silly? My sister is referring to the heart, one heart. Xiao Wu immediately kicked Ma Hongjun when she heard this. Are you stupid? Dai Mubai also gave Ma Hongjun a head pat. Such a lovely girl. Why would you mention a man's chest? What kind of talk is that? Ma Hongjun could only laugh awkwardly. It was a slip of the tongue. He just hadn't turned around in time. Xiao Wu, the fat guy, was just joking. Tang San also wanted to hit someone, but since Xiao Wu helped him out, he just pulled Xiao Wu back a bit. Ma Hongjun thought Tang San was going to help him out, feeling quite touched, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his butt. That sting made him want to shout in pain, but he was held by the arm by Tang San. He looked at Tang San, smiling, and asked, Right? Fatty. Ma Hongjun wanted to cry without tears. What kind of little brother is this? Indeed, you can't just talk randomly about Xiao Yan. He quickly smiled and said, Exactly. I just thought everyone was too serious. Just trying to joke around with you all. Tang Yin looked at Ma Hongjun's big belly, and she didn't hold it against him. After all, Ma Hongjun was a wealthy person. A heart with conviction. Seeing that everyone looked puzzled, Tang Yin continued, I have a protective heart for my brother, which makes me constantly want to become stronger, wanting to protect him. That year, when I helped my brother obtain his second spirit ring, I saw him in trouble, and in my anxiety, I couldn't bear to see him hurt even a little, and then I developed my domain. What Tang San said is also true. She previously only knew that space was mainly used for storing things. But during that time when she obtained the ghost vine, it almost killed her brother in one strike. She felt a rush of anxiety. Her mind went blank, and she instinctively wanted to block the ghost vine. Then she felt something pulling her. The space domain directly blocked in front of Tang San. Tang San listened to Tang Yan's words. His face became very gentle, and a smile kept appearing at the corners of his mouth. When everyone looked over with envy, he felt a bit embarrassed. However, recalling that thrilling experience, he realized that without Tang Yan's domain to block it, he could have avoided it, though he would have sustained some minor injuries. It was also during that incident when Tang Yin erupted with power and directly controlled the ghost vine. When the ghost vine was left with just one breath, he released it. When Tang San absorbed his second spirit ring, Tang Yin had also fallen unconscious due to an excess of his powers. In the end, it was Tang San who carried him back. Thus, a heart can be a guardian, an obsession, something you care about, or a drive to become stronger, and all these can be reasons to stimulate a domain. As long as you find out what you truly desire, the domain might naturally come to you. What do you truly want? Everyone was lost in thought. A beautiful seed was quietly planted in their hearts. The potential of a person is limitless. You need to keep digging. Don't say it can't be done or it's impossible. Instead, think that what you have done is not enough and the direction you're looking in is not right. Tang Yan's words were quite like motivational talk, so smooth that they flowed easily. Yet they left them both confused and somehow made something within them become resolute. A single spark of fire. Tang Yin sighed. Xiao Wu looked at Tang Yin, feeling that Tang Yin was glowing, and couldn't help but murmur, "Sister." Tang Yin looked at the confused Xiao Wu. As an older sister, she smiled gently and softly placed her hand on Xiao Wu's head, tenderly stroking it like a loving elder. "So don't give up. Everything is possible." Xiao Wu felt a pang in her nose, and at that moment, she felt that the things she wanted to hide deep in her heart were seen and embraced. A feeling of indescribable grievance welled up, her eyes filled with tears, and she reached out to hug Tang Yin, silently crying in her embrace. Sigh. Tang Yin let out a soft sigh, gently patting Xiao Wu's back. Tang San didn't know what was wrong with Xiao Wu, but he felt a heaviness in his heart when he saw her like this. You all should believe that no matter what happens, until the last moment, the outcome is still unknown, so don't easily say to give up. While comforting Xiao Wu with a pat, Tang San looked around at everyone and said seriously. Everyone was taken aback, especially Dai Mubai, whose hands dropped but couldn't help clenching into fists, as if hinting at his inner feelings. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively glanced at Dai Mubai, then shifted her gaze away, her eyes filled with a newfound determination. Tang San also looked seriously at his sister. All along, she had been like a little child, always lazy about studying, enjoying playing tricks, and loving to touch little flowers, grass, and animals. She was generous with family and friends, but very stingy with others. She was always cheerful and smiling, like a happy little son. He didn't realize how infectious her seriousness could be. No, it should be said that since he met Tang Yin, it might have always been like this. Tang San recalled the days leading up to his martial soul awakening. His sister had shared many things he didn't know, but so much time had passed that he had almost forgotten the beginning. His sister was also knowledgeable, aware of many things that ordinary people did not know. Xiao Yin, you were right. Until the last moment, the outcome is uncertain. She wanted to prove to her father and uncles that she was not just a little devil who acted willfully. Even if she was currently the weakest among everyone, she would work hard to cultivate. Exactly. Dai Lauda, did you hear that? I believe I won't always be this fat. Once my martial soul, the phoenix, stabilizes, I will become a handsome guy. By then, you must not call me a fatty anymore. Ma Hongjun imagined becoming handsome in the future, surrounded by many girls, and the thought made him feel great. He wasn't really that fat. He just had to eat to suppress his martial soul, which forced him to gain weight. Damn it. Dai Mubai adjusted his mindset and saw Ma Hongjun's mischievous expression, knowing he was thinking about something ridiculous. There were still many girls around. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, then turned back to Tang Yin and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Tang Yin smiled, knowing that this kid had figured things out. Huh. Tang Yin seemed to have heard something. She looked in a certain direction. Oh, did she hear something? There's nothing there. Tang Yin felt the sound from earlier. It should be, that direction. Tang Yin determined a direction and then carefully sensed it with his mental strength. Chapter 62. Come help put out the fire. The small figure that was initially amazed by Tang Yan's profound reasoning couldn't help but snort coldly when he saw Tang Yin and Dai Mubai smiling at each other. He really knows how to bewitch people's hearts. However, Tang Yin was too perceptive and actually noticed it. Xinghe didn't have time to think too much and cautiously hit again. There's nothing, right? Tang Yin didn't see anything with her mental power, so that cold snort just now was an auditory hallucination. Tang Yin pondered for a moment and noticed that everyone else seemed unresponsive, suggesting she must have misheard. Her psychic abilities weren't constantly focused on every small detail, as that would be too draining on her energy. Therefore, unless she sensed the presence of others, she wouldn't refine her psychic power to perceive them. Tang Yin calmed his emotions and helped wipe away Xiao Wu's tears. Xiao Wu realized that she had cried in front of everyone and felt shy, turning red. Fortunately, no one pressed the issue, as everyone has their own secrets that don't necessarily need to be known. Tang Yin wiped away the tears on his face and then stretched lazily. It was time for dinner again. Of course, Tang Yin, who had good food conditions, would not make himself suffer. Eating some dry rations? I still have some here. Dai Mubai said as he prepared to take out the dry rations he bought. And then he saw Tang Yin clear space. Not eating that. I want to eat white rice, Tang Yin replied and continued to work. So picky? Ma Hongjun looked over, a bit confused, but he also helped Tang Yin clear a relatively large space. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong helped as well. Sister, I'll help too. After adjusting her mood, Xiao Wu ran over. She seemed to know what Tang Yin was going to do. Sister, do you need help? Tang San also came over. It wasn't his first time going out with Tang Yin, so he naturally knew what Tang Yin was planning. Here. Tang Yin took out some ingredients that needed to be organized. Tang San skillfully cleaned up. Are we going to cook on site? Seeing the ingredients, everyone understood. Xiao San, I'll join too. Even though I don't know how, but I can learn. Dai Mubai came over to help. Cooking, do we need fire? My phoenix fire is very useful. Fatty, just stop. Can you control the size of your fire? I'm afraid it will be over before we even start, Dai Mubai said with a laugh. Come on. How is that possible? I can start with a big fire using firewood, and then adjust it to whatever size Xiao Yin needs later. Isn't that simple? Ma Hongjun said stubbornly. Puffed. Did you forget my sister also has fire? Xiao Wu couldn't help but interject. Yeah, Xiao also has fire, and it seems she can control it freely. Reminded by Xiao Wu, everyone recalled Tang Yan's ability to control fire, and not just fire, but also water and ice. Haha, exactly. Because of an upcoming dinner, the cheerful atmosphere returned. Sitting over there, Zhao Wujing looked at these energetic kids and couldn't help but smile leisurely. Zhao Wujing glanced at Tang Yin, truly infectious. These young guys look so youthful and sunny. Tang San spread out a golden tablecloth on the ground and then arranged pots and pans in the air. Everyone then witnessed a beautiful and somewhat magical performance. What was it to control water and fire so freely, soaring around the pots and pans? They then saw the materials that Tang San had just cleaned flying into the air. Was that soul power? It could do this? Ning Rongrong's mouth dropped open. It was the first time she had seen such use of soul power. Tang San received a hint from Tang Yin and nodded to clarify for everyone. It's possible. As long as we concentrate our soul power on an object and then manipulate our own soul power, we can do this. Although it is similar to the Xiantian skill. Tang Yin taught him this method, which allows him to control his soul power and the Xiantian skill even better. Can we also practice this? Zhu Zhuqing asked. This is what everyone wanted to know. Yes, Tang San nodded and then demonstrated it in detail for them. Once we master it, we can carry some very small hidden weapons with us, and they will move according to our soul power. Tang San treated everyone as friends and teammates. So he pointed out this key aspect, but it's not just about controlling small objects. Hiss! The listeners couldn't help but gasp. Just like earlier, Ma Hongjun recalled how Tang San had pulled him over with a needle earlier. When he wanted to pull away, the needle had already been retracted, and he and T felt Tang San pull it out. It should be this method. Tang San nodded. I definitely need to learn this when I return to the academy. Everyone was discussing enthusiastically when a rich fragrance wafted over, immediately capturing everyone's attention. A pot of delicious soup had been prepared, into which a grass spirit chicken was added. This type of spirit beast had tender meat and was specially raised by soul masters. Many people liked it. The grass spirit chicken was rinsed in the air with water before being placed into the pot with a new round of water. The fire was lit, and then several types of herbs they didn't quite understand, along with a couple of wooden-looking items, were added. As the water bubbled, the aroma became even more intense. So fragrant, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but drool, and he moved closer. Tang San glanced at the other person, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes as the flames swirled fiercely. "Oh, my hair!" Ma Hongjun was startled, then noticed the fire on his head. He hurriedly tried to extinguish it, but it seemed he couldn't put out the flames no matter what. Ha ha ha! Everyone laughed at the sight, because of the chubby guy's panic, and the fact that the fire was clearly on his hair, but wasn't burning him at all. It was just too amusing to watch. Come help put out the fire. The chubby guy was anxious and didn't realize that his luscious hair might turn to a bald head. Chubby, you're a fire phoenix. What are you afraid of fire for? Tang San couldn't help but laugh out loud. Use your fire to put it out. What's there to be afraid of? Dai Mubai also couldn't hold back as he watched Ma Hongjun acting foolishly. Right. Ma Hongjun also felt he had overreacted just now. As soon as his martial soul emerged, all the flames disappeared. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh again. You guys, are you even human? No laughing aloud, okay? It's not burning you, right? And you're still laughing. Ha ha. I can't help it, Ma Hongjun. You're just too funny. Xiao Wu couldn't restrain herself anymore. She wanted to hold back, but ended up grabbing Tang San's hand. Thinking of Ma Hongjun's earlier appearance, she couldn't help but lightly pat Tang San's shoulder. The smile in Tang San's eyes didn't fade as he supported Xiao Wu, afraid that she would laugh too hard. Chapter 63, Gulu Gulu. However, soon Tang San's dinner was ready, and everyone stopped laughing. When they saw Tang San's results, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The rich herbal chicken soup, the spicy grilled fish weighing about 40 to 50 pounds, was a golden yellow and coated with a special seasoning, making the fish's aroma even more delicious. There was also a large pot of money sesame shrimp, a vibrant red, that made it very appetizing, and the tender tofu was so springy that it wobbled with just a gentle shake, making one eager to swallow it in one bite. Can we start eating? Taking a deep breath, saliva filled their mouths, and everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Wait, there was also a blanching of vegetable hearts. Hearing this, everyone grabbed their bowls and chopsticks, their eyes roving over the dining cloth, seemingly waiting for Tang San's command to dig in. Who would have thought that the little kid had such skills? Xiao Wu also sat down, waiting for Tang San to mention the blanching of vegetable hearts so they could start eating. Slurper was unclear who let out saliva and swallowed it back. However, everyone was waiting to eat, and it didn't matter whose it was. All right, we can eat now. As soon as Tang Yin finished speaking, everyone quickly picked up their chopsticks, fearing that if they were a moment late, there would be nothing left. Tang Yin also joined them. From a distance, he looked at the delicious and fragrant food in the starry river, and seeing Tang Yan's satisfied eating expression, he couldn't help but lick his lips. The food made by that silly girl looked so good. Suddenly, he felt a bit hungry and wanted to eat. He licked his lips again, but then thought of something, and a puzzled expression appeared on his pretty little face. He had food, so he didn't want to eat. He took out a bottle of special soul beast milk, the kind with a nipple, and when he saw the nipple, he almost wanted to throw it away in anger. But after thinking about it, he still put it in his mouth. His cheeks puffed up in anger as he watched Tang Yin eat while drinking the milk, quenching thirst with sight. Gurgle, gurgle. Holding the milk bottle, he unknowingly drank quite a bit of soul beast milk. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, his stomach growled, and he instinctively covered his belly, but since he was drinking milk, it couldn't possibly be him. Then he turned his gaze to Oscar, who was absorbing the soul ring. Gurgle. Oscar smelled the delicious aroma and felt even hungrier, becoming more eager to absorb the soul ring. What was that smell? Finally, when Oscar opened his eyes, before he could share his new soul skill with everyone, he realized that there was no one beside him. There was still a waft of fragrance, and he looked over. What the heck? What are you guys doing? Oscar rushed over, sniffing the aroma of the food in the air. Oh my God, add me to the list. Seeing that there was not much food left, Oscar joined the fray. Fatty, show some mercy. I just started eating. Little AO, your speed is lacking. Go practice more. Wow, little AO, you're good. You can still snatch food from my hands. Of course, after a round of you pull I pull, everyone was left with round bellies. By the way, eating such delicious food, will it attract soul beasts? Fatty asked while burping. You just thought this question now. Dai Mubai couldn't help but pat Ma Hongjun. Otherwise, what do you think? Did you all think of it earlier? We are in the domain, you know. After Tang Yin was full and satisfied, she started chatting with everyone. When? Ma Hongjun naturally didn't know. It was when you were burned by fire. Ha ha, remembering the scene of Ma Hongjun being burned, everyone smiled. Hey, what is this? Fatty burned. Burned by what fire? Isn't he the fire phoenix? Oscar didn't know, but seeing everyone laughing, it must be very funny. Ma Hongjun, this is going to be a black history, right? Ha ha, you don't know. Just now everyone was laughing and talking one after another. Ha ha ha. Fatty, you're too funny. You still call yourself a fire phoenix. After Oscar learned the reason, he laughed too. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Everyone forgot about what happened earlier. Ma Hongjun said somewhat fiercely, but as everyone became more familiar, they naturally knew that Fatty wasn't angry, and suddenly they couldn't be so joyful. By the way, didn't you absorb the soul ring? What is your third soul skill? Fatty suddenly said, successfully bringing the laughter of a few people back. Right, little AO is now a level 31 soul master. Congratulations. Little AO, congratulations. Everyone almost forgot and hurriedly congratulated. Thank you, thank you. Oscar felt a bit embarrassed. Quickly show us your third soul skill. Ma Hongjun elbowed Oscar beside him. However, Oscar, who was still thinking, fell silent. What's wrong? Hurry up and show it. Ma Hongjun was now clever and saw an opportunity. Or should we wait until we go back to the academy? TCH Lil AO, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid we'll laugh at you? Your third soul skill S incantation can't be more ridiculous than the first two, right? Ma Hongjun said. Fine, but first, you must promise not to laugh when you hear my soul incantation. Everyone nodded sincerely, but the laughter in their eyes hinted at some disagreement. Oscar stood up, then activated his soul power, quickly demonstrating his third soul skill. Think of flying mushroom sausage. Oscar raised his eyebrows and looked at everyone. For a moment, no one spoke. Oscar asked a bit nervously, how is it? Ha ha. Think of flying? Which flying is that? Tang Yin couldn't help but laugh. Her thoughts were really led astray by these people. Ha ha. Everyone thought of something inappropriate and started laughing as well. Originally, they were sitting together on the grass, laughing so hard they couldn't help but slap the ground. Didn't we agree not to laugh? Little AO, Why is your incantation still so strange? You guys, if I show you my third soul skill, don't get scared. Saying this, he ate the sausage in his hand. Soon, Oscar stood up, and everyone raised their heads, unable to help but stand up. Wow, is it flying? Ning Rong Rong was the most fascinated. Oscar came down to introduce his third soul ring, and everyone was very surprised. All right, it's getting dark. Everyone rest a bit, and tomorrow we'll continue to find soul beasts for little San. Xiao Wuji looked at the time and then said. Everyone nodded, found a place, and started to rest. Even Tang Yin rested. Just as Tang Yin was about to fall asleep, it seemed someone was saying something in her head. Danger is coming. Tang Yin suddenly opened his eyes. Who? Tang Yin looked at everyone with no reaction. So, she heard herself? Tang Yin's spiritual power rapidly expanded, wanting to see who it was. Chapter 64, I don't know. Is it a big one from 100,000 years ago? By the way, it seems that in the original work, there was a friend of Xiao Wu's. The great Ming Qingyou, heir, Ming the gorilla. Tang Yin felt much more relaxed after figuring things out. As for the sound from earlier, she decided to set it aside for now. Tang Yin sensed the movement from Teacher Zhao and went to explain, Teacher Zhao, I need to take Xiao Wu out for a bit. It's dangerous at night. My dad is coming to find me, so please keep it a secret. After thinking for a moment, Tang Yin mentioned her capable father. Indeed, when she mentioned her dad, Zhao Wujing showed a bit more respect, likely knowing who Tang Yi's father was. With Tang Yi's father around, it should be safe. Zhao Wujing agreed. If we don't come back by tomorrow morning, you don't have to wait for us. You can leave first. I'll find you later. Zhao Wujing nodded. With Tang Yi's father around, finding them should be easy. You can go. Tang Yi approached Xiao Wu, and since everyone was busy, not many noticed them. Sister, Xiao Wu called out, but Tang Yi gestured for her to be quiet. The two of them cautiously made their way out. Sister, what's wrong? Xiao Wu still didn't understand. Come with me. Tang Yi pulled Xiao Wu and ran quickly, so fast that Xiao Wu struggled to keep up. Sister, we shouldn't run around. Xiao San and the others will worry. Xiao Wu reminded her. I've left a message for my brother, Tang Yi said as they continued to run. There's a spirit beast that claims to be your friend and insists on seeing you. I'm afraid it will scare everyone where we rest. Friend? Xiao Wu's expression changed as she recalled something, and she felt that Tang Yi knew something. Just a little, not much, Tang Yi said, continuing to lead Xiao Wu away. I understand. Xiao Wu also quickened her pace. What was that silly girl doing? A small shadow hiding in the dark spat out in frustration. Didn't Tiwi agree it was dangerous? Why is she going that way? Xing He, feeling a bit annoyed, chased after them while holding a half-finished milk bottle. He was fast, even quicker than Tang Yi. Moreover, since Tang Yi was not using all her strength while leading Xiao Wu, naturally, she was slower than Xing He. Roar! The 8-meter-tall Air Ming sensed something and let out a loud roar. Xing He, seeing Tang Yi getting closer, threw the milk bottle in his hand. Bang! The bottle hit Air Ming right in the forehead, causing the towering figure to stagger back. With a loud thud, Air Ming fell to the ground, creating quite a commotion. Lying on the ground, Air Ming felt a bit of pain in his head and was somewhat unable to move. After catching his breath, he managed to recover somewhat, only to find a small child on his chest. Air Ming wanted the small child on him to leave and thought about scaring him away, but then he heard, "Don't move." Xing He, realizing he was about to be exposed, sat down on Air Ming's chest, shaking his little feet, resting his chin in his hands, waiting for Tang Yi to arrive. Air Ming immediately felt a force suppressing him, making it impossible for him to get up, so he had to lie there obediently. Who is this person? So powerful. Xing He patted the Air Ming beneath him. Hand me the milk bottle next to you. Air Ming felt he could move again, but he still didn't dare to act recklessly. He sensed a tremor from his soul. The little child on him also made him feel a suppression from the bloodline of the spirit beast, preventing him from defying him. Is he also a spirit beast? But spirit beasts shouldn't retain bloodline suppression when transformed into humans. Who are you, sir? Air Ming picked up the milk bottle that had fallen beside his left hand and handed it to Xing He, not daring to make any extra movements. You don't need to worry about this. Just don't say anything about me later. Xing He took out a cloth and wiped off a bit of substance on the milk bottle. As he wiped, he remembered that he had thrown the bottle, and it had fallen to the ground. Xing He silently stored it away and took out a new one. Air Ming remained silent, but nodded in agreement. However, he sensed Xiao Wu's presence getting closer and started to worry. When Tang Yi arrived, the aura around Xing He shifted from that of a child to something much more formidable. He transformed into a seemingly harmless, innocent little boy, cooing and playing with his milk bottle while lying on Air Ming's massive body. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of Air Ming's chest, one might think he was just a giant rock. Air Ming, Xiao Wu, familiar with Ming, immediately recognized who was lying there. Ming, thinking about the child on him, didn't dare to respond to Xiao Wu. He even wished Xiao Wu would leave, but he felt the child on him kick him, clearly signaling him to behave normally. Xiao Wu, Ming had no choice but to respond. How did you get here, Ming? Xiao Wu asked, noticing something was off with him. Why was he still lying down when she arrived? Then she caught sight of the small figure on Ming. Ming, is this your child? It's been so many years. You have a child now. Hearing this, Ming felt a chill run down his spine. The one on him was not an ordinary child. He wanted to explain what had just happened, but remembering the child's warning to not speak about him, he held back. Xinghe, what are you doing here? Tang Yi looked around, realizing there were no other creatures around. How could a child be on a 100,000-year-old spirit beast? Sister, Xinghe called out in a cute, childlike voice, holding a milk bottle larger than both his arms, adorably reaching out to Tang Yi. Tang Yin couldn't help it when he saw something so soft and adorable. How did you end up here? Tang Yin came to Xinghe's side and picked up the little boy. Xinghe tilted his head, seemingly pondering the meaning of Tang Yan's words. And Tang Yin was waiting for an answer, who knew that this little boy suddenly broke into a happy smile and then cutely said, I don't know. Tang San. Ming, sister, do you two know each other? Xiao Wu also ran over to Ming's chest. Ming looked at the three people around him and silently chose not to speak. You might as well lie down. Well, we've met a few times, Tang Yin said, and her mischievous hand couldn't help but touch and pinch Xinghe's delicate face, not even sparing the soft hair. Xinghe was getting used to it. He handed the milk bottle to Tang Yin, then wrapped his little hands around Tang Yan's neck, resting his little head on Tang Yan's shoulder. This way, Tang Yin could hold him with one hand and the milk bottle with the other, making it impossible for him to move around. Milk bottle? Tang Yin sniffed, and the bottle was filled with rich milk that smelled very fragrant. She felt a slight urge to drink it. She had never encountered such fragrant milk since coming to Douluo continent. Sister, do you want a drink? Xinghe didn't expect this silly girl still liked drinking milk. You're so big now. Indeed, she was a silly girl. If it weren't for desperation, she wouldn't be drinking milk, and especially not from a bottle. No, Tang Yin shook her head. She felt a slight desire to drink, but seeing the nipple on top, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She wouldn't be robbing the baby's food, after all. Sister, he's so cute. Xiao Wu looked at Xinghe in Tang Yan's arms, and seeing Tang Yin pinching his face reminded her of the memories of being pinched by Tang Yin when she was little. Now she wanted to pinch him too. Sister Xiao Wu, I have something to tell you. Just as Xiao Wu touched Xinghe, Ming anxiously said this. That doll shouldn't be touched. Xiao Wu, if there's something, you can say it first, and help me ask Xinghe how he ended up with your friend. Chapter 65. The answer to verification. Tang Yin was teasing Xinghe over here, while Xiao was talking to Ming over there. Xinghe felt like he was about to be completely touched, and finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. He closed his eyes and decided to sleep. After all, he couldn't be touched while sleeping. As for transforming back into his original form, no way, what was he thinking? Xinghe closed his eyes and lay on Tang Yan's shoulder to sleep. Now he didn't have to pay attention to Tang Yan's movements, which was a relief. As for the answers he wasn't quite sure about, he should be able to find out tomorrow. Tang Yin watched as Xinghe closed her eyes, thinking that children are very easy to fall asleep. Having been a child herself, she naturally understood a child's desire for sleep. The night was deep, and a cool breeze blew. Tang Yin took out a small blanket to cover Xinghe. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu mentioned that she was going to upgrade her spirit ring. So Tang Yin had no choice but to stay by her side to guard her. Of course, Ming was also there to protect Xiao Wu. As for Tang Yin wanting to know why Xinghe was here, there was no answer because Ming said it was a secret that couldn't be revealed. Tang Yin couldn't help but take another look at Xinghe. What kind of secret could make a 10,000-year soul beast keep it? How could a child be in such a dangerous Stardow forest? What exactly was the secret? Every time she met Xinghe, it was always just her alone. Even if others said she was not alone, Tang Yin had never seen anyone else. The next morning, everyone noticed that Tang Yin and Xiao Wu were missing. Fortunately, Tang San already knew that his sister had taken Xiao Wu out for a reason. As for what that reason was, Tang San felt relatively at ease, not only because of his sister's strength, but also due to her ability to deceive soul masters over level 60 and the affinity she had with soul beasts. My sister must be going to obtain a spirit ring. He explained. She told me that if they don't return by morning, we should leave first, and she will find us. Obtain a spirit ring. ISNT Xiao Yin only 33? Has her cultivation suddenly skyrocketed to level 40. Dai Mubai was no longer calm. In fact, no one was calm. Wait, Didn't you all notice that my sister only has 1,000-year spirit ring until now? Tang San explained to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. It seemed like they had only seen Xiao Yin use one spirit ring. At this point, using one spirit ring, the other two spirit rings could also be suppressed and hidden, Zhu Zhuqing said. Ning Rongrong added that she had only seen Tang Yin with one spirit ring before and had thought she used some method to hide the other two spirit rings. After all, there were many ways to hide or suppress spirit rings. Those who understood nodded, while those who didn't were caught off guard because Tang Yin had used the 1,000-year spirit ring so suddenly that they hadn't paid attention to her other rings. Wait, every 10 levels is a bottleneck, and we need to obtain a spirit ring. Otherwise, the soul power won't break through to the next level, Oscar suddenly said. However, this answer was common knowledge that everyone on the continent understood since birth. Everyone looked to Tang San, expecting him to provide an answer. That's true, but my sister is an exception. She has no bottleneck. Even without obtaining a spirit ring, she can continue to cultivate. Tang San was also surprised by this. At that time, he had cultivated faster than Tang Yin and reached level 21st. Then they went to hunt soul beasts. After he obtained his spirit ring, Tang Yin fell into a deep sleep after exhausting herself, saving him. When he carried her back to the academy, they discovered that Tang Yin had gone from level 19 to 21. This shocked their teacher. Tang Yin had broken the norm that one could only break through 10 levels with one spirit ring. Then they found out that Tang Yin not only broke through level 21, but could even rise to her current level 33, still without any bottlenecks. As for their desire to help Tang Yin obtain a spirit ring, they either encountered unsuitable ones or those that were not old enough. Tang Yin looked at these and said to go with the flow. She still wanted to see if she could find a better soul seed. Moreover, Tang Yin's abilities were also improving, and some of her attack techniques were maturing. The master and Tang San let Tang Yin be. Perhaps based on not relying on soul rings, they felt that soul power could also cultivate their own soul skills. Tang San explained a bit, but of course, he didn't mention the matter of soul beasts sacrificing soul seeds, so he only gave a rough overview. So does Xiao San really only have 1,000-year soul ring? Xiao Wu really didn't notice that the little kid only had one soul ring. It really is just one. The few of them found it hard to believe. Well, I had already reached level 30 before coming to the academy. Although I didn't want to miss the academy's registration. I was also wondering if I could break through level 31 without obtaining a soul ring. Hiss. No wonder Xiao San reached level 30 early and didn't show any signs of impatience. Xiao San reached level 30 first, but Xiao Ao got a soul ring first. He was still thinking whether Xiao San would be a bit anxious. However, after observing, he saw that Xiao San didn't seem to be anxious at all. Dai Mubai had admired Tang San's temperament before. So it turns out like this. How does Xiao San feel now? It's been half a month since he reached level 30, right? The fatty couldn't help but ask. No. Tang San shook his head helplessly. After reaching level 30, it felt like his soul power stopped increasing. But the purity of his soul power became even higher. It's fine. Xiao Ao's physique should be different from ours. Dai Mubai patted Tang San's shoulder. Yeah. Xiao Ao is the monster among monsters. The fatty thought of many of Tang Ao's skills and felt both envious and secretly shed tears. Yeah, they all collectively acknowledged the fact that he was a monster among monsters. They also roughly imagined how many strange skills Tang Ao had, thinking it must be because of this that he could level up without bottlenecks. Why didn't Xiao Ao bring us along to get a soul ring? We could help. The Stardow Forest is very dangerous. If she and Xiao Wu went alone, would it be okay? It will be fine. We have to trust sister. Tang San shook his head and firmly told everyone. Everyone paused and then nodded in agreement. However, they felt that something was a bit off. She's just Tang San's sister, not their sister. Since that's the case, let's go find a soul beast for Xiao San first. Xiao Wu then said. He knew the little kid's abilities. If they were careful, they should be able to navigate the Stardow Forest. Everyone nodded, quickly tidied up, and set off. Dai Mubai quickly arranged the positions, and then everyone went together to look for a suitable martial soul for Tang San. Meanwhile, Tang Ao was hugging the Milky Way under a quilt, leaning against a large tree entwined with many vines, sleeping soundly. The Milky Way woke up first. His verification answer was out. Chapter 66. This sister the Milky Way stretched out his little hand and squeezed hard. The strength hadn't regressed. Then, the Milky Way slightly avoided Tang Ao's embrace and reached out to touch the bones on his ankle. After feeling it, his eyes lit up. The bone age hadn't changed. No, it should be said that it hadn't regressed, but had instead grown positively for a day. He was growing. Sure enough, It's you. The Milky Way's gaze fell brightly on Tang Ao's still sleeping little face, and he couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. MMM. Tang Ao felt the disturbance while sleeping, moved, and directly treated the little Milky Way as a pillow. The Milky Way was caught off guard and was suddenly hugged, feeling Tang Ao's little face buried in his soft belly. Milky Way. Tang Yin felt something soft and milky, and she couldn't help but rub her face against it, taking a deep breath. Xinghe's delicate little face suddenly flushed with a hint of suspicious redness, and he weakly pushed Tang Yan's head away with his hand. Stop it. Tang Yan, still drowsy, naturally didn't wake up. Xinghe was a bit overwhelmed by the breath on his belly, and when his little hand was grabbed, he couldn't take it anymore. He pulled out his other hand, wanted to push Tang Yan's head away. If he couldn't push it away, he thought at least moving the breath would help. In his urgency, Xinghe forgot to mask his tone and said, "Get up, silly girl." Tang Yin heard something vaguely significant and recognized the familiar voice. "What did you just say?" Tang Yin woke up a bit more, pausing for a moment before asking. "Sister, I'm hungry." Xinghe immediately transformed into a cute little darling, speaking in a soft and sweet tone as if he were acting cute. "It's bright outside." Hearing Xinghe's words and seeing the adorable little face, Tang Yin felt more awake. "Hungry?" Tang Yin sat up. Xinghe finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Hungry." Following Tang Yan's hand, Xinghe temporarily left her embrace. He was still a bit overwhelmed, and seeing that they were still in a tree, he almost instinctively jumped down, but luckily he remembered he was a weak little baby and held back. Tang Yin was unaware of Xinghe's many thoughts. She casually gathered her long hair, put away the small quilt, and then hugged her down. "First, wash up." Tang Yin took out her things. Xinghe imitated her and began to wash up. "Sister, my soul power has reached level 31. And I am now a soul master." Xiao Wu happily ran over and excitedly hugged Tang Yin, who still had bubbles at the corner of her mouth that hadn't been wiped away. Xiao Wu, who was over 1.6 meters tall, hugging Tang Yin, who was about 1.45 meters, felt a bit like scrambled eggs and rice. Tang Yin pushed and wiped her mouth clean. After picking up the tiny Xinghe, she finally felt a bit of comfort. She was no longer the smallest one. Tang Yin was able to reassess Xiao Wu, but after seeing that Xiao Wu seemed to have grown a little taller again, it was truly heart-wrenching. "Have you grown a bit taller again?" After congratulating Xiao Wu, Tang Yin couldn't help but ask with a last glimmer of hope. "Well, after my soul power increased, I feel like I've grown a little taller," Xiao Wu said happily, feeling that she was getting further and further away from being touched on the ears like a rabbit. "How wonderful." Tang Yin, wait a minute. Tang Yin suddenly thought of something. Is it because her soul ring is fewer that she doesn't have such a high level as them? It seemed like she had discovered something significant. "Let's go find soul rings." "Are you going to hunt soul beasts, sister?" Xiao Wu knew that Tang Yin only had one soul ring, and upon seeing Tang Yin wanting to hunt for soul rings, she felt a little sad. They were going to hunt soul beasts again, but she also understood that the law of the jungle was an unchangeable fact in the current Douluo and Dopa worlds. Your friend Daming? Or is it Erming? Can they help? Let's look for soul beasts and obtain soul species." Tang Yin asked. This gorilla had lived here for a long time, so it should know which soul beast groups live together, making it much easier to find them. "Should we let Erming go?" Xiao Wu glanced at Erming. Erming was very tall, and being a 100,000-year soul beast, other smaller soul beasts wouldn't dare to approach. They might run away before we even get there. Xiao Wu explained. "It's okay, we can also look for 10,000-year ones. Without 3, there can't be a few. As long as there are more than 3 soul beasts, and their combined years add up to 10,000, then they can form a soul species to create a soul ring." Speaking of soul species, Xiao Wu remembered what Tang San had said about sacrificing soul beasts that combined to 10,000 years to form soul species. We don't really need to kill soul beasts. Xiao Wu felt naturally happy. "All right, I'll ask Erming." As Xiao Wu said this, she approached Erming. But before Xiao Wu could speak, Erming had already agreed. In fact, Erming didn't want to agree, but he had to. Just seeing that childlike figure of the Starry River made him shiver a little, especially since that child called him sister. And Xiao Wu also called him sister. He could only lead the way. Tang Yin expressed her demands. Erming nodded and then said to Tang Yin, "This sister will come with me." "Oh." Tang Yin paused her raised foot. She tilted her head awkwardly and asked, "What did you just call me?" She thought she must have misheard. "You are Xiao Wu's sister, so naturally, you're my sister." She found herself somewhat unable to refute this. But how could this gorilla, who had been around for at least 100,000 years, have such a big sister, although Xiao Wu had also transformed after 100,000 years as a soul beast. A transformed soul beast is like a human child, learning step by step, walking step by step, almost as if they were reborn. It could be said that she was technically older than Xiao Wu. Sister, seeing Tang Yan's stiff expression, Xinghe felt a bit like laughing. It must be quite frustrating. He thought that calling her sister was particularly good. Are you hungry? Tang Yan also struggled with this for a moment, but soon she stopped being conflicted. The term sister sometimes not only represents a familial bond, but can also refer to a big sister figure. Tang Yi thought of Xinghe, who had woken up early saying she was hungry. She directly took out yesterday's baby bottle from her space and put the nipple into Xinghe's mouth. Xinghe, is this revenge? Impossible. This silly girl can't know who he is. Giving a little baby milk is quite normal. Aren't you hungry? Why aren't you drinking? Tang Yu asked when she saw that Xinghe wasn't moving. Xinghe silently comforted himself, thinking it was just a coincidence. In order to avoid exposing himself, he kept a straight face and held the baby bottle, drinking little by little. Sister, Xiao Wu, I'll take you both quickly, Ming said, reaching out to the ground, signaling them to jump onto his hand. He also wanted to get away from the person in Tang Yu's arms as soon as possible. Chapter 67. Fierce but adorable. Tang Yin nodded and jumped into Ming's palm while holding Xinghe. Xiao Wu naturally followed closely behind. As soon as Ming placed the person on his broad shoulder, he was ready. Tang Yin said, Ming, let's discuss something. Sister, please go ahead, Ming said, not daring to look at the baby in Tang Yan's arms. If you really want to call me sister, that's fine, but we need to change the wording a bit. What? Ming didn't understand what she meant, but he knew that it's better to listen to Tang Yin about certain things. If you have any requests, just say them directly. Ahem, how about you call me Big Sister instead? Or Big Sister Head works too. Big Sister? Hey, from now on, that's what you'll call me. The word sister felt a little awkward when Ming said it. But Big Sister sounded much better, even though it added a bit of a street vibe. However, this didn't affect Tang Yan's mood at all. Tang Yan sat down happily with Xinghe in her arms, swinging her little feet and feeling quite good. She thought that if she got a soul ring later, she might grow taller. What a wonderful thing that would be. Sister, aren't you wearing shoes again? Xiao Wu leaned over, looking at Tang Yan's bare little feet, and couldn't help but ask, you wouldn't know this, would you? It's not that I don't want to wear shoes. It's my way of feeling nature. And it's also a form of cultivation. Quite comfortable, Tang Yan replied. Can you really cultivate barefoot? Xiao was a bit skeptical upon hearing this. Of course. Tang Yan, holding Xinghe in her arms, swung her feet while taking out some buns from her space as breakfast. Then she pulled out a few fresh carrots for Xiao Wu. Sister, do you want me to eat raw carrots? Xiao Wu asked, looking a bit conflicted at the carrot in her hand. Aren't you a little rabbit? Tang Yan countered. Well, although I'm a rabbit soul beast, I'm a human now. How can I be so rude as to gnaw on a carrot? However, since Tang San wasn't around, being a bit rude was fine. Xiao Wu took a bite of the carrot, and the little rabbit munched away, her rabbit ears swaying on top of her head. It was indeed quite cute. Sister, you just ate buns with your hands. She could feel some grease on her ears, pouting in annoyance. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it because you looked so cute, Tang Yan said, quickly washing her hands and then using some special water to clean Xiao Wu's rabbit ears, followed by drying them with heat. Now, Xiao Wu's rabbit ears were all drooping down. Sister, I'm feeling wronged, Xiao Wu said pitifully. Ha, it's okay. Tang Yan was amused by Xiao Wu's wronged expression and wanted to touch her ears, but before her hand could reach out, a small hand pulled it back. In a place where Tang Yan couldn't see, Xinghe's expression was somewhat sinister. This silly girl, could she touch any soul beast's ear fur? Tang Yan did not feel the change in the Starry River, but the soul beasts Ming and Xiao Wu sensed something. Ming trembled, and Xiao Wu was still a bit confused, but she was happy to have her ears saved, giving the Starry River a smile. What's wrong? Are you still hungry? Tang Yan was pulled back, thinking that the Starry River had finished the milk. Sister, drink milk. The Starry River directly sent the milk bottle in front of him into Tang Yan's mouth. Soft milk nipple. What the heck, little kid? She wanted to drink milk, but not like this with a nipple. She was already so big, and yet they were giving her this. Aren't you going to drink milk? The little boy looked startled by Tang Yan's words, his happy little face instantly falling, his dark eyes filled with pure disappointment, as if he genuinely wanted to share something delicious with a little friend, but was met with disdain. His small body, which was originally standing, now squatted down sadly, turning his back to Tang Yan's sister. The Starry River is giving you milk. Tang Yan had just scolded him, and even Xiao Wu was touched by the poor Starry River, whispering in Tang Yan's ear, I didn't mean to. How could she scold a child? In the apocalypse, sharing food meant you were definitely friends. Especially since this was a child. Little baby, are you going to cry? Thinking about the possibility of such a beautiful, cute, soft little boy crying because she scared him, she felt deeply guilty. She remembered how the starry river's dark eyes went from bright joy to dim disappointment, all because of her. Starry River? Tang poked his back. The starry river shifted his little butt, seeming genuinely wronged. However, what Tang didn't know was that the starry river, with his back to her, felt no grievance at all. Instead, he was quite happy that Tang was coaxing him, just putting on a show. He thought to himself, what a silly girl. Her habit of touching others was not good. Sorry? I wasn't trying to scold you. Tang hugged him back. When the starry river was turned around, his expression was once again one of grievance. You scolded me, little kid. The starry river said, not even calling her sister anymore. No, that's not true. You must have misunderstood. Tang had tried to brush it off, but the little boy was clever. Umph. He turned his back to her again. Really? I'm not lying to you. Tang quickly turned him back around and lifted him a bit higher in her arms. You don't want to drink milk. The starry river smiled inside, but spoke with a grievance. I don't like drinking milk. Tang originally didn't want to talk, but when faced with the starry river's dark eyes, she couldn't help but respond. Umph. The starry river sulkily snatched back his milk bottle and took a couple of sips, as if to say, even if I finish it, I won't let you have any. Although he was being fierce, he was still very cute. Tang covered her face. She was almost cuteness to death. Tang Yi. What? Before Tang Yi could react to the cuteness, Xinghe called out to her. Tang Yi. Seeing Tang Yi's puzzled expression, Xinghe couldn't help but laugh, hugging his bottle and snuggling back into Tang Yi's arms. Tang Yi, Xinghe called again. I'm here, Tang Yi replied, feeling that this little kid was retaliating for what she had just said about him being a little brat. Tang Yi, lying in Tang Yi's embrace, Xinghe occasionally chimed in, while Tang Yi continued to comfort him, responding from time to time. Watching from the side, Xiao Wu munched on a carrot and observed their interaction, finding it incredibly amusing. The little boy named Xinghe and her sister were so harmonious together that she wished she had a cute child just like him. Chapter 68. Transparent stabbing butterfly in their back and forth. Erming was not slow either, quickly leading them into a dreamlike place. So beautiful. Before them lay a clear little river, dotted with small flower buds resembling lotus flowers. Sunlight shone down, creating shimmering reflections on the water. In the center of the river stood an uneven stone bridge, entwined with flowering vines, with countless blooming flowers in various colors, making it hard to count how many types there were. In the distance, a group of butterfly-clad beings flitted among the flowers, resembling little fairies, creating a lively scene. The trees and flowers on both sides were lush, seemingly crafted to create this little paradise. It would have been difficult to find this place without Erming specifically bringing them here. This is the domain of the transparent stabbing butterfly, Erming said, gently setting down the few people on his shoulders. This little paradise was not suitable for his intrusion. He was too large and would cause damage. Transparent stabbing butterfly, Tang Yi said as she stepped into this little world with Xinghe, followed by Xiao Wu. These transparent stabbing butterflies looked like dreamlike soul beasts. Their wings were nearly transparent, and under the refraction of this little paradise, their wings appeared even more colorful and beautiful. They possessed a significant dreamlike power, easily causing people to fall into a daze or enter hallucinations. As Tang Yi and the others stepped into this place, the playful, transparent, stabbing butterflies flapped their wings excitedly. Soon, the butterflies became active, swarming around as if to block Tang Yi and the others' path. The transparent stabbing butterflies were neither too big nor too small. The larger ones were about 20 centimeters long, while the smaller ones were 6 or 7 centimeters. They varied in age, some being 1,000 years, some 100, and some 10 years old, yet they were all united despite their differences. Tang Yi felt their hostility, but it wasn't directed at her. It was towards the galaxy in her arms. Why was a galaxy the size of a baby? Even if she had affinity, and they weren't hostile towards her, then wouldn't the less affinitive Xiao Wu and Erming be even more hostile? Why was it the galaxy that got targeted? Tang Yi was ready to stand up and protect Xinghe, wanting to convey to the piercing butterflies not to harbor hostility toward the child. Then he saw Xinghe seemingly frightened, hugging Tang Yi's neck with his head nestled against it. Only Erming knew that when Xinghe turned around, his two dark eyes were looking at him, and the danger within them was evident. Roar! Erming understood and directly roared at the piercing butterflies, drawing their hostility toward him. Clang, clang, clang. Sure enough, all the piercing butterflies focused on Erming, almost ready to release their pollen. However, Soon, all the piercing butterflies sensed something and cleared a path. Tang Yin felt it was a 10,000-year soul beast, specifically a 10,000-year piercing butterfly. Titan giant ape, softbone rabbit, what are you doing here? The two 10,000-year piercing butterflies were not very large, similar in size to their 1,000-year counterparts. However, their wings were more transparent and beautiful, as if coated with a layer of smooth and delicate light. Roar, I heard that your species has a very low survival rate. We can help. You help us? For millions of years, we've lived this way. How can you help? My big sister can help you. Tang Yin felt that it was her time to make an appearance. However, thinking of the hostility that the piercing butterfly had toward Xinghe, she had no choice but to hand Xinghe over to Xiao Wu to hold. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, as she couldn't believe she could hold this soft child. Xiao Wu fumbled a bit while holding him, but Xinghe directly pushed Xiao Wu away and struggled to stand on the ground while holding the milk bottle himself. Xiao Wu thought, it feels like I'm being rejected. Tang Yin had no choice but to ask Xiao Wu for help. She stepped forward and said, I need a soul type. I think we can make a deal. When Tang Yin realized it was the stabbing butterfly, he probably understood their survival issues. Every butterfly has to go through the process of hatching from eggs and then transforming from a pupa to a butterfly. The effort required to break the eggs and emerge from the cocoon is considerable. If the stabbing butterflies lack strength, they may die without successfully breaking free. This isn't the main issue, though. The important thing is that they must undergo pupation every 10 years, with only a 50 survival rate each time they emerge. As a result, the number of stabbing butterflies is dwindling, and very few live for 1,000 or 10,000 years. Each time their clan's 10,000-year butterfly king undergoes pupation. They are very worried. If the 10,000-year butterfly king were to perish, their territory would be invaded by other soul beasts, potentially leading to their extinction. So when they heard there might be a solution to this problem, they were quite shocked. If you can truly help us, we can promise to give you a soul seed. The butterfly king did not expect to hear the term soul seed from the mouth of a human child. This is an ancient practice. In ancient times, humans and soul beasts were mostly friends, not in the predatory relationship they have now. The practice of offering a soul seed is typically known only to the kings of the clan who accept the inheritance. Of course, Tang Yin nodded. Although the butterflies cannot help with breaking free from the cocoon, these butterflies are not the same as those from before the apocalypse. They possess soul power. The original meaning of breaking free from the cocoon was to allow them to transform into butterflies, making their wings stronger and more magnificent. But these are different. They have already undergone transformation and do not need to strengthen their wings. It is just that their lifespan as butterflies is short, which is why they must break free and be reborn every 10 years. However, each time they go through pupation, the resulting pupa becomes harder, and they can only continue to cultivate and strengthen themselves, waiting for the next opportunity to break free with more power and survive. Thus, their only difficulty lies in breaking free from the cocoon. Being soul beasts, they naturally do not know how to use weapons to help. Even if they did, using any weapon outside could accidentally harm the butterfly inside, making it even more fragile and unable to emerge. So how can you help us? Can you take me to a pupa that is about to transform into a butterfly? Tang Yin steadied himself. The butterfly king quickly understood, meaning that when the time comes to transform into a butterfly, if it has not emerged from the pupa for a long time, it is likely to fail and die. You can come in with us, but your friends must stay outside. The butterfly king did not sense any danger from Tang Yin. Instead, it felt a sense of familiarity and trust towards him. However, those others cannot come. Tang Yin glanced at Xiao Wu and Xinghe, as well as Ming, who was guarding the exit. Tang Yin nodded, indicating that it was okay. Seeing that, Tang Yin didn't take him along. Xinghe felt a bit unhappy and stepped forward to grab Tang Yin's hand. Can you take me with you? I'm still a cub, and I won't hurt anything. Diwang looked at Xinghe for a moment, and, realizing he was just a human cub, had no choice but to nod in agreement. Tang Yi picked up the galaxy and followed it into another world. Compared to the initial laughter and playfulness outside, this place was much more sorrowful. Chapter 69. Fly Fast. Tang Yin did not retract her psychic abilities because she needed to communicate with the Butterfly King. So when she entered, a wave of deep sorrow washed over her. The sound of the piercing butterfly, unique to it, was faint yet carried a sense of lament. As soon as she stepped in, Tang Yin felt it. It was a mother's anxious love. 2,000-year-old piercing butterflies surrounded an upside-down chrysalis, constantly circling, the sound of their wings flapping tinged with urgency. One call after another. Whispers filled with concern were directed at that nearly withered chrysalis. It was also a feeling of longing for a mother. Mother, it's been 7 days. If you don't come out, little butterfly will never see you again, and little butterfly will be scared. The piercing butterfly, about 6 or 7 centimeters in size, flapped its wings to the point of exhaustion, yet continued to flutter around the almost withered chrysalis, its tone filled with sorrow. Finally, truly tired, it curled up next to the chrysalis, murmuring softly. There was also the pain of having lost parents, with only a younger sister remaining, which was heart-wrenching to witness. If one did not understand the consciousness language of these piercing butterflies, they might think that the little butterfly was just playing around. Sigh. Tang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Even though she had long been accustomed to life and death, she still felt a pang of sorrow for these pure emotions. White hair sends off black hair, and when one wishes to care for their parents, they are no longer there, wanting to hold on, but feeling powerless. The Butterfly King also couldn't help but turn away. Xinghe's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Tang Yi. Upon seeing her emotions, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the baby bottle. Clang, clang, clang. Tang Yi's arrival instantly caught the attention of the piercing butterflies guarding the friends nearby. Upon making contact with the starry river, they became alert, but they calmed down significantly upon seeing the Butterfly King. This year's butterfly cocoons, number 48. 5 have emerged, and now 11 are close to exceeding their chrysalis time, while over 30 remain in uncertain conditions. Each transformation is a matter of life and death for the piercing butterflies. If you really can, please save them. The Butterfly King communicated with Tang Yi. Tang Yi nodded and put down Xinghe, instead holding Xinghe's hand. She approached a nearly withered chrysalis, which belonged to a pair of piercing butterflies. When Tang Yi got closer, they instinctively wanted to block her, but under the command of the Butterfly King, they could only step aside. The other dozen or so piercing butterflies present gathered around to watch. Tang Yi used his mental power on the nearly withered butterfly chrysalis, inside which the life was already very weak. If it weren't for its parents constantly calling outside, it might have already given up hope. However, even if it wanted to try hard, it had no strength left to break free from this cocoon. Tang Yi used his healing abilities to restore the strength of the piercing butterfly inside. Seeing the piercing butterfly flutter its wings, Tang Yi waved his hand and took out a small bottle from his space. He then sprayed it twice on the shell of the chrysalis, and the once hard shell became as thin as paper. With a sound of tearing, the hard chrysalis was opened by the piercing butterfly inside, creating a gap. Once there was a gap, the transformation into a butterfly would be quick. The surrounding piercing butterflies naturally understood what this meant, and the parents were already happily circling around the struggling piercing butterfly. It's done. The Butterfly King couldn't believe it. The outcome that was about to be declared dead had been reversed. Clang, clang, clang. Some of the piercing butterflies that had reacted flew in front of Tang Yi. One of them was a very small piercing butterfly, the one that couldn't even fly but stubbornly stayed by M's side. Now it had hope, even though it couldn't fly. It rolled over twice while coming over, trembling its wings. Save him. It rolled over to Tang Yi while flying, and Tang Yi couldn't help but reach out to catch the small piercing butterfly. Its wings were already very thin, and rolling over like this had injured them further. Tang Yi was treating it while moving to another chrysalis, which was the AMU of the translucent piercing butterfly. The situation was similar to the previous one. Tang Yi repeated the treatment and then touched the object in her hand. After hearing the cracking sound, the little translucent piercing butterfly was about to cry, standing there in a daze, afraid that all of this was fake. Tang Yi and the Butterfly King nodded and then went to rescue the other dying butterfly pupae. Finally, Tang Yi and the Butterfly King arrived at a quiet place. These are the flower essences I concocted, which have a slight corrosive effect that can soften hard things. These were used by Tang Yi to marinate some tough and difficult to soften soul beast meat. The degree of corrosion does not harm the meat or the skin. It only softens the material. Of course, even if consumed, it is harmless, as these are made from flowers and can aid in digestion. Soul beasts that have lived for over 10,000 years have gained intelligence, and the Butterfly King can understand what Tang Yi is saying. Holding the flower essence, the Butterfly King was reluctant to part with it. With this substance in the future, those butterfly pupae would no longer be indestructible, and their kind would not die off every 10 years. Thank you, the Butterfly King said to Tang Yi, then circled around him. Clang, clang, clang. This is the unique ritual of the piercing butterfly. Soul beasts value integrity. Tang Yi helped them, and they would give him soul seeds. Originally promised 2,000 such soul seeds, it had unknowingly formed into 5,000 or even 10,000. These piercing butterflies were very sincere. Under the Butterfly King's explanation, they all came over to surround Tang Yi. Even the little piercing butterfly, which was only over 30 years old, dragged its newly transformed mother over to offer a tribute. And that family, along with the piercing butterflies that Tang Yi had saved, they were simple-minded and had clear feelings of love and hate. The wings of the piercing butterflies shimmered like colorful light, and groups of them came over, hundreds and thousands. Already too many to count. Even knowing that this was originally a transaction, they were still very grateful. After realizing they needed to sacrifice their age and cultivation to generate soul seeds, they all came over. Clang, clang, clang. It was said that 100 birds would flock to the phoenix, but now it was 100 butterflies dancing only for one person. Sacred light shone down, and this was their willing offering. Tang Yi felt as if she had entered a dreamlike world of colorful lights lingering around her. Guided by the piercing butterfly, Tang Yi took to the air. A brilliant seed fell in her forehead, and she felt warm all over. Suddenly, she sensed a slight itch on her back. Tang Yi couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Tang Yi heard Xiao Wu's voice, its wings. Then Tang Yi fell into a subtle warm sunlight again. The sacrifice took a full half an hour before Tang Yi woke up. When she opened her eyes, she found herself stepping into empty space. Tang Yi lost her balance and was about to fall. Sister, you have wings. Hurry up and fly. Xiao Wu shouted anxiously. Chapter 70. Xiao Wu. Hurry up and keep up. Wings. Tang Yi rolled in the air as she saw the wings behind her, somewhat transparent, shimmering with a faint glow. Although the view wasn't very clear, the wings were beautiful. She had wings. No, wait, this is a soul bone. Tang Yi figured out and used a wind ability to spin herself around, flying a bit higher. She flapped her wings with all her might and finally took off. She could fly. No, wait, that's not the point. It's her height. Tang Yi had a soul bone and quickly adapted to it. After putting away the soul bone, she pulled Xiao Wu over. What's wrong, sister? Xiao Wu, being pulled over, looked a bit confused. Stand up straight. Tang Yi also straightened her back, and after standing properly, she looked at Xiao Wu again. It seems like you've grown a bit taller. Tang Yi squinted her eyes, still measuring how tall she was compared to Xiao Wu. Sister, have you grown taller? Xiao Wu also noticed Tang Yi's intention and looked at her, feeling that Tang Yi seemed to have grown taller. Right? I think so too, Tang Yi said, her eyes lighting up as she happily looked at Xiao Wu. When we go back, let's find something to measure and see how much I've grown. Although she wasn't as tall as Xiao Wu yet, she seemed to have reached Xiao Wu's neck this time, whereas before she could only reach Xiao Wu's shoulders. It's a pity she hadn't prepared any measuring tools in the space. She used to wonder about her height, so she naturally didn't have anything for measuring it. By the way, I think I can still go get another spirit ring. Tang Yi thought about whether getting another spirit ring would help her grow taller. Tang Yi was happily thinking. Xiao Wu chimed in, and seeing Tang Yi so happy made her happy too. Are we going to find the soul seeds now? Or should we go back and look for Xiao San? Xiao Wu suggested, wondering how Tang San and the others were doing. She was so excited that she forgot about her brother's situation and didn't know how it was now. But my leaf broke. Tang Yi wanted to sense the leaf she had placed on Tang San. Who knew that as soon as she sensed it, the leaf shattered? This caught Tang Yi off guard. What broke? Xiao Wu didn't quite understand what Tang Yi meant. Her brother might be in danger. We should go check. How could her leaf possibly break? Her brother would take good care of the leaf she gave him. What is going on now? Tang Yi took 2 steps and quickly felt that something was missing. She paused, as if she had forgotten about Xinghe. Xinghe, holding his milk bottle, had been silently standing aside since obtaining the soul ring from Tang Yi, his dark eyes watching her, wanting to see when she would remember him. However, he never expected that in the end, it was only when Tang Yi was about to leave that she would remember him. Xinghe silently took a few sips of milk. He wasn't angry, not at all. This silly girl just didn't have deep enough feelings for him yet. It seemed his efforts were still lacking. Xinghe was quickly picked up by Tang Yi, and he thought she would take him away, but before he could even settle in her embrace, she placed him on top of Ming. Ming, take good care of Xinghe. I'm leaving now. Xiao Wu, hurry up, Tang Yi said, her pace not slowing down. Hearing Tang Yi's words, Xiao Wu quickly followed. Only Ming and Xinghe were left behind. While 2 Asii Dai had returned after the sacrifice, Ming looked at Xinghe, feeling a bit hesitant to speak. This child didn't need his care at all. It was better if he was taken care of. At this moment, Xinghe's face darkened. That silly girl actually left him behind. Just like that. They were still sweetly together last night, and now she could so easily abandon him. Your Highness, we can't just stay here forever. Let us catch up to them. Xinghe thought about going after Tang Yi alone, but then realized he was still a child and needed to do things properly. Naturally, he couldn't just run off by himself. Erming cautiously placed Xinghe on his shoulder and followed the direction Tang Yi had gone. However, he didn't expect Tang Yi to be so fast. By the time he caught up, he could only reach Xiao Wu, and Tang Yi was nowhere to be seen. Erming, how did you catch up? Xiao Wu asked while running, thinking that Tang San and the others might be in danger. I want to help. Erming thought he couldn't just say it was because of the Xinghe on him. Sister Xiao Wu, let me carry you faster, Erming said, lifting Xiao Wu and placing her on his shoulder as well. What about Tang Yi? Xinghe asked. She runs too fast. I can't keep up, Xiao Wu said, feeling a bit puzzled by Xinghe's tone, but she still meanwhile. On the other side, Tang San and his companions encountered the face-devouring spider. Coincidentally, Tang San was preparing to obtain a soul ring when he was interrupted. However, it was even more unfortunate that it was the snake lady and her granddaughter, whom they had met not long ago. To make matters worse, the Dragon King was also present today. After a struggle, Tang San and Meng Yiran, the granddaughter, decided to compete. Whoever won would claim victory. Both were at level 30, and at the beginning, their fight was evenly matched. After a while, however, the difference in their abilities quickly became apparent. As the fight progressed, Meng Yiran became anxious, realizing that this guy was surprisingly stronger than her, even though they were both level 30. You can't beat me, just give up, Tang San couldn't help but advise, recalling how they had lost the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake to them earlier. Seeing the snake lady and Meng Yiran made him suspicious. Eventually, he observed that the abdomen of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake had been injured before they arrived, leading him to suspect that it had been the snake lady who had inflicted the injury. Now, it seemed like they had coincidentally encountered the face-devouring spider. Was this bad luck or just a coincidence? You wish. Meng Yiran was not pleased with Tang San's words. Instead, it ignited her competitive spirit. Unexpectedly, several throwing darts appeared in her hands. Tang San did not anticipate that Meng Yiran had such skills. Fortunately, Tang San was quick. He reached for the 24 bridge Mingyuanite at his waist and produced a few hidden weapons to counter the darts that were coming at him. With a series of clangs, Meng Yiran was incredulous to see her broken soul blade blocked. She couldn't believe it and felt unwilling to accept it. So she threw several more broken soul blades at Tang San, while also trying to use her soul power to hinder him. Tang San made a turn, using a blue silvergrass as a support point. He leaped to dodge Meng Yiran's martial soul attack, but suddenly a leaf fell from his clothes. Tang San was taken aback, not expecting him to have leaves on him. Chapter 71. Are you angry? Did she leave them behind when she left? Tang San instinctively reached out to grab the leaf, as it was a shape his sister liked, and he couldn't let it be damaged. Originally, Meng Yiran was quite annoyed that Tang San had dodged her attack, but she didn't expect that he would reveal a flaw in the next moment. She glanced at the reason for Tang San's flaw, which turned out to be an ordinary-looking leaf. He exposed his weakness for such an unremarkable leaf. Meng Yiran couldn't believe it. However, since it was such a precious leaf, then, first soul skill, Snakeblade, Meng Yiran launched a quick attack. Tang San saw Meng Yiran actually about to attack the Yezi he was trying to protect, and he had no time to use his soul skills, so he could only use the Xianyu hand. Tang San's hands changed and quickly caught the leaf. Clang! The Xianyu hand collided with Meng Yiran's first soul skill, producing a piercing sound. Xiao San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others were shocked to see that he did it barehanded. Tang San was pushed back a few meters by the soul skill, and his body also shrank a bit. He actually caught it. Long Gong, seeing the scene, was quite surprised. This child must be extraordinary. Tang San didn't have time to consider his own injuries. He quickly opened the leaves he was protecting. Unfortunately, the leaves themselves were very fragile. Even though he had blocked the attack, the impact of the soul power still caused the leaves to shatter. You went too far. Tang San was angry. Disregarding his injuries, the surrounding blue-silver grass surged violently towards Meng Yiran, and he produced several hidden weapons in his hand, shooting them at Meng Yiran without any hesitation. Meng Yiran was entangled by the blue-silver grass and couldn't break free for a moment. She saw several sharp weapons coming towards her and widened her eyes in panic, unable to escape. At that moment, Long Gong noticed a flash of movement and used his dragon staff to block Tang San's hidden weapons. We have lost, Long Gong said. Grandpa, Meng Yiran protested, but facing Tang San's fury, she fell silent. Senior Meng, our match didn't include Tang San. He is clearly angry. How could he let Meng Yiran go so easily? However, before he could finish his words, Dai Mu Bai, who had been paying attention to him, covered his mouth. Dai Mubai sensed something was wrong when he saw the leaves shatter at the beginning and was prepared for any unexpected situation. When he heard Tang San speak, he understood the general idea. Dai Mubai signaled for Tang San to calm down. Their group was no match for the combined forces of Long Gong and Shi Pe. Senior Meng, since we have one, the faceless demon spider belongs to us, right? Of course, Long Gong naturally saw Tang San's anger. But recalling what Xiao Wu had said to him, he chose to ignore it. Tang San was impulsive for a moment, but he was interrupted by Dai Mubai, which made him calm down a bit. He realized that he was not alone here. He had companions and couldn't act recklessly. Tang San secretly persuaded himself. But the hand at his side was tightly clenched, the strength so great that it caused pain in his palm. It was this pain that made him a bit more alert. He was still too weak. He couldn't even protect the things his sister had given him. Tang San pressed his lips together, looking at Meng Iran as if trying to remember her appearance. Meng Iran, feeling unwilling under Tang San's gaze, also had a hint of unperceived grievance. We're in a competition, and if you have a flaw, of course I have to seize it. It doesn't matter if you look at me. I haven't done anything wrong. Tang San naturally knew that he had exposed a flaw during the competition, and it was wrong for the opponent to take advantage of it. However, reason and emotion ultimately cannot be reconciled. I know, but he has remembered the grudge against Yezi. Tang San said without blinking. Oomph. Meng Iran snorted coldly, still not very satisfied. Iran, let's go, Long Gong said as he took Meng Iran away. From a distance, they could still hear Meng Iran's spoiled voice saying, Grandpa, you're so powerful. Why are you afraid of them? It's not fear. Are you really asking Grandpa to bully the weak? Oomph. As they walked away, Oscar and the others gathered around, knowing well about Tang San's anger. Are you okay, Xiao San? Dai Mubai asked. Tang San glanced at the shattered leaves in his hand, feeling extremely uncomfortable inside. Everyone watched, unable to bear it. After spending these days together, they naturally knew that Tang San liked strange and unusual leaves, and sometimes even gave leaves to him. Tang San carefully kept it. Given Tang San's affection for Tang Yin, he must be very sad that the leaf sent by his sister broke. Should we wait for Xiao Yin to come back and send a few more? Ma Hongjun, not very good at comforting others, rubbed his head and said, How about I go find some beautiful ones to give you? Get out of here. Do you even know how to comfort someone? Dai Mubai directly moved ma Ongajunazide. Is this about the leaf? This is a matter of an older sister's gift and a younger brother's care. Okay? Let's absorb the soul ring first. Xiao Wu didn't really understand why the broken leaf was so sad. He looked at the soul ring that wasn't being absorbed and worried that something bad might happen if it wasn't dealt with soon. Xiao Wu said, Xiao San, let's absorb the soul ring first. Oscar patted Tang San's shoulder, offering comfort, and conjured up 2 sausages, knowing that Tang San had taken quite a bit of damage earlier. Tang San nodded, carefully wrapping the broken leaf in a handkerchief before putting it away in the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Once organized, Tang San took the sausages from Oscar. Thank you. Tang San glanced at everyone gratefully. After eating the sausages, he fell a bit down and didn't notice that the faceless demon spider had already reached 2,000 years of age. By the time Tang Yin arrived, the sky had quietly darkened. Tang Yin breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her brother absorbing the soul ring. Although she had sensed what was happening here with her psychic abilities from closer distance, she still felt uneasy without seeing her brother with her own eyes. Tang Yi's appearance immediately caught everyone's attention. Xiao Yi, you're back. Tang Yi nodded, glancing at everyone, who all seemed fine. However, she always sensed that something was off. What's wrong? Did something happen? Tang Yi asked, recalling that her leaf had shattered, and that trace of mental energy had scattered. Everyone gathered around, each taking turns to recount what had happened today. So, you're saying that the leaf I gave to my brother fell out, and he disregarded his own safety to protect that leaf. Hearing this, Tang Yi was furious. That was merely something she placed on her brother to easily sense their direction. He went barehanded for that leaf. Not only did he get hurt, but he also didn't realize his mistake. Tang Yin looked at her younger brother, who was quietly absorbing the soul ring. She gritted her teeth. If it weren't for him still absorbing the soul ring, she would have slapped him awake. Doesn't he know that his own safety is the most important? Xiaoyan, are you angry? Chapter 72. Who are you? Xiaoyan, are you angry? Oscar said softly. He could sense Tang Yan's urge to hit someone. Which kind of leaf do you like? I could find it for you. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Yan and thought she was sad because her leaf had wilted. Xiaoyan, I can help you find beautiful leaves too. Ning Rongrong chimed in. If you like leaves, we can help look for them. Hee hee, if you're upset, then Xiao San will feel worse. Fatima Hongjun also tried to persuade her. Tang Yin looked at them, wondering if they had misunderstood something. Ahem, I'm neither sad nor upset, Tang Yin stated, explaining. I'm just angry that my brother is disregarding his own safety for a leaf. Although she felt a bit touched, her anger outweighed the sentiment. Suddenly, they sensed some movement and became alert. Sister. At that moment, Xiao Wu jumped out. Everyone relaxed their tense hearts upon seeing her. Sister, you ran too fast. If it weren't for Erming, I wouldn't know how long it would take to catch up. However, she was afraid Erming would scare everyone. So at a certain distance, she had him let her down, and she came over on her own. Suddenly, Tang San, who was absorbing the soul ring, let out a soft grunt. It was painful. This quickly caught the attention of those who wanted to continue talking. Xiao Wu, who had been catching her breath, immediately ran to Tang San's side. What's wrong with Xiao San? He's absorbing the third soul ring. Absorbing the third soul ring? How could this happen? Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Tang San was surrounded by a mass of blood mist, but unfortunately, it wasn't the brilliance of soul power. It was blood from Tang San's body. Tang San's brows were tightly furrowed, his lips pressed together, as if he were enduring immense pain. They could even hear the sound of bones cracking, which was very dangerous. Teacher Zhao, if this continues, Xiao San will be in danger. Dai Mubai said anxiously. It's the human-faced demon orb. Its cultivation has already exceeded 2,000 years. The master said the limit for the third spirit ring is 1,760 years. Xiao Wu murmured, already on the verge of tears, her eyes reddening. Sister said Tang San is in danger, and it really is dangerous. Sister, look at Xiao San. Don't disturb Tang San. He is absorbing the spirit ring and can only rely on himself. Teacher Zhao said helplessly. Teacher Zhao, I want to give it a try. At that moment, Tang Yin stepped forward. She could already sense that if this continued, her brother might bleed from all 7 orifices, or even worse. Tang Yin pursed her lips. She felt that this shouldn't be the case. She thought her brother should be able to pull through. However, when she looked at Xiao Wu beside her, she seemed to faintly understand something. That's right, it's Xiao Wu. According to the original plot, her brother was determined to become stronger to save Xiao Wu, who was captured by Erming. He had planted this belief deep in his heart. No matter what, he would come back to save Xiao Wu. He couldn't die or leave. But the plot where Xiao Wu was captured by Erming had been changed by her. Her brother no longer had that urgent desire to save her, nor did he have the mindset of needing to become stronger at all costs, even if it meant dying. So, was her brother still too comfortable, which led to this situation? Tang Yin clenched her fist. Although her intervention seemed to change nothing on the surface, it actually made a lot of difference. I need to go save my brother. Tang Yin nodded seriously. She couldn't just watch her brother fall into danger. Then go, Zhao Wuji said, meeting Tang Yin's serious gaze. After a moment of clenching his fist, he finally spoke. Sister. Xiao Wu grabbed Tang Yin's hand, looking a bit worried. Tang Yin nodded to Xiao Wu and sat cross-legged beside her brother. Before the healing ability had even begun, her mental ability had already stepped into a place that seemed to be the sea of consciousness. He wanted to drive her away. Tang Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly. She couldn't use her mental power to attack, as this was her younger brother. She wasn't clear about the situation yet and couldn't casually use healing, so she could only use her abilities to protect her brother's heart first. But why was her brother's sea of consciousness so chaotic? It seemed he didn't recognize her anymore. Thinking of this, Tang Yin felt a pang in her heart. Her brother must not forget her, his sister. Second soul skill, Nightmare. Tang Yan's lips moved slightly, and a brilliant light burst forth from her, enveloping both her and Tang San. The people outside covered their mouths, fearing that any sound would disturb Tang Yin. The next moment, Tang Yin felt a momentary pain in her head, but she quickly regained her clarity. Did she arrive in another world? Was this her brother's sea of consciousness? Tang Yin was somewhat puzzled. This place was filled with magnificent ancient buildings, stone steps, rockeries, and flowing water, creating a scene rich in antiquity. However, she felt it was better to find her brother first. Just as she was about to unleash her mental power, Tang Yin hesitated. The thought that this might be her brother's sea of consciousness made her wary. If she used her mental power, it could easily alert the main consciousness and get her expelled. She had barely managed to deceive the main consciousness with her nightmare to come here. With no other option, Tang Yi could only use her feet to quickly roam through this ancient and elegant place, searching to see what it really was. Suddenly, she sensed movement ahead and paused. Hiding herself. Find him. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I must bring Tang San back. Tang San had jumped off the ghostly cliff, and the chances of survival were slim. It was a pity to lose such a genius. If 3 days aren't enough, then 5 days. If 5 days aren't enough, then 100 days. No matter what, you must find Tang San for me. Tang Yin listened from the outside, her heart racing. This is the Tang sect. Is this her brother's past life? So is she now in her brother's sea of consciousness, or in another time and space? Tang Yan's heart was racing a bit, and her breathing became somewhat hurried. However, she did not expect the person inside to be so alert. Just the sound of her heavy breathing had already attracted attention. Who is it? As soon as the voice fell, there was a loud crash as the doors and windows were opened. Who are you? In an instant, 3 figures in white appeared right in front of Tang Yan. Tang Yin instinctively took a few steps back and clearly saw that the 3 people were all elderly men, each with a dignified appearance. Dressed in white robes, they each had a golden character Tang on their chests. Judging by their stature, demeanor, and the tone of their earlier speech, they were undoubtedly high-ranking members of the Tang sect, likely the sect leader or elders. Who are you? One of the ill-tempered elders asked, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful internal force rushed towards Tang Yin. Tang Yinmei's eyebrows slightly moved, such a strong aura. Chapter 73. He's still not my brother. Tang Yin instinctively blocked the internal energy of the old man. The second elder, who had made a move, was called by another person. Big brother, this little girl is not simple. That internal energy, just now, is not something a little girl can easily dissolve. The sect leader, Mr. Tangda, shook his head as he looked at the now alert girl and asked, "Little girl, who are you, and how did you end up in our Tang sect?" "I came to find someone." "Who are you looking for?" "My brother, Tang San." Tang Yin stood up straight, her tone serious and solemn, trying to prove her determination. However, Tang Yin forgot that she was still a 12-year-old girl, while Tang San was already an adult at this time. "Tang San? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Little girl, are you here to amuse us?" The second elder laughed loudly at Tang Yan's words, his tone full of sarcasm. "Are we old and blind, or do you think we're easy to fool? Not to mention that Tang San is 29 years old. You, a little girl, probably haven't even reached the age of adolescence." 29. Tang Yin felt as if she heard her heart shatter. So her brother was 29 in his past life. How old was she in her past life? 22. No, 25. Well, she still couldn't compare. Tang Yin's fingers trembled slightly, but soon her back straightened even more. So what if she was older in her past life? In this life, she was older than her brother, and he wasn't even her brother anymore. "Little girl, you heard what my second brother said. Why don't you confess? Who are you, and what do you want?" Mr. Tang's voice turned colder. "It's just a matter of seniority. I'm still Tang San's sister. I'm looking for Tang San." Tang Yin refused to back down, and the next second she ran away. She still needed to find someone, not knowing if her brother outside could hold on. "Chase her." 3 elder-level individuals pursued Tang Yin, but fortunately, she had speed abilities, so they had to put in some effort to catch up. Ghosts see trouble. Tang Yin noticed that when the sect leader gave the order just now, someone went out, and she remembered the direction. The place she went to was ghostly despair. The 3 people chasing behind didn't expect that Tang Yin would go to ghostly despair, which was bottomless. This should be the place. Tang Yin looked at the misty and bottomless cliff. In front of the little girl was the place called Ghost Grief, and there was no way to go. "If you tell the truth, who are you and what are you doing at the Tang sect? We might let you go. This is indeed Ghost Grief." Tang Yin took a step forward. This was the place where her younger brother fell. "My name is Tang Yin. I am Tang San's sister, and I came to bring him home, not to mock you all." As Tang Yin spoke, she cupped her fists and bowed. "Impossible. Tang San is an orphan picked up by the elders of the outer sect. Where could his sister come from? Now there is one." As Tang Yin spoke, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, and she also jumped down into Ghost Grief. "Little girl." Mr. Tang saw this familiar scene and instinctively shouted out loud. Tang Yan's body continued to plummet downwards, but there was no fear in her eyes. The fierce wind around her would normally cause pain. But Tang Yan's wind ability quickly turned enemies into allies, making her fall even faster. "Look, someone is falling down." The disciples who were originally searching for Tang San noticed Tang Yan's figure, and some couldn't help but be astonished. "She can fly. She has wings." Others exclaimed, "Is she still human?" Tang Yin fell freely, increasing the chances of finding her brother. Just before reaching the ground, she used her soul bone and began to search nearby. Finally, she found him in a tangle of weeds. "Brother." Tang Yin walked over and found Tang San unconscious. She quickly treated him, and when his faint breath became steady, she finally stopped. Then she saw it. She had been too anxious just now, so she hadn't noticed much, but now. Tang Yin took out a piece of cloth from the space to cover the person's body. Right here, right here. Tang San has been found. The Tang Min disciples have been paying attention to Tang Yin ever since he appeared, and when Tang Yin shouted brother, they ran over. When they saw Tang San, they exclaimed excitedly. After searching for several days, Tang San was finally found. Tang Yin watched as people surrounded her. She quickly rolled her brother up and hoisted him onto her shoulder, stepping back a few paces to keep them at bay. Who are you? Put him down. He is a disciple of our Tang sect's inner door. He is my family. Tang Yin wanted to say brother, but if she did, they wouldn't believe her. Does Tang San have family? Everyone looked at each other, unsure. They were not familiar with Tang San, only having heard that he had moved from the outer door to the inner door. Let's go back, someone suggested, and Tang Yin agreed. She needed to take her brother to a quiet place and wait for him to wake up. Upon returning to the Tang sect, news had already spread to the sect leader from afar. They welcomed her. Tang San has been found. The sect leader was naturally delighted and eager to see Tang San's condition. However, when they saw Tang Yin, they paused, astonished that Gue Jianshou was still alive and had returned. He ordered someone to take Tang San back, then stop Tang Yin. You cannot go in. Two elders also arrived and naturally saw Tang Yin. She looked at these people, but ultimately did not force her way in. Her brother's injuries had been treated, but he was still unconscious, so she could only wait for him to wake up. However, Tang Yin would not leave. She had to wait for her brother to regain consciousness. Mr. Tang also heard from the disciples who escorted them back and learned that it was Tang Yin who found the person, and that the person had wings and could fly. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. I can choose not to go in, but I can't leave. I have to wait for my brother to wake up. An elder wanted Tang Yin to leave, but Tang Yin firmly stated that if she had to leave, she would take her brother with her. If it couldn't be done forcefully, then running away was still an option. Young lady, we can talk, Mr. Tang said at that moment. Tang Dan not that. Are you really Tang San's sister? If this little girl is not a normal person, then it's possible. Yes. I've already treated my brother's wounds. Just wait for him to wake up, and you can tell him that his sister came to find him. You cured Tang San? The second elder said in surprise. He had just seen that Tang San had no wounds on him and was wondering what was wrong. It turns out someone had healed him, but could it really be that fast? The second elder didn't believe Tang Yin. He was asking the sect master. Mr. Tang nodded. He glanced at Tang Yin and then said, Tang San is now an inner disciple of our Tang sect. If you truly are his sister, then let's wait for Tang San to wake up and see the result. All right. Tang Yin and the elders waited. However, they did not expect that the result they received was not what Tang Yin wanted. Chapter 74. Do I also have to be forgotten? After Elder Tang and Tang Yi discussed, Tang Yi waited under the shade of a tree outside, accompanied by two elders. Due to Tang Yi's special circumstances, she was considered a dangerous person, and they had to be cautious. Mr. Tangda is waiting for Tang San to wake up in the room. Tang San felt like he had been in a coma for a long time. At first, he felt a lot of pain, his whole body hurt. After an unknown amount of time, he sensed a warm current, like a beam of light, gradually driving away the pain throughout his body. He wanted to see who it was who brought him this light, but his eyelids felt so heavy that he couldn't open them. However, he didn't give up. He made an effort to open his eyes. After trying hard, when he finally opened his eyes, he found himself in a place. Tang San saw the wooden roof, which felt somewhat familiar. He shook his head to clear his mind. Suddenly, a pain shot through his head, and he couldn't help but cover it, as if something was just out of reach of his memory. Before he could think too much, he heard a voice beside him. Tang San, you're awake. Tang San turned around and saw a familiar person. The sect leader. The disciple Tang San saw Master Tang and wanted to get up, but was pressed down by Master Tang's hand on his shoulder. No need to speak of past mistakes. You are now an inner disciple of the Tang sect and will be the only candidate to inherit my position as sect leader. Sect leader, this cannot be. Tang San, do you know the current situation of our Tang sect? Tang San was stopped by this sentence. He remembered what Elder Tang Lan said about revitalizing the Tang sect and restoring its former glory. Mr. Tang patted Tang San on the shoulder. Now, there's an important matter for you to handle. There's a young girl outside, looking about 12 or 13, claiming to be your sister. She jumped down from the ghostly encounter and rescued you, and she also healed all your injuries. Tang San's heart skipped a beat at the mention of family. She jumped down from the ghostly encounter and saved me. He felt a warmth in his heart, a feeling that seemed familiar, though he couldn't recall when he had felt this way before. Yes, I thought she would be lost after jumping down, but unexpectedly, she brought you back. Regardless of whether that girl named Tang Yin was truly Tang San's sister, they were grateful for her saving him. Sister, Tang San murmured softly, yet he still couldn't find a single memory. In the end, he could only shake his head. I don't remember having a sister. when I was in swaddling clothes. I was taken in by the outer sect elders of the Tang clan. I was born a Tang clan member and will die as one too. Mr. Tang nodded, feeling quite relieved to see Tang San like this. Since you've woken up, you should meet that girl and clarify everything. Okay, Tang San nodded, tidying up his clothes. When he saw his long hair in the mirror, he felt a bit of strangeness. Was it just an illusion? However, he didn't think too much about it. After getting ready, he pushed open the door. Tang Yin had been paying attention to the movements over here. After hearing the sound of the door opening, she straightened up and walked over. Although her younger brother had changed his appearance, she still recognized him at first glance. Brother. Tang San was caught off guard when a girl who looked like a little girl rushed over and hugged him. He was somewhat at a loss. He lived in the outer sect, was not liked by others, and was often bullied by his fellow disciples, who said he had no talent for learning Tang's sect's hidden weapons. He also didn't enjoy playing with his fellow disciples and focused solely on studying hidden weapons and martial arts. Who would be so openly enthusiastic towards him? Brother, let's go home. Tang San thought about his younger brother outside, unsure if it would have any impact if he didn't return for too long. Tang San had not reacted yet when Tang Yin took his hand. He instinctively held on, but after a moment, he felt that it was inappropriate for a man and a woman to have such contact, so he let go. However, Tang Yin was not so easily shaken off. Brother? Tang Yin tightened her grip, naturally not letting go of Tang San. Miss, I don't know you, and Tang's sect is my home. Where should he return with this girl? Perhaps the girl recognized the wrong person. He was not her brother. You don't recognize me anymore? Hearing her brother say that he was not her brother, she suddenly felt a pang in her nose and insisted on asking, do I have to be forgotten too? Brother. Tang San opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but as he looked at the girl who was not even up to his chest, tilting her head with a delicate face that showed grievance. Even her eyes that resembled his seemed to be tinged with a hint of hurt. For a moment, Tang San couldn't say anything. Seeing such a girl made his heart ache. He wanted to comfort her, but he found this feeling quite strange. The two of them stared at each other, neither of them speaking first. Tang San, the second elder, who was not known for his calm demeanor, couldn't help but shout out, fearing that the hard-to-find Tang San would leave with this mysterious girl. Old Two, the sect leader, Master Tang, shook his head, signaling the second elder not to disturb them. He trusted Tang San. Oomph. The second elder clenched his fists and looked at the two over there before turning away, not wanting to watch anymore. Elder, sect leader. Tang San noticed the actions of the sect leader and the elders, and he reluctantly withdrew his gaze, no longer making eye contact with the girl in front of him. He couldn't abandon the Tang sect that raised him because of these unclear feelings. He couldn't be ungrateful, so he felt very sorry for the girl. Eventually, Tang San said, I'm sorry. I grew up in the Tang sect, and all my memories are of the Tang sect. I thought about it, and there isn't a part of my life that is missing, so I don't recognize you. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else, little girl. Tang San continued, moreover, given our ages, I can't possibly be your younger brother, nor can you be my older sister. Tang San slowly withdrew his hand as he spoke. This time, Tang Yin did not pull him back with force, so he easily retracted his hand. Unexpectedly, it was so effortless to pull back his hand this time that Tang San felt a sense of emptiness again. Seeing Tang Yin, who had already lowered her head, he felt a bit reluctant. Although I'm not your brother, if you want, I could be your older brother, Tang San said, and then he thought that having a sister like that would be quite nice. I will protect my sister. I won't let anyone bully her. Even as Tang Yin listened, she was no longer sad, watching him wanting to say a string of words asking her to be his sister. Tang San received a kick from Tang Yin on his calf, causing him so much pain that he couldn't speak for a moment. To hell with you, sister. In this life and the next, you can forget about being my brother. Chapter 75. The two of you are innocent and pure, childhood sweethearts. Tang Yin was so angry that she feared if she stayed any longer, she might explode her brother. After saying this harshly, she walked away. She wanted to be quiet and think of ways to make her brother more clear-headed and stop wanting to be the older brother. How many years had it been? This thought still hadn't faded. This little brat was really arrogant, daring to hit people right under the eyes of the Tang clan. The second elder watched Tang Yin turn and run, and instinctively went to chase her, but another elder beside him stopped him. Fourth brother, you have to stop me. Second brother. The fourth elder shook his head helplessly, indicating for him to look at Tang San. Tang San only felt pain for a brief moment, and it quickly subsided. That kick just now was only because the little girl couldn't hold back her anger. Tang San, how do you feel? The sect leader asked as he approached Tang San. Tang San shook his head, watching the girl leave, feeling an indescribable sense of loss in his heart. something he had never felt before. It hurt him, as if he was about to lose something. Master, can you tell me about her? He had just woken up and was still unclear about things. How did she come to the Tang sect? Why is she so certain that he is her brother, even jumping off a cliff to find him? I don't know much either. This little girl seems to come from nowhere. None of the disciples in the sect recognize her. We found her in the Tang sect, and she said she was here to find you, insisting that she is your sister, which we naturally didn't believe. By the way, the girl's name is Tang Yi, and she also has the surname Tang. Under the ghostly encounter, some disciples saw that the little girl had wings and could fly, which probably helped her safely reach below the ghostly encounter. Tang San silently repeated the name Tang Yi, as if trying to remember her, yet feeling something else. After returning from the ghostly encounter, he couldn't understand himself. After walking for a while, Tang Yi began to think about how to help her brother recover his memory. Generally, how does one restore memories? Directly using mental power to stimulate a Muunti work, that would hurt him. What about drowning? A lack of oxygen to the brain might stimulate its potential? No, what if he drowned? How about a gravity impact to the brain? Or jumping off a cliff again? No, those seem a bit violent. It should be gentler. So how can be gentle? Asking about his well-being? Serving tea and water? Recreating scenes? They all seem a bit difficult. But now there's no other way, so she has to give it a try. Ahem. Let us start with food, drink, and clothing. Ever since Tang San woke up, he felt that something was missing. Clearly, he had gained the attention of the Tang sect, and his achievements in the Tang sect's hidden weapons had a bright future ahead. Yet, he still felt something was lacking, and that little girl he parted ways with lingered in his heart. However, no one in the Tang sect could find her. At this moment, Tang Yi was holding a large basket used for steaming buns, stacked quite high, almost covering her figure. When she arrived at the inner gate of the Tang sect, she noticed someone following her. Tang Yi saw that the people were the leaders and elders of the Tang sect, the same three from before. Were they so idle? However, seeing that they were just following along, Tang Yi decided to ignore them and continued looking for his brother. When they arrived at the place where Tang San was, it was a pond with a pavilion nearby. Tang San was sitting on a large stone outside the pavilion, seemingly meditating on something. Tang Yi had no hands, so he could only kick a small stone at his feet with his foot. The small stone flew directly towards Tang San's head, but it was not lethal and was quickly caught by Tang San. He was a bit puzzled, looked around, but saw no one, only a cage full of stacked things. When Tang San wanted to see clearly who it was, he heard a crisp voice. Brother. Tang San couldn't help but smile, almost calling out sister. His eyelids twitched, but he suppressed the words that were about to slip out. What brings you here? Tang San got up and came over to help unload the items from Tang Yi's body. Don't touch. Tang Yi dodged Tang San's hand and placed everything on the stone table in the pavilion. What are these? Tang San helped support them. You'll find out soon. Tang Yi said, then pulled Tang San's hand away. Brother, watch carefully, Tang Yi said, snapping her fingers, and a ring of fire surrounded the stack of cages. Tang San looked at this magical scene and should have felt amazed, but he thought it was only natural. He was too familiar with this moment. He watched the excited Tang Yi and wanted to say something that wasn't meant for his younger brother, but when the words reached his lips, he didn't want that happy smile to fade. Brother, do you know about past lives in this life? What past lives in this life? Tang San was taken aback. If I said that after you jumped into the ghostly encounter, you had already died and were reincarnated into another world, and you are still called Tang San, but you have become the son of a blacksmith, you have a father and an older sister. Dad is very messy and doesn't like cleanliness, but he loves us very much, teaches us principles, teaches us how to forge, and you're always very obedient and well-behaved, while I often slack off and get chased by Dad for it. However, you always cover for me. Tang San listened quietly, feeling that this was a very happy family. Just listening quietly like this was wonderful. Later, we grew up and went to Nottingham Academy to study, meeting many friends, one of whom was a girl named Xiao Wu. She was very cute, and he often practiced with her. Tang San felt that this name was very familiar. She spoke for so long and so affectionately, without anyone interrupting her words. Just a little mention of Xiao Wu moved his heart slightly. Tang Yi, I guess the older brother doesn't listen to his sister anymore? No, that's not right. It's the younger brother who doesn't listen to his sister anymore. Tang Yi maintained a good smile and said, well, you two are childhood sweethearts, just one step away from expressing your feelings. No, that's impossible, Tang San instinctively retorted upon hearing this, a suspicious blush appearing on his pure face. Unsure if he was more embarrassed or shy. How can it be impossible? I've already thought of names for your children. Seeing the boy's flushed face, Tang Yi couldn't help but want to tease him. There should be both a girl and a boy. If it's a boy, He should look a bit more like you when he grows up. He was very cute as a child and will be handsome when he grows up. How about we name him Wu Wu? Before Tang Yin could finish her sentence, her mouth was covered. Stop it. How old are you to be saying these things? Tang San couldn't find the words. Oh, what do you mean by these things? Are you believing what I said? Tang Yin pried Tang San's hand open, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Chapter 76. You just deserve a beating, Who are you? Tang Yin nodded, wanting to see what her brother would say. Looking at Tang Yan's expectant expression, Tang San felt a bit reluctant to disappoint her. He shifted his mouth, but ultimately couldn't say anything. Come on, just say it. You didn't want me to say those things earlier. Isn't that you putting yourself in it? If you've already put yourself in it, who else could I be but your sister? Tang Yin said angrily, giving Tang San a pat on the back. You're really asking for a beating more and more. Did I spoil you too much before, and now you're making me angry? Sister, he still can't relate. He asked, looking at a girl who isn't even as tall as his shoulders. How can he call a girl who hasn't grown up his sister? That's impossible. You just deserve a beating. Tang Yin understood the look in Tang San's eyes. She was a bit eager to fight. Dinner. Tang Yin huffed coldly, putting away her anger. The entire layer of cages opened up, each containing 3 different dishes. There were a total of 8 cages, which meant 24 dishes. The top layer had various buns, followed by snacks, and as he went down, there was everything: big fish and meat swimming in water, crabs and seafood, dragon and phoenix running on the ground, and steamed pigeon in the sky. There were also light lettuce and radishes to cleanse the palate, and even a cage of rice. In an instant, the aroma wafted, opening up appetites. The entire stone table was almost too small to hold everything. How could this be? Tang San was stunned, and even the 3 elders watching from the shadows were taken aback. Not to mention that all these dishes were steamed in one cage. Just the timing, temperature, and the way the heat transfer between the layers of wooden cages would affect the flavors, making them taste worse. But this scene that made one's fingers itch to eat was irresistible, and the 3 of them couldn't help but step out from their hidden spots. The sect leader, the 2nd elder, and the 4th elder. Upon seeing the 3 men emerge, Tang San immediately bowed. Tang San, you are already my direct disciple. It's only right for you to call me Master, Master Tang said, his gaze falling on the table of delicacies. Then he accidentally met Tang Yan's gaze, which seemed to see right through him. Master Tang, being someone who had seen grand occasions, casually greeted Tang Yin, little girl, we meet again. He didn't expect this little girl to have such skills. He was truly impressed. Tang San bowed again, but did not speak. He was also looking at Tang Yin. Tang Yan's mouth twitched. Why did these people come out when they were hiding so well? She hadn't even developed a good relationship with her brother yet, hoping to see if he could remember anything. However, she was still on their territory and wasn't sure if she could defeat them, so she could only act polite. The elders had just finished lunch. Naturally, there wasn't any, as we were just thinking about how Tang San had woken up not long ago to see if he was still uncomfortable. Mr. Tang said, let's do it together. Tang Yin didn't know how to respond. Had they rehearsed their lines? They had clearly been following her the whole way. Sorry to trouble you, young lady. It's no trouble, but I will need guidance from the seniors on martial arts later. Tang Yin thought of something at that moment. Would there be a dangerous situation that could provoke her brother? He couldn't face danger, so she would have to step in. When she was in danger, would it be like that? Tang Yin slightly narrowed her eyes, having made up her mind about something. With a bit of enthusiasm, she added bowls and chopsticks for the 3 of them. Originally, she planned to wait until her brother was full before giving him a good beating for her own satisfaction. But the arrival of a few seniors gave her a new idea. Tang San looked at Tang Yin, who had originally been enthusiastic towards him, and turned to the sect leader and the elders with warmth. He felt a bit jealous. Those dishes that looked so delicious were no longer just his privilege. However, these 3 were the pillars of the Tang sect, so in the end, Tang San could only comfort himself this way and join the competition for the food. If he took any longer, there would be nothing left. Haha, I didn't expect this little kid to look small, but he's quite good at making these dishes. The 2nd elder, who had originally had some objections to Tang Yin, immediately changed his tune. As long as the 2nd elder likes it, please take care of us later, Tang Yin said with a smile. She would certainly hold nothing back and make them give their all, putting her in a dangerous position. Come, drink some water, Tang Yin said, taking out the water brewed with Shinrue flowers, 1 cup for each person. What kind of tea is this? It's refreshing going down, with a hint of pure sweetness that reaches all the meridians. I feel completely relaxed. It's really comfortable. Little kid, pour me another cup. Sure. Tang Yin poured another cup for the 2nd elder. Unexpectedly, Mr. Tang and the 4th elder clinked their cups lightly and finished the water brewed with Shinrui flowers in one go, then pushed their cups forward, their intentions clear. Tang Yin. She continued to fill it up. Tang San also drank this water, and he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had often drunk it before. This is Shinrui. I've been brewing it for you since you were 6 years old, until you were 12. I was also 12, and you and your brother are a rare pair of dragon and phoenix twins. You are currently absorbing the third spirit ring, which is very dangerous. If you continue to not remember and go back with me, you may very likely explode and die. Everything here is not real. It is all your obsession. Do you understand, brother? Tang Yin suddenly said seriously. Mr. Tang and the two elders suddenly felt uncomfortable with these words. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, but now they're saying this. Tang San's grip on the cup tightened slightly. He wanted to ask if Tang Yin had mistaken someone, but he had a vague feeling that what Tang Yin said was true. 3 seniors, thank you for your trouble. At this moment, Tang Yin stepped forward and Mr. Tang and the two elders naturally understood what Tang Yin meant. I want to take a gamble and hope the 3 seniors can help. As they walked out, Tang Yin spoke softly. Mr. Tang wanted to say something like that's not your brother, but seeing Tang Yi's determined and serious demeanor, he ultimately nodded to the 2 elders. After all, it's hard to refuse someone who has fed you. It would also help to put this little girl as hard at ease. Thank you for your trouble, Tang Yi said politely, cupping her fists, and then began to attack the sect master and the 2 elders. This little girl is incredibly fast. However, speed alone is not enough. The little girl received their blows, and the sect master and the others were not holding back either. Tang Yin continuously dealt with the situation. She knew that the sect leader and the others had already agreed to her request, so after holding on for a while, she began to retreat step by step. Tang San watched as Tang Yin was beaten back repeatedly by the sect leader and the 2 elders. But the sect leader and the 2 elders did not show any signs of stopping, creating the illusion that they intended to kill Tang Yin in one go. Sect leader. Elders, please stop. Tang San became increasingly anxious. Chapter 77. I am Tang San. I am your brother. Tang Yin narrowed her eyes, sensing her brother's panic. She raised her left hand, and her soul rings lit up. You want to kill me? Tang Yin seemed to be pushed back a step again, looking at the 3 elders in disbelief. Cough, cough. She suddenly coughed, as if suffering from internal injuries. Oof. You come to my Tang sect time and again. Do you think my Tang sect is nothing? The second elder coldly snorted. You are not of our kind, and you must be exterminated. The 4th elder was quite rude, pulling out a sword from nowhere and directly slashing at Tang Yin. Tang Yin rolled to the side, but still couldn't dodge completely. His arm was accidentally cut, and blood quickly dyed his arm red. Little girl, my Tang sect is also well known in the martial world. Yet there are few like you who come and go as they please, as if our Tang sect does not exist, while trying to incite my disciples. This is your wrongdoing. If I let you go today, it will surely bring great disaster. Master Tang's expression became serious. Those who provoke the Tang sect should never be spared. Ha! What a Tang sect. What a non-kin. Their hearts must be different. Tang Yin covered his arm, his soul power surging, wanted to unleash a great move. Second brother, quickly stop her. We must kill her. She is not a normal person. The 4th elder directly used his internal energy to press forward. Even Master Tang and the 2nd elder joined in, determined to crush Tang Yin. No, she isn't. Tang San did not expect the situation to turn out this way. They had just been happily eating together moments ago. Why did it have to come to killing? He saw the blood, and his breath became heavy and labored. He didn't want this. He didn't want her to be harmed. If she had to be hurt, he was willing to take the hit for her. Tang Yin, cough. Tang Yin couldn't help but cough, and seeing Tang San approaching, she struggled to say, don't come over. Tang San couldn't understand how Tang Yin, a small figure, could stand against 3 elder-level individuals. Yet, her stiff back and unwavering determination, along with the blood beginning to seep from the corner of her mouth, spoke volumes. Tang San couldn't wait any longer. He desperately wanted to bear all the weight for Tang Yin. How could he not go over? Sect Master, elders, please stop. Tang San shouted with all his might. And at that moment, he arrived beside Tang Yin. He circulated his Xiantian skill to share the burden of the thick internal energy with Tang Yin, alleviating some of the pain for him. Tang San, what are you doing? The 2nd elder, who originally intended to put on a show for Tang San, couldn't help but exclaim when he saw Tang San running out to confront them. Tang San, do you know what you're doing? The sect leader, Master Tang, also couldn't refrain from questioning. He had always believed in Tang San, trusted that he would always be one of them and would never turn against them. But now he was using the Tang sect's techniques against them. Tang San implored the sect leader and the elders to stop, insisting that Tang Yin was not a villain, nor a bad person. It was understandable for him to infiltrate the Tang sect. Struggling against the internal energy of the three, Tang San found it difficult to speak. Yet he persisted in finishing his words. Tang San, do you know what you're doing? You are betraying the Tang sect. The second elder's temper flared, and his subordinate's internal energy surged even more. Tang San has not betrayed the Tang sect. I just want her to be well. Ridiculous. The fourth elder couldn't hold back any longer. After the second elder suppressed Tang San, he directly struck towards Tang Yin with a palm. Puff! Tang Yan's small body was unable to withstand it and flew out, blood spitting into the air. Drip! Some of the blood landed directly on Tang San's face. Tang San was stunned, feeling as if the world had stopped at that moment. His gaze was somewhat dazed as he looked at the person who had been knocked away, and he unknowingly had bloodshot eyes. Something surged into his brain. I'm your sister, you're my brother. Ha, brother, your face is so soft. Let me touch it. Ha, brother, you're so obedient. Brother? Where you going, brother? Oh no, brother has grown up. Does your face still have baby fat? Do you want to carry your sister? I can't walk anymore. Sister, sister. Tang San desperately caught the falling Tang Yin. Her small body seemed like it could shatter, lacking warmth in his embrace. Sister, sister. Wake up, sister. Tang San was trembling all over. I am your brother, Tang San. I am your brother, Tang San. Sister, please wake up. Plop. It felt like something cool had fallen on Tang Yan's face, and her long eyelashes were still slightly fluttering. Plop. Another drop landed on her fair face, splashing a bit onto Tang Yan's lips. It was a bit bitter and salty. Tang Yin slightly moved her eyes and opened them. However, with that movement, she felt a pressure in her chest, and she couldn't help but cough. Yet another mouthful of blood came out. Why did that senior, who didn't adhere to martial ethics, say it was all a play, but they became real? She was completely unprepared. It was her brother, her little brother. Tang Yin felt the tears on her face, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch her brother's face. After feeling the wet tears, Tang Yin was stunned. It wasn't her illusion. Her brother was crying. Yes, I am Tang San. I am your brother. Tang San held onto the hand that Tang Yin extended, tightly embracing her, afraid that if he let go, she would disappear. Sister, I'm sorry. Don't cry if you cry. You won't be cute anymore. Tang Yin struggled to reach out and pat her brother's head. I will take my sister to get treated. We will go home. We will go home. Tang San didn't know if the injuries Tang Yin sustained would affect her, if this place was his obsession. He didn't want it anymore. He just wanted his sister to be well. Okay, let us go home. Tang Yin felt a bit tired, holding her brother's hand, a smile at the corner of her mouth. Finally, he remembered her. Tang San, you can't leave. Master Tang, the head of the sect, couldn't believe that Tang San was about to leave with someone in his arms. Master, I'm sorry. Tang San will always be Tang San of the Tang sect. But Tang San has a new home, new friends, and an undeniable reason to return. After bowing to Master Tang with Tang Yin in his arms, Tang San turned and ran. Over there was the ghost encounter cliff. Tang San did not stop his steps. Every step he took was firm. Sister, let's go home. Tang San said this and jumped down from the ghostly encounter. In an instant, the entire space changed and everything here disappeared. Tang Yin was no longer in his arms. As he absorbed the soul ring, Tang San suddenly opened his eyes. He still remembered Tang Yin covered in blood. And as soon as he woke up, he immediately shouted, Sister, it's Xiao San. Xiao San is awake. Tang San is awake. Chapter 78, The Old Scoundrel's Sister. Tang San looked at Tang Yin, who was also sitting cross-legged across from him, and he felt a bit scared as he hugged her. Tang Yin had also woken up by this time. However, she felt a bit of heaviness in her chest and a slight headache. It was really too harsh. Although she had used her second soul skill to make the sect master and those two elders look more realistic, how could they forget their original intention of acting? It really made her hurt for a long time. She felt a bit weak. Loosen up, loosen up. Tang Yin patted her brother's head, almost choking her. Sister, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? When Tang San heard Tang Yin speaking with energy, he was momentarily dazed, realizing that his sister in his arms was safe and sound. Xiao San, what's wrong? Dai Mubai and the others had gathered around. Xiao San, you finally woke up. It was really dangerous. Yeah, you scared me. Brother, you almost scared me to death. Seeing Tang San wake up, Xiao Wu's worried heart relaxed a bit. However, seeing Tang San's concern for Tang Yin, she also went up to support Tang Yin in Tang San's arms and asked with concern, Sister, what happened? I'm Yufine. My brother is just overly worried. Tang Yin finally emerged from Tang San's embrace, breathing in the fresh air and looking at the familiar faces, feeling really good. Everyone knew that Tang San was fine, and now he had successfully absorbed the third soul ring, so everyone came to congratulate him. However, they felt it was too early to say congratulations. Tang San felt a bit of itchiness and pain in his back. He was not quite used to it, and accidentally let out a soft groan. Tang San quickly noticed this. He originally wanted to pick up Xiao Wu and then call everyone to leave, but seeing that there seemed to be quite a few people, he changed direction. Lowering his head, he led his younger brother away a bit, keeping a distance from everyone. Xiao San, what's wrong? Everyone was startled by this movement. Then they saw spider claws growing out from Tang San's back. Everyone was so frightened that they couldn't close their mouths, speculating about what had happened to Tang San. Tang Yin wanted to talk about the soul bone, but remembering the master's words, he ultimately said nothing. Tang San was stunned for a while after discovering that he had grown spider legs. He then controlled himself to retract the spider claws. Ever since his sister first obtained a soul bone, he had started to understand these things, and it seemed it should be an external soul bone. Sister? While Tang San was adjusting to the soul bone, Tang Yin had already leaned against Xiao Wu and fallen asleep. It seemed he was tired. Xiao Yin was asleep. Zhu Zhuqing turned to look at Tang Yin, who was breathing steadily, and remarked, "He is asleep." Everyone had been discussing whether Tang San had turned into a spider, and now Tang Yin could even sleep while standing. It must be that his soul power was overused, causing him to be exhausted. Zhao Wujie glanced over and made a judgment. Everyone nodded, and seeing the small Tang Yin, they subconsciously regarded him as a child. It was normal for children to love sleeping, so there were no doubts about it. "Let me do it." Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Yin, who was beside Xiao Wu, and stretched out her hands to pick him up. Xiao Wu nodded in cooperation, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to carry Tang Yin. On the other side, Tang San looked at the sleeping Tang Yin, and the unfamiliar soul bone was quickly retracted. Now, when he saw the unconscious Tang Yin, he couldn't help but remember her covered in blood in his embrace, and he instinctively felt scared. He wanted to go over to confirm if she was really asleep, but he was stopped by Dai Mubai. "I'll go check on my sister first." Tang San thought Dai Mubai had something to discuss with him, but he felt he should check on Tang Yin first. "No, you need to put on your clothes first." Tang San then realized he was naked, and saw Oscar and Ma Hongjun with their grinning expressions. He decided to put on some clothes. After Tang San got dressed and confirmed that Tang Yin was indeed asleep, he felt relieved. After thinking for a moment, he said to Zhu Zhuqing, who was holding Tang Yin, "Let me do it." Tang San reached out to hug, but Zhu Zhuqing hesitated a bit. In fact, Tang San wasn't heavy. He was actually quite soft to hold. So many spiders. At this moment, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. There really were a lot of spiders. "Prepare for battle," Dai Mubai said as he had already taken his stance. Tang San took a look and saw that there were too many small spiders. He asked Zhu Zhuqing to hold Tang Yin properly while he took out a hidden weapon for the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. "Everyone use this. Is the young master not going over?" Jin Wangan looked at the little baby standing beside him, and no matter how he looked, he found it amusing. If the young master didn't look like a baby, his posture would seem serious. However, the young master was indeed a 3-year-old baby. Jin Wangan suppressed his laughter, holding it in, as he couldn't laugh while he was next to the young master. "She's already asleep. Why should I go over?" Xinghe glared at Jin Wangan, clearly unhappy. Jin Wangan touched his nose, stifled his laughter, and then said, "The item the young master wanted us to find has indeed been found. That martial soul is indeed the token of my clan." Xinghe remained silent, as if he had already anticipated this. Jin Wangan thought of the contents recorded in the book and couldn't help but chuckle. Does the young master want to see what the book says? Perhaps I should go back and instruct the clan members to change how they address the young master. As he spoke, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Xinghe's expression, then continued. Now that we have the token, it seems the young master's title might need to change. Upon hearing this, Xinghe's eyes lit up, and unable to contain himself, he kicked Jin Wangan away with one swift motion. Jin Wangan rolled around a few times but quickly rolled back, his smile deepening. "Young master, you're so inappropriate." Xinghe couldn't bear to watch any longer and kicked him a bit farther away. Xinghe then found a place to sit down again. "If the young master isn't going out, then we should head back to the clan." After rolling around several times, Jin Wangan came back and stood about a meter behind Xinghe. "We'll go back tomorrow." Xinghe gave a brief answer and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing the young master, no, it should be the young master now with his eyes closed. Jin Wangan chose not to disturb him and quietly waited against a nearby tree. As the night passed, Tang Yin became full of energy again. Finally going back to the academy, It's been quite thrilling out here for so long. Tang San and Oscar have obtained their soul rings, and they can finally go back. Everyone is getting ready to return. Tang Yin also remembered that she seemed to have asked Erming to help take care of Xinghe. She wasn't sure if Erming could look after the child. Tang Jia pulled Xiao Wu and asked her if she should bring Xinghe back. Meanwhile, Xinghe walked out under the lead of Jin Wangan. Chapter 79, Blushing? Xiao Wuji couldn't see the soul power of the newcomer, but he felt the extraordinary demeanor of the old man, so he stepped forward to block a few students. May I ask who you are? Xiao Wuji inquired. Jin Wangan had no ill intentions towards Xiao Wuji, then glanced at his young master, while Xiao Wuji looked at the small child. Tang Jia. After coming out, Xinghe transformed from a little adult back to an adorable little boy. Little Xinghe. Tang Jia was still contemplating whether to take this little boy back, but unexpectedly, he ran back on his own. Hug. As soon as Xinghe entered his childlike state, he put on his little black boots and ran towards Tang Jia with a skip in his step. Tang Yin watched as such a cute little person ran towards her, and she felt quite happy, catching the child in one swift motion and lifting them up. This series of actions felt somewhat familiar. Knowing that Xinghe was not a small child, Jin Wangan held back a laugh and glanced at Xiao Wujing, giving a gentle nod. The younger generation at home wanted to say goodbye to the little friend. Xiao Wujing understood and watched the two excited individuals, feeling there was nothing to stop. However, his gaze fell on Jin Wangan and then on Xinghe. It was worth pondering that such a small child was brought into the starry forest. After all, ordinary children usually awaken their martial souls around the age of 5 or 6. Such a small baby probably hadn't even awakened their soul yet. I'm leaving, Xinghe said reluctantly, rubbing his soft little face against Tang Yan's neck. Leaving? Going home? Tang Yan, holding the soft and fragrant Xinghe, listened to his words, and her gaze fell on Jin Wangan. Upon seeing him, Tang Yan paused for a moment, feeling like she had seen that person somewhere before. However, the man also looked over and smiled kindly at Tang Yan, his eyes seeming to suggest he was seeing her for the first time. Perhaps she was mistaken. Tang Zan, look at me. Xinghe noticed Tang Yan was looking at Jin Wangan, so he stretched out his small hands to cup Tang Yan's face, pulling her attention back, and then answered her question. Tang San, observing this behavior and tone from Xinghe, felt something was off. He furrowed his brow and cast a probing glance at the little baby. Sister, this child is quite cute. Let me hold him too. At that moment, Tang San walked over, wearing a gentle smile, looking very much like a caring older brother. Right? I think he is cute too. Tang Yin agreed with her brother's statement and was about to let Xinghe go to him. Xinghe was slightly taken aback and clung tightly to Tang Yin, refusing to go over. His round big eyes shot a glare at Tang San from an angle where Tang Yin couldn't see. Then he looked up at Tang Yin with a pitiful expression. I want Tang Yin, not anyone else. How ridiculous. Being held by a girl was enough for him. But being held by a man? Did he want to lose face? If that old man Jin Wangan had him held by a man, the news would spread throughout the clan the next day. He won't let go. Tang Yin was melted by Xinghe's soft little eyes. He was just too cute. But sister, I also want to hold him. He is really so cute. Tang San insisted, emphasizing the words so cute while biting his teeth, unable to resist poking the child that Tang Yin was holding. He hadn't forgotten that this kid had just glared at him, and not just any glare, but one that Tang Yin couldn't see. Was this normal behavior for a child? So, Tang San concluded that this child was not as soft and cute as he appeared on the surface. He didn't believe that such a small child could run into the starry forest. It couldn't be a simple child, even if someone was with him. Hearing Tang San's words, Xinghe gritted his teeth, thinking this man a bit annoying. Moreover, seeing Tang Yan's thoughtful expression, it seemed there was room for negotiation. Xinghe said, I want to go home. You mustn't forget me. When I grow up, I'll come find you. He hurriedly spoke and then took Tang Yan's hand, handing her a small pouch. All right, it was just a small pouch. Is this for me? Tang Yin looked at the blue pouch in her hand, which was embroidered with cloud patterns, quite matching her clothes. Much prettier than the one her father gave her. Yes, it has what you like inside, Xinghe said, then suddenly kissed Tang Yan's fair face. And fearing that Tang Yin would ask questions, he quickly jumped down from her arms. Tang San. She was still thinking about what she liked when she was ambushed, and then she saw Xinghe running as if afraid of being chased. This kid. Tang San was also stunned by Xinghe's actions, and after reacting, his face darkened as he wanted to go and catch him back. His sister. Even though the other party is just a little kid, he is still a boy, a boy. Tang San wanted to catch someone, but the person had already disappeared without a trace. Can a child run that fast? Tang Yin didn't think much of it. After all, she's just a child. It's quite normal to give hugs and lifts. However, there was no need to run so fast just to give her a kiss. It seems that Xinghe really likes her sister. Xiao Wu watched the soft Xinghe and also wanted to give her a hug, but since Xinghe didn't like her hugs, she didn't approach. Although she didn't go over, she was watching from the side and naturally saw the adorable little one kiss Tang Yin, which made her face turn bright red. Watching the little one blush like that was so interesting, and she shared what she saw with Tang Yin. Oh, Xinghe is blushing? Tang Yin also found it amusing. Such a little child blushing is truly a shy kid. No wonder she doesn't let others hug her. The sister's words made some sense. Xiao Wu nodded, realizing that it wasn't that she didn't want to be hugged, but rather that she was too shy. Tang San, all right. It's time to go back to the academy. Good. Tang San couldn't find anyone, so he had to hold it in. If he sees that kid again, he will definitely give him a beating. Young master, is it necessary to run so fast? When not in a hurry, Jin Wang and followed behind, unable to hide the curiosity and excitement in his eyes. Shut up. Xing He, with a blush still lingering on his face, coldly replied to Jin Wang in. My young master has really grown up. Jin Wang sighed. Change the way you address me back. Xing He couldn't help but say. Change to what, young master? If we change it back, it will mess up the hierarchy. You wouldn't add a little in front of it, would you? The way the little young master said it seemed to make sense. Jin Wang found that it actually was a valid point. Behind the little young master, there could be a little young master. How did he not think of that? Chapter 80. More excuses. Finally back to the academy. I'm back. Everyone was very happy after returning to the academy. And, of course, Tang Yin was also very happy. Although there wasn't the dense spiritual energy of the forest. This tranquil and serene place was what Tang Yin liked the most. But Tang Yin turned around. She had noticed it for a long time. On the way back, her younger brother had been hesitating to speak, glancing at her from time to time. She wondered if her brother wanted to tell her something. Tang Yin raised an eyebrow. She walked over to take her brother to a quiet place so that she could ask him what was wrong and why there was something he couldn't say openly. Seeing Tang Yin had approached him, Tang San instinctively called out. Xiao Wu blinked her eyes, wondering what secret conversation the siblings were about to have. Understanding this, Xiao Wu stepped aside to give Tang Yin and Tang San some space. However, before they could say anything, the Shrek Academy's principal, Flinder, arrived with several teachers. Everyone hushed their voices, stood in line, and waited for Flinder to speak. All right, everyone is here, so I will announce a few things. The first, of course, is to introduce the teachers in the academy. Tang San's gaze fell on Master Yu Xiaojiang. Was he just here to teach them? Soon, Flandre finished introducing everyone and began to discuss important matters, which involved entrusting all 8 students to Master for guidance and arrangement. Naturally, everything was handed over to the Master, and the others left, leaving only the Master and the 8 students. Now, I will assign you your ranks. After a brief self-introduction, the Master scanned everyone and continued. Number 1, Dai Mubai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhuqing. Number 8. Tang San widened his eyes in surprise. What is this? Is it ranked by height? Before the Master could finish speaking, Tang San raised his hand. The Master noticed Tang San's raised hand and thought there was something important, so he stopped and looked at Tang San. Tang San, do you have something to say? How is the ranking done? Why am I in 8th place? Tang San analyzed that based on soul power, this ranking didn't seem right. It didn't seem to fit according to age either. So it could be based on height. The Master looked at Tang San's small stature wedged between several tall students and suddenly found himself speechless, especially since Tang San was deliberately standing on tiptoe to appear taller. Having known Tang San for 6 years, he naturally understood a bit of the child's mindset. The Master cleared his throat. This ranking isn't based on anything in particular. I just recited it out loud, he explained. It cannot be ranked 8th? Why? The Master feigned ignorance, though he knew the answer. I'm afraid someone will laugh at me. Master, look, I'm the 8th student of Shrek Academy. Being 8th means I'm the 8th brother, right? Do you know about a certain soul beast? They call it 8 brother, and it sounds quite strange. Cough, cough. The 7 students couldn't help but laugh at Tang San's explanation. The Master's mouth twitched. What kind of reason is this? However, having known Tang San for 6 years, he understood the child's nature. If he didn't satisfy Tang San's small request, the boy would be puzzled for a long time. So, thinking about the upcoming training, he agreed to Tang San's request. Then what number do you want to be ranked? Well, that's a bit tricky. The 1st to 7th places are already filled. Am I supposed to just squeeze in? Xiao San, you can be bold. If you like number 1, I could be number 2, Dai Mubai said directly, his smile sincere. If Xiao San likes it, We can rearrange the numbers, no problem. Oscar also chimed in. The others looked at Tang San, their intentions clear. No matter which number Tang San preferred, he could have it. Tang San, Master, can I have the 0 number? Tang San thought for a moment and then continued. Our Shrek only accepts monsters, so we are the Shrek 7 monsters, starting from 0. Which sounds pretty good. What do you think, Master? Shrek 8 monsters sounds good too. The Master doesn't know what today's kids are thinking. Fortunately, apart from Tang San, everyone else thought Shrek 8 monsters sounded nice as well. How is it nice? If our academy becomes famous in the future and others envy us, won't they have one more excuse to criticize us? One more excuse for what? Everyone still hadn't guessed Tang San's intention. Yeah, what excuse? I want to know too. Everyone was puzzled. Ugly 8 monsters. Just as everyone was guessing, Tang San thought about Tang San's line of thinking and blurted it out. Everyone with keen hearing heard it. Suddenly, the place fell silent, quiet to the point of discomfort. Even the Master was speechless. Ugly 8 monsters. Only Tang San's eyes lit up, running to his brother and happily patting him. Yes, that's it. Brother, you really understand me. Doesn't that sound just like ugly 8 monsters? We are all good-looking and handsome. How can we leave any chance for others? Tang San felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. The Master didn't know what to say either. He looked at the clouds in the sky and finally decided not to fuss over the child. Since they had already agreed, Xiao Yin would be number 0, and there was no arrangement for today. Tomorrow, remember to gather early. Yes. With the matter settled, Tang San, being the Master's disciple, naturally wanted to say something heartfelt. Tang San followed the Master and left. Those who hadn't left yet burst into laughter. Xiao laughed, haha, and there's Xiao San. This really shows they're twins, right? Ugly monster, huh? How did you come up with that? It's killing me with laughter. Oscar couldn't help but hug Dai Mubai beside him and laughed heartily. Xiao Ya, how did you come up with the ugly monster? It's really interesting. Ning Rongrong, who had never interacted with a girl like Tanya, found it very amusing. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but laugh as well. Xiao Ya, you're absolutely right. Our Shrek 7 monsters are all handsome guys and beautiful girls. How can there be the term ugly monster? Fatty Ma Hongjun straightened his back when he heard Tanya say they were all good-looking, filled with confidence. Doesn't the 7 monsters sound much better? If it weren't for the height. How tall are you now? Do you have a ruler? The kind that measures height. Oh, Xiaoya, I didn't even notice it. Have you grown taller? Chapter 81. The Soul Ring Hatched. 1 meter 47. You've grown 2 centimeters. It turns out absorbing the soul ring can really make you taller. Tang Yin jumped up happily. It turns out that absorbing soul rings can make you taller. I never noticed this before. Oscar watched Tang Yin measuring his height under the tree. And perhaps because Tang Yin was measuring his height at first, later on, every girl came to measure themselves too. Big brother Dai, should we measure ourselves as well? Oscar said, what's the point of measuring height? The tallest here is Big brother Dai, and the shortest is Xiao Yin. I didn't expect Xiao Yin to grow taller. Ma Hongjun hadn't finished speaking when he saw Oscar shift his feet and wink at him. What's wrong? Master told us to go back and sleep early. So we're leaving now. Dai Mubai, who had been silently leaning against a pillar watching Zhu Zhuqing, immediately walked away after the fat guy brought up the height issue. I have to go too. I don't even know if there's food in the cafeteria. Oscar said as he left. What's going on? Why is everyone leaving? Ma Hongjun said, and before he could finish, a large fire ignited beneath his feet, surrounding him completely. What the heck? Why is there fire? Oh my gosh. Where did this fire come from? I didn't start a fire. Ouch, this fire is a bit hot. Ma Hongjun looked around. There was no one else on the playground. Just him surrounded by flames, which were taller than he was. How could he escape? Wait, why did everyone run away? They left me behind. And why is this fire different from my fire? No matter how much Ma Hongjun yelled, there was no one left on the playground. Fortunately, not long after, Dean Flender came out to take a look. Dean, come save me. The fat guy saw his savior and waved his hand. Cough. Flender pushed up his glasses and looked at the thick flames, examining them for a moment before speaking. Isn't your martial soul a fire phoenix? You just need to use your fire to overpower hers. Fatty Ma Hongjun wanted to say no, but Flender sighed and said, what a great trial. You can't miss it. Trial? Ma Hongjun was stunned. Hadn't he just angered Tang Yin? Well, if you can come out of this fire. It seems your evil fire can be controlled quite well. The problem was that Ma Hongjun's evil fire couldn't be controlled. He indulged in gluttony. If he could control his fire, not only would he be able to eat normally, but his controllability would also improve. Ma Hongjun didn't say anything and could only start using his martial soul to figure out how to get out of the raging flames. Of course, Flender was watching from the side, occasionally giving comments, and Ma Hongjun could only keep making adjustments. Meanwhile, Tang Yin, who had grown a little taller, was in a good mood, even humming a little tune as he leisurely headed back to the dormitory with everyone. The diligent Zhu Zhuqing returned to the dormitory, glanced at Tang Yin rolling on the bed, and seeing that nothing was wrong, she didn't waste any time. After saying she was going to train, she jumped out of the dormitory to begin cultivating her soul power. A hard-working and diligent person, Tang Yin sighed, then took out a small blue pouch. A gift from Xinghe, unsure what was inside. What would the child give her? With a hint of anticipation, Tang Yin opened it. She reached in and felt something, and then a blinding light made her instinctively close her eyes. Not yet sensing anything wrong, she vaguely felt something glowing fly out, which directly landed in her heart. What is this? The object settled in her heart, the light dissipated, and she noticed that her heart was still glowing. Soon, Tang Yin felt a tingling in her palm, and she uncontrollably opened her left hand, revealing a stone-like object with two small horns moving slightly. Then, Tang Yin clearly saw that the originally dull, potato-shaped thing in her hand had developed cracks. Not just a few cracks, but more and more cracks, emitting golden light. Roar during this time, she could also hear the adorable cry of a small soul beast. What on earth is this? Quickly, Tang Yin saw the two small horns move again, as if the little creature was shaking its head. The fragments that had fallen off seemed to be disappearing. And Tang Yin found herself looking into a pair of innocent, adorable big eyes. Once the big eyes recognized Tang Yin, they lit up, and the little creature playfully exclaimed, "Roar this is." A cute and innocent little beast, as if it had just hatched, stood up a bit unsteadily, shaking off some small cracks on its body. Finally, Tang Yin saw what was in her palm. It was a colorful qilin. Its body, perhaps trying to match Tang Yin's outfit, mostly displayed blue hues, complementing her look quite well. It could change colors. Little horns? Looking at the adorable little qilin with its familiar small horns on its head, Tang Yin felt a bit fantastical. Her martial soul hatched into a little qilin, a colorful one at that. So the previous martial soul was an egg. Roar the little qilin seemed to understand Tang Yin's words, tilting its little head and walking with unsteady steps to her thumb, gently rubbing its little head against it. It felt cool and refreshing, and it could even take on a physical form. Tang Yin held the little horn in his palm, which was indeed a small qilin. "Are you a qilin?" he asked. How the little qilin responded to Tang Yin's words, obediently sitting in the palms of his two hands, its tiny tail wagging happily. There was no doubt it was a small qilin. It looked clumsy and cute, showing a lot of dependence on Tang Yin. One couldn't help but wonder if it had a chick-like attachment. The little qilin seemed to think of something, its body moved, and it directly bumped into Tang Yin's forehead. Tang Yin felt that his soul power had become more substantial, and something was loosening. Tang Yin quickly sat cross-legged and continued to circulate with the warm current. When Tang Yin woke up, the sky was already dark, and at the same time, she felt that she had gained an additional soul ring. Tang Yin stood up and directly activated his martial soul. A small qilin sprang out and landed by his feet, resembling a tiny guardian. At the same time, the soul rings on Tang Yin's body also emerged. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. 3 soul rings. Additionally, her soul power also increased by 2 levels, now reaching level 35 Soul Master. Chapter 82. I should grow up too. Tang Yin looked at the 3 soul rings on her body. Her eyes lit up as she remembered something, and all her joy could not be concealed. Barefoot, she happily ran to the nearby wall, both excited and obediently standing up straight. At first glance, she looked like a well-behaved and understanding model student. The little qilin on the bed didn't understand, but mimicked Tang Yin, happily running to the other side, raising its 2 front hooves and tilting its head to imitate her. Its small appearance bore a resemblance to Tang Yin. However, soon the little qilin's attention was captured by a fluttering leaf. The leaf swayed past Tang Yin, wobbling back and forth, and it tilted its little head, tapping its head with its front foot, its nose twitching, not knowing what it was thinking with bright eyes sparkling. Suddenly, with a yelp, the little qilin took a step back, agilely leaped, and happily chased after the floating leaf. The leaf landed on Tang Yin's head, and the little qilin jumped up a few times in midair, quickly landing on Tang Yin's head. No, to be precise, it was standing on that leaf. But the leaf could not bear the little qilin's weight, and soon it wilted, failing to properly record Tang Yin's height. Tang Yin felt a movement on her head, and she reached up to take the little qilin down. "Don't make a fuss." Tang Yin held the little qilin tightly, standing straight, and the originally wilted leaves quickly perked up. The little qilin thought Tang and was playing with it. shaking its four hooves around and occasionally rubbing against Tang Yin's little hand. Tang Yin touched the little Qilin head that was only the size of her fist. Tang Yin comforted the little Qilin and placed it on her bed. The moment of happiness has arrived. Tang Yin took out a large ruler from space and placed it against the wall. 1441475150. Oh my God. She has grown taller again. Tang Yin was happily looking for someone to share with, but it was already dark outside. Tang Yin sighed and said, "Let's do it tomorrow." The master said we need to get up early. Tang Yin restrained herself and looked at the adjacent bed, which was still empty. Zhu Zhuqing was too diligent. She didn't know if it was because her martial soul was a little cat, which made her enjoy nightlife so much that she didn't like to return to bed. How the little Qilin might have sensed Tang Yan's excitement. It could clearly feel it and happily rolled around on the soft blanket several times, then stretched its little head to lick its small paws, looking at Tang Yin with big, adorable eyes. Little antlers. It was time to call it the little Qilin. Tang Yin couldn't share this with everyone for the moment, but she could share it with the little antlers. Little Qilin. Xiao Wu, one big and one small, they were hugging, tossing, and catching each other, having a great time. The little Qilin kept calling out, and its little milk-like voice sounded very cheerful. After Tang Yin settled down, she took out the small pouch, which was already empty, as if it was only meant to hold a soul seed. It didn't seem quite like a soul seed, but there was a slight resemblance. It was because of the item sent by this galaxy that she learned what type her martial soul was. It turned out to be a colorful Qilin. Qilin, as a creature, is considered sacred and auspicious. Her martial soul was actually an auspicious beast. Moreover, it seemed that a person's martial soul comes from their parents' martial souls. Her father, Tang Hao, had the martial soul of the Haotian hammer, and her mother, Yin, had the blue silvergrass. The combination of the two should have resulted in something similar to her younger brother. So she thought her little antlers should also be classified as a mutated plant type. She didn't expect it to be a beast martial soul. Did that mean her father's martial soul mixed in to produce a mutation, resulting in such a beast martial soul? That didn't seem right either. Her father and the others all had Haotian hammers, and she also had a Haotian hammer, so this little Qilin. Tang Yin couldn't quite understand for a moment, but soon she stopped thinking about it. Her abilities were considered all-encompassing, perfectly complemented by the colorful little Qilin for verification. Perhaps it was due to the mutation of 3 genes. She came from the apocalypse, and she had changed in ways that were hard to explain. Soon, Tang Yin stopped dwelling on it. Now she had a father, a younger brother, and a Yin, as well as a sister-in-law and many friends. Compared to often being alone in the apocalypse, she felt very satisfied. Tang Yin understood and fell asleep holding the little Qilin. Young master, the Qilin has descended. Jin Wang and looked at the altar of his clan, where 7-colored light had already begun to disperse. Mxing, he gazed at the altar, his expression somewhat dazed. It's time for it to descend. Young master, is our clan going to emerge? At this moment, Jin Wang also lost his teasing demeanor. He looked at the altar, unable to discern whether he felt joy or something else. It was supposed to descend. Not yet. Let her grow up first. I need to grow up too. As Xing He spoke, he stepped onto the altar. The clan's people watched and gathered around the altar, sitting cross-legged as if in prayer, or perhaps in protection. Jin Wang also found a place to sit cross-legged. For a moment, an indescribable aura enveloped the entire hall, as if it were a presence not to be pried into by outsiders. Good morning. Zhu Zhuqing, good morning. No, I should call you Seven Sister now. Seven Sister. Good morning. Tang Yin recalled the cue from yesterday. Little Yin, good morning. Zhu Zhuqing had just returned from outside not long ago. Upon seeing Tang Yan's sunny smile, she couldn't help but smile back. Although her smile was still a bit small and not very noticeable, her entire demeanor became gentler. I'll still call you Zhuqing. When the two stood together, Tang Yin found it hard to call her Seven Sister truly, even though she had grown a little taller. Zhu Zhuqing was still much taller than her. Okay. Zhu Zhuqing had no major objections, whether Tang Yin called her Seven Sister or by her name. She thought it sounded nice. Zhuqing, look at me, what's the difference? Tang Yin said, straightening her back. Zhu Zhuqing momentarily didn't understand what Tang Yin was trying to express. She looked at Tang Yin several times, her gaze landing on Tang Yan's upright posture, which she had intentionally made a bit taller. It seemed that Zhu Zhuqing understood a little. However, she wasn't very clear and could only ask with a hint of confusion. Have you grown taller? Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing had guessed it, Tang Yin happily grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's hand, and the two chatted while holding hands. I've grown taller. I'm now over 150 centimeters tall. truly promising for the future. I need to practice hard. Chapter 83. When I grow taller, I'll treat you to a feast. I've grown taller. I'm now over 150 centimeters tall, truly promising for the future. I need to practice hard. Now, it's not just about cultivation, but also about growing taller. With soul power and soul rings, one can grow taller. What kind of principle is this? However, she would still work hard. Previously, she focused more on abilities, but now, she was more interested in cultivating soul power. Tang Yin happily went to the school cafeteria with Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing the chef-like master and everyone already eating, Tang Yin realized she was also hungry. The master's culinary skills were quite good. You all eat well. Only after eating can you have the strength to train, the master remarked as he observed everyone competing for dishes. Great. Everyone focused on eating, and during the meal, they occasionally praised the food, saying it was delicious and tasted good. Once everyone was full, Tang Yin remembered what she wanted to share. Brother, look at me. Look at me. Tang Yin pulled her brother beside her and excitedly said. Tang San looked at Tang Yin, and everyone else turned to look as well. How is it? Any changes? Tang Yin straightened his back and continued to smile. Zhu Zhuqing, who already knew the answer, sat beside him with a slight smile. Ning Rongrong noticed Zhu Zhuqing's smile and leaned over, softly calling out seventh sister. Zhu Zhuqing gestured towards Tang Yin with a slight movement of her hand. And Ning Rongrong understood, secretly smiling as well. Dai Mubai occasionally glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, and seeing her and Ning Rongrong's small actions, he probably figured out. He patted the chubby guy next to him, hoping he wouldn't say anything inappropriate. Yesterday, the chubby guy had been trapped in the fire and had to exert a lot of effort to get out. Although he had greatly improved his control over fire, it had still been a tough experience. He had also heard that Dean Flinder found this method very effective for the chubby guy's training and planned to let Tang Yin come a few more times to trap him in fire, leaving no room for laziness. Sister, have you grown taller again? After talking with the master yesterday, Tang San returned to the dormitory and heard about the girls measuring their heights from Oscar. He also knew that Tang Yin was very concerned about height. He glanced a few times and found that Tang Yin had indeed grown quite a bit. Sister, have you grown taller again? Xiao Wu was the most surprised. She knew Tang Yin's height the best, and seeing her grow a little more made her feel she needed to eat well to grow taller quickly. If she got caught up in height, her rabbit ears would be touched again. She didn't actually mind having her rabbit ears touched, but being touched by Tang Yin felt like being played with by a huge tiger, making her shiver instinctively. I've grown. I'm now 150 centimeters tall. I'm only 12 years old, and I can continue to grow taller, so you all need to grow slowly and wait for me. Tang Yin said happily. Puffed. Oscar couldn't hold back after hearing this. Could they really control how slowly they grew? It wasn't something they could decide. Everyone present knew that growing slowly couldn't be controlled, but they all agreed. Sister, you grow faster, and I'll grow slower, then I'll be as tall as you. Tang San said jokingly. Ha ha cough. I'll also grow slower. Oscar tried to control his laughter, but he still responded smoothly. Then little Yin needs to eat more. We're all waiting for you. Ning Rongrong added. Sister, you work hard to grow taller. She also wanted to grow taller. Xiao Wu thought to herself, don't worry, I'll eat less in the future. I'll give you the extra, and you'll definitely grow taller. Ma Hongjun recalled yesterday's fire and deeply realized that he shouldn't mention Tang Yan's height anymore. Dean Flinder had already noticed Tang Yan's flames. And if Tang Yin agreed to Dean Flinder's proposal to come a few more times, it would be unbearable, not to mention being a phoenix. There wouldn't even be a chance for a wild chicken. It was just too tough. The training effects were good, but practicing without food, drink, or sleep, with no one to pass him food, left him hungry and tired all alone. It was really difficult. You all are so nice. When I grow taller, I'll treat you all to a big meal. Tang Yin listened to everyone's words, feeling very happy. They were not just classmates, but also friends worth making. They laughed and joked about how they would have a good meal when Tang Yin grew taller. Soon, they arrived at the playground, where the master was already waiting. Seeing this, everyone tacitly quieted down and lined up, starting with 0, Tang Yin, and then 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in order. The master nodded in satisfaction and couldn't help but say, very good. It seems everyone has eaten well and is in a good mood. The master looked around with satisfaction. Then his gaze fell on Tang Yin. Tang San, here. Since he knew the master, he rarely called Tang Yin by her full name, but doing so now showed everyone's seriousness and earnestness. Tang Yin certainly couldn't fall behind. Apart from Oscar and Ning Rongrong, everyone else took turns to challenge Tang Yin. What? When the master's words came out, everyone was shocked. Everyone was going to take turns to fight Tang Yin. This was something they had not anticipated. This doesn't seem right. Tang San saying that she disliked fighting the most. Would it really be one after another? Why not all at once? No, no, no. They were all classmates and friends. That sounded too arrogant. She wanted to be a bit more reserved. You are a whole, and everyone needs to be familiar with each other's abilities, soul skills, and fighting habits. Is there still a problem now? The master looked around and said. Tang Anmo quickly nodded, stepped forward, looked at everyone, and then said, Tang Yin, Martial Soul, 7-colored Qilin, level 35 Assault type, Soul Master. Howl, as Tang Yin spoke, she activated her martial soul, and a lovable, clumsy little Qilin sprang out from behind her. 3 soul rings floated above her. Purple, black, black. 1,000-year soul ring, and 2 10,000-year soul rings. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Even a master didn't expect Tang Yin to look like this. How could she have changed so much in such a short time since leaving Nodding Academy? Moreover, no one had seen Tang Yin fully unleash her martial soul before, and they were now utterly shocked. Even Flander, who was watching the master train a few little monsters from a distance, took a deep breath upon seeing Tang Yin's martial soul. Flanders gazed toward Tang and was as if he were looking at a monster, as if his academy only accepted monsters. The master had studied Tang Yin's martial soul for a long time and never expected to see her in this form upon their reunion. Chapter 84. Pay attention, even those who had seen Tang Yin's little antlers couldn't help but ask their doubts. This little one, where are your little antlers? How did they turn from a plant into a soul beast? Wasn't little Anne's little antlers a plant martial soul, not a weapon martial soul? Once this was said, everyone exchanged glances. To be honest, no one could figure out what Tang Yin's martial soul was before. Even Tang Yin herself didn't know what it was. Now that they saw the current Tang Yin, how could they not be surprised? Ahem. Tang Yin composed herself for a moment, and then said, Actually, I only found out last night. It just hatched, and then it appeared. Tang Yi said, and the little Qilin seemed to have a telepathic connection with him. Swiftly jumping into his arms, Tang Yi's hands easily encircled the little Qilin's armpits. He lifted her up, presenting the little Qilin. At this moment, the master came over to take a look, his eyes filled with surprise. This is a mutated soul beast. It should be, Tang Yi thought. It seemed that there were no colorful Qilins in this Douluo continent, nor the 5 great auspicious beasts. Xiao Wu, the little Qilin, not too satisfied with being held like this, let out a couple of roars at Tang Yi, looking rather silly, which made everyone unable to resist reaching out to touch her. This is a physical manifestation. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise as she touched the little Qilin's soft paw, unable to contain her amazement. I want to touch it too. Let me touch it. Oscar couldn't help but squeeze over, ending up right beside Ning Rongrong. Wow, it's a bit cool. What kind of soul beast is this? It feels so good to touch. Tang San and Xiao were also on one side, and even Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai were on the other side. Everyone was paired up, teasing the new toy like young couples. A few people had already surrounded Tang San, and the chubby Ma Hongjun was feeling a bit pitiful in this tight crowd. He couldn't squeeze through no matter how hard he tried. They were jumping and watching, unable to touch anything. Ma Hongjun glanced at the only person next to him, the master, and felt a bit better. Good, he wasn't the only one being squeezed out. Ahem. The master seemed to understand Ma Hongjun's feelings. He lightly coughed to remind everyone over there, who were still childishly excited. It seemed that with Tang San present, everyone's childlike nature became even more apparent. All right, we should start the class now. As soon as the master's words were spoken, everyone finally managed to disperse. Wu, the honest and adorable little Qilin, finally got a breath of fresh air. Dai Mubai, begin. The master said. Dai Mubai became serious upon hearing this, as he wasn't very confident about competing with Tang San, even though his soul power was slightly higher than Tang San's at the moment. Tang Yin released the little Qilin, and Dai Mubai quickly unleashed his martial soul. Tang Sha was waiting for Dai Mubai to attack her first, as she didn't have many tricks up her sleeve when it came to fighting. In unfamiliar situations, everyone aimed for speed and accuracy when dealing with zombies. They only needed to dodge their attacks and then decapitate them. However, in a battle against humans, they were not zombies, and Tang Sha couldn't use her usual fighting style. Now, she could only respond to each move as it came. At first, Dai Mubai wanted to test Tang Sha's skills in boxing and kicking, but he didn't expect her speed to be too fast. Whether it was his punches or kicks, Tang Sha could quickly perceive them and either dodge or counter with ease. This approach wasn't working, so Dai Mubai quickly resorted to his soul abilities. The second soul ability, White Tiger's Light Wave. Tang Yin instinctively avoided, but remembering the master's words. She understood their soul skills and habits, while also letting them understand hers. So she had no choice but to confront them. Tang Yin kicked back, further increasing the distance between her and Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's attack came towards her with speed and time, but Tang Yin's speed was not bad either. Tang Yin crouched down after creating some distance, placing one hand on the ground. She suddenly raised her head to look at Dai Mubai's incoming attack. She lightly parted her lips and said, "Earth escape." In an instant, Dai Mubai's white tiger fierce light wave was blocked by a thick earth wall that emerged from the ground. Dai Mubai was somewhat surprised to see this sturdy earth wall. But since this was a battle against Tang Yin, he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Second soul skill, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. Once again, he used his first soul skill to wash away Tang Yin's earth wall. The earth wall showed signs of cracking. Tang Yi smiled lightly, and his body moved back several feet, kneeling on one knee again. Then Tang Yi's hand touched the ground, and the earth escape technique unfurled. Bang, bang, bang. 3 thick earthen walls emerged, each at least a meter thick. My goodness, what a defense against attacks. I can't even see Xiao Wu using his spirit ring. Oscar and Ning Rongrong didn't need to participate in the fight. They watched the walls rising from the ground and couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Yu is amazing." Ning Rongrong commented. If she faced Tang Yi, being a support spirit master, she wouldn't stand chance. Meanwhile, the few who were going to fight Tang Yi were watching intently, trying to understand his abilities or thinking about how to counter such an attack. Third spirit skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai realized that to reach Tang Yi, he had to destroy the 3 thick walls in front of him, so he could only use his strongest third spirit skill. Bang, bang, bang. The power of Dai Mubai's third spirit skill was still considerable. As the 3 walls in front of Tang Yi shattered one after another. With the earthen walls gone, Dai Mubai naturally seized the opportunity to close in, as ranged attacks were too disadvantageous for him. Tang Yin raised his hand to catch Dai Mubai's punch, tilted his ear to evade another punch. And when Dai Mubai threw his next punch, Tang Yin did not defend again, but instead clenched his fist and proactively began to attack Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's eyes flickered. He sensed that Tang Yin was no longer just defending, but was counterattacking. Dai Mubai immediately focused his attention to meet Tang Yin's assault. So fast. Dai Mubai secretly sighed that Tang Yin's speed was a bit too fast for him to keep up. Just a little lapse in attention, and he could be hit. Is this really just a level 35 soul power? Dai Mubai doubted it. As the fight went on, Dai Mubai found it increasingly difficult to keep up with Tang Yin's speed and accidentally got hit several times, with significant force, causing him to cough involuntarily. Watch closely. Suddenly, Tang Yin said, and something fell to the ground from his hand. Dai Mubai couldn't see what it was yet. He then heard Tang Yin softly say, "Bind." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the sound of something slicing through the air, Dai Mubai was quickly bound by countless green vines. Chapter 85. Brother, are you playing with your life? Dai Mubai was suspended in the air, bound up, his feet not touching the ground. No matter how hard he tried, these vines were incredibly resilient. Even if he used his soul skill, he could only eliminate a few vines, but they continued to grow, and his soul skill was not enough to match their growth rate. He could either use a soul skill strong enough to eliminate all the vines binding him at once, or he would have to give up. After fighting with Tang Yin for so long, he had already consumed a large portion of his soul power, and now he couldn't break free in one go. If he were in peak condition, perhaps he could. Therefore, in this battle, there was no doubt that he, Dai Mubai, had lost. Tang Yin is even more powerful than he imagined. Tang Yin retracted the vines, and saw that the vines transformed back into seeds. With a gust of wind, Tang Yin blew the scattered seeds back in her hands. "Excuse me." Tang Yin clasped her fists and slightly bowed. This was the etiquette of a friendly exchange. Although she was far from the apocalypse, some customs were hard to forget, and she instinctively did it. Dai Mubai wanted to praise Tang Yin for being impressive, but seeing her clasping her fists and bowing for the first time left him a bit confused. Was this some kind of etiquette? Should he respond in kind? Furthermore, seeing everyone's expressions, it seemed they were also witnessing this side of Tang Yin for the first time, which relieved him. At least he wasn't the only one feeling that her ceremonial gesture was unfamiliar. However, only Tang San stared at Tang Yin's clasped fists and bowed with a dazed look. This modest and respectful gesture was something he had only encountered in his previous life. So, Tang Yin still remembered the events when he fell into the dream. After all, how could she possibly forget? Tang Yin felt her brother's gaze and smiled brightly at him. It seems that he would be next. Having spent nearly 10 years with her brother, she had never fought against him once. Tang San, the master, called out, and Tang San nodded. "Sister, please guide me." Tang San wondered how much Tang Yin would remember. When he came up, he also clasped his fists in greeting to Tang Yin but did not bow. The opening ceremony did not require a bow, so Tang San looked at Tang Yin while clasping his fists. Tang Yin nodded and returned a fist salute. This was a form of etiquette passed down from their ancestors. In the apocalypse, when everyone showcased their abilities, it was essential to reclaim a sense of ritual. Although they were fighting, they didn't follow the scholarly conventions, which instead evoked a sense of the ancient martial world reminiscent of the time before the apocalypse. Somewhat similar to Tang San's previous life. So, was this a form of etiquette unique to Xiao Yin and Xiao San's family? The onlookers, watching the two siblings exchange fist salutes and glance at each other, then began to fight. Tang San's first move was to unexpectedly use blue silvergrass, which shot up from the ground like a rain of arrows, eagerly trying to capture Tang Yin. Tang San saw this and didn't let up underfoot. He jumped while watching the blue silvergrass that fell like rain, a smile on her lips, truly a good and obedient younger brother. Utilizing the unique growth and spread of blue silvergrass, combined with the restraint of soul power, it could grow and attack with the mindset of its soul master without relying on the soul skills it was supposed to have. These training methods were somewhat like supernatural abilities. Previously, she had been lazy, either climbing up trees or running to the rooftop, with the only constant being that below her were her brother and Xiao Wu sparring. As an audience, she couldn't help but offer a suggestion. Unexpectedly, her brother really managed to practice it. Fire. Tang San looked at the increasing amount of blue silver grass in front of him, each strand looking quite tough. And they also contained a hint of toxin, originating from his first soul ring, the mandala snake. Suddenly, flames erupted from the ground, burning Tang San's blue silver grass clean. At this moment, as Tang San was using his ability, he quickly approached Tanya, but there was no way Tanya would let him get close so easily. A gust of wind came gently, and she flipped backward into the air. First soul skill bind. As Tang San's voice fell, a considerable amount of blue silver grass sprouted from the ground near Tanya, coming from all directions. Tang San took a glance and realized there were indeed many flames swirling around. The fire surrounded Tang Yin completely, and when the flames met the plant blue silvergrass, they burned even fiercer. It was as if Tang Yin was trapped in a sea of fire, enveloped by flames. Sister. Tang San's eyes narrowed, and his heart sank sharply. Without a second thought, he rushed forward, intending to pull Tang Yin out of the sea of fire. Tang Yin was a bit confused when her younger brother ran over, but seeing him getting close to her fire made her worried he would get hurt. She was the master of the fire, so it wouldn't harm her. But her brother was different. Rushing in like that was practically asking for death. Flames, retreat. Tang Yin was afraid that her reckless brother would get burned. As she withdrew the flames, a cool mist of water blocked Tang San's path, preventing him from being harmed by the heat waves. Brother, are you trying to get yourself killed? Fortunately, Tang Yin acted quickly and retracted the flames, while the surrounding water droplets extinguished the heat waves. She let out a sigh of relief, but her tone still carried a hint of annoyance as she said this. Tang San was finally brought back to reality by Tang Yin's words. Seeing Tang Yin in danger instinctively made him want to save him. In his dream, Tang Yin was lying in his arms, covered in blood. He felt fear the moment he sensed Tang Yin was in danger. However, once he confirmed that Tang Yin was okay, Tang San's rationality kicked in, and he realized this was a good opportunity. Second soul skill, parasitism. With a swift motion, Tang Yin was caught and turned into a sieve. This was because Tang San had secretly developed his second soul skill during the activation of his first soul skill. At that moment, Tang Yin's flames had not burned away the blue silvergrass in time, so some seeds of the blue silvergrass had fallen on Tang Yin. Now trapped like a sieve, Tang Yin didn't want to speak. Meanwhile, the spectators watching the battle couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. So it can work like this. First soul skill, Sacred Flame. With a slight movement at his feet, a purple soul ring emerged, and the surrounding flames were even more vigorous than Tang Yin's. A wave of heat surged as Tang Yin gained 2 more soul rings, enhancing the power of his first soul skill. Roar, a fire Qilin-like phantom appeared around Tang Yin, causing the blue silvergrass to burn even faster. Tang San felt the heat wave and couldn't help but take a few steps back. The blue Qilin directly transformed into a fire Qilin. Everyone watched with great interest. So it can change color. Brother, you don't adhere to martial ethics. The free Tang Yin couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Tang San just smiled faintly and said, Sister, all's fair in war. As long as you can be well, anything is fine. Tang San, after realizing that those flames couldn't harm Tang Yin, relaxed his tense heart and was able to engage seriously in battle with Tang Yin. Chapter 86. Brother, can you catch this? She also knew that all is fair in war. If her brother fought with someone else, she would have to praise him for being smart. But the opponent was her. Oof. Use your hidden weapons too. Today, I'm going to teach you how to fight. All right. Tang San understood Tang Yan's meaning. It seemed like they were going to get serious now. He had always wanted to have a match with Tang Yin to see the distance between them. For some reason, it made my blood boil. Oscar had already hugged a large tree in front of him. They could all feel the heat waves from Tang Yan's first soul skill. Little Yin cared a lot for Brother San, and Brother San also liked this sister very much. I never expected to witness such a scene. Ning Rongrong, beside Oscar, couldn't help but say a word. Isn't that right? Oscar said excitedly. Just now, a wave of heat made him instinctively pull Ning Rongrong over here, and unexpectedly, she actually came with him. It's truly beautiful. Not only did it feel good inside, but watching the duel between Tang San and Tang Yin was also incredibly thrilling. Oscar and Ning Rongrong found it relaxing and occasionally chatted excitedly, while the people on Dai Mubai's side were much more serious. Whether it was Dai Mubai, who had already entered the arena, or Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, who hadn't yet participated, they were all watching the duel between Tang Yin and Tang San with utmost seriousness, almost as if they were taking notes. They would also have to go up and fight soon, and they didn't know how long they could last against Tang Yin. Xian Yu's hand. Tang San's hands underwent a change, and he quickly took out many cold-emitting silk needles from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Ghostly shadows vanished. Tang San quickly ran towards Tang Yin, who narrowed her eyes slightly. Her spiritual energy enveloped the entire area. She could sense even the slightest rustle of wind or grass. When her brother rushed towards her, he was fast, comparable to her speed ability. However, an ability is still an ability, different from martial arts techniques. And her brother's speed was still a little lacking. Tang San's figure moved like a shadow, with two figures constantly intertwining. So fast, I can't see clearly. Oscar watched as Tang San and Tang Yin moved. He was struggling to keep up with their speed and could hardly see them. I couldn't see clearly either. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, being support types, lacked a lot of battle experience. All they could see were two figures overlapping and then quickly separating, everything else appearing quite illusory. These two kids really were monsters among monsters. At some point, Flinder arrived and stood not far from Oscar, watching Tang San and Tang Yan's duel intently. Their speed had already surpassed their soul power. The master was judging from aside. Flinder's gaze fell on Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing and the others. These kids were likely stimulated and would probably train even harder in the future. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the coordination of the purple extreme magic eye, Tang San finally found a slight opening and sent the silver needles flying towards Tang Yin. Tang Yin did not dodge and calmly raised his palm. Shield. A golden shield appeared in front of Tang Yin, directly blocking Tang San's hidden weapon. Seeing this, Tang San accelerated his ghost shadow mistral, throwing hidden weapons at Tang Yin from every angle, trying to achieve a full 360-degree attack without any blind spots. Clang! The hidden weapon struck the golden shield created by Tang Yan's metal-based abilities, producing a crisp sound of collision. Tang San's hidden weapon couldn't harm Tang Yin for the time being. Tang San looked at the hidden weapons he was about to switch to, which had a heavier impact. At that moment, Tang San's soul rings began to move again. Second soul skill, Nightmare. In an instant, the entire scene seemed to change. Tang San didn't know what was happening, but he remained vigilant and took a step back. However, when he landed, he found himself on a competition platform that only existed in the Tang sect of his previous life. Tang San looked around. It was the death arena of the Tang sect. Those who refused to admit defeat faced death. It felt as if he had returned to that time. Provoked by his fellow disciples, forced to sign the life and death contract, that fellow disciple was still standing there, using the Tang sect's hidden weapons, wanting to bring him to his demise. No, that is not right. Tang Yin, his sister. This is fake. Tang San quickly regained consciousness and swiftly activated the purple extreme magic eye. The scene before him indeed changed again. He met Tang Yan's smiling face. It had been very dangerous just now. If this were a real battle or battlefield, losing himself in the previous illusion would have definitely led to a tragic death. Even though he reacted quickly, he had still shown a flaw. If Tang Yin had attacked him while he was momentarily distracted, he would have been seriously injured. Fortunately, Tang Yin was his sister and wouldn't harm him. Third brother had just stopped moving. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang San, who had clearly been distracted just now. This was a major taboo in a fight. It should have been Xiao Yan's second soul skill. Dai and Mubai spoke up, but they still didn't know what Tang Yan's second soul skill looked like, as they hadn't experienced it themselves. Oh no, did Xiao San lose? Am I up next? Ma Hongjun felt overwhelmed. If it were his turn, would Tang Yin care for him like she did for her brother? It wasn't over yet, Xiao Wu said seriously. Just as Xiao Wu finished speaking, Tang Yin also said to Tang San, "Brother, can you catch this?" Tang San said, and many densely packed golden needles emerged from the palm of his hand, somewhat similar to Tang San's dragon whisker needles. This sight was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Tang San was attacked by a multitude of golden needles that had evolved from Tang Yin's gold ability. There were too many, densely packed, and these needles were extremely fine. Even if Tang San used a web to bind them, it wouldn't be able to handle these things. Tang San could only dodge. However, these needles seemed to have a life of their own, following the trajectory of his evasions. Tang San was able to quickly dodge. Seeing this, Tang Yin reminded him, "Brother, use your soul power to form an invisible wall to block it back." Tang San listened and, while dodging, really tried to follow what Tang Yin said. Everyone watching was a bit confused. Can soul power really condense into an invisible wall to block things back? They had never even heard of such a thing. Once soul power reaches the level of soul daw, with thick soul power, it can indeed block some external objects from approaching. Only then can what Tang Yin said about condensing into a wall to block things back be achieved. His little Sin only had 32 levels of soul power, while Soul Douluo needed to be at least 80 or 90 levels. How could little San possibly do it? But Tang Yin spoke with such certainty. Tang San really tried. Airflow Dantian. Tang San reminded again. Tang San's eyes lit up. This is the form of cultivating skills, if it is used in the same way on soul power. Tang San did not dodge Tang Yan's attack anymore. Instead, he faced it with a serious expression. Chapter 87. Who loves you, Tang San took a deep breath. Success or failure depended on this one move. Since his cultivation, he had leaned towards soul power, neglecting some internal energy techniques. If the two could be considered as the same origin, the same principle, then Tang San took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his mind even more. The spectators around him held their breath, afraid to disturb anything or miss something. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but exclaim. As Tang San closed his eyes, the soul power around him began to fluctuate continuously. Centered on Tang San himself, many blue-silver grasses began to grow around him. There was also an indescribable flow of energy and motion, or perhaps that energy was soul power, but this type of soul power felt extraordinarily pure. Was it an illusion? Tang San was almost pierced by the dense golden needles, but unfortunately, they stopped just 0.01 second short, hovering in front of him as if something invisible was blocking them. Dai Mu Bai and the other's expressions changed. It was simply unbelievable. Flinder, unable to hold back, took a couple of steps forward, but he was afraid of disturbing Tang San and Tangya. For a moment, he could only stand aside and wait silently. As for the other students, they were left speechless, their mouths agape. This was supposed to require a soul duel. No, wait, this is a domain. The master had been watching Tang San all along, and as he observed, he finally sensed something was off and couldn't help but step back. A domain. Everyone was even more stunned. This was a domain that was hard to come by, and it was formed right before their eyes. They couldn't comprehend it. However, thinking back to what Tanya said about everyone having their own domain, as long as they found out what they truly wanted, the domain would naturally appear. So, had Tang San found it? Did that mean they also had hope? Sister, you need to be careful. Tang San had comprehended how to convert soul power into internal energy to form a barrier, which allowed him to find a way to counter Tanya. Good. Tanya felt quite pleased. Then it was my turn to attack. She urged her brother to quickly familiarize himself with this skill. In an instant, many short, sharp spikes appeared in front of Tanya, and as she charged towards Tang San, all the golden spikes flew in the opposite direction of Tanya. However, they surrounded Tang San on both sides along with Tanya. Tang San raised a barrier with one hand, directly blocking those golden short axes. Instead, he found it difficult to withstand the attack power from Tang Yan's side. Focusing his mind, he tried to free himself from controlling with his hand. As Tang Yan spoke, his subordinate unceremoniously threw a punch towards Tang San's abdomen. Tang San could only endure this blow with a muffled groan, unable to dodge in time. However, when Tang Yan's attack came, he was able to block it with his internal energy. But he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the smile at the corner of Tang Yan's mouth. Tang San called out poorly. As expected, those short axes that were originally blocked by him floated up again and then rushed towards the direction he couldn't pay attention to. Tang San is not yet able to multitask, or rather, he cannot use multiple abilities at once. If he blocks those golden short axes, then he won't be able to defend against Tang Yan's attack from this side. First soul skill binding. After receiving a few punches, Tang San did not forget that he still had spirit skills. When Tang Yan's fist came again, he had already used it. The first spirit skill, Holy Flame. Tang San felt a rolling wave of heat all over his body, accompanied by a burning pain. He gritted his teeth and recalled what Tang Yan had said earlier. He focused on centering his mental power and used the soul power from his entire body to form a circular barrier, finally protecting himself within it. The intense heat was also isolated. However, as time went on, Tang San felt his soul power dwindling, and even his Xiantian skill was somewhat overexerted. He had been fighting with Tang Yan for a long time, and it wasn't just a drain on his physical and mental strength. He had also gained insight into Tang Yan's advice about forming a protective wall with soul power. Soul power could be used without relying on soul rings, which was Tang San's biggest gain today. Cough cough. Tang San was somewhat drained of soul power, but the battle wasn't over yet. So he didn't withdraw and continued to hold on desperately. Tang Yin also realized that her brother was nearing his limit, so she stopped attacking and withdrew her soul power and abilities. Tang San saw this and also withdrew his soul power, sitting down on the ground feeling somewhat exhausted. Tang Yin saw this and walked over, then reached out his hand. Tang San saw Tang Yan's outstretched hand. Even though he was exhausted and weak, with pain left over from their duel, seeing Tang Yan's hand made everything worth it. Sister, Tang San grasped Tang Yan's hand, smiling brightly. You should go rest for a bit, Tang Yin said, while holding her brother's hand and using her healing ability to mend his burns and restore his soul power. All right. Tang San quickly regained his spirits. He needed to carefully ponder and consolidate what he had just learned, so that he could use it with the fastest speed and efficiency. Multitasking effectively. I'm done for, it's my turn now. As Tang San, Little Yan's brother, having been beaten so badly, when it's my turn at the very least, I should take a hit. Fatty Ma Hongjun watched as Tang San walked back, trembling a bit. He wasn't sure if it was because of the shadow left by Tang Yan's flames from yesterday. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Everyone still wants to see what other skills Tang Yan has. He was directly kicked out by the group. Big brother Dai, you don't love me anymore. Fatty shouted, holding back tears. Nonsense, who loves you? Dai Mubai thought Fatty had some issues. Had he ever loved him? Never, right? Cough cough, I only like girls. Dai Mubai sensed the probing gazes from the girls and quickly clarified for himself. Dai Mubai instinctively looked at Zhu Zhuqing, and seeing her indifferent expression, he instinctively defended himself to her. Really, besides you, I want to even look at anyone else. Oh, the people nearby couldn't help but smirk. Don't let Dai Mubai know he said something wrong, they thought, wanting to explain. But seeing Zhu Zhuqing's gaze had shifted, he paused for a moment. It seemed like Zhu Zhuqing was no longer indifferent, or was she shy? Dai Mubai couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, ignoring everyone's teasing. His gaze also fell on Tang Yin and Fatty. As both main characters seemed shy, everyone stopped the teasing and became more serious, preparing to watch Fatty Ma Hongjun's duel with Tang Yin. Chapter 88. 6 Tang Yan's Ma Hongjun approached Tang Yin, trembling a bit. Should he say something nice to get Tang Yin to go easy on him? Dai Mubai and Tang San couldn't handle her, so he definitely wouldn't be spared. Trembling, Ma Hongjun didn't know what to do in front of Tang Yin. He wasn't sure if his brain wasn't working well or was too sharp, so he directly imitated Tang San's stance and cupped his fists towards Tang Yin. If this was Tang Yan's family etiquette, would imitating it make her go easy on him? Tang San, you straightened your back while clasping your fists, but how should she respond to this gesture? Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun, hoping that by observing him, he might understand her meaning and straighten his back. However, Ma Hongjun had no idea. Under Tang San's quiet gaze, he felt a lot of pressure. Meanwhile, Tang San couldn't help but laugh at the small, expectant look on Tang Er's face and Ma Hongjun's actions. Oscar and Dai Mubai had already come to Tang San's side, and when they saw him laughing, they exchanged glances with him. Although the fatty's appearance was somewhat amusing, it shouldn't have caused Tang San to laugh out loud. His laughter had always been quite reserved. What made him laugh this time? Quickly, Tang San explained to everyone. In our fist-clasping etiquette, we need to have presence. Our backs must be straight, and we must look our opponent in the eye. This shows respect, and if you appear timid, people might think you are afraid of your opponent. Those who understand might think he is scared, while those who don't might assume he is disrespecting the other party, not even showing basic courtesy, which could easily anger them. There's such a protocol? Dai Mubai looked at Tang Er and Tang San, unsure of where this etiquette originated. Oh, and when clasping fists, you can also politely say, please give me guidance. As Tang San spoke, his gaze fell on Tang Er. wanted to see her reaction or to know how much she perceived in his intent. Tang San raised his eyebrows slightly, not expecting such a statement. During the apocalypse, they had a strong presence, but it was mostly just a show of fists and the demeanor of a hero, lacking many of the finer details. Ma Hongjun, with his keen hearing as a soul master, heard Tang San's words and seemed to puff up like a porcupine, quickly straightening his back and clasping his fists with all his might. He didn't forget Tang San's earlier teachings and hurriedly said to Tang San, "Please give me guidance." There's no need for that. The master's serious face couldn't hold back any longer, and even Flinder beside him couldn't bear to see Ma Hongjun like this. Flinder exchanged a glance with the master, both understanding each other's thoughts, and nodded to each other. The master's gaze fell on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, you two join Ma Hongjun. Yes. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing responded seriously and stepped forward. Upon hearing the master's words, Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up, his grateful gaze unmistakably directed at the master. When he saw Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing coming out, the dynamics shifted for Ma Hongjun. He knew he couldn't defeat Tang San alone, but now he had 3 people. With this thought, he felt much more relaxed, his posture straightening significantly. Flinder watched and felt like kicking Ma Hongjun, whose emotions were all written on his face. Even if he was scared, he shouldn't display it so openly. It seemed he would have to give Ma Hongjun more lessons in the future. Ma Hongjun had no idea that his earlier performance would lead to many remedial classes from Flinder in the future. At this moment, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun nodded. During their time in the Stardow Forest, they had a general understanding of everyone's soul skills, so collaborating wasn't unfamiliar. A group fight, 1 against 3. Tang Yin slightly raised her eyebrows and glanced at the master, but she didn't say anything. It was just right. There was no need to go 1 by 1, saving quite a bit of time. She didn't like fighting anyway, and didn't know how many athletic cells she had wasted. The second soul skill, Phoenix of Fire. As soon as Ma Hongjun came up, he unleashed his ultimate move, and the entire arena was enveloped in Ma Hongjun's Phoenix flames. It was somewhat interesting. Tang San performed a flip in midair and stepped on a green vine that had sprouted out of nowhere, temporarily avoiding the flames. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were also not polite, attacking from both sides, seemingly trying to prevent Tang Yin from using those strange moves. Tang San found it a bit difficult to deal with both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were both quick attackers, but she still had her future skill, Phantom. In a group fight, she naturally was the one who made the group. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing quickly noticed that the Tang San they were fighting against seemed to have a double image. At first, they thought something was wrong, but soon they realized that each of them was facing a separate Tang San. 1 for each. Oh my, 2 Tang Sans. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth in surprise, her voice trembling. Is this real? They can even fight separately with Big Sister and Seventh Sister. No, wait, there are 3. Oscar saw that there was also a Tang San on Ma Hongjun's side, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What's going on? What kind of skill is this?" Flinder felt like he was dreaming or seeing things. How could there be 3 Tang Sans? The master, who was asked, also didn't know and remained silent. My sister used this move when sparring with teacher Zhao before, Tang San said, appearing a bit calmer. At that time, I thought it was just a soul skill, a multiple shadow, with only one being real. After all, when Tang San used this move, it was with a single action, using the same technique. They completely didn't expect these phantoms could act independently. So which one is the real Tang San? It should be said that they're all Tang San using the purple extreme magic eye, so it's impossible to tell which is real. How could they all be real? Everyone was shocked by Tang San's words. However, it wasn't just 3 anymore. Now there were 6, and each of Xiao Wu's group was facing 2 Tang Sans. Wow, Oscar couldn't help but swallow hard. It was truly terrifying. 6 Tang Sans, each fighting with different movements. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could they fight? They couldn't even handle 1 Tang San, and now there were so many. No, look closely. Tang San noticed something different. He activated the purple extreme magic eye and carefully examined the 6 Tang Sans. Chapter 89. Let me give you a hug. As soon as Tang San spoke, everyone carefully observed the 6 figures of Tang Yan. The longer they looked, the more they noticed something different. Although there were 6 small Yans, it seemed that their powers were dispersed, and each small Yan appeared to have different abilities. Dai Mubai, having the highest spirit power among them, was the first to notice a subtle difference. After making comparisons, he analyzed the problem with the 6 Tang Yans. Yes, they could all fight, but one skill could only be used on one person, and the second one wouldn't be usable. If analyzed this way, My sister could utilize her multi-element power more effectively against her opponents by using the method of elemental interactions. Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes saw things more clearly, and he quickly reached this conclusion. Although Tang Yin was dealing with 3 people at the same time, her mind was still partially focused on the outside world, so she naturally heard her brother's words. After listening to their discussion, she couldn't help but nod. If she only had the phantom clone ability, although she could create clones, their movements would become synchronized and would not be as varied as they were now. However, let's not forget that she also had a mental ability, which was capable of controlling the brains of individuals or any sentient beings, all of which could be influenced by her mental power. Whether it was influencing or controlling one person or a group, both herself and others could act according to her will. However, she had not yet used her mental power to control others because she had not encountered a situation that was truly dangerous and forced her hand. Otherwise, she would not use her mental power to control someone, as this kind of control could inadvertently turn the other person into a fool. Alternatively, if the opponent's mental power was too strong, it could backfire on her. Just then, Ma Hongjun unleashed another phoenix fire, and Tang Yin, who was battling Ma Hongjun, leaped up, merging with her clone, and then increased the distance between herself and Ma Hongjun. Tang Yin glanced at Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun. Their soul power had also been nearly exhausted. Tang San was not prepared to continue. As this thought crossed his mind, the Tang San who was fighting against Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing disappeared, leaving only the Tang San in the air. Then they heard Tang San excitedly say, "I'll show you a big move." Everyone was unsure of what big move Tang San was referring to, but that didn't stop the spectators from feeling excited and the fighters from feeling tense and alert. Ice Seal. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, the entire arena became cold, and soon a flurry of ice and snow began to fall. As soon as the snowflakes touched the ground, it was as if a seal had been broken. The cracking sounds weren't very loud, but the entire arena was already covered in ice. Second soul skill, Phoenix in Flames. It was too late. As Tang San spoke, she had already landed on a piece of ice crystal. With a crack, everyone realized that Ma Hongjun's flames had been sealed in ice, and even the chubby guy himself had been encased in ice, becoming an ice crystal. Fortunately, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had not yet made a move. Otherwise, they would have likely ended up as ice crystals too. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, seeing the surprise and amusement in each other's eyes, and then they chose not to attack anymore. They had already lost. After fighting for so long, Tang San hadn't even used her third soul skill. Tang Yin took a deep breath. Although she had been fighting for a long time and was quite tired, she was still very satisfied. She approached Ma Hongjun, who had already turned into ice crystals, with a smile that didn't fade. Everyone else saw this and followed her over. Tang Yin noticed that everyone else had come over, and the ice on the ground was slowly disappearing. Wow, it could be like this. Oscar was the first to run over and gather around the horse Hongjun trapped in the ice. He observed for a while. Apart from the fact that Hongjun couldn't move, his eyes were still able to move. Tang suddenly had a small ice block in his hand, which he placed steadily on Ma Hongjun's head without any sign of shaking. It looked good. Tang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Xiaoya, what about this ice block? Isn't it cold for the fatty inside? Dai Mubai knocked on the ice block, and the look in his eyes towards Ma Hongjun was full of concern. There was no sign of trembling, indicating that he was not affected by the ice. The fatty was originally of the fire attribute, so the cold ice wouldn't harm him. And since he couldn't suppress the phoenix fire inside him, it was just right to help him restrain it, which would definitely be beneficial for him. Tang Yi said this with a good-hearted demeanor, not expecting anything in return. Won't this ice block melt? Zhu Zhuqing asked after observing for a while. It will melt, but the surrounding heat isn't enough, so it will melt slowly, Tang Yi replied. Xiaoya, you are really amazing. Can you do everything? Ning Rongrong admired Tang Yi. After several battles, she was almost becoming his little fan. It's okay, Tang Yi said, feeling a bit shy as he scratched his head. Xiaoya. Just then, Master Da called out. Tang Yin turned around and greeted the master. The master nodded. He watched as several children were fascinated by the ice block containing Ma Hongjun and didn't want to disturb their enthusiasm. Although he was also very interested as a teacher, he couldn't act like a group of children. You all take a break. After lunch, we will start the next round. Tang Yin continued one after another, and after several rounds, it was already noon. The master did not let everyone continue training. Yes, everyone responded to the master. Tang Yin also released Ma Hongjun from the ice block. Hiss, it's freezing to death. Ma Hongjun shivered. Xiao Yan, next time you deal with me, at least give me a heads up. This is really tough for me. Ma Hongjun was still a bit cold and couldn't help want to hug Dai Mubai next to him for warmth. Get away, get away. Dai Mubai pushed Ma Hongjun away, not allowing him to get close. He still wanted to hug him, and his previous words almost got misunderstood by Zhu Zhuqing. He still wanted to save some face. Xiao Wu. After being rejected, Ma Hongjun moved closer to Oscar. How about a sausage? Oscar said, quickly conjuring up a sausage. Ma Hongjun took the sausage and started eating while saying emotionally, Xiao Wu, you're really nice. You're so pitiful. Come here for a hug, Dad. Oscar looked at Ma Hongjun's little appearance and couldn't help but pat his shoulder, then went in for a dad hug. As soon as Ma Hongjun heard this, all his feelings of gratitude disappeared. Get away, who are you calling Dad? Aren't you cold? Let me hug you. Oscar smugly replied, I'm not cold. The sun is quite comfortable. After Ma Hongjun finished eating, he no longer recognized anyone. He ran as far away as he could. Chapter 90. Elements during the lunch break. There wasn't really much resting to do. Everyone was soul masters and didn't need a nap. After having lunch, everyone started discussing Tang Yan's various elements. Tang Yan swallowed a steam bun and felt almost full. She patted her belly and then walked out. Let me give everyone a brief demonstration. She hasn't used all her abilities yet, and it's uncertain whether she will have to fight with her and everyone else again in the afternoon. Tang San. Since the master wanted everyone to be familiar with her abilities, she would show it to everyone. It would be good if they could fight less. Tang San's words caught everyone's attention. At this moment, a golden iron rod had appeared in her hand, resembling a rui stick. With a twist of her hand, she threw the object to Tang San. Tang San skillfully caught it with a sense of understanding. Did it appear out of thin air? Tang San recalled those golden needles. Although he asked it as a question, he already had his own answer. Appearing out of thin air? Wasn't it his sister who took it out from space? Xiao Wu, who was nearby, also leaned over to take a look. She remembered that there were quite a few such iron rods in Tang Yan's space. I also thought it was Xiao Yan who took it out from the space. Oscar squatted to the side, touching it with a curious expression, as he was a food auxiliary soul master and was also very interested in battles. It felt very real to the touch. Ning Rongrong also came over to take a look. Several people were surrounding Tang San. Tang Yan looked at her brother surrounded by several girls and couldn't help but smile a little unkindly. Her gaze then landed on Oscar squatting in front of her brother. Well, it wasn't just the girls surrounding him. There was also Oscar. On this side, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun couldn't see it. So Tang Yin used her gold-type ability to conjure up a few small weapons, giving one to each of them, so they didn't have to crowd around to look. So realistic, did you really conjure these? Ma Hongjun asked. It's a bit like Xiao Wu's food spirit. It can also create things, Dai Mubai said. They are all conjured. Tang Yin replied, as she held another rui stick in her hand. Tang Yin played with it in her hand and said, this is the gold element. One of my abilities. She used to think about whether to use this to make gold for spending money, but unfortunately, this is the Douluo continent, where they use gold soul coins, which is very different from her gold-type abilities and cannot be converted into money. If she could return to before the apocalypse, gold would be much more valuable. Tang San looked at the weapon in his hand, his eyes filled with surprise and contemplation. He couldn't help but glance at the weapons in his companion's hands. It seemed like he had discovered something different. Gold element, can it transform into anything? Zhu Zhuqing weighed a small hammer in her hand and asked. No, the transformed objects only take on one shape. Their elemental material is all gold iron. But this gold element is relatively hard, so the weapons made from it hurt more when they hit. Tang Yi explained, adding that it couldn't be used as gold and could only serve her fantasies about certain weapons, like this Rui Bang, which she really liked. Even in the apocalypse, some aspects of human culture have been passed down, and stories like Journey to the West, which are fantastical, are among those she enjoys listening to in her spare time. She also likes Sun Wukong's Rui Bang. No, it seems like it can also be used to show off. Thinking of showing off, a smile appeared at the corner of Tang Yi's eyes, making them appear slightly curved, which looked very beautiful and infectious. Everyone felt comfortable and relaxed watching her. They nodded, probably understanding Tang Yi's skill. Tang Yi then took out a few small seeds from her pocket and placed them on her fair hand. The originally inconspicuous seeds became very noticeable in her palm. A few people gathered around to see what Tang Yi was holding. What is this? Someone asked. This is a type of vine seed with good toughness. I collected it, and it also serves as my second element, wood. Wood? Dai Mubai recalled the confrontation from that morning and said, it's the vines that restrain me today. Right, Tang Yi nodded, and the seeds in her palm sprouted, growing into vines. However, Tang Yi controlled them well, so they wouldn't grow too large, just enough for everyone to admire. It really grew. Can I touch it? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but want to reach out. Sure. Hearing Tang Yi say so, Oscar was the first to reach out and tug at it. The toughness is really good. As Oscar spoke, he unconsciously tried to take a bite. What are you doing? Fortunately, Tang Yi reacted quickly and held Oscar's forehead, temporarily saving her vines. Sorry, I wanted to see if it was edible. Oscar smiled. Little A.O., your martial soul can be eaten, but that doesn't mean everything can be eaten. Ma Hongjun raised an eyebrow at Oscar, looking a bit mischievous, and Oscar immediately slapped him. Oscar and Ma Hongjun hooked their arms around each other and said, "You want a hug from Daddy again, right? Get lost. Who asked your daddy?" Ma Hongjun didn't want to talk to Oscar anymore. "You two stop messing around and listen to Xiaoya," Dai Mubai said, pulling them back. "Hee, Xiaoya, you continue." Ma Hongjun smiled ingratiatingly, wanting Tang Yi to go easy on him in future training. "Ahem, this vine can't be eaten. It's just used to bind opponents. I need to recycle it." As she spoke, the vine in her hand turned back into seeds. Her wood-based ability is precious, and whether Ain can quickly transform relies on this wood ability, so recycling it can also save soul power. Next is water, Tang Yi said, and then a water ball appeared in her hand. She threw the water ball at a tree. The impact of the water ball was not small, shaking the big tree, and then the water splashed out like a bucket of water. Water can turn into rain, can attack people, and can also turn into ice. Another water ball appeared in Tang Yi's hand, which quickly transformed into an ice ball. Wow, I must have been frozen by this. Ma Hongjun felt a bit of shadow and decided to keep his distance from the ice ball. You little brat, be a bit bolder. Ma Hongjun's small movements did not affect Tang Yi, and then a flame appeared beside her. You've seen this fire before, so I won't elaborate. Everyone nodded, as they were somewhat familiar with some of her techniques. And this is earth. Tang Yi squatted down, placing her palm on the ground. With a few thuds, a circular earth wall formed, enclosing everyone. Chapter 91. Absolutely reliable. It can work like this. Everyone knew that Dai Mubai could easily break through these earth walls only after using his third soul skill. Of course, Tang Yi didn't mention that there was also a technique for earth escape, but this earth escape would get her covered in mud, so unless absolutely necessary, she refused to use that technique. Tang Yin explained the earth element, and then continued, and this. As he spoke, everyone felt some purple lightning appear in Tang Yin's hand. With a wave of his hand, he struck the earthen wall directly. Crack! With a loud sound, a path was blasted through the wall. The power was immense. Was that electricity? Yes, Tang Yin said, and then he unleashed another thunder strike, causing all the walls to collapse. My goodness, seeing this move, I finally realized that Xiao Yin had been holding back against me. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but say, if Tang Yin used this move, he would have been electrocuted silly. I'm really good to you, Tang Yin replied to Ma Hongjun, and then thought of something and said, I'll give you something fun. What? Before Ma Hongjun could ask anything, he was suddenly swept up by a gust of wind, floating in the air, and he was almost stunned. However, after stabilizing himself, he found there was no danger and finally let out a sigh of relief. He happily opened his arms, looking as if he was about to soar, making various movements and having a great time. Xiao Yin, did you get the fat guy up there? Oscar ran over, looking at Ma Hongjun, who was floating, and thought it was extremely interesting. He also wanted to join in on the fun, excitedly saying to Tang Yin, Xiao Yin, can you send me up too? Of course. Tang Yin nodded, and seeing that the others also seemed eager to go up, she moved her hand, and the remaining few people were all lifted off the ground. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, some people exclaimed while others instinctively became alert. When they saw that they could leave the ground and soar freely, they couldn't help but take a few steps forward, all very excited. This is the wind, Tang Yin said as he used wind energy to lift himself up, floating around everyone like a ghost. I felt like I was flying. Oscar and the chubby Ma Hongjun were still competing to see who looked better while flying, based on flying standards. Sister, is this the wind? Tang San couldn't help but be curious. This thing could lift people off the ground, and he felt an invisible airflow around him, especially under his feet, where he could feel the current even more. Yes, sister, I feel like I'm in the sky. Xiao Wu spun around, her head directly under the sky. If only there were a few clouds, then we could ride the clouds. Ning Rongrong tentatively took a few steps, and the ground beneath her feet felt soft and fluffy, even though she couldn't see anything. Clouds. Tang Yin thought for a moment, then performed a technique combining water and fire, causing a large amount of water vapor to rise. He then used a bit of ice energy to maintain a certain consistency in the vapor and interspersed it with wind energy. This way, the water vapor wouldn't dissipate quickly and couldn't just drift away. It was all under Tang Yan's control, truly creating a cloud for everyone. Wow, Xiao Yin, how come you can do everything? So amazing. Oscar rushed towards the cloud like a goofy dog, but clouds are ultimately just clouds and can't support person. Oscar was too forceful and directly fell to the ground, landing with a bit of pain. But fortunately, Tang Yan's wind energy cushioned him, so it didn't hurt too much. Everyone burst into laughter at once. Ha ha, little AO, good thing you're faster than me, or it would have been me falling now. Second brother, you can't sit on clouds. Xiao Wu also came over to laugh, and even Ning Rongrong ran over to reach out and touch the floating clouds. This is a cloud. Do you think it's cotton? Oscar looked pitifully at everyone laughing at him, and even Ning Rongrong was laughing at him, feeling really embarrassed. Oscar gazed at Tang Yin, seeming to complain about something, looking like a little wife, making Tang Yin almost think of himself as a big bad girl. Cough, sorry, I didn't expect you to pounce over. Tang Yan's gaze shifted away from Oscar. That look was just too funny. I thought the cloud Xiao Yin made could carry me flying. Oscar couldn't help but hug the clouds. Although his hands passed through the clouds, he still felt a slight coolness and a bit of a soft sensation. This is a cloud. Tang Yin received the wind ability. After everyone landed, he explained, there are too many people. The wind can't carry us for too long. Everyone understood that it had carried them for quite a while, and that much time was already quite good. Tang Yin arrived at the cloud she had created, and when she touched it, it felt like there was no solid entity. She said, but I wonder if it can carry a person. Oh, what does Xiao Yin mean? Can it? That would be incredible. I'll give it a try. As Tang Yin spoke, she channeled her gold element ability into the surroundings, then filled the cloud with wind, making it like a balloon. By mixing in her gold element ability, she increased the moisture's strength within the cloud, allowing it to support weight. She then used the method of water and wood generating each other to maintain the moisture's gentleness. Soon, a large cloud with a faint golden hue appeared. Tang Yin patted the cloud in front of him, and his hand didn't pass through, so it should be fine. All right, Tang Yin stepped aside and said to everyone, you can go up and give it a try. It's definitely soft. You won't fall off, right? Everyone thought of Oscar's recent fall, which was quite disastrous. It's absolutely reliable, Tang Yin said, and then he jumped onto the cloud first. The ground beneath his feet was soft, and after a moment's thought, he took off his shoes, making it even more comfortable to step on. Seeing that Tang Yin didn't fall one by one, everyone wanted to give it a try. Tang Yin looked and hurriedly said, take off your shoes first. Tang Yin said, and everyone excitedly took off their shoes and ran onto the clouds. Sister, I'm here. Little Yin, I'm coming too. Even Oscar and Ma Hongjun went up first, rolling on the soft clouds, having a great time. The remaining ones, like Tang San and Dai Mubai, looked at each other and could see the smiles in each other's eyes. Come up, little brother, I'll catch you. Tang Yin could proudly be barefoot, feeling very happy, standing on the clouds and reaching out to Tang San, looking like a good sister wanting to play with her brother. Go up. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who rarely showed a child's smile, and couldn't help but smile as well. Tang San nodded, took off his shoes with Dai Mubai, and jumped onto the clouds. For a moment, everyone seemed like delighted children, playing joyfully. Chapter 92. Not as sunny as it appears they really are a group of children. Flinder looked at a few children not far away and couldn't help but shake his head, but the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider. Naturally, children should look like children. With a child king around, even those who weren't children became like children. The master had reviewed all the academy's data, and compared to others, Dai Mubai and Tang San were relatively more mature, but with Tang Yin around, no matter where they went, she was like a little sun, bringing joy and fitting in with everyone. Tang San is another good child who dotes on his sister and listens to her. Naturally, this has made him both mature and immature. You said you wanted to cultivate their friendships within the group, but it seems that's no longer necessary, with Tang Yin around. All friendships are already formed. Flinder watched the lively children and felt that even his old bones wanted to join in the fun. Fortunately, he remembered his identity and couldn't play around with the kids. There's only a lack of friends. How can one complain about too many friendships? The master said, the plan remains the same. Their physical abilities are still insufficient. The physical abilities of these little monsters are lacking, but I think Tang Yan's stamina should be adequate. Her speed, strength, and endurance are quite impressive. Among these little monsters, she should be the best. Your first plan probably won't have much effect on Tang Yin, Flinder thought. The effect may not be significant, but sharing hardships with companions is still good. Their group friendship has also advanced a step. Flinder nodded, his gaze still fixed on Tang Yin. Thinking of Tang Yan's various powers, he felt somewhat puzzled. These powers don't seem to be what a soul master should have. Yet Tang Yin has achieved them. You said, how did this little monster, Tang Yin, grow up? It seems you've known her for a long time. I suppose so. Since little Sam became my disciple at 6, little Yin has always been by my side, so I can say I've watched her grow up. Why do you ask this? The master looked at Flinder, knowing that after so many years of acquaintance, Flinder must have some doubts. Well, I observe that this child, Tang Yin, is probably not as sunny as she appears. Flinder expressed his doubts. How so? The master did not refute Flinder's words, but rather wanted to hear Flinder's reasoning. When they had just arrived at Shrek, they were afraid to eat Oscar's food spirit. I gave the little monsters a talk, saying that if they encountered danger in the future, they might have to eat cockroaches or mice to survive. Did little Yin respond to you? No. Everyone else reacted with surprise, disgust, or refusal, but only Tang Yin's reaction was too calm, so calm that it made me wonder if she had ever tried it. At that moment, I felt that Tang Yin was not like a child, but rather a person who had become indifferent to the harsh realities of life. What a feeling. You must still be half asleep. Little Yin is not that kind of person, the master rebutted. Oh, then what is your opinion? Flinder was not overly surprised by the master's rebuttal. He continued the conversation casually. Don't even mention eating those things. Little Yin has always been very picky about food since she was young. She wouldn't eat without meat. In her family, both her father and little San are very fond of her. Do you think her father would let her eat those things? Don't forget, her father is not an ordinary person. Do you think they have fallen to the point of only eating cockroaches and mice? The master shot a glance at Flinder, then returned his gaze to the group of playing students. I'm just chatting with you. Flinder felt the implication in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. Thinking he was being told he was being ridiculous again, Flinder adjusted his glasses and smiled awkwardly. The master didn't look at Flinder. His gaze was still on the group of children as he continued. A life full of love, even the rare heart of a noble family, is treated as something ordinary by little Yin. Those things that even little San doesn't know are already evident. Their father seems to favor little Yin more. In such a family, do you think she would eat what you mentioned? You have a point there. But what could cause that little monster to remain so calm upon hearing those things? This puzzled Flinder. Girls generally dislike or fear such things, let alone eating. Even boys would be put off. This was Flinder's doubt. This may be related to her nature. This child, from childhood to adulthood, besides caring about her brother, has always been carefree and carefree. Apart from soul coins and family friends, she is very calm. The master recalled those days. Tang Yin was unshakable. Except for her brother and earning soul coins, she was incredibly lazy. As Tang San's teacher, he could not speak ill of Tang Yin. Even if she heard it, she would forget it the next day. Fortunately, Tang San said that Tang Yin is like this. Even when their father calls her, she remains this way. In the end, the master had no choice but to turn a blind eye to Tang Yin while managing Tang San. And Tang Yin's father also said that they should allow them to be themselves and choose their own paths. Since their father said so, the master had nothing more to say. As for now, this is Shrek Academy, and as their teacher, he has to start asking Tang Yin to cooperate a bit. Fortunately, Tang Yin is not unreasonable. She is indeed carefree. Flinder looked at the sunny and smiling Tang Yin and couldn't help but laugh, thinking that only such people can smile so carefree, which can't be said to mean she is heartless. Even he felt infected by it. He also liked this carefree attitude, not needing to think too much, just being happy. Having little Yin around definitely adds some fun. The master's serious face also showed a smile, saying, "You've taken in such a little monster. You'll have more to talk about in the future. It sounds like she is not your student. You have something to say even when you take her out." Flinder snorted, and the two old friends spoke easily. As they talked and laughed, they approached the group of playful children. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were sitting together chatting, while Tang San was lying on a cloud, holding a thick book in his hands. From time to time, he would discuss the habits of soul beasts or whether they were cute or not with everyone. Tang San and Dai Mubai were sitting nearby, occasionally glancing at a few people discussing, with smiles at the corners of their mouths. Chapter 93. Do you want to make money? Of course. There are also two clueless ones, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, constantly trying to jump at the edge of the cloud, as if testing which pose looked better, thinking about what posture would be more attractive when they flew in the future. All right, little monsters, it's time for class. Flinder walked over first to call them, but his hand secretly touched the soft-looking big cloud in a place where others couldn't see. Good, here they come. The 8 of them moved quickly, putting on their shoes and standing in line, waiting for the unknown training. Teacher, master, the 8 of them lined up from 0 to 7, and the master looked at the orderly formation with great satisfaction. Then his gaze fell on Tang San. Tang Yin stood straight, and if she had to fight again, she wouldn't back down. However, the master looked for a few seconds and then withdrew his gaze. He said to a few people, "Dai Mu Bai, you'll fight each of them once, and Tang Yin doesn't need to for now. Just watch." Understood. It would be quick, and everyone had no doubts. After all, Tang Yin had already gone through a round of fights this morning. Now, it was just a change to Dai Mu Bai. Tang Sha heard that she didn't have to fight anymore, and immediately gave up her spot. She took out a small stool from her space and ran to the side to sit down, placing some snacks beside her, looking like she was about to watch a 3D blockbuster. The first scene featured Dai Mu Bai and Tang San. Tang Sha rummaged through her space and finally found a pair of small sunglasses, put them on her eyes, and crossed her legs. Wait, that's not right. It seemed like she had an even better venue. Tang Yin recalled that big white cloud, and with a wave of his hand, he saw the cloud float over. However, he was worried that during the duel, excessive soul power would blow the large cloud away. In 2 seconds, he used several sturdy vines to bind the big cloud under a large tree, stabilizing it. Tang Yin placed the snacks on top of the big white cloud, making the audience's identity clear. Master, Flander. A few people watching the leisurely Tang Yin wanted to sit down as well, but they still had tasks. However, Flander, who had no tasks, came over. "Count me in, little girl." Flander had wanted to see this magical cloud for a long time, but hadn't found the opportunity until now. Sure, the dean can sit. Having a little buddy to watch 3D with was quite nice, and Tang Yin welcomed it, giving up a good spot to have a clear view of Tang San and Dai Mu Bai's duel. Flander was finally fortunate enough to get on the cloud. He raised an eyebrow at Master with a bit of pride, but Master didn't even look at him, continuing to watch the duel between Dai Mu Bai and Tang San. Flander didn't need Master to express anything. He touched the soft, fluffy cloud beneath him and felt great. It was something many children would like, much more interesting than many toys. If he sold it to the children of wealthy families, it would probably be very popular. Perhaps he could make a big profit. He wondered if this little girl, Tang Yin, would agree. Tang Yin felt Flander's gaze on her as she munched on the soul fruit, one after another, crispy and fragrant. Very delicious. Seeing Flanders looking at her, she casually picked up a small box and handed it over. "The dean can have it." "Thank you." Flanders thought about how to buy this cloud, and it was just right to build a good relationship with Tang Yin. Flanders also started snacking, one after another, and after getting into it, he became quite comfortable. The two of them, one old and one young, ate while watching the excitement, occasionally discussing which snack was the best. In no time, they became quite familiar with each other. "Do you want to make money?" Flanders felt their friendship was enough and thought it was the right time to talk about making money. "Make money." Tang Yin's eyes lit up. This was her strong suit. Yes. Flanders saw the expression on Tang Yin's face and knew he had found a kindred spirit. He didn't hold back and quickly said, "Just look at your cloud. It's much better than any silk cloud or soft silk. If you have the ability, make a few more of these big clouds. They don't have to be this big. Smaller ones that are enough for 2 or 3 kids to play with would work too. Then we can sell these soft, fluffy clouds to those big families. Those big families are wealthy and powerful, and they spoil their children. They're willing to spend money, and we can make a big profit." Tang Yin thought it was very interesting. "If I do this, I can probably make one this big every day. If I switch to smaller ones, making 5 or 6 wouldn't be a problem. Do you mean we should collaborate?" Tang Yin heard there was money to be made, and she temporarily ignored the exciting duel over there, instead discussing with Flandra. "Of course, our collaboration will definitely be a win-win. Look, you produce, I sell. How about we split the earnings 50-50? Flandra asked, calculating in his mind. 50-50? That's too much. How about 30-70? I'll take 70, you take 30. Dean, you see, I'm the one producing this. You just need to sell it. So it's all profit for you, isn't it? Tang Yin had never sold anything like this before, so she didn't know how well it would sell, but the profit sharing needed to be settled properly. All right then. Flandra didn't argue further. After all, he would get 30% just for selling, which was a great deal. According to Yu Xiaojiang, this girl had liked trading since she was little, so giving her 30% was already generous. Deal. Tang Yin was excited. As long as she could make a little something and get paid without having to run errands or do the talking herself, this outcome was quite good. Tang Yin was deep in thought when she suddenly remembered that the plot mentioned that the dean of Shrek Academy, Flander, was very good at business. If they frequently collaborated, she could provide the items and Dean Flander could take care of the dealings. This way, she wouldn't have to use her father's excuse to do business with others. Nor would she need to run errands. She could just sit in the academy and collect the money. Wow. Oh my God. How did she come up with this? How did she not think of finding someone to help her run errands all these years? With Dean Flander being a shrewd businessman, once the items were in his hands, they would likely appreciate several times over. Tang Yin figured it out and lightly coughed, preparing to conspire with Dean Fland. The Dean must be my confidant, right? Tang Yin had a look that suggested a close friendship, her eyes sparkling, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say there was a deep brotherly bond. Naturally, our relationship is good. Not just confidants, but brothers. No, siblings would also fit. Hey, siblings don't sound as good. Brothers sound better. Tang Yin waved her hand and continued. Dean, you see, I have quite a few good things here that you could try. Chapter 94. What is the reasoning behind this? Tang San and Dean Flander were openly munching on snacks while discussing some dark deals. The duo, one big and one small, grew more and more excited as they talked, as if billions were right in front of them. Master looked at Flander, who had completely lost his demeanor as a dean, and he didn't know what to say. For the sake of money, he could even get along with a child. Over here, the duel among Dai Mubai and the others had already concluded. But Tang San was still chatting animatedly with Dean Flander. Tang San returned to the team, and Master could only helplessly call out to him. Tang Yin heard her name and instinctively looked up. Oh, it turned out that the conversation with Dean Flandra had taken a while. You go ahead after your class. We can still discuss the matter of medicinal materials. I will definitely take care of it for you. Flandra was glared at by the master, and he awkwardly touched his nose, looking a bit embarrassed. Tang Yin made an okay gesture and happily returned to the team. However, as soon as she returned, she heard the master training the team, addressing the mistakes everyone made during the earlier match, both big and small. Even Tang Yin was not spared. The master said, and you, Tang Yin, this morning, you could have won every battle from the start, but you didn't. You treated it like a game. Not to mention whether you could win in the end. If this were a real battlefield, your lack of seriousness would have cost you the first opportunity to gain control. Tang Yin stood up straight, blinking a bit. Didn't they say that everyone should understand each other? If she had really defeated them from the very beginning, not only would it hurt everyone's fighting spirit, but if she didn't leave them any opportunity at all, how would they get to know her general abilities? I am very disappointed with your performance today. Now, all of you will receive punishment. Run forward, supervise each other, and are not allowed to use soul power. You will run from the academy to Soto City and back again. You can only eat dinner when you finish 10 round trips. Understood? After listening, Tang Yin finally understood the master's intention in pointing out everyone's flaws. It was all to punish them. Tang Yin's song relaxed her shoulders. What she used was not soul power, but supernatural ability. She can do it. Remember, you are a team. Just as everyone was about to leave, the master said this. Tang Yin felt the master's gaze linger on her for a moment. Was he afraid she would slack off? Tang Yin felt a bit like crying without tears. It turned out that her lazy image had already left such a deep impression on the master. Yes, I guarantee to complete it, Tang Yin replied, and the master turned away somewhat uneasily. After a few people ran off, Flandra came over. This little girl was quite clever. She is clever, the master said, unable to help but laugh. However, he was very satisfied with Tang Yin's cooperation. But soon the master sighed. I wonder if little Yin can hold on. I think she can. Among the little monsters, she's the best, Flandra said confidently. You don't know. Although little Yin is a bit lazy, she is also obedient. It's just that her delicate body can't stand hunger. Once she's hungry, she doesn't want to do anything or move. I'm afraid that in the end, if she gets hungry and doesn't want to run, we'll have to carry her back, the master lamented, recalling the years since he met Tang Yin. When her stomach is not hungry, everything is easy to say. When she is hungry, nothing is real. Tang Yin has this habit, but everything else is fine. Flinder was taken aback, not expecting Tang Yin to have this side. No way. I think that girl seems quite reliable. When preparing the salt water later, let's also prepare some sugar water. Drinking sweetened water can help replenish energy. That should be fine. Anyway, all these little monsters are under your care now. Flinder had no objections. In the evening, have the chef prepare a more abundant meal. The master took a couple of steps and then paused to say, what does this mean? Flinder didn't understand this. To make children obedient, one must give them some rewards. You should know that Tang Yin is easy to coax. Give her some good food, and tomorrow she will likely cooperate during training. Flinder understood, but this abundance would cost money. So he inquired, how abundant does it need to be? There must be plenty of fish and meat. After running back and forth 10 times, they would be exhausted. So having something good to eat is only natural, as they are all children and need to grow. The master said this. The talk of big fish and meat doesn't cost much. It's said that half a child can make a parent poor, and it's not just talk. Are you still concerned about spending a little money? You just partnered with Xiao Yin. Do you think you'll be short of this little money? Although the master is training everyone, some people didn't take Flinder and Tang Yin's cooperation seriously. Flinder had nothing to say. After discovering that Tang Yin had many precious herbs, even if it was a 30-70 split, he still made a significant profit. However, these are all your students. The hope for the future. Give it. I will instruct this right away. Flinder finally gritted his teeth and agreed. If they're tired from training and want big fish and meat, then future training would also require big fish and meat. Flinder sighed. Their Shrek Academy is really poor. Over here, Tang Yin and the others arrived and saw many backpacks, each labeled with everyone's names, and each backpack contained stones of different weights. Tang Xia found her backpack and was speechless. Why did she have the most stones? It was so unfair. Sister, how about I help you carry some? Tang San, who understood Tang Xia the best, realized what was going on when he saw her staring at the backpack. With such a large backpack weighing down on her small body, it would be sad if she didn't grow taller. Little Xia, I'll help you carry some too. The least is mine, right? Ning Rongrong also came over. Then everyone saw the backpack in front of Tang Xia was full of stones. When comparing Tang Xia's figure with the backpack, oh wow, it was truly unfair. I'll help you. Me too. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Tang Xia directly took the backpack, and with a light lift, it was already securely on her back. You guys don't have as much strength as I do. Running 10 laps without using soul power. A person's stamina and endurance become harder to maintain as time goes on, reaching a limit. As long as you persist, your limits will continue to be enhanced. And your physique can also improve to a certain extent. In battles against others, a strong physique might even become an advantage for survival and victory. Tang Xia explained. So everyone keep it up. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting such a small physical punishment to carry such a significant meaning. All right, let's work hard together. Chapter 95. Shall we go out together? With Tang Xia's words in front, everyone felt quite motivated to run with the weight. However, by the last 3 or 4 laps, some people began to struggle. But since everyone was a team, they naturally helped each other. You help carry some stones, and I'll help carry some. And everyone was able to persist. As it went on, everyone looked as if they had just been pulled out of water. Tang Yin has improved a bit. Even if she doesn't deliberately use her abilities, the power-type abilities have already integrated into her body and mind. These power types can erupt even without putting in effort. Originally, Tang Yin had the most stones, but as they progressed, the number of stones increased even more. They took turns helping each other carry them, and unknowingly, their feelings for each other deepened significantly. Now, as they walked step by step, the 8 of them finally completed the task given by the master. After finishing the task, everyone couldn't help but laugh, but their physical strength was exhausted, and they all collapsed and fell into a deep sleep. Even Tang Yin couldn't help but lie down on the ground. She wasn't tired from running, but was actually hungry. Nevertheless, she persisted and finished the run. But now she was so hungry that she couldn't even get up before replenishing her energy. Tang Yin was drooping her eyes, feeling both sleepy and hungry, and really didn't want to move at all. She glanced at everyone who was exhausted, and instead of calling for help, she took out a few candies from her space and began to chew on them with a crunching sound. After finishing the candies, she gained a little bit of strength, drank some water, and then took out a steamed bun from her space, lying on the ground while stretching out her little hand to munch on the food. Indeed, both Master and Flanders couldn't help but smile when they saw this, as it was exactly what they had guessed. In the end, everyone was hungry. As for those who had fallen asleep, they were all carried back to prepare for the medicinal bath. Tang Yan's first experience in the medicinal bath was indeed pleasant. She felt that this thing wasn't bad at all. However, what Tang Yin never expected was that this weighted running would last for 3 whole months. 3 months. What does that even mean? Although her strength-type ability and speed had improved significantly, Tang Yin was truly exhausted from running. It was just too boring, dull, and tedious. One day, Tang Yin woke up feeling groggy, and the first thought that crossed her mind was whether she had to run again. Originally not fond of fighting, she now had some different thoughts about it. Anything was better than this tedious running. Compared to running, it would be much more enjoyable to go out and have a good fight. Good morning, Xiao Yin. Good morning, sister. Good morning, Rong. Good morning, Xiao Wu. Tang Yin dully greeted her friends with a morning salutation. She wondered if they would have to do weighted training again today. Compared to the first day, they could now run quite a distance without using their soul power, as Ning Rongrong mentioned. Although they were a bit tired, they felt they were getting stronger. It depends on a master. I don't know if we still have to run. Soon, all 8 of them gathered, but today was a little different. Their master, who would usually wait for them early, seemed to be absent today. Just as everyone was confused, Dean Flinder came over. Your first phase of training is over. The second phase will take a few days to start. You can arrange your time as you wish during these days. Flinder arranged things. Looking at the few little monsters who had been running and soaking for 3 months, their physiques had become quite robust. If this continued, he would go bankrupt, as the medicinal materials for the baths were not cheap. Finished. Tang Yi, who had been listless, suddenly had bright eyes that made people feel flustered. Dean, how many days will it be? Is there a specific number? Tang Yi felt a bit eager. Finally, a break. After 3 months of continuous training, she thought there would be no holidays in this academy. To know that there would be a turning point, and even a holiday, was simply too wonderful. At least 5 days, maybe even 7 if you're lucky. Flinder, seeing the excited Tang Yi, couldn't help but chuckle. The training over the past few months hadn't done much for Tang Yi, but it had fostered camaraderie and understanding among everyone. Yu Xiaojiang could only let Tang Yi participate in such training. Otherwise, she would have entered the second phase of training long ago. Awesome. Finally, I don't have to run anymore. Tang Yi happily hugged Dai Mubai beside her and then ran to hug her younger brother, reaching out with joy. Tang San understood Tang Yi's meaning. It was time to reshape his face. Tang San looked at the childlike Tang Yi and couldn't help but smile. He bent down slightly, lowering his head a bit, and Tang Yi habitually pinched Tang San's face. Although it wasn't as soft as when they were younger, the sensation was still nice. After pinching Tang San's face, Tang Yi's gaze fell on the rabbit ears on Xiao Wu's head. The sparkling light in his eyes made it hard to misunderstand his intentions. Xiao Wu tensed up. If she still had her rabbit fur, it would definitely be standing up now. Sister, pinching faces and patting heads is nice too. Tang San saw Xiao Wu's expression and couldn't help but lower his height a bit, grabbing Tang Yi's hand and placing it on his head, skillfully saying this. Oh! Tang Yi sighed and reached out to grab his brother's hair, quickly making Tang San's hair a bit messy. Tang San's gaze fell on Zhu Zhuqing's tail again. Zhu Zhuqing had been with Tang San for a long time, so she naturally understood what his gaze meant. She couldn't help but shift a bit to the side, her cool expression taking on a hint of blush. Dai Mubai was originally curious about the interaction between Tang San and his sister, but as he followed Tang San's gaze, he saw a different Zhu Zhuqing, and his calm heart suddenly stirred. Zhu Qing is really beautiful. Does little San like to pinch faces? How about I pinch yours too? Ma Hongjun watched as Tang San happily pinched Tang San's face, and he leaned over, intending to boost his favorability. Everyone was on break, but he didn't know if Dean Flander would add drama to him. It was better to befriend Tang San, so even if the Dean added drama, it would be lighter. Fatty, are you feeling mischievous again? Before Tang San could speak, he was the first to voice it, a faint smile on his lips, looking quite amiable. But his sharp eyes made one feel a chill. No, haha, isn't it a holiday? I have plans with a few sisters, so I'll head out first. The fat man understood Tang San's danger and quickly tucked his tail between his legs. Oh my god, Tang San is such a sister control. How dare he have the courage to take away Tang San's sister's affection? Ma Hongjuan's surrender was so quick that everyone couldn't help but laugh. Sister, are you going out together? At this moment, Tang San invited Tang San. Okay, the younger brother had been holding back for so long. Now it seemed he had found the time. Chapter 96. It's all in the past during this time. Everyone had been busy with training. After each training session, they either ate or went to sleep, leaving little free time. Some of Tang San's words had been bottled up for 3 months. Now that there was some free time, Tang San wanted to say a few things to Tang San. Let's go. Tang San nodded, said goodbye to everyone, and walked away with her brother. Tang San walked in front, and Tang Yin followed behind. After arriving at a certain place, the surroundings should have quieted down. Tang San stopped and solemnly asked Tang Yin, Sister, did you see everything when I obtained the third soul ring? Tang San was referring to the events in the dream, which should have been experienced together with Tang Yin. Tang Yin nodded, not hiding it. I know, but no matter what, you are still you. You're still my brother. Regardless of any past or present, you are my brother, and that is an unchangeable fact. Tang Yi listened and became a bit alert. After all these years, her younger brother's desire to be an older brother had not died, even when he was amnesiac. TSK. Over the years, she had been reluctant to hit her younger brother, and in that dream, she had broken her resolve for the first time and even kicked him once. Tang San was taken aback by these words, then smiled again. He understood Tang Yan's meaning, and some of the anxiety in his heart was finally eased. Yes, I am your brother, and you are my sister. This is an unchangeable fact. Isn't that enough? Tang Yin was satisfied. As long as she was still his sister, it was fine. Even if Tang San had been a notorious villain in the past, he was now her brother, and her heart leaned towards him. That was an unchangeable fact. She had thought her brother would say something else, considering he was already 29 years old in his previous life, much older than her. She had worried he might want to seize power and become her elder brother. Thankfully, her position as sister was preserved. I actually have many memories from before. Sister, do you want to hear about them? After getting the answer he wanted, Tang San felt much more relaxed. In fact, it should be said that after his greatest secret was exposed to his closest family, all his ambitions, perseverance, and efforts seemed to have found an outlet. He had previously thought he didn't want his secret of being Tang San, his past life, to be uncovered, but now that Tang Yi knew, he felt much lighter than before, almost relieved. It turned out that having someone to confide in was a wonderful thing. Everything is in the past. The current you is no longer alone. You have me, Dad, and Ayin, along with many friends. Tang Yin listened as Tang San spoke about his past in the Tang sect, where he had no parents. To him, the Tang sect was everything. He wanted to study hard but was mocked and bullied by his peers. He persevered and continuously sought to improve himself, wanted to give back to the Tang sect and earn recognition. He was indeed quite different. No one understood him, and he had always worked hard alone, swallowing his hardships in silence. He alone knew his struggles and joys. I know all of that is in the past. Tang San smiled lightly, feeling very relieved. The past was like a fleeting cloud. He thought his greatest fortune was being reborn in Douluo continent, having a father, a sister, and friends. He could enjoy the guidance of his father, look forward to his encouragement, and have the tolerance and protection of his sister. He felt he was the happiest person. My silly brother. Tang Yin sighed and hugged this big child, or rather, hugged this person who had similar experiences to her. In the apocalypse, she was also alone, fighting for survival, constantly striving. She didn't like violence, didn't like being hungry, and didn't like experiencing the ups and downs of life. But there was no choice. The survival rules of the apocalypse were like this. If you wanted to live, you had to keep learning. Ironically, the first thing she learned was how to guard against her own kind and human hearts. Only after that did she learn how to kill zombies and maximize her benefits. The correct worldview had long been lost. However, after coming to Douluo continent, she initially had a lovely brother. A soft and cute child could most easily make one let down their guard, and she gained family. Therefore, she felt she could gradually reclaim the lost correct worldview. Because this was no longer the apocalypse. She wanted her brother to have a beautiful childhood, to be a happy child, while she also wanted to make up for her own lost childhood. Tang Yin had thought more than once. Perhaps it was because she longed for the beauty found in stories as she came to the Douluo continent. She fulfilled her dream. Yet this dream continues, and she is happy. Tang San was embraced by Tang Yin, and he was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a knowing smile and returning the hug. It seems his greatest gain was having an older sister. With his heart unburdened, Tang San quickly adjusted his emotions. He wasn't a sentimental person, but today he had acted like a sentimental child. Sister, before the training, I found a blacksmith shop to help me forge some parts. It should be almost done now, so we can go pick them up. Do you want to come along? After finding peace, Tang San thought of today's plan and spoke to Tang Yin. Sure, I have some free time now, and it would be nice to take a stroll. Tang Yin nodded. Now that she had Dean Flandra, she didn't need to sell things herself or come up with various reasons to sell them. All she had to do was collect the money, and life was really good. Over the past 3 months, she had seen just how strong Dean Flandra's deceptive abilities were. His skills in business and persuasion were truly impressive. When he provided the goods, the gold soul coins came pouring in by the piles. Even though she and Dean Flandra split the earnings 70-30, she was still making much more than she could on her own. Tang Yi began to doubt whether she was suited for sales and trading, thinking that perhaps she was only fit to sit back and wait for money to come in. So now she had a lot of free time. Sister, can you give me some of those weapons made from your golden elements? Tang San and Tang Yi were walking together, chatting. Since it's a holiday, there should be some time. I think I can rent a courtyard to try out your golden elements, to see if they can be regarded as a material, and see if I can forge some special hidden weapons. By the way, I also plan to go to the blacksmith shop today to pick up some parts. I can assemble them as well. Tang San spoke about his preparations and plans. Tang Yin was listening to her brother while following him. She had nothing much to do, so it was fine to just stroll around. However, the gold element? Tang Yin didn't expect her brother's idea to focus on her gold and iron. Chapter 97. Preparing to make some small gadgets. I want to try the hardness of the gold element. Tang San nodded. Tang Yan's element was a type of gold and iron, which seemed very hard. If it could be used in making hidden weapons, it would be quite good. All right. Tang Yin nodded. She didn't have any big thoughts about it. When the two arrived at the blacksmith shop, the parts Tang San had ordered were almost ready. Payment was made upon delivery. Tang Yin weighed a few small parts and suddenly had an idea. She wondered if the energy gun she used in the apocalypse could be used in this Douluo continent. Guns were quite common in the apocalypse. Whether one had supernatural abilities or not, any capable child could own their own gun. Guns were so familiar to them that as long as they had enough parts and materials, they could disassemble or reassemble them with their eyes closed. It had been years since she had used an energy gun, and she wasn't sure if she could use it skillfully anymore after all these years. It seemed she needed to make a few for backup. If she didn't want to fight in the future, she could simply shoot with the energy gun, which would be much more convenient. The energy guns in the apocalypse were different from regular guns. Their shooting and power were more geared towards headshots, since zombies couldn't be killed unless their heads were blown off. Thus, the guns in the apocalypse were designed for high damage. Moreover, the final guns could incorporate a large amount of supernatural abilities, making them quite lethal. If applied in this Douluo continent, it should yield unexpected results. She didn't know when they would encounter the Spirit Hall people, so it was better for her to be prepared in multiple ways. Cease. What's wrong? Tang San was about to put away the parts when he noticed Tang Yin staring at them thoughtfully, which puzzled him. Could it be that Tang Yin had learned to make hidden weapons in his dream? But soon, Tang San shook his head. With so many elemental soul skills protecting her, there was no need for her to learn this. It would be too trivial for her. Just with one gold element, she could easily create some hidden weapons. I was wondering if I could come up with some small gadgets. Small gadgets? Tang San saw the smile at the corner of Tang Yin's mouth and couldn't imagine what she meant by small gadgets. After all, when Tang Yin smiled like that, she was usually thinking of doing something mischievous, and someone was bound to be unlucky. He didn't know who Tang Yin had set her sights on. Yes, just some small gadgets. Tang Yin clapped her hands, signaling her brother to hurry up and put away his things. Tang San listened to Tang Yin's words and quickly packed up his things. Are you going anywhere else later? Tang Yin asked. Tang San shook his head. He realized that Tang Yin probably wanted to go somewhere, and he quickly shared his plan. I'm planning to rent a courtyard to work on these hidden weapons, but I'm not in a hurry right now. Where are you going, sister? I might accompany you. Sounds good. Tang Yin thought for a moment and quickly nodded. It was now Tang Yan's turn to lead the way. She was somewhat familiar with the area, as she often sold things and knew some routes fairly well. Moreover, she had mental abilities, so recording routes was definitely easy for her. Soon, Tang Yin took Tang San to several places. Tang Yi was thinking about her energy gun, and her brother also wanted to make his hidden weapons. When the time comes, she would buy the materials and use them in the same courtyard as her brother, which would save money on renting a place. It was a good deal. Sister, are you buying these materials to make hidden weapons too? Tang San asked, looking at some materials in Tang Yi's hands, unsure. After all, some of these materials were suitable for making weapons, but some were not very suitable. Yeah, I'm preparing to make some little gadgets. Tang Yi nodded and replied readily. She didn't intend to hide anything. Once I'm done, I'll be sure to give the first one to my brother. Tang Yin said happily, and her interest in making an energy gun grew even stronger. All right, I'll help my sister. Tang San nodded, although he still didn't know what it was. He was happy and looked forward to it because it was a gift from his sister. After collecting leaves for so many years, it shouldn't be leaves this time, right? Looking at these materials, it definitely wouldn't be leaves. Of course, he didn't mean to disdain the leaves. It's just that if the gift was something different, he would be even happier. That's fine. Tang Yin didn't think she would need her brother's help, but since he was so excited, she didn't stop him. After Tang Yin bought the materials, she went with Tang San to rent a courtyard. Tang San asked for some gold elements, and Tang Yi also provided enough. Then the two of them went about their own tasks and didn't need to help each other. Tang San did want to assist Tang Ao, but the tasks Tang Ao was handling were different from his own, and he didn't know what Tang Ao was planning to do, so he could only watch. Tang Yin set aside the materials he had bought, and then got started. The tools in his hands kept changing, and thanks to his comprehensive abilities, he found it easy to refine many raw materials. The Xiao hammer in his hand was also very handy. The chaotic hammering technique his father taught him was indeed very effective. He continually tempered the materials in the direction he wanted. It wasn't very difficult, after all. Tang Yin had been an apprentice for 6 years, and he was no longer just an apprentice, but a full-fledged worker. He was quite skilled at hammering. Tang San is the same. He not only used a hammer in the Douluo continent, but also forged many raw materials himself during his time in the Tang sect. Now, he is also trying to refine the golden iron with Tang Yin. The two of them are busy with their own tasks, occasionally glancing at each other to check on their progress, creating a harmonious scene. Over here, Tang Yin is making an energy gun, and she remembers every step and every connection clearly, as she's been working with these things for over 10 to 20 years. Even with her eyes closed, she could still produce the items. Therefore, Tang Yin's speed is quite fast. Meanwhile, Tang San has roughly tested the hardness and strength of the golden iron, and he has set it aside, realizing that the refinement of this golden iron cannot be accomplished in a short time. Tang San still needed to assemble his hidden weapons. He had promised to prepare a set for each person, and he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. The two of them worked together in perfect harmony, quietly focusing on their tasks. When they got hungry, they ate something before continuing their work. Tang wanted to make an energy gun, starting from scratch, spending half the morning and afternoon on it. By the time it was almost evening, there were many large and small parts spread out around Tang. Each one was polished, smooth, and delicate, giving them a very high-quality appearance. Tang San assembled several hidden weapons. Seeing Tang Yin stop his hands, he also paused and came over to take a look at these variously shaped parts. Chapter 98. This is impressive. Tang Yin packed up his things and walked over as well. This is called an energy gun, Tang Yin said while he started to assemble the parts. Tang San was dazzled and couldn't understand what kind of energy gun Tang Yi was making. With enough materials, Tang Yi worked quickly, but when she noticed Tang San watching her movements, she slowed down. Her small hands assembled the parts at a leisurely pace. Even though Tang Yi slowed down, the assembly was still comfortably familiar to her, and she successfully put it together in about a minute. A small energy gun appeared in Tang Yi's hand, which she twirled around a few times, playing with it for a little while. Tang Yin became serious and then held the handle. With the other hand, he condensed some bullets and demonstrated them to Tang San. Watch closely. Tang Yin loaded the bullets and aimed at a stone the size of a lion, which was likely placed there by the owner of the house for aesthetic purposes. Who knows if this owner had a fondness for stones? There were quite a few large stones around here, but it was convenient for Tang Yin. Tang San did not hesitate and directly pressed the buckle of the energy gun. With a faint sound of air being pierced, the bullet shot out, penetrating the large stone, then piercing through a tree that had been standing for over a decade, before finally hitting the wall. Tang San was astonished by the power of this small thing. If it were used on a person, the consequences of penetrating a heart could be imagined. Tang San walked over to the wall and looked at the bullet that was embedded halfway in. It took a lot of effort for him to pry it out. Sister, this energy gun has such great power and penetration. There's even more powerful ones. Tang Yi pulled Tang San aside and took out the specially made bullets she had prepared earlier. They looked similar to the bullets made for metal-type abilities, but these special bullets had a bit more angularity. Is this also a bullet? Tang San asked about what Tang Yi meant by something even more powerful. Of course, Tang Yi replied, pulling the trigger and aiming at the stone again. Tang San was much more astute this time. He directly used the purple extreme demon eye and clearly saw a bullet piercing through the air, traveling in a straight line towards the large rock. Initially, Tang San thought this bullet would behave like the previous one, penetrating the rock and hitting the tree behind it. If it had even greater power, it might even go through that wall. However, what Tang San didn't expect was that once the bullet entered the rock, it detonated with a loud bang, shattering the rock into pieces, making it unrecognizable. How impressive! Tang San realized that the bullet could explode upon impact. If he had been standing next to that large rock just now, he might have been caught in the blast. Give it a try, Tang Yin said, handing the energy gun to Tang San while also demonstrating how to use it. When you first use it, get used to the recoil of the energy gun. However, this recoil shouldn't be an issue for a soul master. You hold it here, yes, just like this, then swing it, and it will shoot out bullets. This thing works well whether used openly or covertly. Tang Yin released the bullets from the energy gun and then talked about the differences between the two types of bullets. One would explode and the other would not. In the apocalypse, one is for shooting people and the other is for shooting zombies. It's hard to say if this is a funny thing. This is quite impressive. Tang San listened to the general idea and then started shooting at some objects in the yard. He has the purple extreme demon eyes, so his aim is quite good. The energy gun has 2 bullet chambers, and both types of bullets can be loaded at the same time. When shooting, he only needs to pay attention to a button on the trigger. Sister, this energy gun is really powerful and easy to use. But the only drawback is that it needs to be reloaded. Once the bullets in the chamber are used up, they need to be replenished. If this energy gun is used as the only weapon, it becomes a good opportunity for counterattack during the reloading process. Tang San analyzed the energy gun in his hand. Its bullet chamber could hold 12 rounds, and with 2 types of bullets, that meant 24 rounds, making it very convenient for one-on-one duels. However, when used against a group, the time needed to reload bullets could become a good opportunity for the opponents to strike. You're right. Tang San nodded. If it were a supernatural ability user, they could quickly refill their abilities directly, eliminating the need for reloading. Unfortunately, in this Douluo continent, people used soul power and martial spirits. So far, besides himself being a supernatural ability user, Tang San had not seen any other supernatural ability users. Therefore, for everyone else except Tang San, using the energy gun meant they had to load bullets properly. However, as soul masters, they themselves were powerful weapons. With the energy gun as an aid, they could elevate their strength even further, potentially compensating for this flaw. Tang San was thrilled with the energy gun he held. It was not just a simple gift from Tang Yi, it was also a very good weapon. The energy gun's shooting power, explosive power, and accuracy could reach an invisible level for long-range killing. Moreover, the most important part was that once familiar with the energy gun, anyone could easily use it without consuming any internal or soul power. They just needed to aim carefully. This could completely rival the top 3 hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Bang bang bang. Tang San had just obtained a new weapon, and it was the perfect time for him to enjoy it. Holding the energy gun in his hand, he continually familiarized himself with it. Tang had observed the continuous calibration between Tang San and the energy gun and felt it was quite good, so she didn't pay too much attention to it. She still had some parts in her hand and was preparing to assemble one for herself. However, her energy gun would be a bit more complicated than Tang San's. As Tang was a supernatural being, she didn't need to load the bullets one by one. Instead, she could directly replenish them with her own abilities. This way, she could maximize the utility with the least amount of energy. Of course, her energy gun could also load bullets. It just had one additional function compared to Tang San's. The sounds of bangs and explosions accompanied Tang Yi's leisurely assembly, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, at that moment, someone outside the courtyard was knocking loudly on the door, making a loud noise. One could faintly hear voices as well. Tang San and Tang Yi naturally heard it. Tang San first put away the energy gun in his hand, then went to open the door. Chapter 99. I think you are too mature. Tang Yi had also finished preparing her energy gun. She looked towards Tang San's figure, wanted to see who was knocking on the door. After all, this was the courtyard they rented, so it shouldn't attract anyone's attention. However, when Tang Yi saw the visitor, it turned out to be the landlord of this courtyard. What was he doing here? While Tang Yi was still puzzled about how the landlord had arrived, she heard the man's exclamation. Oh my God, what's wrong? Tang Yi didn't know what was happening, so she stood up, wanting to go over and take a look. However, before she could get there, she heard the landlord say, "My yard. I told you. How could there be such a loud noise, one after another? Look at my yard. It's so different from when you came. It's completely ruined." Amidst the landlord's wailing, Tang Yi finally focused his attention on the entire courtyard. Originally, there were quite a few large stones, all of which had been blown to pieces. Even some of the clean walls had been scratched by the flying debris, and one wall was on the verge of collapsing. Of this, Tang Yi's gaze fell on her brother Tang San. Tang San was at a loss for words. He had just obtained the energy gun and was naturally excited, so he didn't pay attention to what he was shooting at. He just saw a nice item and went to try the energy gun, and of course, each item in the yard was lost one by one. Moreover, there were quite a few large stones here. The final result is just like this. He really got too carried away. My yard, what have you done? If it weren't for the people from the neighboring yard complaining that there was a problem with the wall of their rented yard, which looked like it was about to collapse, I wouldn't have believed it. I even told them that my wall had absolutely no problems. But when I went to take a look, the wall over there had already been dented out significantly. It was just a matter of time before it fell. Plus, the noise from your yard was particularly loud and scared my neighbor's guests, who said they didn't dare to stay anymore. The landlord was watching this yard and continued to wail in pain. Even if you were soul masters, you shouldn't fight in my yard. How much will it cost to repair this? And the large stones that I specially brought back, which I had painstakingly arranged into a pleasing shape, have all been destroyed by you. Tang Yi, Tang San. Tang Yi came to Tang San's side. She looked at the landlord, who was still rambling about the rent, and couldn't help but glance at Tang San, then whispered, "You really are bold." Tang San scratched his head in embarrassment. He clearly wasn't a child anymore. Yet today his behavior was indeed that of a mischievous kid. Ahem, we will compensate. Tang Yi walked over and spoke to the landlord in a friendly manner. After all, the mistake was theirs. It was actually her fault for leading the way and breaking the largest stone, which was originally meant to be pleasing to the eye. She had originally thought about renting the same courtyard as her brother to save some money, but who knew that as they tried to save, they ended up spending even more. After hearing that Tang Yi was willing to compensate, the landlord stopped yelling and instead began calculating the damages to the courtyard and how much should be compensated. Tang Yi probably compensated around 100 gold soul coins. After all, these things were scratched on the wall, and most of them were about to fall apart. Even those pleasing stones turned into rubble, leaving the yard in a complete mess. Even the neighboring tenant was scared away and had to be compensated by Tang and TSK. She really is generous. Tang Yin praised himself and wondered whether he should ask the landlord for another room. Little did he know that the landlord, upon hearing this, became extremely wary. Tang Yin and Tang San felt helpless, sensing that the landlord was about to blacklist both of them. In the end, Tang Yin and Tang San had no choice but to leave. Tang San didn't have much to worry about. He could take the parts of those hidden weapons back to the academy to assemble them. Originally, he came out to test Tang San's metal, and he had already tried it. It couldn't be completed in a short time. He could experiment with it little by little in the future. This metal would definitely be useful for him. By now, it was getting late. When Tang San and Tang San came out, it was already dark. Since they hadn't finished their meal, they decided to find a place to eat first. The two of them arrived at a nice restaurant and were eating leisurely when Tang San spotted someone. "Brother, look outside. Is that Mahong Jun?" Upon hearing this, Tang San looked towards the direction pointed out by Tang Yin. From a distance, it appeared a bit blurry, but after using his purple extreme magic eye, he was able to see clearly. In that street, wasn't it Mahong Jun? Moreover, there was a girl with pink hair beside him, and with Mahong Jun's appearance, resembling a red rose, it was obvious what they were up to. Tang San shifted his body slightly to block Tang Yan's line of sight. "Even if you cover my eyes, I can still see. It's not a big deal." Tang Yin continued to eat calmly, and seeing Tang San's little movements, she understood what he meant. Did she really think of her as an underage little girl? It was just about flirting with a girl, such a simple thing. "Sister, I think you're too mature," Tang San could only say in confusion. "If I were mature, how could I be your sister? But I think you guys are more mature. You can do anything, yet you get embarrassed so easily. If you could act a little more composed and stabilize your emotions, I wouldn't overthink it. Otherwise, I can't help but think about it when you already have those reactions and expressions." Tang Yin clearly expressed her thoughts. Tang San felt there was some truth to it, so he straightened his back and pretended to be calm. That's more like it. Finally, he could watch Ma Hongjuan's flamboyant appearance. It was quite amusing to see him getting embarrassed. That girl seemed to ignore him. What a shame for Ma Hongjuan's infatuation, right? Tang San was eating while watching with great interest. What she had just said wasn't entirely true. If her eyes were covered, she would still be able to see. But all she could see was a shadow of a person that kept changing, and besides the shape of the shadow, there was nothing else. Now that Tang San was no longer blocking her view, what she saw was much more colorful. It was somewhat like the difference between an old black and white TV and a color TV. Naturally, she preferred the latter. Ma Hongjun had chased after a certain girl and was about to leave Tang San's sight quickly. She still wanted to see how Ma Hongjun flirted with girls. Chapter 100, quite ruthless. Tang San increased his eating speed and also signaled Tang Yi to eat faster. Tang San felt helpless. Seeing Tang Yin so excited, he silently quickened his eating pace. In fact, he might have been influenced by Tang Yin, or rather, he was infected by her enthusiasm. He also had a slight curiosity to see how Ma Hongjun would woo that alluring lady. It seemed that the chubby guy was going to face quite a bit of hardship. Even though Tang San ate very quickly, it still took a considerable amount of time. By the time the dishes on the table were completely finished by Tang San and Tang Yin, everything was clean. Tang Yin settled the bill and pulled Tang San to run. She wanted to get to the show quickly. She and her brother went to observe and learn, hoping to absorb some negative examples or useful positive materials. In the future, if she saw a handsome guy she liked, she could avoid many pitfalls. As for her brother Tang San, being such a clever young man, he would naturally learn something from it as well. Tang San was taken away by Tang Yin, completely unaware of what Tang Yin was planning. If he had known Tang Yin's thoughts, he would definitely not have agreed to come with Tang and to see Ma Hongjun flirt with girls. Tang San's spiritual ability quickly locked onto Ma Hongjun, and it didn't take long to find his location. However, just as Tang San was about to arrive, he sensed the soul power around Ma Hongjun. Are they about to fight? Tang San paused for a moment. A fight? Is that girl fighting with Ma Hongjun? But Ma Hongjun shouldn't have fallen to the point of fighting off a girl who was pursuing him, right? Jealousy and rivalry. I need to hurry. The opponent's soul power is stronger than Ma Hongjun's. Tang San said this as he quickened his pace, and Tang San followed closely behind using ghost shadow misty steps. When they arrived, they saw a person with 4 soul rings directly overpowering Ma Hongjun's 2 soul rings. "Fatty!" Tang San shouted from a distance, finally catching the attention of the person with 4 soul rings. They stopped beating Ma Hongjun. When Ma Hongjun saw Tang San, he felt like he had seen a savior. His previously swollen face, which had almost obscured his eyes, now opened wide and bright, and he exclaimed, "Sister Xiao San." Tang Yi's jumping body nearly lost its balance upon hearing this, almost falling down. Even Tang San felt a bit unable to hold back after hearing Ma Hongjuan's words, feeling a slight urge to hit someone. Calling her Xiao Yu is fine, but why add sister at the back? Oh, another one? This won't do. No. Seeing Tang Yi rushing over and noticing her age, felt emboldened. However, upon taking another glance, he was captivated by Tang Yi's delicate and lovely features. And he also developed a lustful thought. Wow, this little sister is quite good looking. Although she's a bit small, she is so pretty. Noel directly abandoned Ma Hongjun and, without waiting for Tang Yi to come over, couldn't help but rush towards her. Hee hee, little. Tang Yi listened to the greasy, shifty-eyed uncle and directly sneered, her face almost writing the words, "You think you deserve this?" Tang Yi's hand slightly raised, and the corner of his mouth moved. Thunder. Boom. As soon as Tang Yan's voice fell, a huge purple lightning bolt descended from the sky with a thunderous roar, striking directly at the uncle with the shifty eyes and rat-like features at the speed of light. Baloo was still jumping in midair, and who knew that this bolt of lightning would hit him directly, making a sizzling sound, and then he fell to the ground, nearly charred black, rolling over twice. Baloo, who had fallen to the ground, was still twitching, with a hint of white foam at the corners of his mouth. After a while, he finally caught his breath, and when he coughed, a puff of black smoke could be seen coming from his mouth. Ma Hongjun was still standing on the iron bridge, and he could clearly see that lewd uncle from the railing. This, Tang Yin had truly been merciful before. Just look at the lightning from earlier. Ma Hongjun shivered a little. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been struck dead by now, but Baloo was a soul master, so he could still stand up. You ambushed me." After a long while, Baloo finally recovered, his clothes severely torn, and he had quite a few burn marks on him. "Oh, you're not dead? Then I'll come at you again." Tang Yin looked coldly at Baloo. Such a small child, yet he showed such obvious lewd intentions towards her, which was definitely not a good sign. Tang Yin was very familiar with these lewd gazes. Usually, when she encountered them, she wouldn't show any good face. Such people wouldn't know who they could provoke and who they couldn't unless they were shown some consequences. If it were the apocalypse, she would have shot him in the head directly. Fortunately, Tang Yin was still rational. In this big city, she couldn't kill people indiscriminately. Just now, she wasn't prepared, but now he wouldn't have such good luck anymore. Baloo thought that he wasn't prepared. A soul master like him wouldn't fear a few kids. Oomph, Tang Yin sneered. If she were really just a soul master, with her fighting power and the explosive strength of her martial soul, she could easily handle such a lewd-looking, unathletic person. Moreover, she was an ability user. When the opponent used his martial soul ring, Tang Yin unleashed another thunderstorm. But this time it was different. This was a rain of thunder. Each strike amplified the power of the previous one. No matter how crafty the opponent's ghostly hands were, he couldn't escape this dense rain of thunder. Baloo didn't expect that even using his soul power, he couldn't withstand the torrents of lightning. He wanted to retreat, but this person didn't give him a chance to back away. With this thunderstorm from Tang Yin, Baloo fell back to the ground. Although there was no more foam at his mouth, his body still twitched uncontrollably. One could faintly see strands of glowing electricity on Douluo. At this moment, Tang San arrived beside Tang Yin, and Ma Hongjun, with a swollen face, came over. Looking at the twitching Douluo, there was no longer the arrogance he had just shown when he had been crushing them. This time, Baloo was on guard and reacted a bit faster than before. But Tang Yin didn't want to give him the chance to get up. Looking at the uncle who looked like a burnt coal, Tang Yin directly splashed a bucket of water. Sizzle when the water met the lightning. It was easy to imagine what would happen. Baloo fainted from the pain. Damn, that was ruthless. After confirming that Baloo had fainted, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but kick him a few times to vent his anger. But even when his foot touched Baloo, he could still feel a tingling current. Is he dead? No, he is just electrically stunned, with his soul master level. He should wake up by tomorrow morning, Tang Yin explained, as she wouldn't seek unnecessary trouble for herself. Tang San knew that the person was not dead, so he came up and kicked a few times. He had not forgotten how this guy had shown that lecherous look towards Tang Yin when they first arrived, and he couldn't let it go easily. Chapter 101. This thing is too powerful, third brother. All right, let's stop kicking. Stop kicking, or he'll really die. Originally, Ma Hongjun also wanted to kick him, but he didn't expect Tang San to be so ruthless. He felt embarrassed to go through with it, seeing that the person was about to be finished. Ma Hongjun was really touched. Who would have thought that Tang San cared about him so much? Seeing him being bullied would make him so angry. He was determined to be this brother's friend. After Tang San was pulled away by Ma Hongjun, he finally felt a bit of relief when he saw the people on the ground. Once Ma Hongjun noticed that Tang San had calmed down, he let out a sigh of relief, but he quickly thought of something and asked, "Third brother, Xiao Wu, how'd you guys end up here? Fortunately, you showed up. Otherwise, I would have been beaten half to death, even if I didn't get killed." Ma Hongjun couldn't help but exclaim. Who knew that this lecherous old man had 4 spirit rings while he only had 2? How could he possibly compete? Thankfully, Tang Wu and Tang San had arrived, and he only sustained some minor injuries, which could be healed with just one of Oscar's sausages. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's grateful tone, Tang Wu felt a bit embarrassed to reveal the true reason for their arrival. Could it be that she just wanted to come and learn from the experience? No, that would be too hurtful. Just look how moved he is. Tang Yin politely mentioned, "My brother and I were dining nearby, and my brother said he saw you." I didn't believe it, so we argued for a while without coming to a conclusion. Just as we were finishing our meal, I decided to come over with my brother to see if he was mistaken. Tang San listened to these words, standing to the side, unable to help but glance at Tang Yi. He was a bit surprised, but it also felt somewhat familiar. However, he remained silent, which could be considered as tacitly agreeing with Tang Yi's statement. Even though Tang Yi knew that Tang San was looking at her, she just smiled at him and continued. "Who would have thought that when my brother and I came over, we would see you getting beaten up? We are all partners, so of course we can't just watch you being bullied." My brother and I hurried over, Sai. It's just a coincidence. Ma Hongjun, hearing this, also felt it was quite a coincidence. He felt lucky to have encountered Tang Yi and Tang San. After expressing his gratitude once again, the 3 of them went back together. Tang San and Tang Yin couldn't help but exchange a knowing smile, the meaning of which only they understood. After a few days of vacation, it quickly passed by. Everyone relaxed when they could, and worked hard when they needed to. Vacation time always seemed to fly by too fast. Tang San also assembled the hidden weapons and equipped each of the 8 of them with a set. After these few days, everyone has probably gotten used to the items Tang San provided. At the same time, they wanted to practice what Tang San mentioned before, using soul power to manipulate small objects, manifesting from a heart. This is somewhat different from their previous training, but thanks to Tang San's reminders, they have indeed managed to practice a bit, and they can control small items like silver needles, although they are still not very skilled. Apart from Tang San and Tang Yi, the others cannot manipulate the objects quickly to achieve the desired results. Right now, their manipulation is like a toddler taking their first steps, wobbly and unsteady, but they have grasped some techniques. With more practice, they will be able to reach their desired level. This technique is incredibly powerful. The method of manipulating silver needles is like a cheat code for Ning Rongrong and Oscar. As auxiliary soul masters, they are naturally weaker in combat compared to combat-type soul masters. If they were alone without teammates, even if they encountered combat-type soul masters with lower soul power, it would likely be the auxiliary soul masters who suffer. If they had the ability to protect themselves, this would not only be powerful, but also fun. At this moment, Oscar is manipulating a small stone the size of a thumb instead of a silver needle, which is easier to control. Both Ning Rongrong and Oscar, being auxiliary soul masters, can learn and communicate more about this skill together. They are both excitedly discussing that if they can't defeat others, but have learned this skill well, they can cleverly use soul power to control these small items to attack. And moreover, we can mix some poison into these like these silver needles, which are small and require much less soul power. As long as we grasp the right level, surprising the enemy with poison would definitely ensure our survival. Oscar thinks that since Tang San likes to use some poisons, he could add some poison to the needles, making it even more entertaining. However, they need to be selective about the poisons, as some soul masters are toxic themselves, and some have martial souls that could detoxify, especially higher-level soul masters, like those at the Douluo level, who should be able to resist some poisons. Nonetheless, even if the poison can't take down a powerful soul master, at least it can buy them some time. Learning this skill is definitely a gain. Good idea. I'll buy some poison. Alright, I can get it from Brother San. The poison he uses is quite good. Ning Rongrong and Oscar excitedly discussed this, quickly drawing in the others who were also practicing. This group of children, averaging under the age of adulthood, began discussing what they could put on the silver needles once they mastered this technique, all speaking earnestly. As they talked, they imagined that one day they could organize a team to assassinate powerful soul masters. Although it was a bit far-fetched, they were enjoying a lot of fun in the process. As the teachers of these little monsters, They had no idea that a future assassination organization that could shake the Douluo continent was still in its infancy. However, for now, they were still just a group of growing children. The holidays soon passed. Their second phase of training took place at the Soto Arena in Soto City. Apart from Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, Tang Yi and Tang San had not been to this place before. Training would end when they obtained the Silver Soul Badge. And during this period, I will arrange for you to stay in the hotel closest to the arena, with all accommodations self-catered. As long as you have the ability, the income you can earn from the arena will be considerable. The master introduced the general situation of the arena and discussed the upcoming matters. The 8 of them were in a private room, listening attentively to the master's words. Next, they would write a new chapter at this arena. Chapter 102. Nickname: You must remember that obtaining the Silver Soul Badge is not only through one-on-one battles, but also through team battles. You will compete under the name of the Shrek 7 Monsters. Team battles not only allow everyone to earn individual points, but there will also be team points, which are not present in 2-on-2 battles. Of course, if you want to obtain the Silver Soul title faster, you can freely form teams for 2-on-2 battles. I won't stop you, but I have a few restrictions you must remember. First, do not reveal your appearances or tell your opponents your names during battles. Everything will be fought under code names. Second, including Tang San himself, no one is allowed to use hidden weapons. Third, regardless of win or loss, each person must participate in at least 2 battles every day. Tang Yi found the master's words a bit familiar, but she was quickly caught off guard by the statement that each person must participate in at least 2 battles every day. It sounded exhausting. Yes, of course, auxiliary soul masters Ning Rongrong and Oscar, you could choose to team up with one of them until they obtain the Silver Soul Badge. The master's words immediately excited Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who had been feeling a bit down. Unsurprisingly, the 2 of them looked at Tang Yi with starry eyes. Tang Yin, to be honest, you might not believe it, but she doesn't like to fight. Xiaoyan, look at me. I have your favorite sausages. Look, Oscar spoke first in this 2-on-2 match. Ning Rongrong couldn't believe that Oscar spoke before her. She pushed people aside and said, Xiaoyan, my 7 treasure glaze tile can make you stronger. Even the others looked at Tang Yin with sparkling eyes, their faces practically showing that they were also quite good and could become candidates. Sister. Tang San smiled at Tang Yin. Sister, I want it too. Xiao Wu joined in, and even Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, surrounding Tang Yin with 6 people. The slowest was still the chubby Ma Hongjun. He was a bit on the heavier side and always lagged behind. This time, he found it hard to squeeze in. Sister Xiaoyan, there's also me. Tang Yin, this sister is really unnecessary. Wait, I think. Tang Yin finally spoke under their eager gazes. Ahem, why don't you listen to me? The master just mentioned that the team levels for this fight are different, meaning that in a 2-on-2 match, whoever has the highest level will choose a higher level opponent. I am currently a soul master, and I will be fighting against someone of the same soul master level. Some people felt disappointed by Tang Yan's words, while others were happy. The master nodded at what Tang Yan said, recognizing that he could find flaws in his earlier words and understood the rules of the 2-on-2 match, which was quite good. You shouldn't be too happy too soon. I think if we're going to form a team, we should choose teammates who have some connection. This way, not only can we enhance our own abilities, but perhaps it will also increase our synergy. Our goal in studying and training is to become the strongest. And of course, we shouldn't miss out on such a great opportunity right now. Tang Yan's words really made sense, and everyone nodded in agreement. They were all partners, part of a team, and their goal was to become stronger and be the best version of themselves. If they instinctively sought shelter just now, it would be difficult for them to grow. The master listened to Tang Yan's righteous words and nodded with some satisfaction. Although Tang Yin was a bit lazy, her laziness was in motion. After completing her training tasks, her laziness only indicated that she had the capital to be lazy. So, Xiaoyan, how do you think we should form our team? Dai Mubai asked Tang Yin after some thought. Yes, Xiaoyan, please share your thoughts. I value your suggestions. Me too. Me as well. I. Tang Yan's eyes twitched as she glanced at Dai Mubai. She didn't believe that Dai Mubai didn't understand her earlier words. The one most compatible with him here was Zhu Zhuqing. Why was he asking her? Was he shy? Or was he trying to maintain his reserved persona in front of Zhu Zhuqing to leave a good impression on her? Forget it, they were all brothers. So she might as well help out since the final decision wasn't in her hands anyway. Cough. How about Dai Mubai and Zhuqing, Xiao San and Xiao Wu, Fatty and Rongrong, and then Oscar and me? Damn, she hadn't wanted to form a team at first, but who knew it would end up with her? Oscar had originally decided not to team up with Tang Yin, but in the end, it fell to him. Oscar became excited. and everyone looked at him with a bit of envy and jealousy, well, except for Dai Mubai, who had Zhu Zhuqing. However, no one had any objections to the team formation proposed by Tang Yi, as they all wanted to become stronger. Alright, since everyone has formed their teams, let's talk about your nicknames. You can come up with your own names for the 2-on-2 matches, and for the 1-on-1 matches, I'll give each of you a nickname. Everyone understood and then waited for the master to give them their nicknames. Tang Yin was still a little bit looking forward to it. Xiao Yin suggested using the name of your second spirit ability, Nightmare. What does everyone think? The master thought for a moment, and since Tang Yan's martial soul, the 7-colored Qilin, didn't sound too nice for a girl, he considered Tang Yan's second spirit ability. Everyone nodded after hearing it. This Nightmare really fits well. This is good. Xiao Yin has so many skills that it's hard to count, catching people off guard. Isn't that our nightmare? Exactly. This won't just be our nightmare. Xiao Yin will also become the nightmare of her peers in the future. Right, this is great. Ma Hongjun remembered that night when Tang Yin instantly defeated that lewd uncle, and he couldn't help but shiver. Tang Yin nodded, and she didn't have much thought about the nickname. After seeing that everyone had no particular opinions, the master continued speaking. In the end, Dang Dan, Nai Ma, Dai Mu Bai, Evil Eye White Tiger, Oscar, Sausage Special, Tang San, Thousand-Handed Azura, Fati Ma Ongjun, Evil, Fire Phoenix, Xiao Wu, Softbone Charm Rabbit, Ning Rong Rong, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, Zhu Zhuqing, Dark Spirit Cat. Wow, did you guys notice that Xiao San and Xiao Wu's nicknames are one Nightmare and one Thousand-Handed Azura? Oscar suddenly thought of this and said it in disbelief. Everyone paused and realized that it really is quite similar. No wonder they're siblings. Tang Yin and Tang San exchanged a glance, then smiled at everyone in perfect harmony. The two similar smiles, clearly looking pure and innocent, made their backs involuntarily shiver. Chapter 103, you'll have to put in more effort then. Tang Yin and Tang San saw that everyone was frightened and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing this, everyone else laughed too. The master looked at the few laughing children and couldn't help but be infected by their joy. They truly were a group of sunny children. After the joke was over, everyone quickly began to prepare for the upcoming registration, pairing up as Tang Yin had suggested. They discussed in pairs, and suddenly overheard other people's discussions, finding them amusing and couldn't help but chime in. For a moment, it was quite lively. After the master handed out masks to everyone, he allowed them to have fun. Fortunately, their playfulness was still within limits. After brainstorming names, they listened to the group names of others and even offered a suggestion or two. Once everyone had their own group name, they went to register together. At the same time, they remembered the 2 points the master had mentioned. First, they must not reveal their real age or identity. Second, they must not show their faces. So after stepping outside, everyone put on the masks given by the master. Tang Yin was still somewhat interested in wearing a mask. It was her first time trying this thing. She had heard that before the apocalypse, many people enjoyed games involving masks. She had been curious about it before, and today she finally got to experience it. It felt pretty good. 8 people signed up together, and, after naming the team Shrek Academy, the rest was just a discussion between the two of them. Originally wanting to go solo, Tang Yin ended up teaming up with Oscar. When she was grouping earlier, she thought that Oscar and Ning Rong Rong, the little couple, should be grouped together. However, after thinking it over, she realized that both of them were support soul masters and not suitable to team up, so she had to separate the two in the end. Tang Dan Sai, Ning Rong Rong, and Ma Hongjun, both over level 20, could better cooperate. In a 2-on-2 match, they were just the right opponents for each other, which would help them hone their skills. If Ning Rong Rong was on the same team as her, it was likely that Ning Rong Rong wouldn't improve much. Finally, after a moment's thought, she decided to team up with Oscar. If she used her abilities in the Great Soul Arena against teams of the same level, meaning those over level 30, her powers would easily overwhelm them. In that case, Oscar would just be a support character. That wouldn't be good. In the original plot, Oscar and Ning Rong Rong had quite a few ups and downs in their relationship. It seemed that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had a rule that their direct descendants should marry powerful soul masters, rather than just auxiliary soul masters who could only support others. In the end, Oscar wanted to prove that auxiliary soul masters could also be strong, so he set off on his own to find ways to become stronger. Tang Yin looked at Oscar beside her, who appeared carefree like a silly husky. Tang Yin chose to remain silent for a moment. After a few months, she had developed quite a fondness for Uncle Oscar, the sausage vendor. Knowing that she liked sausages, Oscar would often bring her different varieties, and it was free. For someone who frequently gave her delicious treats, she would consider them a good friend or a brother. Oscar was one of them, and she felt a bit reluctant to let such a sunny young man go down too many wrong paths. Tang Yin let out a slight sigh. Oscar over here had no idea how much Tang Yin had thought about him. At this moment, he was really happy to be on the same team as Tang Yin. It felt like he had grabbed onto a big thigh. Xiao Yin, let's go. We need to sign up. We're just missing the two of us. Xiao Wu. Tang Yin pulled Oscar back. At their current ages, Oscar was older, so she should call him Ergu, second brother, but she couldn't bring herself to do it and was used to calling him Xiao Ao, or sometimes jokingly calling him Uncle Sausage. What's wrong? Aren't we going? Oscar noticed that their friends had already walked far away, and they were falling behind. Xiao Ao, for the next battle. I won't use any other elemental skills, which means I'll only use the soul skills attached to my soul ring. You need to be mentally prepared. Tang Yin thought for a moment. Since using supernatural powers would crush people at the same level, she would just use soul power. It was just right to have more practice with Xiao Qilin. You'll need to put in more effort then. Tang Yin had already planned what to do and couldn't help but smile. However, Oscar had no idea what trick Tang Yin was planning next, so he quickly understood her words. No problem. With the conditions Xiao Yin adds, her power should be greatly reduced, and it will also consume a lot of soul power. I can make more sausages then. Otherwise, I might go bad. Oscar happily nodded in agreement, remembering that Tang Yin had said before their grouping that their goal was to become stronger. Oscar felt that by adding so many restrictions on herself, she was not only trying to become stronger, but also allowing him to become stronger, so he felt touched. He was a support soul master and didn't need to participate in individual duels, so if Tang Yin only participated once in a 2v2 duel each day, then he would only need to participate in 2 duels daily, 1 2v2 and 1 group match. After discussing, Tang Yin and Oscar went to sign up, just in time, as everyone else was ready, so they didn't have to wait. What is the name of the duo between you and Xiao Yin? Ma Hongjun asked curiously. Earlier, everyone had discussed and thought of many names, but they didn't know which one would be used. Now that everyone had signed up, they naturally knew the names of the pairs, except for the last one, Oscar and Tang Yin's combination name. That depends on Xiao Yin. The names we came up with are all very nice. Oscar, a bit showy, wanted to keep them in suspense. Come on, just say it. My duo with Lu Mei is called Phoenix Nine Heavens. Ma Hongjun threw a flirtatious glance at Oscar, the meaning clear that he was in a team with someone he liked. Get lost. Oscar pushed Ma Hongjun's arm off his shoulder. Come on, Erga, just tell me. I'm very curious. Ma Hongjun still wanted to know. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were in a good mood since teaming up. Although he was looking directly at Zhu Zhuqing, he was aware of her movements. He sensed that Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be looking at Oscar, and he roughly understood that she also wanted to know the name of Tang Yin and Oscar's combination. Now Tang Yin was signing up with her individual name, and they would have to wait a while to know the combination name. Xiao Ao, give us a hint. Everyone is really curious. Dai Mubai said, then gestured for Oscar to look at Ning Rongrong. Oscar turned his gaze and quickly met Ning Rongrong's eyes. Originally fierce towards Ma Hongjun, Oscar suddenly changed demeanor, feeling a little embarrassed as he scratched his head, and he softly said something. Chapter 104. Oscar's decision. Oscar moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but everyone seemed to have trouble hearing clearly. What? I didn't hear clearly. Xiao Ao, say it again. I didn't hear either. Even Dai Mubai, who had the highest soul power in their team, couldn't hear what Oscar said. Oscar was still a bit hesitant. However, Tang Yin was already at the point of signing up for the duo, so she called out to Oscar. Xiao Ao, sign up. Coming. Oscar heard Tang Yin's words and stopped talking to everyone, running over to her excitedly. Everyone was no longer in a hurry and looked over. May I ask what your names are? The receptionist asked. Tang Yin said calmly, a bit like a tiger. All right. The receptionist remained calm, as there were many people signing up, and she encountered too many combinations of names every day. She had seen even stranger ones, so she was quite composed. A bit like a tiger? Everyone who heard this was a bit confused. What kind of name is that? Does it look like a tiger? Is a little tiger cute? Does Xiao Yin like tigers? It's quite interesting. Since no one could guess, they all looked at Tang Yin and Oscar, as this name was thought up by them. No, it should be said that it was Tang Yin who came up with it. Both of them weren't very reliable when it came to naming. Oscar thought of many names, most of which were actually silly, and in the end, Tang Yin looked at Oscar and said this one, a bit like a tiger. But Oscar found it quite interesting, so they decided on this name. Tang San also nodded, seeming to think it was acceptable. Although the name wasn't very grand, it sounded quite nice. Second brother, why did you say that so softly just now? Xiao Wu asked Oscar. Right, second brother. You were just teasing me. Ma Hongjun also felt confused, thinking Oscar was joking with him, and was ready to go up and have a good chat with Oscar. Xiao San, do you know what this means? Dai Mubai keenly noticed Tang San's smile and felt that this name was likely not that simple. At this moment, everyone also saw the smile on Tang San's face and became spirited, wanting to ask what the name meant. Tang San saw that everyone was looking at him, so he spoke openly, a bit of tiger, which means a bit silly but very cute. It actually carries a bit of an insult, but it's not that bad. He often hears Tang Yin call him a tiger, and he finds it very cute. It's filled with affection, so he naturally doesn't take it as an insult. Also means silly and cute. Ning Rongrong understood and looked at Oscar, then nodded, as if this term suited Oscar even more. So that's how it is. Everyone looked at Oscar's expression and probably understood the general meaning. Tang San had just finished collecting his registration badge when he heard the announcement that Dai Mubai was about to take the stage. Soon, those who had registered began to hear their names called to compete. Some people did not continue discussing the topic, and, after encouraging each other, they started to go on stage. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, being support soul masters, did not need to participate in the individual matches, so they watched everyone else fight together. For their group, the individual matches went relatively quickly. As long as they knocked their opponents down, it wasn't too difficult. Before long, it was time for the 2-on-2 matches. After the fourth brother finished, I went to meet him. Seeing that Ma Hongjuan's match was almost over and the 2-on-2 was not far off, Ning Rongrong prepared to gather with Ma Hongjun. All right, Xiao San is starting, before the opponent even uses their soul skills. He's already taken them out and kicked them off the stage. That's really impressive. I should get going too. Oscar was a bit excited. Watching Tang San knock out his opponent at the fastest speed, how could he not be thrilled? The audience didn't even react before Tang San had already won. When Oscar found Tang San, they discussed strategies such as when to give Tang San sausages for recovery. However, what Oscar heard was, I don't think I need to eat. Xiao San, are you going to take them out again? If one could be taken out in an instant, then two should be the same, Oscar thought, feeling a surge of excitement. I think you should eat. Tang San smiled slightly, looking quite happy as he said. The reason he took the opponent out so quickly was that he didn't want to waste time. If it were a two-person battle, he couldn't just focus on himself. I eat. Oscar was a bit confused, thinking as a support soul master, he shouldn't need to eat much. Could it be that we'll be flying in the air during our fight? No. Do you want to become stronger? Tang San shook his head and then threw out a temptation. Of course I do, but I'm a food soul master. No matter how strong I get, I can only support others. Oscar certainly wanted to become stronger, but he felt that his food martial soul limited him to being a supporter. You like Rongrong, right? There were no academy members here, just Tang San and Oscar standing by the railing, with Tang San looking over at Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun were preparing to enter the arena. Oscar didn't expect his thoughts to be exposed, feeling a bit embarrassed. And the usually carefree person turned a little red. Do you know that the direct descendants of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School can only marry strong battle-type soul masters? Oscar, who was strong, felt a bit confused and somewhat defeated, a heavy feeling in his heart. He looked at the beautiful Ning Rongrong over there, whom he had liked since the first glance. Support soul masters are inherently at a disadvantage. You know that most people from a Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are support soul masters. Just think about it. Why can they stand firm in their position despite being at a disadvantage? If the people of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School don't marry powerful soul masters, they will only face decline. Tang San looked at Oscar beside him. At this moment, Oscar had fallen into deep thought and struggle. If you really like Ning Rongrong, you are left with only two choices. The first is to give up, and you can still happily be a support soul master. But what about the second one? Oscar's hand beside him couldn't help but clench tightly, as if there was some voice calling out to him. Tang Yin was taken aback by Oscar's serious voice. For a moment, she felt that Oscar seemed to have matured quite a bit. Was it an illusion? It shouldn't be. Tang Yin continued. Secondly, you need to become stronger. Break the long-standing disadvantage of auxiliary soul masters. Chapter 105. You can help me, right? Secondly, you need to become stronger. Break the long-standing disadvantage of auxiliary soul masters. Oscar was now on his way to the arena with Tang Yin, and the words Tang Yin had said to him kept replaying in his mind. If he had to choose between two paths, he wanted to become stronger. He remembered that he chose the second path and Tang Yin's words to him. This path was arduous. If you chose this path, what you would face would be absolute cruelty. After all, on the Douluo continent, no one had broken this norm yet. You can help me, right? Oscar wanted to become stronger, but he hadn't found a way for food soul masters to grow stronger. However, Tang Yin chose to say this to him, and Oscar had a gut feeling that Tang Yin would know how to help him break the norm. Oscar couldn't help but tighten his fist at his side, becoming stronger, becoming stronger. Just thinking about the marriage rules of the seven-treasure glazed tile school that Tang Yi mentioned made him feel an urgent desire to get stronger. I have some methods, but no soul master has tried them yet, and the consequences are unpredictable. I can't guarantee that you will become as strong as a battle-type soul master. Do you want to try? These methods she had used on herself, and she had also applied them to Tang San. But Tang San already had the foundation of Tang Sek's internal skills. So Tang San could quickly understand what she meant and could rapidly convert internal strength using his own soul power. However, facing someone from the Douluo continent who was purely an auxiliary soul master, Tang Yi couldn't be completely certain that she would succeed. She explained a worst-case scenario to Oscar. I want to give it a try. I trust you. Oscar became serious at this moment, looking intently at Tang Yi, filled with an unprecedented trust. Tang Yi met Oscar's gaze and was momentarily stunned. However, she quickly smiled and nodded at Oscar, saying, "All right, thank you." Unable to contain himself, Oscar bowed to Tang Yi, as he knew what he had agreed to in that moment. He wasn't sure what the future held, but he wanted to give it a try, whether for Ning Rongrong or for his own desire to become stronger, rather than just being an excellent support soul master. No matter how outstanding a support soul master is, they still need someone to protect them in order to grow. He also wanted to be the one who could provide that protection. "What are you thanking me for? Xiao Wu? Do we need to say thank you for our brotherhood?" Tang Yi couldn't help but touch her nose. She had her own selfish reasons. She didn't want to fight and was looking for an excuse to be lazy. And she also wanted to experiment with an idea that had occurred to her when she was guiding Tang San's younger brother earlier. If things turned out as she imagined, she could build a force that, regardless of the past actions of the Spirit Hall, would have a fundamentally different stance. Different positions would eventually lead to a confrontation. She had to make plans for the future. Otherwise, if the Spirit Hall came to find them personally, it would be too late to resist. Furthermore, in the original story, Oscar had always wanted to become stronger. If he and Ning Rongrong were to be together, becoming strong was a necessary path for Oscar. Instead of letting him figure it out on his own later, it was better for her to present her idea to him. If Oscar really became stronger, they would both win. At this moment, Tang Yi and Oscar had already stepped onto the arena. They had just registered today and had no fame yet. As the host announced their names, they came out without causing much of a stir. Tang Yi whispered to Oscar before stepping on stage, "Remember what I said." Oscar responded with a light and then walked to the center of the arena with Tang Yi. The host, seeing the slightly nervous team members, continued, "Next, let me introduce the opponents of the slightly tiger team, Candy Explosion. Candy Explosion has achieved 5 consecutive victories in the 2v2 soul battle, relying on their formidable strength to achieve unprecedented success in the soul master level competition. If they defeat their opponents, the slightly tiger team, in this match, they will achieve a 6-game winning streak. The next time you want to see the Candy Explosion team, you'll have to go to the Central Soul Battle area. This is an unprecedented honor." The host's words were filled with enthusiasm, inciting cheers from the audience. "Oh ha ho ho ho! Candy Explosion! Candy Explosion! Candy Explosion!" With the audience's cheers, the two members finally made their entrance. One was a petite and adorable lowly, and the other was a muscular man who seemed simple-minded. This combination caught everyone off guard. The contrast was overwhelming. The little lowly wore a beautiful pink dress, looking quite obedient as she sat on the shoulder of the muscular man. However, her tone carried an air of arrogance and nonchalance. "Here come 2 little sweethearts." Oscar stood in front of Tang Yi, his gaze fixed on the muscular man, feeling an overwhelming illusion of strength. He felt a bit scared. After all, he was a support soul master. Tang Yi said to him, "You're playing the main role, and I'm playing support." This meant that he was about to face someone who looked very strong, and he felt a bit insecure. Oscar turned to Xiao Yin and suggested that maybe he should sit out the next match. After all, he couldn't just jump in against someone who looked like a fierce fighter, especially since Tang Yin hadn't taught him anything yet. How was he supposed to fight? "Don't worry, I'm here." Tang Yin calmly gave Oscar an encouraging look. For some reason, Oscar felt a bit more composed, and his fear diminished significantly. What was there to be afraid of? If it came down to it, he had Tang Yin behind him. What was there to be scared of? He was ready to charge in. Oscar straightened up, looking like he was ready to throw down. However, many spectators had noticed Oscar's earlier fear and burst into laughter, not holding back as they mocked him. They shouted, "If you're scared, just step down and don't embarrass yourself. Look at that timid duo, scared silly, and wearing masks. How pretentious." The little lowly also saw Oscar's cowardly demeanor and couldn't help but laugh, even though he straightened his back in the end. The first impression was hard to erase. "Don't be scared, little sweetheart. We'll be very gentle." The little lowly said smugly as she jumped down from the muscular man's shoulders. As both sides prepared, the battle was about to begin. The host wasted no time and, after announcing the start, quickly left the stage to make way for the two teams. Chapter 106. What a thrill! With the host's announcement, the candy explosive duo opposite activated their soul power simultaneously. The little lowly's martial soul was a small cat, while the muscular man's martial soul was inevitably a gorilla. The little lowly had 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, which are the best combination, while the muscular gorilla man had 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. Both of them possessed 1,000-year soul rings, indicating they were quite strong. It's time for Uncle Sausage to step in, Tang Yi said, activating his own soul power. His originally 1 purple and 2 black soul rings transformed into 2 yellow and 1 purple, achieving the best soul ring match. Oscar also had 2 yellow and 1 purple. When he saw Tang Yi's soul rings, he was a bit surprised, but it was just a brief surprise. He quickly adjusted his facial expression. Oscar assumed a fighting stance. The muscular man had already begun his attack, launching an assault at Oscar, who was standing at the front. First soul skill, Gorilla Roar. The muscular man used his first soul skill against Oscar. Tang Yi stood behind Oscar and closed his eyes, allowing him to use his mental powers more precisely. Xiao Wu. Jump back to dodge. Oscar was taken aback. He felt that Tang Yi was speaking to him, but it didn't seem like the words were in his ears. It felt like they were in his mind. There was no time to think, so he jumped back. Xiao Wu, don't resist me next. Just as Oscar jumped back, narrowly dodging the muscular man's first wave of attack, he heard Tang Yi's voice again. However, he didn't quite understand. How could he resist? How could he resist Tang Yi? But before he could ponder this, he began to understand what Tang Yi meant. He felt his hands moving on their own. What the heck? Oscar instinctively tried to suppress his hands, but quickly remembered Tang Yi's previous words and could only watch as his hands seemed to gain a mind of their own. Soon, Oscar felt that not just his hands, but his whole body had a mind of its own, no longer needing his control. At that moment, Oscar heard Tang Yi's voice again. Feel the flow of soul power in your body. Oscar temporarily cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, nodded at Tang Yi, and began to understand. He didn't resist the extra power in his body, but instead slowly began to feel the flow of that power within him. The muscular man's first soul skill missed Oscar, and now he was close. The muscular man's gorilla martial soul, while heavy and unsuitable for range attacks, meant that when he seized an opportunity, he would attack up close. Oscar felt as if his body was no longer his own. As the muscular man moved into attack, his body reacted quickly. It hurt a bit. The gorilla martial soul had immense strength, especially in arms and fists. Although Oscar didn't directly take the muscular man's punch, their hands and feet inevitably collided during the fight. Just that little contact made Oscar feel the opponent's strength was too great, causing his hands and feet to tingle with pain. But he wasn't in control of his body. He didn't want to absorb the muscular man's attack. Xiao Wu, focus, Tang Yi reminded him, sensing that Oscar was getting a bit distracted. Oscar remembered his goal and had no choice but to temporarily ignore the pain in his body. As Oscar slowly became more engaged, he sensed that something was off. It was his soul power. His soul power was emerging on its own, without using his soul rings to create sausages. However, this emergence of soul power was a bit slow, as if he was still unfamiliar with it, but it was flowing nonetheless. This was his body. He understood the soul power within him better. He began to carefully feel the trajectory of the soul power flowing through him. Gradually, he started to see a glimmer of understanding. Oscar's comprehension was naturally not low. At first, he was a bit unaccustomed to the changes in his body. But under the pressure of the strong attack, his mind and body were constantly honed. To lessen the pain, he had to keep analyzing, learning, and observing. Fortunately, as time went on, Oscar found it wasn't as difficult as it was at the beginning. He remembered a bit of the trajectory and followed Tang Yi's lead, slowly finding his footing. He learned how to dodge and counter the strength of the gorilla, as well as the changes in the soul power within him. Seeing that Oscar, who had initially been at a disadvantage, was now becoming more adept, the muscular man roared in anger. Second soul skill. Pound chest and stomp feet. Tang Yi used his mental power to control Oscar, making him retreat. A gust of wind propelled Oscar, allowing him to barely dodge the muscle man's second soul skill. Tang Yi also felt that Oscar had entered a state of focus. With a change in his hand, a golden iron rod appeared in Tang Yi's grasp. Little Oscar, catch. Soon, the golden iron rod was in Oscar's hand. Huh. Oscar couldn't help but let out a sound. It was really painful. Those solid attacks, landing on him, were truly excruciating. Is this what battle spirit masters can feel? However, it felt so exhilarating. The more he fought, the more it hurt, but Oscar felt a surge of excitement instead. However, after acquiring a weapon, he began to sense some different changes. The difference between having a weapon and not having one was significant. With the weapon, Oscar only felt a numbness in his hand, rather than direct pain. He felt the iron rod rotating in his hand, which was quite helpful as it blocked some of the muscular man's attacks. Moreover, Oscar discovered that his soul power could actually flow into the iron rod in his hand. How was this possible? Before Oscar could fully comprehend this feeling, he heard a voice nearby. Second soul skill, Candy Charm. The little loli's attack was directed at Tang Yi. She observed Tang Yi for a while, and, seeing that he remained still, speculated that he might also be a support spirit master. The little loli's martial spirit was a cat, but she was a healing-type support spirit master. Besides support, she also had some feline traits. Using her second soul skill, Charm, she could confuse her opponents while also delivering slight attacks. The little loli thought that as long as she took down the opposing support spirit master, the match would be nearly over. It would be an easy win. She happily believed she was about to defeat Tang Yi. However, what she didn't know was that Tang Yi was not an ordinary support spirit master. Using Charm in front of Tang Yi was like a small witch meeting a great witch. Second soul skill, Nightmare. Tang Yi was distracted dealing with this little girl, and the mental power she used to control and pull Oscar was withdrawn. Not good. Chapter 107. I think I can do it again. Not good. Oscar. Tang Yi was not simply controlling Oscar. She was spending her mental energy to guide the soul power within him. This was her first attempt, and it required even more concentration, so she couldn't be disturbed. If she was interrupted, her mental energy would be pulled back. At that moment, Oscar also sensed that some power within him was fading. The force that had bound him seemed to be gone. Oscar's movements halted for a moment, and it was in that instant that the muscle man seized the opportunity. With his martial soul activated, the muscle man quickly threw a punch. Even though Oscar still had a bit of Tang Yi's control over him, he instinctively used a metal rod to block, but with the strength of that gorilla-like arm, he was still sent flying. Little AO. Tang Yi finally shifted his attention back to Oscar, only to see him being sent flying to the other side. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ouch, ouch. Without Tang Yi's control, Oscar was now free, and he couldn't help but shiver all over, trying to relieve the pain in his body. It hurt so much. As a support soul master, he was not resilient to attacks at all. Tang Yi saw the muscular man wanting to chase again, so he directly activated the nightmare from before. The little loli suddenly screamed, as if she encountered something scary. After hearing the little loli's voice, the muscular man looked startled. He no longer intended to continue chasing Oscar and instead ran towards this side. Bang, bang, bang. The muscular man ran quickly towards the little loli. Tang Yi returned to Oscar's side upon seeing this. Are you okay? Tang Yi couldn't help but ask as she looked at Oscar, who was covered in bruises. I'm fine. Oscar took a breath, made a few sausages, and after eating them, he felt much better. However, the last punch from that muscular guy was not something that could be easily healed. He had internal injuries that were likely severe and wouldn't heal quickly. But Oscar didn't want to give up just like that. We can continue. Oscar wiped the corner of his mouth where a trace of blood had appeared, but he wiped it quickly, preventing the blood from flowing out. Tang Yi looked at Oscar, meeting his determined gaze, and she felt a little touched. She recalled Oscar, who had been trembling and crying out in pain just moments ago. Sighing, Tang Yi reached out her hand to help Oscar up. Oscar smiled at her, indicating that he was truly fine, and then used her strength to stand up. No matter how much pain he felt, he would endure it, because he had begun to sense that he was getting a little stronger. Tang Yi helped heal Oscar's internal injuries while he was getting up. Even Oscar's hand, which he thought hurt, no longer felt pain. It was the first time Oscar had been healed by Tang Yi, and it was much better than his sausages since it calmed down his troublesome internal injuries. He felt all the pain in his body had disappeared. Xiao Wu, I feel like I can go again, back to full health. Oscar tightened his grip on the golden rod, feeling like he could fight another 800 rounds. However, Tang Yi shook his head. Your body is fine now, but you still consumed quite a bit of mental energy. Let's call it a day for now, and we'll continue tomorrow. Tang Yi said, looking at Oscar's somewhat pale face. The body can be repaired, but mental energy is a different matter. Today, you exerted too much mental energy for the first time. We can't continue, or it will have the opposite effect. All right. Oscar understood Tang Yi's intention and stepped back behind him, giving up the spotlight. Although Oscar felt revitalized, he was a bit tired, which was unusual for him and seemed to be a side effect. What's going on? Are we still fighting? The two teams have been fighting passionately, but in the blink of an eye, They separated, and there was no more sparring for the moment. Some impatient spectators began to shout, "Don't stop. This is a competition. Do you want to end a draw?" Nonsense. There are only wins and losses in a competition. Nosotros. Are you all blind? Can't you see that the candy-exploding girl seems to be in trouble? Someone pointed at the little girl who had exploded with candy. The little girl appeared to be in a coma, occasionally making sounds and frowning as if she were having a nightmare. Hey! The muscular man couldn't wake the little girl and was getting a bit anxious, so he yelled at Tang Yi while using his martial soul. Tang Yin moved his neck, showing no fear of the muscular man. After the muscular man set the little girl down, Tang Yin stepped forward, ready to engage in a fight. The audience outside cheered, as Tang Yin had hardly made a move before, and now he had knocked out a member of the candy explosion team with a single strike. With Tang Yin entering the scene, it was certainly a spectacle. Third soul skill, mountain press. The muscular man seemed genuinely angered and unleashed his strongest attack. His mountain press could quickly lock onto a target, and with a precise jump, he could directly crush his opponent. It was this skill that had allowed their candy explosion team to achieve 5 consecutive victories, as most teams had fallen to the muscular man's third soul skill. First soul skill, sacred flame. The scorching heat dazzled the eyes, making it difficult for the jumping muscular man to approach, while flames suddenly bursting from the ground seemed to have a will of their own, chasing after the muscular man. However, the muscular man appeared determined, as if he had placed a bet, intent on crushing Tang Yin. He maneuvered around the flames while advancing towards Tang Yin. Tang Yin is certainly not afraid. Does this muscular man still want to use a method that harms both himself and his enemy to deal with her? It seems that this plan will come to nothing. Tang Yin also had a golden iron rod appear in his hand. Let's see whether his mount tie pressure is stronger or a 1,000-pound drop is stronger. Tang Sha tightly gripped the golden rod in his hand, his gaze quickly locking onto the towering muscular man. Here he comes. As he got closer, Tang Sha thought to himself. Then he swung the golden rod. 1,000 gene drop. Bang! The two collided, making a significant noise. The muscular man initially looked at Tang Sha with some disdain, thinking that no one in the Soul Master realm could withstand his third soul skill head-on. This person is still naive. However, when the golden rod, imbued with immense strength, not only clashed with his third soul skill, but also withstood it, the muscular man's surprise was far from trivial. But there was no time for him to be surprised now. Tang Yin is not just about brute force. There are also hot flames on the ground that keep burning. Chapter 108, Truly Tenacious. If this continues, the muscular man will undoubtedly be forced to lose. So he must crush his opponent with his third soul skill before the flames become unbearable. Third soul skill, Mount Tai Press. Enduring the pain, the muscular man once again unleashed his third soul skill. Although the cooldown period had not yet passed, he put in some effort and managed to use it again. Truly tenacious. However, in terms of strength, her power type ability will not back down. Tang Yan's eyes turned cold, and the power of her abilities rolled continuously in her hands. Crack! With two forces colliding, the arena beneath Tang Yan's feet couldn't help but crack open a hole. The muscular man was genuinely astonished by Tang Yan, as she managed to withstand both of his dual third soul skills. She still appeared so small and inconspicuous. He initially thought she was a support soul master. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be the strongest of them all. Despite the muscular man using 2 third soul skills in succession, he still couldn't take down Tang Yan, resulting in her victory. Bang! It was the muscular man who couldn't bear it any longer. His strength was insufficient, and he was sent flying by Tang Yan's golden rod. Landing on the side of the arena, the audience fell silent, not expecting this outcome. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted in cheers. Especially the spectators who understood the significance of the candy explosion. They were even more aware of what the muscular man's third soul skill represented. The host, seeing the situation, directly announced the result. The Tiger combination wins. With the host's voice, the audience cheered and applauded continuously. Tang Yin and Oscar exchanged a smile, truly a perfect ending. However, the muscular man who had been knocked to the other half of the arena by Tang Yin stood up a bit unsteadily. He picked up the little lowly, looking worried. As the little lowly had not yet woken up, he glanced in Tang Yan's direction. Tang Yin felt it and said kindly, "She's fine. A good sleep will do." Tang San said as he collected the nightmare attached to the little lowly. "Thank you." The muscular man rarely spoke, and after thanking Tang San, he carried the little lowly away. With the 2-on-2 match over, it was time for Tang San and Oscar to leave as well. "Do you remember the route of Soul Power Operation?" Tang San asked as they emerged. "Yes, I remember. It's about how the soul power attaches to the weapon," Oscar still holding the golden staff, replied, somewhat unclear. Well, I don't know how to explain it. I'll take you tomorrow, and you can feel it yourself. Tang San said, unsure of how to articulate it. There are countless meridians in a person's body, and just as Tang San was about to say something, she really couldn't express it. After all, she wasn't a medical student. Even if she were a medical student, remembering many of the body's meridians and explaining them to others might not be understood. Therefore, she could only use her spiritual power to induce and gradually connect their soul powers. Moreover, she wasn't sure if everyone's meridians were the same or if they followed the same path. Only under the influence of her spiritual ability could she quickly see a person's meridians and then combine them, figuring out which ones formed a cycle that could continuously operate and where they could be used. If she didn't have her spiritual ability, she couldn't guarantee how the unique soul power of the Douluo continent would change. Okay, Oscar nodded. Since you remember the cycle of soul power from the first part, practice more, and you'll get better. Tang San encouraged. As for the results we've achieved, let us keep a secret for now. I'm still in the experimental stage. Otherwise, she and T figured everything out, and the other few people wanted to learn too. She didn't know how to guide them. Okay, Oscar readily agreed, understanding that this was the experimental stage, and if anything went wrong, it would be chaotic. His reasons for taking risks were compelling, unlike the other partners. After several rounds, the 8 of them formed 4 teams, and whether 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, they won their first victories. Everyone was quite happy, and Oscar handed out 2 sausages to each person to restore their physical and soul power. As they had their first group competition coming up, Master Flandra and Xiao Wu watched the group of little monsters, nodding in satisfaction. As they observed the happy group, Master glanced at the time and interrupted. It's time to participate in the team battle. Since we registered a bit late, our turn will likely be later. Everyone listened quietly to the Master's instructions and reminders, paying serious attention. You will face teams of level 30 and above. Teams differ from 1-on-1 and 2-on-2. Cooperation among members is far more important than individual strength. Since the opponent is a team, they lack various soul masters. How they're combined depends on their understanding of teamwork. Master, are you still worried about our cooperation? Xiao San is a control-type soul master, so he will command, and we will all follow his orders. Plus, we have Xiao San, who is our trump card, so you can rest assured, Master. Dai Mubai's words quickly gained everyone's approval. With confidence high, Tang San accepted the task of commanding. Tang San quickly distributed the tasks. Dai Mubai, Tsutsuking, and Xiao Wu would be the main attackers, while Tang San and Ma Hongjun would support them from the front and back. However, the strongest Tang San would stay behind to protect Ning Rongrong and Oscar. With Tang San protecting them, they could be absolutely at ease. As for why Tang San wasn't the main attacker, one reason was his personality. He didn't like fighting. Another reason was that if he took the lead, the chances for everyone else to showcase their abilities would be reduced. A team needs to work together, and everyone is an important part of it, striving for a win-win situation. With no worries in front and no concerns behind, they moved forward. When the master received their entry order, it turned out just as he said. Because they registered late, their ranking was also lower. They ended up entering second to last. So, there was still some time to wait, but everyone didn't go to watch the matches. After all 8 of them had experienced competitions before, and they weren't in their best spirits, so they needed to rest for a while. Therefore, they all went to the waiting lounge. As they walked into the lounge, it was quite large, and it seemed that many teams were waiting. There were at least 30 or 40 people. However, after Tang San and his group of 8 entered, they attracted everyone's attention. After all, each of them wore a mask. Wearing a mask wasn't a big deal. 1 or 2 people wouldn't draw too much notice. But when all 8 members of Shrek Academy wore masks, it certainly caught people's eyes. Chapter 109, Mad Rhino Don't. After Tang Yin and a few others arrived at the resting place, they did not run around recklessly, but focused on recovering their soul power. Tang Yin was a bit hungry, leaning against a sofa, holding some nuts in her hand, eating one after another, feeling quite pleased. Her companions were originally resting, but seeing Tang Yin enjoying the food so much, they couldn't help but reach out to grab a few bites. Unfortunately, who could snatch food from Tang Yin? When Ma Hongjun couldn't help but reach out, he was swatted away by Tang Yin. Sister Xiao Yin, I'm a bit hungry too. Ma Hongjun, having been swatted away, was not angry. Instead, he looked a bit pitiful. Then eat your own. Why are you trying to touch my snacks? Tang Yin crunched down on more nuts and then pulled out a new bag. Ma Hongjun was satisfied, took the new bag, opened it, and started eating, while Oscar also came over to have a couple of bites. Move. seeing Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong looking at her. She took out another bag and handed it over. This was Tang Yan's habit. She liked to eat a portion of snacks by herself and didn't like to share. If her friend wanted some, she would buy a new portion for them or take out a new one. It had always been this way. Thank you, sister. Xiao Wu took the bag of nuts from Tang Yin and started eating with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. But they were just joining in for fun and didn't really need to eat. Tang San looked at Tang Yin and shook his head helplessly. Dai Mubai was even less interested in these children's snacks, but that didn't stop him from watching everyone eat. The originally tense atmosphere was broken by Tang Yin, and everyone's mood improved. At this moment, their group was sharing snacks, and they were already quite eye-catching with their masks, but now they were also munching on snacks together. These children's antics were impossible to ignore. Oh, what kind of place is this? So leisurely. A big man who looked like an uncle walked over, and his manner of speaking and walking felt a bit arrogant, holding a girl in his arms. Now that the scene, Tang San and Dai Mubai immediately stood up and positioned themselves in front of their companions, looking warily at the newcomer. Tang Yin also looked over at this moment. But what caught his attention at first glance was the other person's height, which he estimated to be around 2 meters tall. Tang Yin felt a little envious. However, she was not good at expressing herself, so she stopped eating the nuts, folded them up, took out a candy, and popped it into her mouth. It was sweet and nice. At that moment, she heard the tall man say, "TSK, but this little girl is really something. Why is she covering her face? Why not let Big Brother take a look?" Tang Yi. Tang Yin glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was mentioned by the big uncle, and she shifted her body to block Zhu Zhuqing. "Hey, where did this lewd uncle come from? Have you looked in a mirror to see what face you have that can be called brother? Did you get stupid from peeing?" Tang Yin had always been unreserved with such people. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing also stood up and coldly told the big man to get lost. "Do you know who I am? Little girl, don't give me that attitude. Oh, who are you? Is your dad a Douluo, or is your mom a Douluo? So arrogant. Or is this big soul arena your family is?" Tang Yin spoke without holding back, and her words were smooth. Even Tang San was a bit surprised to see that Tang Yin had such eloquence. Isn't it true that Tang Yin usually doesn't talk big unless she's going to fight? Dai Mubai was also very angry and wanted to retort. But before he could speak, Tang Yin had already beaten him to it, and she made it quite interesting. "Who are you anyway? Why don't we call your Douluo dad over to take a look?" "Oh wait, you don't have a Douluo dad. How about your Douluo grandpa?" Oscar also stood up at this point, walking over and pretending to clean his ears, looking like he wanted to listen attentively. This was quite ironic. Did they really think being a Douluo was that easy? The onlookers, who initially came to enjoy the show, wanted to laugh at Tang Yan's words, but they all knew who this person was and held back their laughter. However, Tang Yan's teammates didn't have to care as much. After Tang Yan's words, they chuckled quietly, try to keep the atmosphere calm for her to perform. This was even more humiliating. Looking for death. The big man was furious at Tang Yin and her teammates' smug expressions, glaring with wide eyes and raising his hand as if he was about to hit someone, when the big man made a move. Tang San and Dai Mubai were also waiting for him, completely unafraid. "What? Can't talk back, so you want to hit someone?" Tang Yin continued to stand on the sofa. Although she was still shorter than the big man, she was now a bit taller than Tang San. Lightly resting her hands on Tang San and Dai Mubai's shoulders, signaling them to relax. Tang San and Dai Mubai understood Tang Yin's meaning and did not take action. Tang Yin curled his lips and said to the big man in a rogue manner, "Oh, I'm so scared. Who are you again? The son of Douluo? Or is it the grandson of Douluo? Oh no, you're the big boss of the Great Soul Arena, right? How annoying. You're seeking death." The big man could no longer tolerate Tang Yan's tone and the disdainful sarcasm. He truly couldn't hold back anymore and was about to strike at Tang Yin and the others. "Guangxi, no." The woman beside the big man tried to stop him, but he had already made his move and she couldn't intervene. Tang Yin saw the other party make a move and then smiled. After pushing Tang San and Dai Mubai aside, she caught the big man's palm with one hand. The big man, upon hearing the woman's voice, realized he had acted impulsively, but it was already too late. His punch had been caught by that mocking little girl. He wanted to retract his fist, but he found he couldn't pull it back. "Stop." Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Tang Yin heard a slight movement in her eyes. She continued to retreat along the path of the big man's fist and then fell down with a thud. The big man finally retracted his fist, but he heard Tang Yan's voice, which was no longer arrogant, but rather weak. "He hit me." Tang Yin lay on the ground, and Tang San and the others panicked. "Sister." Tang San rushed over to support Tang Yin. She grabbed Tang San's hand, signaling that she was okay. When Tang San met her familiar gaze, the two siblings shared a tacit understanding. Sister, what's wrong? Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, and knowing that Tang Yin was fine, he continued to cooperate with her. Dai Mubai and the others also gathered around. Tang Yin weakly pushed Dai Mubai aside, blocking the manager's view. How could he let that person not see him? Dai Mubai understood immediately when he was pushed by Tang Yan's strong force, realizing that Tang Yin was fine. Chapter 110. You all wait for me. Zhu Zhuqing was also worried, and Dai Mubai pulled Zhu Zhuqing a bit, allowing her to follow his path. However, without Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing blocking the way, everyone could see Tang Yan's pale little face. Crazy Rhino, don't you know that private fights are not allowed in the soul fighting preparation area? This is the rule of the Grand Soul Arena. If you want to fight, go to the soul fighting platform. Supervisor AO directed his anger at Crazy Rhino when he saw the weak little girl. No, Supervisor. I didn't know that Crazy Rhino clearly knew that the punch just now didn't actually hurt the opponent. Instead, he was the one being suppressed. Crazy Rhino wanted to argue, but he hadn't finished speaking. At this moment, Tang Yan's face turned even paler, and he couldn't help but cover his chest. Then looked in the direction of Supervisor AO and coughed. Cough, cough. Tang Yan's cough quickly drew everyone's attention. He coughed at me, and while we were just minding our own business, he came over to provoke me. I retorted a couple of times, and then he started coughing and hitting. As he spoke, blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Blood. This is no simple matter. Tang Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a confused expression, his blood-stained hand weakly raised, and then he saw the blood on his hand, his eyes widening in great terror. Bleeden. Cough, cough. No, didn't we agree that fighting isn't allowed in the resting area? Tang Yin looked at Supervisor AO with a hint of innocent trust in his eyes, full of confusion. Seeing those pure, trusting eyes, Supervisor AO, who had seen many people come and go, still had some ability to read people. This child looked like an underage kid, given his build and those clean eyes. He seemed to be around 10 years old, untouched by the pollution of the adult world. He had just heard that someone was eating the snacks of a child, so he guessed this must be the one. It seemed that this was a cute, sunny, and optimistic little girl who had full trust in the Great Soul Arena. To let such a young child join the soul fighting team meant she was quite talented and would definitely be the darling of the group. Looking at the worried expressions of their team, it was evident. Such a beloved child, who trusted the Great Soul Arena, had now been injured. This absolutely could not be forgiven. The rules of the Great Soul Arena were not mere decorations. If this were simply resolved today, it would encourage others to imitate such behavior in the future, leading to chaos. Guangxi, you saw it too. You fought in the resting area and even caused someone to bleed. This violates the rules of the Great Soul Arena. I will deal with this according to the rules. Supervisor AO said sternly, with no room for negotiation. No, Supervisor AO, I didn't hurt the little girl. I held back my strength. It's impossible for me to injure her. Follow the rules. What should I do? Guangxi absolutely refused to admit it. Not hurt. Is our little Yan's injury fake? Zhu Zhuqing was the first to object. You still want to argue? You laid hands on someone, and everyone in the resting area saw it. Our person bled. Can that blood be fake? Tang Yin weakly glanced at Oscar and seemed to cough twice in agreement. Actually, her blood might really be fake. Tang San held Tang Yin, looking angrily at Guangxi. The members of their team also looked at Guangxi with resentment. Even those who were in the waiting room earlier had seen what Guangxi did. This was an unchangeable fact. According to the rules, if you fight and injure someone in the soul battle waiting room, the result of today's soul battle is a loss, and the mad fighting team will not participate in the soul battle today. Supervisor AO said this, and then took out a booklet that recorded some matters. Guangxi, upon hearing this, was naturally dissatisfied and wanted to refute, but he was stopped by the woman beside him, who shook her head. After all, opposing the Grand Soul Arena was not a good omen. After Supervisor AO made his judgment on Guangxi, he looked at Tang Yin and the others and said, just in time, you are the newly registered Shrek 7 monsters for today. The second-to-last match today is against Guangxi and his team. Due to the fight in the Soul Battle waiting room, the Shrek 7 monsters get a free win for one match. Do you have any objections? Supervisor AO asked both sides. Guangxi had objections, but he could not confront the Grand Soul Arena. Tang San and Dai Mubai's unexpected outcome left everyone shocked. They won without even having to fight. The decision made by Supervisor AO made the other teams present take a deep breath. Winning a match by default is just too amazing. Moreover, this isn't just a simple win. Each winning team earns a considerable amount of gold soul coins and can regain their reputation. This Shrek 7 monsters can be considered to have won a match. If they win 10 matches in a row, They can advance to Copper Spirit Arena and even gain audience favor, allowing them to compete on the Central Spirit Arena. The money and reputation gained would be even greater. However, it's a pity for the team of the Mad Rhinoceros, who reportedly achieved 7 consecutive victories, now facing such a reckless interruption. It's truly unfortunate and frustrating. It would have been better if they had lost honorably in the arena, but now, this match was cancelled because of this incident. How can one not sigh at this? You wait for me, Mad Rhinoceros said fiercely before leaving. He would definitely not let them off the hook. The Mad Battle team registered for 7 days and won 7 matches in a row, making them stand out even in the copper-level Spirit Master Arena. When the Mad Battle team appears, it's either death or injury. Supervisor AO glanced at Tang San, who had been helped up, and then spoke to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai nodded, thanking Supervisor AO for the reminder. Get a Spirit Master to heal the young lady. Supervisor AO didn't say much more, as some matters were not under his jurisdiction. After leaving that remark, he left. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged glances and then took Tang San out of the Spirit Fighting Lounge. They quickly returned to their previous private room. Why are you little monsters back? Flender looked at the newcomers, puzzled. Weren't these kids supposed to be preparing for the match? How did they all return? Did they get nervous during their first team competition? Flender speculated, and his gaze quickly fell on Tang San holding Tang Yen. Upon seeing the red marks at the corner of Tang Yan's mouth, Flender immediately became anxious. This is his little boss, not to mention a little monster from his academy. How did she get hurt? And someone had to carry her back. Flender questioned the group, realizing that since the match hadn't started yet, it meant someone had bullied them. Flender's protective instincts kicked in immediately. Chapter 111. We are not to be messed with. How to put this? Tang San gestured for Ma Hongjun to close the door before he got off Tang San's body. Tang San also smiled helplessly, and then a few others laughed as well, all knowing that Tang Yin was just pretending. Flender noticed that everyone was acting this way and felt that something was off. Tang Yin coughed lightly and took out a handkerchief from her space, carefully wiping the blood, which was actually juice, from the corner of her mouth. After she took a punch from the crazy rhinoceros, she stuffed a red, juicy fruit into her mouth. This fruit had a slightly bloody smell, very similar to blood. However, even though the fruit had a somewhat bloody scent, its taste was mildly sweet and quite delicious. Unfortunately, this fruit was a medicinal herb that provided great nourishment, and eating too much would cause a nosebleed. What's going on? Can you tell me? Flander watched as Tang Yin easily wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth and probably guessed that it wasn't real blood. Then he saw everyone laughing heartily without any reservations, completely unrestrained. Previously, they and quite believed that Tang Yin had been knocked down, but if Tang Yin had really been hurt, they would have been quite worried. However, when they saw Tang San just holding her instead of seeking treatment, they felt something was off. But having been together for a while, they still had some tacit understanding, so they quietly watched what Tang Yin was going to do. While the man called Crazy Rhinoceros faced humiliation, the more arrogant Crazy Rhinoceros was when he arrived, the more he had to eat his words when he left. They laughed while discussing the events excitedly. I didn't expect our little Yin to say such infuriating things. Ha ha. I still remember that Crazy Battle Team's Crazy Rhinoceros arrogantly asking, do you know who I am? Ha Little Yan's reply was really impressive. Douluo, Dad, Douluo, Grandpa, ha ha. If he dares to respond, he might offend a handful of Douluos. The name of Douluo isn't something that can be used as a cover so easily. Would he dare to agree? The answer was no, with so many people in the lounge. And also, when Little Yin took the punch and then spat blood to frame him. You have no idea how hard it was for me to hold back my laughter at that moment. But our Little Yin got hurt. If I laughed, I wouldn't be human. I just stared at Crazy Rhinoceros in indignation. When that Crazy Rhinoceros was provoking us, I was ready to fight with Little San, but was held back by Little Yin. Although we didn't know what was going on, Little San and I still restrained ourselves from striking. Luckily, we held on. It turns out fighting wasn't allowed in that lounge. Tang San couldn't help but chime in with Dai Mubai's words. However, Tang San recalled what Tang Yin had said and was genuinely surprised. It was the first time he realized that Tang Yin could curse so smoothly. I was still thinking about how my sister was different today than usual. Different? Isn't she always like this? She doesn't like to fight. Doesn't she always talk things over before resorting to force? Tang Yan's question suddenly triggered everyone's laughter, followed by a burst of ha-ha-ha. In the midst of everyone chiming in with their comments, Flandre managed to grasp the entire process. In other words, you all got to buy. Flandre thought of something. His eyes filled with calculation, and Tang Yin understood at a glance. It was a familiar feeling. Tang Yin quickly stood up and said, of course. Not only did we have a bye, but that Frenzy team originally had 7 consecutive wins, so they lost even more gold. We are guaranteed to profit. Moreover, since we had a bye this time, meaning no battle, we can still apply for a fight. In this way, we can achieve the honor of 2 consecutive wins in today's team battle. Winning 2 consecutive matches in one day seems to double the funds here. Dean, I think we can make a big profit again. When Flander heard Tang Yan's words, it struck a chord with him. Generally speaking, each team participates in only 1 team battle a day because fighting one battle consumes a lot of soul power for everyone. And doing a second one is definitely not favorable. After all, the combinations are fighting spirits at the same level of soul power, and their strengths are relatively equal. If they have a bye, according to Yu Xiaojiang's words, with 1 team battle a day, he believes that this group of little monsters can achieve 2 consecutive wins today. Flander's mind was racing with calculations, and he happily patted Tang Yan on the shoulder and said, "Not bad. Our principle is a soul master who doesn't cause trouble is not a good soul master, especially since the other party provoked us first. Little Yin, you did very well. Excellent. Indeed, we are Shrek's little monsters. Once we achieve 2 consecutive wins, we will share the gold soul coins together. Great. Amazing. We're going to make another big profit. Among them, not many are truly wealthy, so making money is a big deal. Moreover, hearing that the stingy dean is going to distribute money, everyone was overjoyed. Then, they waited for the master to arrange their next battle. Although we had a bye, according to Supervisor Ao's final reminder, that Frenzy team is not easy to deal with. After suffering a setback with us, they're unlikely to let us off easily. Dai Mubai looked at everyone who was happy and couldn't help but say, I agree with Boss Dai's statement. I suspect that the Frenzy team will ambush us outside the Grand Soul arena. Tang San analyzed calmly. What are we afraid of? If they dare to come, are we just going to take it lying down? Ma Hongjun, not knowing where he got a big chicken leg, took a big bite and confidently said this. Yes, we're not easy to mess with. Xiao Wu also stood up and said, actually a bit excited. If they really ambush us outside the Grand Soul arena, we can fight openly. Inside the Grand Soul arena, there are still quite a few restrictions given by the master. Indeed, what I fear is that they won't ambush us. Ning Rongrong thought of the hidden weapon that Tang San gave her, feeling a bit restless. Unfortunately, the master wouldn't let them use it, and she could only act as a support soul master without being able to attack. Yes, I'm looking forward to it too. They say that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, and these young people are really full of passion, making even Flander nod in approval. This is the spirit of youth. We are not afraid, but we still need to be vigilant. This Frenzy team registered for 7 days and achieved 7 consecutive wins. And they're ruthless in their attacks, so we need to pay attention. At this moment, the door outside was pushed open and the master walked in from outside. He must have heard the excitement from everyone. Teacher, it's the master back. Master, hello. Everyone noticed that the master had returned and greeted him obediently. Master, Tang Yin said with a smile in his eyes. The master nodded. As the team leader, he must know what this group of little monsters has done. Let's put the Frenzy team aside for now. I have re-registered you for the team battle combination, and it has been arranged for the last match. Originally, today's lineup for the soul battles had already been arranged, but with Tang Yan's cleverness, the team battle combination ended up with 1 less match. Just right. Today's arranged soul battle combination is an odd number, and one group was originally not scheduled, so they are willing to take the second match, which fits perfectly. You all prepare well. The master said to everyone. Yes, understood. However, the team they were about to face was also a new combination. Everyone was still in the adjustment phase, but this match turned out to be quite exciting. Tang Yin won this match without having to make much of a move. Even though the opponent aimed to break through their auxiliary soul master of the Shrek 7 monsters first, with Tang Yin protecting them, the opponent couldn't penetrate at all, wasting time and giving the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters an opportunity to catch them off guard. In the end, there was no doubt that the Shrek 7 monsters emerged victorious, and tonight they had achieved 2 consecutive wins. As announced by the host, the audience cheered for the Shrek 7 monsters' 2 victories, but some found it strange. Didn't they say both teams were newly registered? How did the Shrek 7 monsters manage to win 2 matches? You might not know, but I was in the waiting room for the group battle, and originally, the Shrek 7 monsters were supposed to fight against the Frenzy team. Unfortunately, the Frenzy team's crazy rhino was too arrogant and started a fight in the waiting room. You all know that the waiting room is a place for everyone to rest, and fighting is not allowed. As a result, the Shrek 7 monsters got a bye. Witnesses spoke with Schadenfreude. Wow, that's so lucky. I heard that the Frenzy team had a 7-match winning streak, And it ended here. What a pity. After everyone discussed this, they didn't know what else to say. Such a low-level mistake could happen. It's also because the Frenzy team was too arrogant. Hey, have you noticed a problem? The Lucky Shrek's 7 monsters seem to have 8 people. Shouldn't they be called the 8 monsters? What's so strange about that? There was a previous team called 1980, and they only had 7 people. Are they going to form a team of 80 people? Ah, that's true. The audience's discussion didn't focus on whether the Shrek's 7 monsters were 7 or 8. But the more talked about topic was how the Frenzy team's 7-match winning streak ended in this bye, which was truly regrettable. After Tang San and the others regained some stamina and claimed their rewards, they left feeling quite satisfied. They had made a considerable profit on the first day. Just as the master had said, with good results, there would be plenty of income. A few of them teamed up to head back to the hotel. But as soon as they left the Great Soul Arena, they sensed that someone was following them. This situation was not unexpected. They had earned extra today, but they were the ones who had provided the information. How could they forget that big man called Guangxi? The group exchanged glances and silently continued walking. But their route had already begun to change, leading them into a secluded alley. Dai Mubai and Tang San felt that the position was about right, so they quietly waited for their pursuers to show themselves. Sure enough, after Tang San and the others stopped, the members of the crazy battle team no longer concealed themselves and quickly stepped out. Narrow road for enemies. Little girl, you made me wait so long. Guangxi emerged with his team, his gaze fixed on Tang San. Tang Yin and their masks did not come off, as they anticipated such a scene. Well, we are truly honored. A chair had mysteriously appeared under Tang Yin's feet, and now he stood on it, not losing any height compared to others. No, it was his imposing aura that was overwhelming, completely unafraid. In this Grand Soul Arena, no one dare to challenge me, and since you came in standing, you'll have to leave sideways. They even made themselves a laughingstock by grouping together. They interrupted our hard-earned 7 consecutive wins, and today they will pay for it with their blood. Yes, today let these young punks know that our crazy battle team is not just a name. Mel, it turns out it was this little girl who caused us trouble, not knowing her own limits. The crazy battle team couldn't help but drop harsh words upon seeing the culprit who made them the subject of ridicule. Oh, I'm so scared you talk too much. Tang Yin, standing on the high chair, was just short of crossing his legs. His words were quite infuriating. The Shrek's 7 devils couldn't help but laugh, truly unafraid of them, even feeling a sense of looking down on them, which was quite irritating. Furious, Guangxi directly activated his martial soul, and his teammates quickly entered battle mode. Each of them seemed to be on a blood-boosting frenzy, wanting to tear apart Tang Yin and the others. Brothers, activate your martial souls. As Dai Mubai's voice fell, the soul rings on everyone erupted. All of them were top-level soul rings with 2 yellow and 1 purple. With the activation of their martial souls, their momentum overwhelmed the opponents. Among them, only the lone woman had 2 yellow and 1 purple. The others mostly had 1 white and 1 yellow or 2 yellow, while Guangxi and another older member only had 1 purple. Without a word to signal the start, they began fighting. This wasn't a competition, and many foul tactics could be employed. Guangxi immediately aimed to attack the most infuriating target, that little girl, but was blocked by several main attackers. I want you all to die. Guangxi couldn't catch a glimpse of Tang Yin amidst Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's entanglement, and the others couldn't gain any advantage either. Unexpectedly, these seemingly small punks had some strength. As Guangxi spoke these words, the members of the crazy battle team tacitly took out something and swallowed it in one go. Soon, what initially seemed like an evenly matched battle transformed. The crazy battle team members looked like they had taken performance enhancers, their eyes turning red. They gazed at Tang Yin and the others with a hint of bloodlust. What the hell did they eat? Their strength suddenly increased significantly. The fat guy could not even burn the opponent with a line of phoenix flames and could not help but complain. They must have taken banned substances that optimize physical performance. Tang San, as a control-type soul master, was paying attention to the entire venue. So powerful. Do we have such drugs? Should we try some too? Oscar, standing next to Tang Yan's chair, couldn't help but ask after hearing Tang San. However, he was promptly slapped by Ning Rongrong beside him. Ouch! Rongrong, why did you hit me? Chapter 113. What the heck? This is possible too. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but slap him again, saying irritably, Are you stupid? Do you think you could just take anything? Hey, I was just joking. After touching his head where he was hit, Oscar adjusted his glasses and looked at Ning Rongrong's hand. He didn't know if her hand had turned red when she hit him. Think before you speak. Ning Rongrong noticed Oscar's gaze and shyly put her hand behind her back. MHM. Oscar quickly nodded, feeling happy that Ning Rongrong hit him. And it didn't hurt at all. Tang Zhan couldn't bear to watch the already sour dog food and decided not to protect the two people who were showing off their affection anymore. Sister, how did you get here? At this point, Tang Zhan had already reached Tang San's side, and Tang San was surprised that Tang Zhan had come over. With him here, it was enough for the fight. Get that Rui plate. Tang Zhan looked at the already blood-crazed Berserker team, their strength immense, as if they were about to tear something apart. Their side was already struggling to resist, and if that Rui plate made any moves, it would become a bit troublesome. As soon as Tang Yin finished speaking, the tacit understanding and trust among everyone led them to attack the big man, holding the Rui plate without the slightest hesitation. Did he get our consent to take the Rui plate? Drug addict.